How can I instill fear in them? An aging Batman finds himself inhabiting the body of Moria in the world of pirates. Responding to an urgent summons from the Navy, Moria, who has been reclusive for a decade, lifts dumbbells and bears iron weights. With unparalleled combat skills and an indomitable spirit, he becomes the demon of the battlefield and the sovereign of the misty seas, a devil that toys with souls and within. This new realm of blood mist that a darkness deeper than the abyss itself. For Batman, he is merely in pursuit of an answer to his singular question. If I cannot be found, the Joker will plunge Gotham into despair. Who has taken the fragments of my superpowers? Chapter 1. The Joker would never withhold his mockery. Captain, we are still 6 days away from the Navy headquarters. Should we find a place to resupply? Absalom, with a bandage wrapped around his head, spoke with a slight lisp. Yet he seemed slightly better than Captain Moria, who lay bedridden. The Straw Hat crew has essentially leveled our ship, forcing us to switch to this little vessel. Compared to their former terrifying three-masted ship, the current Phantom ship resembles a mere toy. However, it is still larger than the average pirate ship. Perhaps other pirates will look down upon us. Today, the captain seemed particularly calm, even indifferent. Absalom attempted to pierce through this cold demeanor. Since Perona is absent, why don't we head to Queen of Spring City for supplies? It's been years since I visited the pirate ladies there. The Moria before him remained silent, his eyes devoid of light, his somber expression seemingly lost in an inescapable shadow. Absalom assumed the captain was still brooding over a past defeat. Finding the madam of the flower ship wouldn't be a bad idea. I used to help promote them. His incessant chattering finally pierced through Moria's ears. Compelling him to raise his head, he searched through fresh memories and then replied succinctly, "Not on the way, and I have no money." This phrase was particularly alien to Bruce Wayne. From the remnants of his memory, he recalled being defeated by another group of pirates, with his treasure seized. They were known as the Straw Hat crew. Do we need to spend money? Absalom scratched his head, eager to say more. I'll be alone for a while. Bruce dismissed him, turning his attention to his surroundings. The captain's quarters, draped in dull hues, featured a candelabrum with 3 flickering flames, surrounded by intricate decorations adorning the walls and his wooden bed. The sound of crashing waves echoed incessantly. This was certainly not his manner. Perhaps this is a counterpart of mine in a dark dimension. Bruce Wayne had once encountered another version of himself from an inverted Earth. He remained calm, meticulously recalling the memories associated with these transformations that a decade had passed since Batman's disappearance. Bruce could no longer suppress the ferocious roar of the bat within him, once again transforming into the darkness of Gotham's criminals. Yet, with his resurgence, the Joker, who had obediently received treatment in Arkham Asylum for an extended period, had escaped once more, instigating a series of chaotic crimes. Bruce pursued the villain to a cave. He remembered it being dark, the water reaching his waist, gunfire flashing, and the oppressive scent of blood nearly overwhelming him. The Joker's laughter echoed throughout the cave until, in an instant, all sound ceased. When he next opened his eyes, he heard Absalom's voice, a grotesque figure with a tiger face grafted onto his own, a fellow failure. Bruce's mind still held fragments of memories from that counterpart. According to those memories, this world was rife with marauding pirates, along with the so-called celestial dragons and their navy accomplices who were indifferent to human suffering. The living conditions, though not as dire as those in the slums, were hardly better. One Gotham City was already burdensome enough. Bruce propped himself up, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the candelabrum. The Joker's matters remain unresolved. I must return. That fiend will drag Gotham into the abyss. Especially when he found himself lost. His foremost thought was still how to return. He tore a piece of paper from the bedside and divided it into 4 fragments. Environment, objects, a confluence of both, and some form of existence. The 4 torn pieces represented the potential reasons for his current predicament. Understanding how he arrived was essential to discovering how to return. The environment referred to the misty sea he had just departed from, a triangular expanse filled with countless legends. The terrifying triangular ship he had created was merely one among many. Moria's memories hinted at even more incomprehensible entities lurking within that mist. Perhaps this was connected to his sudden traversal? The second factor was the objects. More precisely, the devil fruit. This miraculous power surpassed Bruce's understanding. It might hold the key to his return. The remaining 2 factors were elusive, resting merely on the possibility of their existence. The 4 pieces of paper ignited in the candlelight, turning to ashes. It seems returning is not feasible in the short term. Bruce furrowed his brow. Given his current state, Exploring the misty sea and seeking a devil fruit with such abilities seemed fanciful. This conclusion left him feeling somewhat defeated. He did not relish his present identity, a pirate with a privateering license who had been stripped of all wealth and was now summoned by the Navy to fight on their behalf. Moreover, Bruce rose to his feet. Though pain coursed through his body, he had recovered significantly compared to before. He faced a porthole on the ship, reflecting his current physique. His abdomen protruded like a sphere, barely held up by a tightly fastened belt. His burdened thighs and slender head resembled a watermelon skewered with 3 matchsticks. Bruce found it hard to believe this was him. For decades, he had torn through muscle, honed his will, and restrained every intake and expenditure. Even in unavoidable social situations, he would opt for ginger ale over champagne. He had sculpted a human body to its utmost potential. Yet now, this sluggish physique instilled a primal aversion within him. The Joker would undoubtedly take delight in mocking him. The only redeeming quality is the vitality of this body and the temporary relief from hiding behind the mask of Bruce Wayne. Aging is an inevitable aspect of the human condition, yet this body clearly had not reached that stage. It was simply overweight. Additionally, Bruce felt a sense of impending crisis, likely stemming from the Navy's urgent summons in memory. Such occurrences had never transpired during the decade when Moria ascended to the ranks of the 7 Warlords. Or rather, never had there been such an unyielding summons. Dying in Gotham, amidst the fierce battles against notorious supervillains, was a fate he could accept. However, perishing in this inexplicable place, he could not come to terms with it. Certainly, it cannot bode well. Regardless of whether an opportunity or some fortuitous chance arose, Bruce had always been one to prepare meticulously for the unforeseen. I require ample information, as well as a robust physique. Bruce endeavored to engage in some rehabilitative training. Initially, he believed that being considerably overweight would impose excessive strain on his body during exercise. However, after a few leaps, he discovered that this unknown and peculiar body possessed an unexpectedly solid foundation. Simple calisthenics, such as push-ups and pull-ups, presented no challenge at all. Were it not for the lingering, faint stabs of pain throughout his body, Bruce would hardly have considered himself a patient. Logically, I should wait until I'm fully recovered before embarking on training. Yet time is a luxury I cannot afford. 6 days. I must completely master this body before reaching the naval headquarters, after which I can gather more information. Bruce had never shied away from interpreting others' intentions with the utmost skepticism. The thriller bark harbored only 2 living souls: Absalom, one of the 3 peculiar beings, and Captain Moria. The remainder were nothing more than zombie soldiers. The zombie soldiers, moving sluggishly under the sun, were a dismal sight. The general's zombies are gone. Even these soldiers are hastily cobbled together. Alas, you lot, secure the rigging properly. This is no ghost ship. Absalom was directing several zombie soldiers to fulfill the duties of sailors. Turning around, he caught sight of Moria emerging from the captain's quarters. Do we have any recent newspapers? Among his odd crew, aside from Dr. Hogback, the other 2 could be deemed relatively dependable. That Bruce's demeanor appeared somewhat more relaxed. Fetch some weights. Chains or barrels will suffice. Where are you planning, Captain? To train and to transform myself, Bruce replied, mimicking Moria's habitual demeanor, tugging at the corners of his mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Absalom's expression visibly froze for a moment. Then he clenched his teeth tightly, desperately suppressing something, his knuckles turning white. The astonishment he felt reached an unparalleled intensity, yet he feared that any exaggerated reaction might disrupt the captain's sudden change. Ultimately, he could only blurt out, "Leave it to me, Captain." The slothful captain, who had been lazing about for a decade, was now intent on physical training? Goodness gracious! Chapter 2. The Ruthless Machine of Self-Discipline. Receiving a pirate. Now that's a refreshing experience. On a military vessel adorned in dark green camouflage, Yukimura peered through his binoculars. By calculating the time since their last communication, he anticipated that the pirate ship would soon emerge on the horizon. It appears to be that old pirate who was caught on the beach. His boisterous aide, seated beside him, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing himself to be the superior. Merely a bunch of fodder, completely insignificant. The aide's catchphrase, learned from some unknown source, rang out. To be defeated by rookie pirates in his own territory. I suspect this old pirate spends his days hiding in a castle, dabbling in peculiar activities. He probably can't even wield a sword anymore. The aide cast aside the latest intelligence report, his face a mask of disappointment. A couple of lashes, and he'll be compliant. Her weapon was a steel whip with a knife handle, which she cracked sharply. Enough, Peacock. Do not act recklessly. The danger level of this mission remains quite high. Yukimura's admonition bore a hint of levity. Compared to other warlords, the recently defeated veteran, Gecko Moria, could be considered the least threatening. The remaining foes included naval hunters, scum of the seas, and the pirate empress. He was also aware that his aide possessed a somewhat peculiar penchant. Perhaps Commander Crane had been too preoccupied to provide adequate guidance. Yukimura scrutinized through the binoculars. The dull-colored pirate ship had appeared on the horizon, and upon zooming in, he could discern a bizarre figure seemingly carrying something while performing push-ups at the ship's stern, what appeared to be an anchor. On the first day, Bruce carried a barrel while doing push-ups. The soreness from muscles that had long been dormant combined with the sharp pain from wounds that had yet to heal was overwhelming. The exhilarating discomfort filled Bruce with a profound sense of being truly alive. It was addictive. His body, however, urged him to find a shaded spot to rest. The latter thought was swiftly vanquished by the second day. His body had fully recuperated. Confirming that he was not human, Bruce cast aside his previous reservations and began to push his limits. He started to wrap chains around himself and performed pull-ups from the mast, with Absalom directing a stout zombie soldier to act as a cushion below. Day 3. Day 4. By the 5th day, the chains and barrel no longer provided the resistance he desired. After a thorough exploration of the ship, he set his sights on the anchor, which was roughly his size. Meanwhile, Absalom glanced at the dwindling supplies in the hold, falling into silence. Leveraging his previous connections, he could certainly care for the pirate lady without incurring expenses. However, supplies required genuine currency. Curse that straw hat brat for leaving us so bare. Not a single copper coin remained. Just let me find a ship to plunder. Day 6. Bruce ceased to count the number of push-ups he had completed, instead challenging himself to surpass one limit after another, one after the other. One last. Just one more. I can still rise. Each push-up represented a new boundary breached. The anchor pressed firmly against his back, leaving a distinct imprint as his muscles bulged beneath it. This body exceeded all his expectations, surpassing his understanding of the human physique. Normal humans do not possess horns on their heads. As Bruce teetered on the brink of exhaustion, Absalom was quick to support the anchor resting on his back, though it took effort. The gaze fixed upon the captain had transformed from initial astonishment to something resembling feared. In just 6 days, Moria had maximized the use of his time. Rather than engaging in mindless repetition, he efficiently cycled through recovery, energy intake, and muscle tearing. He resembled a relentless machine of self-discipline. Had his defeat by the Straw Hat Brat inflicted such profound damage upon the captain? You've made significant progress, Captain. Absalom observed as Moria's physique transitioned from its formerly bloated state to a more balanced form. It was as if he had been wrung out, his entire being appearing more compact. Though still robust, he exuded an aura of strength. Transformed from the previously flabby Moria, he now appeared to be an entirely different person. Remarkably, it had only taken 6 days. Bruce sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. The strength he could now exert surpassed anything he had previously known. Unlike the superheroes he had encountered, who had acquired their powers through various coincidences, this strength was forged through his own relentless dedication. This realization was what astonished him the most. Even the most gifted athletes experience a plateau after a rapid growth phase in speed, strength, and overall fitness, inevitably entering a period of stagnation. Progress is often achieved only after countless repetitions and relentless training, allowing for incremental advancement. That incremental step delineates the difference between a world champion and an average competitor. Yet Bruce saw no sign of a plateau. In fact, the rate of his growth during this rapid phase was astonishing. Each time he pushed his limits, he was met with further exhilaration. This is not the limit of this body. From the remnants of his memories, Bruce could still perceive the past vigor of himself. Back then, he had been quite lean. The physical aspect was one thing. Bruce had not forgotten that he now wielded a supernatural power, the power of shadows. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delve deeply into its study. Instead, during the brief moments of recovery, he familiarized himself with the techniques originally developed by Moria. After resting on the ground for a while, Bruce finally rose, the reinforced ship's planks bending and creaking beneath him. The Navy should be arriving soon, right? About that time, should we allow them on board? Absalom repositioned the anchor. They won't come aboard. This 6-day respite had been invaluable for Bruce, allowing him to acclimate to his body and gain insight into his current position. For instance, the relationship between the Navy and the seven warlords occupied a delicate balance. Strangely, understanding this intricate relationship only heightened Bruce's sense of impending crisis. It felt as though he had forgotten something. There was a rather mundane sensation lingering in his mind. Bruce stood up, gathering the scattered chains and the crushed wooden planks. Suddenly, he remarked, however, we could board their ship. Ah, even as a warlord, could he truly board a military vessel? Somehow, Absalom discerned an odd intensity in the depths of Bruce's dark eyes, as if they concealed boundless darkness, sending chills down his spine. Since it is they who initiated the emergency summons, it is only reasonable to expect provisions and accommodation, especially since our supplies are running low. Bruce provided a brief explanation, turning to see Absalom's strange expression that what's wrong. Nothing, Captain. You decide. All thanks to that straw hat rat. Absalom silently raged. As dusk approached, Bruce and his dimly lit ship, the Thriller bark, gradually drew near to the Navy's warship. Compared to the military vessel, adorned in dark green camouflage with a metallic sheen, the Thriller bark seemed to belong to a bygone era. From beneath the surface, two shadowy forms resembling lips drew closer, intimate yet indistinct. Some sea beasts could not tolerate such a sight. A formidable creature, sporting the face of a bull and the body of a sturgeon, measuring several meters in length, had eyes that glowed a fierce red. It lunged violently towards the shadows in between. Chapter 3. Fortifications and Desolation. The sea beast stirred a colossal splash, the orange-red remnants of the setting sun reflecting vibrant colors akin to a frothy painting. A masterpiece crafted with its very life. As the sea cow propelled itself skyward, it beheld a peculiar figure brandishing an enormous anchor, following closely behind. The iron chain securing the anchor draped over the creature's shoulders, swinging with an almost celestial grace. With precision, the figure aimed for the beast's forehead and struck down with force. Water cascaded downward, and brain matter erupted forth, splattering onto Bruce and rising in steamy tendrils. Surprisingly, this feels rather effortless, this is the sensation of inhuman strength. Bruce felt a primal urge for violent release surging within him, his hands clasped around the anchor's chain, trembling with restrained energy. This impulse was firmly contained deep within his psyche. Raw power pales in comparison to Clark, and even Diana. Perhaps I am stronger than Barry, but he was never known for his might. Yet, in terms of speed and reflexes, I cannot measure up to them. He silently compared himself to his former comrades, realizing he had ample room for improvement. In his previous life, his best record in the clean and jerk was 800 pounds, whereas now, the anchor he wielded weighed a staggering 2,000 pounds. It was indeed impressive, though his bulky physique limited the execution of many techniques. Before long, he spotted two officers aboard the opposing warship. Point one was a reliable-looking middle-aged man with a bushy beard, a rear admiral, while the other was a striking woman with long golden hair, her eyes obscured beneath a fisherman's hat. This is rather inappropriate, Your Excellency Yukimura. The Peacock observed as a grappling hook, commonly employed in pirate skirmishes, connected their ship to the war vessel. Not long after dispatching the sea beast, Moria, having secured his pulley, quickly slid to the side of the military ship, laden with bags, evidently intending to relocate. Pirates boarding a Navy warship. Even as a warlord, such audacity seemed excessive. Indeed, it is quite inappropriate. Yukimura lit a cigarette. Now, my aide, kindly see to it that this pirate is removed from the ship. The Peacock flicked his steel whip, taking a couple of steps before hesitating. Regardless of the intelligence reports, the image of Bruce wielding the anchor like a club was too striking to dismiss. Moreover, the sight of blood and steam swirling around him evoked a formidable presence akin to a demon. In that moment, the Peacock recalled a fleeting smile from Bruce, an inscrutable grin that left a lasting impression. She clenched her silver teeth. If I must, I shall go. Dressed in a brown shirt and hot pants, the Peacock's white justice coat fell to her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. Moonlight Moria, Warlord. Bruce regarded her, still acclimating to the name Moria. Rear Admiral Yukimura wishes to discuss matters of navigation with you. I trust you won't mind? The beige fisherman's hat obscured the Peacock's eyes, yet the corners of her mouth lifted into an alluring ARC. As Moria approached Yukimura, she delicately traced her tongue along her lips and inhaled deeply, as if committing a particular scent to memory. Bruce found no compelling reason to board the warship. The relationship between the Navy and the seven warlords resembled a marriage coerced under the weight of a patriarch, both parties begrudgingly cohabiting, maintaining a delicate boundary for the sake of coexistence. Regrettably, Bruce was the warlord who lacked such boundaries. There must be something of great significance that I have overlooked. This instills within me a profound sense of urgency. Perhaps I have once again succumbed to the insidious fear of the straw man. Yukimura kindly arranged accommodations for Bruce. After assuming control of this body, the sense of crisis has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified. The soldiers aboard the warship maintained a scrutinizing, inquisitive, and cautious demeanor, their rifles aimed at the tips of Bruce's shoes. It is wise to exercise caution. This is indeed preferable, and it brings me a sense of comfort, far better than being surrounded by a horde of zombies. Regarding the journey, Yukimura mentioned it would take approximately half a day, but they would need to wait a while, as the naval headquarters port was particularly bustling at that moment. Bruce did not pay much attention and made his way directly to the dining hall. He had developed quite an appetite. The meat taken from the Sea King was reserved for Absalom. As night fell, Bruce witnessed firsthand the frenetic activity of the port from the bow deck of the warship. Although it may seem somewhat against regulations, the Peacock remarked beside him, "The naval headquarters has designated this as our battleground. The residents of Marineford are largely our kin, orphans, and neighbors. Some are remnants of the past, while others are current, but they are all to be evacuated in haste." It was a complete scorched earth policy. Following the Peacock's gaze, one could see lines of people at the port, winding like ants, illuminated by the warm glow of lights that elongated their shadows. The moored passenger ships resembled an anthill, with countless ants laden with bundles disappearing within. The naval soldiers maintaining order also formed long lines, with occasional quarrels and chaos erupting. "Full rudder right, we are heading to Anchor Point 3, Yukimura commanded from the bow, directing the ship to dock. The Spirit of Fear followed closely behind the warship. "Full rudder right." The helmsman echoed the command. Bruce noticed the word the Peacock had used. Battleground? Is the urgent assembly for war? In a manner indicative of high emotional intelligence, Moria was indeed a remarkably focused pirate. Having pledged to use a legion of zombies to reshape the world, he devoted himself entirely to the creation of zombies. His understanding of external intelligence was exceedingly limited. Bruce found himself relying on newspapers to glean the latest news. Yet, judging by the Peacock's calm tone, it seemed this was an unannounced public revelation. Does Mr. Moria not know? The Peacock did not shield his eyes with a fisherman's hat, his gaze bright and clear. This pirate was indeed quite different. Courteous and composed, he exhibited neither the roughness nor recklessness typical of pirates, but rather a remarkable restraint. This disparity from the intelligence reports led the Peacock to question whether this was a guise. If only he could don a tailcoat, bind himself to a cross, and wield a whip. 2 candles must be lit beside him. The Peacock felt a thrill coursing down his spine. I am indifferent to such matters. This was Moria's heartfelt sentiment. Moreover, there have been recent developments. The Straw Hat crew had plundered fragments of Bruce's superpower, a matter requiring attention. Many of his forthcoming endeavors would necessitate funding. In summary, it is an unprecedented war. The Peacock succinctly outlined the situation regarding the Whitebeard pirates and the 4 emperors. Perhaps there are deeper insights, but such knowledge eludes a mere humble colonel like myself. However, whatever Lord Moria has to say, the headquarters will certainly convey. Her smile exuded elegance, as if she were admiring a masterpiece. It appears you are not the first to arrive. Next to the naval headquarters Anchor Point 3, 2 pirate ships styled like flamingos were also docked. Yukimura directed the warship and the Spirit of Fear to dock side by side, calling to the naval soldiers at the port. "Hey, bring over the gangway." The soldiers formed an orderly line, their backs turned to them. Upon hearing the call, they turned in unison. They raised their rifles, aimed, and then fired. Chapter 4. The Lifelong Suite. The flames pierced through the darkness. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Cautiously, Bruce peered out to see which fortunate soul had become the target of this volley. At the side of the Spirit of Fear, a tall, rotund zombie was riddled with bullets, yet it remained blissfully unaware, dazedly turning its head. IT seemed to be searching for the lucky one. As a few more chunks of desiccated flesh fell, it appeared to be one of its own subordinates. "What are you doing?" Before Bruce could intervene, Yukimura's expression darkened significantly. He shouted at the edge of the ship. Internally, he seethed with anger. Attacking the summoned warlords at the headquarters dock, did they not consider the pressure already burdening the Navy? Had they not contemplated the safety of Major Yukimura? Being shot might not be fatal, but being struck by an anchor would certainly turn one into a meat patty. These soldiers are acting rather strangely. The Peacock rushed to the ship's deck. He activated the ship's searchlight. The beams sliced through the night, illuminating the faces of the soldiers, contorted and grotesque. Lord Yukimura, I can't control my body. Quick, get away. The soldiers in the front row struggled for control, yet their bodies moved like marionettes, once again aiming their rifles. The sound of the bolt action rifle chambering around echoed ominously. This time, they were aiming at the warship. To be more precise, at Bruce's head. Is someone trying to assert dominance? Bruce's expression turned icy, his gaze lingering on the Navy personnel nearby. Their expressions were bewildered, seemingly unaware of the situation. Who could it be? Moria's old adversary? May I borrow your light? Bruce had no intention of merely enduring the assault. The Peacock was momentarily stunned as he watched Bruce step in front of the searchlight, the blazing beam casting a shaft of light into the night sky, his silhouette elongated. A pair of sharp horns were distinctly visible within the stretched shadow. As Bruce's shadow intersected with that of the soldiers, a realization struck him. Shadow revolution. The shadows beneath the searchlight froze in unison. The shadows transformed with the alteration of the physical form, and conversely, controlling the shadows could similarly influence the physical changes. This was an entirely novel theory beyond Bruce's comprehension. Yet he could indeed do it. The naval soldiers found themselves caught between these two forces, compelled to cease their fingers' pressure on the triggers due to the feedback from the shadows. Yet at their jointures, fine threads pulled them to pull the triggers. As the resistance intensified, the transparent threads cut into their skin, blood trickling down and staining the threads crimson. Doflamingo, that scoundrel! Yukimura immediately grasped the situation. The string fruit, Doflamingo's nefarious ability. The soldiers were not the logistical personnel Yukimura suspected, but rather the soldiers dispatched to greet the scoundrel. Well, that was discovered rather swiftly. On the Flamingo-style pirate ship at the front of the warship, Doflamingo casually descended the gangway. Once one's identity is exposed, the thrill dissipates. He initially intended to provoke the feeble Moria into a conflict with the Navy, which would have made for an entertaining spectacle for whether the Navy would have any objections. That was a jest. Even if he were to eliminate this ragtag group of soldiers, they would dare not utter a word of dissent. In fact, they ought to express gratitude for weeding out such weaklings, sparing themselves from becoming mere cannon fodder in the impending brutal war. Doflamingo did not release the parasitic thread hanging from his fingers. Instead, he allowed the fine line to tighten with each step he took. As long as Moria's shadow revolution remained unresolved, he would soon witness a gruesome scene. After all, they were all pirates. This bastard. The steel whip cracked loudly in the stillness of the night, and during the struggle between the fine line and the shadow, 2 rows of soldiers writhed in agony, wishing only to collapse and weep. Yet their bodies were not their own. Calm down. Yukimura attempted to halt his subordinates' rash actions. Upon turning his head, he discovered that Peacock's gaze was entirely fixated not on Doflamingo, but on the pained expressions of the Navy soldiers. A flush of crimson crept across his face. The corner of Yukimura's mouth twitched. What an unreliable fellow. Fortunately, the death of Navy soldiers was a minor issue. Assaulting the scoundrel Doflamingo, however, would escalate matters significantly. The Navy, once protectors of the heavens, had been slaughtered by this scoundrel in droves, yet they could not even respond. Peacock trembled, her fingers alternating between clenched and relaxed, excitement coursing through her. These individuals were indeed peculiar. Bruce shook his head inwardly. He picked up a rifle from a nearby Navy soldier and assumed a standard shooting stance. The shot shattered the oppressive silence of the night, releasing the aroma of gunpowder igniting. The bloodlines of the Navy soldiers abruptly snapped. Doflamingo's fingers flicked multiple threads to intercept the bullets hurled at him. Inevitably, he loosened his control over the parasitic line. Bruce fired several more shots. It seems my aim is satisfactory. Bruce seldom used firearms. When he did, it was typically the heavy artillery aboard the Batmobile. However, this did not imply he lacked proficiency. The bullets caused Doflamingo no harm, but they were profoundly insulting. And Doflamingo was a man who valued his pride. Instantly, veins arose on his forehead like a spider's web, and the smile he forced was utterly vicious. It appears you wish to play. Numerous torturous methods flashed through Doflamingo's mind. Alas, the consecutive gunshots had already alerted the Navy nearby. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from the distance. Humph, There is no place for you in this new era. Doflamingo, unwilling to be treated like a spectacle, fixed his gaze on Moria from behind his pink sunglasses, murmuring as if pronouncing a sentence. Bruce observed the flamingo depart. He was certain that there existed no animosity between them. Doflamingo had shown not a hint of malice before Bruce had fired, only mockery and indifference, not only towards the Navy soldiers, but also towards Bruce himself. Underestimated, are we? Yet this fellow could at least secure a special private room in Arkham. Bruce was no longer the novice he once was, that he had frequented Arkham Asylum numerous times, personally confining many a psychopath. He could discern at a glance who warranted a lifetime suite. Doflamingo would require at least a decade of treatment. Yuji Mura, what is happening here? A Navy Admiral Bruce did not recognize, rushed over, shouting towards Yuji Mura from the port. Are you not concerned about the trouble this may cause? Peacock, her face still flushed, regarded Bruce with a curious expression, almost as if she were observing. A kindred spirit? Would he be the one to encounter trouble? Bruce snapped back to reality, noticing her gaze as the lamppost swayed. Bruce's shadow danced along with it, leading him to observe the scene before him. The Navy soldiers, once akin to puppets, had not regained control of their bodies even after the thread snapped. Instead, their shadows contorted into grotesque poses, defying human limits, bulging eyes, crooked mouths, and twisted forms. The reflected shadows resembled the disarray of old tree branches. Was this his doing? Bang! The spotlight was extinguished by Peacock, plunging the night into darkness. Bruce's heart skipped a beat. A friendly reminder, we do not possess that fellow's privileges, Peacock said, blinking in admiration. She had previously harbored doubts about whether Moria had spent a decade in the castle, losing the essence of a pirate. Yet, in the moment he fired, she felt the rebelliousness and wildness of a true pirate emanating from Bruce. The juxtaposition of wildness and restraint was utterly captivating. Bruce's gaze turned icy. Chapter 5. Who's cutting onions? Please continue reading and collect. Yuji Mura, as the party involved, was left to answer questions. Conversely, Moria, this warlord of the sea, faced no obstruction. Peacock was leading them through the residential area of the port. The military and residential zones were not distinctly delineated. Lowly abodes were interspersed with watchtowers, and yellow lampposts cast their beams down from above. Due to the mass migration of people, the surroundings were eerily silent. Occasional sobs rang out, piercingly clear. It would be absurd for there to be no chaos. Bruce did not lay excessive blame. In Gotham, the gunfire would likely have blended into a symphony by now. Yet his gaze remained restless, probing the shadowy corners. Within him, the bat was howling, a manifestation of impotent rage, furious at being unable to locate the source of violence that transcended Bruce's control. As he ascended a set of bluestone steps, he glanced back for a moment. The houses, arranged in a haphazard manner, appeared deliberately painted in dark hues. Only when illuminated did they reveal a scene of deathly stillness, mirroring his own. Shadow. Peacock sensed something amiss, as if they were being observed from a vantage point. How absurd it was for a pirate to occupy a moral high ground. The records of hundreds of ships disappearing in the misty triangle each year were not the handiwork of these pirates. Were they? She shot them an irritated glance as she guided them to a two-story detached house. Currently, the headquarters is in a state of special circumstances. We must trouble Lord Moria to reside here for the time being. Average at best, Absalom remarked, smacking his lips, finding it lacking compared to their castle. Bruce, however, was indifferent, preoccupied with his own concerns. There must be something wrong with me. Perhaps my previous judgments were flawed. The sense of crisis may not stem from the external world, but from within myself. The house was uniquely positioned. From within, it appeared tranquil, yet from above, at least 4 watchtower beams could reach this place. There lingered an unsettling sensation of being watched. Indeed, trust levels are decidedly negative. But I do not trust them either. Bruce stood on the second floor of the small building, where a balcony offered a broad view. Personal troubles darkened his mood, yet he restrained himself, patiently awaiting the complete disappearance of the Navy's figures. The night had deepened significantly. The cries of bats grew louder, as if the sky had ignited with a bat signal, the sounds of weeping, wailing, and the clinking of fallen pearls piercing his mind. His eyes glinted with a crimson hue, and shadows behind him swayed incessantly. That sense of impending danger. Absalom maintained a relaxed demeanor. In his understanding, they were there in the capacity of the 7 warlords to assist the Navy, who would undoubtedly treat them well. Soon, he rummaged through the small building and retrieved a barrel of rum from the cellar. The quality was mediocre, yet it surpassed the spirits he had consumed aboard the ship. After downing 2 bottles, coupled with a comforting sense of stability, Absalom quickly fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when he faintly perceived footsteps, accompanied by a prickle of danger that jolted him from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the bloodshot gaze of his captain. "You're still awake?" Absalom had not yet succumbed to slumber. "Excellent." Bruce forced a peculiar smile. "Aren't you going to rest, Captain?" "Wait, this isn't the time for exercise." Absalom was yanked upright. Now is not the moment to be lax. Bruce endeavored to relax his nerves, but upon witnessing the shadow meddling with the Navy, his senses heightened to a razor's edge. He required an outlet and an accomplice. "I don't trust them, Absalom. It's just the 2 of us now." "Yes." Recalling the once formidable zombie army, Absalom felt a pang of sorrow. The memory of Moria's current sensitive state and his own fleeting dreams deepened his grief. "Damn it, Straw Hat Kid," Bruce declared, "I intend to scout the area, at the very least ascertain the surroundings." "You're going, Captain? Won't you leave it to me?" Moria had a habit of saying, "I'll leave it to you," whenever issues arose, delegating to his subordinates. Moreover, Absalom's transparent fruitability was the most suitable for reconnaissance. Not this time. Bruce's face was half shrouded in shadow. "This isn't Gotham, it's not my city. I needn't bind myself with trivialities." A voice within him echoed. "You've worked hard in the past. Let me take over now." "Damn it, who's chopping onions at this hour?" Absalom suddenly felt his eyes redden. In his lifetime, he never expected to hear such words from his captain. He quickly inhaled deeply, stifling the tears. "Of course, I still require your assistance." Bruce pulled back a corner of the curtain, faint light flickering from the towering bastion. He needed Absalom's transparent fruitability. After delivering Moria to his destination, Peacock felt her task was complete. She stretched her limbs, resembling slender branches laden with ripe fruit. Just as she intended to return to the warship to check if her superior was still being reprimanded, she heard a muffled sound of weeping in the darkness. Instantly, her light-hearted mood plummeted. "Should we go take a look, Lady Peacock?" A soldier expressed concern. The one in charge of the relocation was exceedingly brutal. Others among them held a different view. For the sake of justice, sacrifices are inevitable. If we were to persuade each one, we'd grant the pirates too much time. "Riley, you've just been transferred from the East Blue. You must acclimate gradually." "Understood." The soldier ahead saluted. Peacock comprehended that this was an unavoidable circumstance. To confront that man, the Navy was exerting every ounce of strength. Minor details were of no concern to anyone. Yet, she disliked the nonchalant tone of that veteran soldier. "Very much so. Go. I'm determined to intervene in this matter today." Keena's father had once been a naval officer. He perished in battle against pirates a few years ago, and her mother, overwhelmed by grief, followed suit shortly thereafter. All that remained for the sisters was a modest house near the port and a photograph of their once 4-member family. "You must remember, and no matter what happens, you must remain silent." "I remember. If the bad guys outside find us, I won't be able to see you anymore, sister." She forcefully shoved her 7-year-old sister into the narrow opening of the fireplace. With wide, bewildered eyes, Anai listened to her sister and climbed up with all her might. Outside, the sound of heavy boots and the thud of rifle butts against the door echoed ominously. Anai's heart sank. Dad is gone, and Mom is too. This is our only home. We cannot leave, absolutely cannot leave. Unable to fit into the fireplace, she curled up inside the cupboard. Dad said if we go to Sabadi Archipelago, we'll be sold into slavery, and we would lose our home. Keena desperately covered her mouth as she heard the sound of debris being smashed against the door. The footsteps grew closer. "Keena, Anai, are you in there? Be good, come out quickly. The headquarters is about to become a battlefield, and pirates will be coming." Scarface, a very rough and uncouth pirate. "Aren't you scared?" The footsteps had come alarmingly close to Anai, who clutched her body, too frightened to move. She had only 2 choices, the dreadful or the worse. The footsteps split into 2. "Did you find anything?" "Heard nothing." "Damn. Could they have been beaten to it by some other bastards?" Hey, we're the Navy. Where's your sense of justice?" "Come on, they're just sisters. I'm risking my life for justice. Can't they just sacrifice a little? We're not like those scoundrels. We wouldn't send them to that place. And besides, don't you want the house?" The other person fell silent, their footsteps meandering about the room as if searching for something. Suddenly, amidst the footsteps, a sound of weeping emerged. "There you are, little darling." The cries intensified, and Keena froze in shock. "Anai, how could they have found Anai?" She flung herself out, scrambling away. Chapter 6. Just report my heroic act so, when you emerged, this is what you witnessed? Upon hearing the account from the delicate girl before him, Peacock raised his eyebrows in disbelief. What does it mean that a large shadow suddenly appeared and swiftly subdued the officers while also rescuing her sister? Has he been reading too many heroic comics from Beihai? At that moment, in the disheveled room, two naval officers lay sprawled on the floor, bruised and bloodied. Riley meticulously examined their breathing and pulse, pressing his ear against their chests to listen for a heartbeat. Your Excellency, they are still alive. Upon hearing this, Anai quickly stepped back, shielding her sister. The shadow she recalled was remarkably vivid. It seemed to have emerged silently from the corner's darkness, seizing the necks of the two sergeants from behind. Clad in pitch black, it possessed horns, a jutting jaw, and sharp fangs. It wielded strength that surpassed the two sergeants but displayed remarkable restraint, mercilessly pummeling them with dozens of blows yet without delivering a fatal strike. Each punch landed on flesh, blood gushing forth, akin to a ferocious beast. The men, like punching bags, after a brief struggle, could only emit prolonged groans of defeat. This was undeniably a gruesome scene. Yet, in Anai's eyes, it bore a semblance of beauty, a form of violent aesthetics. However, addressing the naval officer's inquiries, Anai reiterated, "What I witnessed with my own eyes, and so did Nai, was indeed a large shadow." Yes, the little girl, hiding behind her, peeked out and gently nodded. He likely did not wish for anyone to know. Judging from their insignia, these were two sergeants from the headquarters. Although Peacock, as a major, was of a similar low caliber, he still ranked above mere privates, capable of handling 3 or 4 ordinary pirates. It was impossible for two little girls to have dealt such damage to them. A shadow? Peacock sniffled, doubting that the two girls could manage such a feat yet. It was evident they were concealing certain truths. Observing their guarded expressions, he refrained from employing any of his coercive tactics. Additionally, there seemed to be a familiar scent in the room, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Goodness, these two naval officers had wet themselves. Her expression darkened immediately as she turned and dashed outside to light a thin cigarette. "Have you clarified the situation?" she inquired. Two soldiers had been dispatched by her to investigate. "Yes, we can basically confirm that the girls' accounts are true. They were fortunate. There was a neighbor across the street who had not yet moved out and happened to hear the commotion inside. Your Excellency, how shall we report this? Should we use the term a large shadow as well?" "Report?" Peacock pulled down the brim of his hat to obscure his gaze. "Lend me a rifle." The soldier, puzzled, handed over his weapon. Moments later, 2 gunshots rang out from within the room, shattering the silence of the night. Regarding the report of my courageous act, the Peacock returned the gun to its rightful owner and deftly extinguished the half-smoked cigarette. Though unaccustomed to the taste of smoke, she relished the brief, sharp sensation it provided. Instantly, her spirits lifted. Equally buoyant was Bruce, who pondered the undeniable truth. The issue lay within himself. Suddenly, a fine drizzle began to fall from the heavens, drenching him entirely and sharpening his thoughts. He found himself atop a watchtower, with a panoramic view encompassing all of Marineford. The shadow behind him stirred, cloaking his features, much like Batman surveying Gotham City from the pinnacle of Wayne Tower. Yet, this was not Gotham, Bruce repeatedly reminded himself. The bat within him seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation, transcending territorial confines, its resonant cries echoing with an insatiable thirst for blood, yearning to instill profound dread and darkness within all wrongdoers. Batman existed within a darkness deeper than that of evil itself. In the throes of violent release, his sense of urgency found respite, not through notions of justice, but rather a realization that the source of this anxiety was none other than himself. This revelation weighed heavily on the fleeting lightness of Bruce's heart. He needed to return and uncover the root cause. His reddened eyes gradually regained their tranquility, while an extreme yearning was briefly sated, yet securely imprisoned within the depths of his soul. Based on his prior musings regarding interdimensional phenomena, he recognized that the Devil Fruit and the Navy's records concerning the Fog Sea were invaluable resources. Additionally, the technological aspects he had observed in recent news illustrated this world's stark technological disparities. These could serve as alternatives. It would be even more advantageous to locate a compendium of Devil Fruits, honing in on a specific fruit. As for his vigilante endeavors, they were merely ancillary. Should he suppress himself entirely, Bruce could not ascertain whether he might cross the self-imposed boundaries he had established. A measured release, within controllable limits, was the rational approach. It was time to return, Bruce murmured to himself, intent on clarifying his thoughts. Amidst the misty rain, a blank space emerged. Was dawn approaching? The void was soon filled with color as Absalom yawned, having barely caught a third of his needed rest, drowsiness still hovering above him. Almost. Bruce observed a glimmer where the sea kissed the clouds, signaling that today's training could commence. With the burden of the anchor lifted, he could now focus on quantity. Hearing Moria's words sent a shiver through Absalom. It was all that damn Straw Hat Kid's fault. Under the cover of the transparent fruit's abilities and the mist, the sentinels of the nearby watchtowers remained oblivious to when the two had departed or returned. Everything is proceeding as expected. Moria, according to the intelligence, is averse to venturing outside. The sentinels are executing their duties without issue. In the command office, Peacock adjusted her collar, inhaled deeply, and finally mustered the courage to push open the door before her. Inside the room, an elderly woman with white hair and a frail frame did not even lift her eyelids. She knocked on the door. Yes. She stepped back, repeated the process, and knocked again. Reporting to the chief of staff, Colonel Peacock has arrived. In what capacity? As your granddaughter, she replied with a chuckle. Peacock closed the door, a shy smile gracing her lips. She assured herself that her heart was utterly pure at this moment. Please, have a seat. We have much to discuss. Crane, with a resigned smile, lowered the documents in his hands before picking up another report. Now, my granddaughter, could you explain the incident of valor from 3 days ago? Well, isn't the report already written? Crane shook his head. What about the subsequent 20 similar incidents? Surely, it would be difficult to brush those aside with the same reasoning. 20? Peacock's expression shifted slightly. I only know of that one. The others are unrelated to you. Crane pointed at the desk, stating, I will report this matter to the marshal later. However, I must caution you against such reckless actions in the meantime. For this execution, we have summoned numerous naval branches, coordinating battlefield planning, logistical support, and even resident relocation, all of which inevitably lead to minor frictions. It is crucial to distinguish between primary and secondary issues. Chapter 7. The Vigilante of Marlon Vanto. Please pursue and collect. Peacock found herself alone in her grandmother's office, pondering her grandmother's words, feeling increasingly agitated. She rubbed her temples, her expression far from pleasant. Meanwhile, not far from the command headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku scrutinized the report in his hands, his expression one of intrigue. It appears reminiscent of that superhero from the North Sea. Was it Sora? Sora, the protagonist of a serialized comic in the World Economic Journal, has had a profound impact in the North Sea, influencing nearly generations. He is adept at and enjoys physical combat, masked, ferocious yet never lethal. After setting down the report, Sengoku removed his glasses, relieving the pressure on the inner corners of his eyes. From this detailed account, he extracted the various traits of the vigilante in Marlon Vanto. The notion of a vigilante in Marlon Vanto is truly ironic, consumed by a hatred for evil to the point of extremity. One naval officer was left in a vegetative state for his unclean hands. Moreover, it was said that his physique was quite robust. Indeed, that is the case. Opposite the desk, Chief of Staff Crane sat cross-legged, sipping his tea leisurely. Once these traits were delineated, both men immediately had a definitive suspect in mind. While some actions may be deemed extreme, one could argue that this individual performed commendably in the present circumstances. However, it has undoubtedly unsettled the morale of the troops. There are rumors circulating that our headquarters is intentionally suppressing the Navy from the branches, and the relocation efforts have faced considerable interference. Among the 20 individuals severely affected by the shadows, 15 hail from various naval branches. Coupled with the long-standing discrimination from headquarters toward the branches, the central-local discord is already quite pronounced. It is not surprising that such rumors have emerged. Ultimately, it reflects a profound absence of faith in justice, a belief that can only be cultivated through steadfast commitment over time. Upon deeper reflection, one might uncover numerous flaws and contradictions within this belief. Therefore, it is prudent not to dwell too much on it. He, too, remains taciturn, focusing solely on the tangible outcomes. I shall seek him out for a discussion. Sengoku expressed understanding. On the eve of war, as the marshal, his role is merely to make decisions, while those like he, responsible for specific planning and execution, must consider far more. It is entirely reasonable to be resistant to any unstable factors. After receiving the desired response, he fell silent for a moment, feeling a sense of contentment in undertaking these responsibilities. Zifa also has his burdens to bear. It is simply a matter of timing. She rose to take her leave, hastily ensuring the Rodsward family was sent away. A troublesome matter indeed, to the extent that Sengoku could only hold his head in frustration. That yellow monkey is utterly excessive. He could at least apprehend a decent target to report. He regretted assigning Yellow Monkey to handle the incident involving the celestial dragons on Sabaody Archipelago. Despite encountering at least 5 supernova pirates and cornering the principal culprits, the Straw Hat crew, this individual merely cited the sudden appearance of Rayleigh, the Dark King. and the extraordinary strength of the Pirate King's first mate, having captured 2 insignificant pirates worth less than 100,000 berries to report back. This led to significant dissent from the beleaguered Rodsward family, who remained in headquarters rather than travel to Marineford, only adding to their woes. Sengoku had no choice but to accommodate them. Is there a meeting scheduled for today? He summoned his secretary. Aside from the Pirate Empress, the 7 warlords of the sea are nearly all assembled, with plans to convene a meeting at noon. Additionally, there is an afternoon report concerning the 4th version of the Encirclement Wall Improvement Plan. The meeting of the 7 warlords cannot be postponed. It is essential to garner support from these individuals. Sengoku adjusted his round-framed glasses. Let's postpone the afternoon report and arrange a meeting with Zifa. He has a bold idea. Yes, Marshal. As midday sunlight bore down, sweat poured forth relentlessly. Bruce's physique had further diminished, his six-pack abs clearly defined, and his bulging biceps resembled marble sculptures. His height had also changed. 10 years ago, Moria was merely a slightly larger-than-average spirited youth, but a decade later, he towered over 6 meters. Initially, Bruce believed it to be a racial endowment, only recently realizing it was the result of surgical intervention. The suture line at his elongated neck served as undeniable evidence. The transformation of one's physique through surgical intervention remains somewhat insubstantial. Under Bruce's relentless training regimen, the body naturally reverts to its most optimal state. It has now been reduced to approximately 4 meters, still imposing in stature, yet now capable of showcasing Bruce's diverse skills, such as his proficiency in Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. In contrast, his previous form, reminiscent of a watermelon skewered with matches, could hardly facilitate such abilities. As Lord Moria took a moment to catch his breath, he noticed the reliable adult, Major Yukimura, approaching. Finally, there seemed to be an arrangement in place. The Navy's urgent summons would undoubtedly prevent the 7 warlords from idly passing the time. Bruce speculated that prior to the impending conflict, there would be a stern warning issued. Yukimura's arrival indicated that war was imminent. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Lord Moria, Yukimura said with a cheerful demeanor, his tone notably deferential. This was not an easy stance for the Navy to adopt, as many personnel harbored a strong aversion to the warlords, viewing pirates as mere pirates. Bruce concurred with this sentiment. The meeting of the warlords was set to convene in the command hall, as Admiral Sengoku had specifically dispatched Yukimura to retrieve him. Without delay, Bruce changed his attire and followed Yukimura. The command hall was the most prominent facility within the Navy headquarters. Its architectural style reminiscent of a grandiose version of the towers Bruce had encountered in the neon lights of his homeland. However, the interior was adorned in a Western style, featuring typical Roman columns and large bay windows. Of course, there was also a certain individual who could reserve a 10-year treatment at Arkham, Don Quixote Doflamingo, lounging with his feet on a cushion, adopting a rather roguish posture. The second dog of the Navy has arrived. Have they bestowed upon you a badge of justice? Bruce chose to ignore him, well-versed in dealing with such criminals. The best approach was to disregard him completely. After all, clowns fear nothing more than being overlooked and forgotten. It seemed Doflamingo also possessed a nickname akin to that of a certain Joe Karen. Bruce maintained his focus on the delectable offerings laid out on the conference table. A true feast for the gathering. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as Doflamingo's simmering anger became palpable when he was completely disregarded. His inflated self-importance was evident. Before he could react, the Navy's top dog made his entrance, Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant. His diamond-shaped eyes bore an unsettling emptiness. The Navy was acutely aware of the poor patience exhibited by this cadre of pirates and had orchestrated the entrance of the participants to coincide closely. Following Kuma's arrival was Dracul Mihawk, adorned in a black top, hat with white fur, who commanded the reputation of the world's greatest swordsman. Upon seating himself, he propped his legs atop the table, his hat obscuring his face, exuding an aura of aloofness. Next came Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, a recent addition to the warlords. Like Bruce, he immediately devoted himself to the feast before him. Seated alongside the naval representatives were Marshal Sengoku, Chief of Staff Tsuru, and the seasoned veteran Kizaru. Chapter 8, The Big Stick and the Dried Dates. The execution date of Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, had been announced to the world through the newspapers. It was set for just 7 days hence. Sengoku, straightforward as ever, recognized that there was no need for pleasantries with these pirates. The news of Ace's execution had long ceased to be a secret, and its proclamation to the world underscored the Navy's resolute determination. They intended to shatter the existing equilibrium. Sengoku's gaze swept over the Shichibukai present, lingering a moment longer on Moria. The man had undergone a significant transformation. Merely half a month prior, intelligence depicted him as rather corpulent, yet now he appeared remarkably robust. There seemed to be a resemblance to certain traits reported about the vigilante. However, Sengoku dismissed the thought, for the likelihood of a notoriously infamous pirate embarking on a path of righteousness was far slimmer than Kizaru suddenly embracing diligence. Perhaps it was due to the Straw Hat Boy? Sengoku silently recalibrated his assessment of the threat posed by the Straw Hat. Kizaru, meanwhile, pulled out a file to groom his nails. He had little to contribute to this meeting, merely serving as a stabilizing presence. Sengoku felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he adjusted his round spectacles, his navy cap partially obscuring his gaze, while his twisted beard hung down to his chest. There was no need for further elaboration. The advantages of the Shichibukai title had been enjoyed by them over the years. The Shichibukai functioned as a privateering license in this world, free from bounties and warrants, and subjected only to emergency summons, enjoying a rare degree of autonomy. Sengoku's tone remained unembellished, yet it commanded the attention of the notorious pirates gathered around the table. The renown of Sengoku the Buddha had thrived through an era. Blackbeard chuckled suddenly, only to quickly silence himself with food. He had recently acquired his position as a Shichibukai by trading ace, yet had not reaped any of its benefits. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, sharpening with intensity. Jinbei, the fishman, had been incarcerated and impelled down. If the others wished to avoid sharing his fate, they ought to perform commendably in the impending conflict. The Shichibukai system had yet to reveal its true worth. Jinbei, another Shichibukai, seemingly refused the summons and was captured by the Navy. Silently, Burgess understood the implications. This was the big stick. What would follow, he wondered, would be the dried dates. Sengoku tapped his fingers on the table a few more times. There was another piece of news to share. Following our investigation, it has come to light that Portgas D. Ace is not his true name. His real name should be Gold Ace, the malevolent bloodline left in this world by the Pirate King, Roger. Upon concluding this revelation, Sengoku scanned the room, eager to witness the shock etched on their faces. This information was unbeknownst even to the majority of the vice admirals at headquarters. Alas, Mihawk remained utterly indifferent, while the bear was losing his mind. Blackbeard was solely focused on surpassing his adversary, paying no heed to matters of bloodline. The uniquely positioned Don Quixote Doflamingo let out a sly chuckle, occasionally casting his gaze upon Bruce. Ignoring his proposals would undoubtedly elevate such a character's notoriety, but it would also evoke a sense of, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. As for Bruce, he was even less concerned. He had long since come to the realization that one's identity determines their stance, yet it does not dictate morality. Rather, it is one's actions and motives that do. At this moment, his mind was still preoccupied with the notion of a devil fruit encyclopedia, which he deemed to be of utmost importance. The conflict between the Navy and the pirates held no interest for him. Indeed, he had to keep an eye on Doflamingo, the Arkham Saint. His manner of consumption was not as brutish as that of Blackbeard beside him. It was composed and selective. In simpler terms, he preferred to indulge in meat. His thoughts also lingered on a piece of news. Absalom had reported the discovery of a highly guarded location, reminiscent of a repository of devil fruits and other treasures. Perhaps he could directly propose borrowing conditions to Sengoku. Bruce glanced at the stern-faced admiral, pondering the likelihood of his acquiescence. What about the Jujube segment? Let us expedite matters. To speak plainly, Sengoku, someone inquired on Bruce's behalf. Doflamingo held a profound disdain for the Navy, especially for that insufferable old woman, who had the audacity to sit at his left side. How bothersome. He shifted slightly closer to Bruce, and then directly presented his conditions to Sengoku. You cannot interfere with matters in Dressrosa. I will assist you in eliminating your enemies. Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government located in the latter half of the Grand Line, where Doflamingo instigated a coup 8 years ago, ascending to the throne. Many within the world government and Navy believe they should intervene to investigate, particularly after the revelation of Crocodile's failed coup. Doflamingo leveraged this as a bargaining chip. His identity posed a significant complication, and Sengoku's brow furrowed noticeably. Blackbeard was already beginning to stir restlessly. If he were to agree, it was certain that Blackbeard would immediately present his own conditions. If there is evidence, we will certainly take action, Saru responded on Sengoku's behalf. She rapped her knuckles on the table, casting a cold glare at Doflamingo. She had expended considerable effort in pursuing this individual, forcing him into a corner. Regrettably, she did not give a direct affirmative and left ample room with her request for evidence. She was well aware of Doflamingo's arrogance. He would be too proud to provide the Navy with any incriminating evidence. No problem, Doflamingo replied with confidence. I dare not propose any conditions, Blackbeard chuckled awkwardly. Just refrain from disturbing me. Mihawk added in agreement. Having dealt with these individuals, only Bear and Moria remain. Bear, as one might expect, has completely fallen under the Navy's control. As for Moria, Sengoku's piercing gaze fell upon Bruce, exuding an implicit authority that instilled trepidation in his very soul. He is a defeated man, having succumbed first to the challenger and then to the one who challenged him. Inevitably, his spirit is fraught with fear, his confidence shattered into fragments. Among the 7 warlords, he is the most susceptible to intimidation, yet under Sengoku's imposing presence, his emotional fluctuations seem almost non-existent. Sengoku did not unleash his conqueror's haki, he merely wielded his aura with simplicity. "Let me propose a condition," Bruce remarked, a sly smile curling his lips, revealing his sharp teeth. "I desire the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and the records of the Misty Sea." Sengoku appeared taken aback, as if struck by a force that met no resistance. He had anticipated that this former swordsman of the West Sea would make a more extravagant demand. "It is impossible to grant you that. It can only be borrowed. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, under the deliberate control of the world government, remains exceptionally precious, with few having perused it across the seas. Moria possesses the requisite qualifications. As for the records of the Misty Sea, the world government has previously documented some accounts, and Dr. Vegapunk has left behind certain research files, though none are classified. With 8 centuries of dominion, the world government and the Navy possess an understanding of the world's secrets that pirates could scarcely fathom." "Very well," Bruce replied, a smirk still present. Chapter 9. Have you entered? The meeting concluded amidst the sounds of pirates feasting. Mihawk and Bear exhibited indifference towards the affairs at hand, while Blackbeard seemed to harbor ulterior motives. The animosity between Doflamingo and Moria appeared deeply rooted. Sengoku reflected on every expression of these notorious pirates in his office. At present, they serve as allies, yet in the future, they may become adversaries. Then there was Hancock, whose abilities proved effective in warfare. It all hinged on the Weasel's actions. While contemplating, his secretary arrived to announce the arrival of an old friend, the former Marine Admiral and Chief Instructor, now the commander of the pirate guerrilla forces, Zifa. He is an old acquaintance who often evokes a sense of guilt in Sengoku, yet it seems his friend has emerged from the shadows. Shortly thereafter, Zifa entered, his robust physique imposing, with a massive iron arm crusher slung over his shoulder, his footsteps heavy. His violet hair, though graying with age, still radiated vitality, especially as he saluted Sengoku with remarkable agility. "Thank you for your hard work," Sengoku expressed, his sudden concern momentarily catching Zifa off guard. Removing his glasses, Sengoku sought to avoid a too serious demeanor in conversing with his old companion. "To ensure the smooth execution of this operation, the headquarters has made numerous sacrifices, yet I did not foresee the situation deteriorating to this extent, despite the absence of even a white-bearded figure. The pressure we imposed upon ourselves resulted in significant casualties among the civilians of our department. It may seem somewhat laughable in hindsight, but I must apologize, my old friend. This is my negligence." He fully comprehended the rationale behind Zifa's assistance to the families of the Navy personnel. As Zifa himself had lost his wife and child to a pirate raid, Zifa has always harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil. Although he did not grasp the reason for my apology, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. He had certainly noticed the changes in Marineford. However, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by vengeance. "I can assure you that such an incident will not occur again, and similarly, I hope you can assist me with a certain task." Sengoku stroked the head of the goat beside him, his gaze becoming somewhat elusive. "What did the marshal say to you?" Zifa's subordinate, Ein, a cadre of the pirate guerrilla group, awaited his mentor in the corridor. "Nothing much. Just that he hopes I will undertake a particular task." Zifa shook his head, feeling a sense of moral transgression, yet finding it entirely agreeable, even somewhat anticipated. "Are you experiencing reverse growth?" The peacock was certain he had not suffered memory loss. How could someone he had seen merely 3 days ago undergo such a dramatic transformation? Or was the blow of failure simply too profound? Bruce had become accustomed to such gazes and merely shook his head in silence. After a prolonged period of neglect, it was not surprising that there would be some changes upon resuming activity. "Some changes?" he exclaimed. Never mind. The peacock waved her hand dismissively. "I am responsible for escorting you to the Navy's archives. Everything you wish to see is available there. However, you may only observe, not take anything." She raised a finger to emphasize her point. "Let us proceed. We must arrive before they transfer the documents elsewhere." Unlike some of the other notorious pirates, this one did not exude disdain or indifference. The peacock's tone had lightened considerably, though a hint of suppression still lingered in her expression. "Very well." The archives were not located within the command center and were a 20-minute walk from Bruce's small building. At that moment, Marineford offered no picturesque scenery. The area was dominated by the construction of defensive works, and the most common sights along the way were various black cannon barrels and lifting platforms. It felt as though a dark cloud loomed above the headquarters, with an impending deluge hastening everyone's pace. Colonel Peacock. Colonel. With the Peacock in tow, the nearby Navy personnel quickly granted passage to the two. Contrary to Bruce's expectations of stringent security, the vigilance here could even be described as lax. Most of the truly critical documents had been relocated prior to the evacuation of residents. The Peacock seemed to perceive his confusion and let out a light laugh as she offered an explanation. The dim and silent corridor seemed to lift her spirits considerably. The echo of her boots on the floor resonated for quite a while. The information contained within is of little significance. If you could persuade me, I would not be opposed to letting it go. Bruce remained impassive, asserting that it was unnecessary. He was here in search of clues, and it had not yet reached a point of desperation. Moreover, knowing the location, he could return at any time. Is the light malfunctioning? Upon entering room 1112, Peacock pressed the switch several times. Wait a moment, I will find the duty officer. In truth, Bruce could see clearly even without the light. Otherwise, Moria would not have resided for years in the murky depths of the fog-laden sea. In the darkness, his expression bore a hint of peculiarity. Such a flimsy excuse. What was this naval officer truly up to? To come for research and then claim the light was broken? What a coincidence. Perhaps he sought to test Bruce. Given the recent events, Bruce surveyed the room briefly. Upon entering, he noticed 4 rows of iron shelves, with a set of tables and chairs positioned towards the interior. The shelves were laden with numerous documents, some haphazardly piled, while others were neatly stored in leather pouches. Reports of shipwrecks in the sea from the year 1502 of the Oceanic Era, Captain's Log of the Grand Expedition. Bruce did not limit himself to the archives of the foggy seas. He perused any documents that seemed even remotely relevant, enriching his understanding of this world. After some time, he discovered a uniquely packaged document folder tucked away in a corner. The cover bore the prominent letters MADS, with the title reading A Study on the Correlation Between the Foggy Sea and Certain Devil Fruits. As he grasped this document, it seemed as though a mechanism had been triggered. A faint click resonated, and suddenly, iron chains shot out from the walls, ensnaring his legs, while a large net descended from the ceiling. I knew you would look at this. When Peacock reappeared, she held a candle, its flame already ignited. Molten wax trickling down slowly. The firelight illuminated her face, rendering it radiant. Her smile was slight, her cheeks flushed. The whip trailed on the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Clearly, the chains and net were her handiwork, under the guise of leading the way. She sought to witness a look of shock and discomfort on Bruce's face, expressions he rarely exhibited. Is this your first time? Bruce remained composed. The chains were akin to the weights he trained with, imposing no restriction on his movements, and he effortlessly tore apart the net. The previous flimsy excuses were transparently indicative of underlying issues. In the dimly lit room, the only source of illumination was the candle held by Peacock. The flickering light elongated their shadows, which gradually overlapped. At the very least, he needed to discern what this naval officer intended with such theatrics, the shadow revolution. Peacock's body suddenly stiffened. Surprised, she exclaimed, "You have entered." Chapter 10, Clues in the Misty Sea. You wretched pirate. What have you done to me, a naval colonel? How dare you exert control over my body? Release me at once. The Peacock squawked incessantly, her lips quivering with indignation. Bruce, after carefully inspecting the surroundings and confirming that there were no hidden traps, finally realized that he had encountered the shrimp-headed woman. This female naval officer was merely a prey disguised as a hunter, orchestrating a clumsy charade to fulfill her nefarious objectives. You deserve an Oscar. In that moment, Bruce felt an absurd disparity between himself and the world around him. Do you dare to call a warlord of the sea a mere fish? This was, of course, due to the fact that the term fish resonated more profoundly. All despicable pirates could be categorized as mere fish in his eyes, the Peacock asserted with righteous fervor. This was indeed her first time engaging in such behavior, a significant display of courage for someone who often spoke without thought. Yet, whenever she was with her grandmother, she felt compelled to maintain an unblemished purity in thought, spirit, and body. Throughout her life, she had been subjected to countless humiliations. However, after sustaining such a state for an extended period, the urge to lash out or be lashed became overwhelming, akin to an avalanche that could not be restrained. Especially in the presence of a kindred spirit, Bruce felt a sense of exasperation. Nevertheless, as an exceptionally wealthy, ordinary individual endowed with superpowers, he had dealt with numerous shrimp-headed women before. He exhaled, allowing his emotions to settle once more. Is this what you have placed here? He inquired, gesturing toward the MADS document in his hand. The Peacock remained silent, adopting a defiant demeanor. Not going to speak? Then I suppose I shall release you. Such a line felt peculiar. Bruce's shadow flickered in the candlelight. This truly unsettled the peacock. It is well known that the feeling of being caught in limbo is the most distressing. She feared that if she had to present this mindset to her grandmother, she would be left hanging for an entire year. Her grandmother's ability to cleanse the fruit not only purifies the body, but also the spirit. Isn't that just to ensure you don't bite? Her confidence wavered, yet she added, however, this material pertains to the research conducted prior to Dr. Vegapunk's involvement with us, so it is not overly significant. Bruce perused the document for a while. In our research on the essence of devil fruits, we have discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. Devil fruits, or their users, often unconsciously gravitate toward environments that are most compatible with their abilities. For instance, in the Misty Sea, thanks to the scholars of O'Hara for their historical insights, there have been frequent appearances of fruits such as the Yomi Yomi no Mi, the So So no Mi, the Kage Kage no Mi, the Shur no Mi, and others of a rather ominous nature. This notion is indeed intriguing. However, a substantial portion of the discourse merely presents various examples in an attempt to discern commonalities among these fruits, yet none exemplify the characteristics of the Misty Sea. Ultimately, the conclusions drawn remain at the level of conjecture, amalgamating elements from various mythologies. It could be akin to the tales passed down by our ancestors, suggesting that the dense fog serves as a manifestation of the entrance to the underworld, where lost ships and souls have already ventured into the abyss. But what relevance does this hold for the devil fruits? What is the true essence of these devil fruits? Mr. Vegapunk, this hypothesis is quite captivating. Bruce even wishes to engage in a conversation with this esteemed doctor. The connection between the Misty Sea and the underworld serves as a significant lead. Discovering this does not render his training time wasted. Is there any information regarding Amadeus? He struggles to recall. The peacock's gaze is intensely focused, clearly not indicative of forgetfulness. Bruce is once again rendered speechless. It is only now that he comprehends the meaning behind the other's look aboard the warship. Indeed, it was a gaze directed at a kindred spirit. He silently allows a fissure to open in the tumultuous emotions of crisis and fury that have been bottled up within him. Snap! The shadows of the two intertwine, twisting instantaneously, akin to tree spirits engaged in a frenzied dance, manipulating the human form from the perspective of shadows, capable of executing even more astonishing maneuvers. A flush of crimson suddenly graces the peacock's face, rendering her oblivious to the steel whip and knife that have fallen to the ground. She swears she has never attempted this before. Is it still permissible? Bruce genuinely fears that she might become overwhelmed. They are still within the Navy headquarters, and there is no animosity between them. In fact, she has even rendered some assistance. No worries, I have mastered the 6 styles. You shall not compel this admiral to yield. Bruce muses, supporting his forehead while allowing the shadows to play their part. After a considerable time, Moria emerges from the archives. His expression somewhat bewildered, yet he has amassed a wealth of information. According to the Peacock, MADS was a scientific organization led by Vegapunk prior to his enlistment in the Navy, and true to its name, it engaged in numerous taboo research endeavors, eventually crossing the world government's threshold and being dismantled and absorbed. Another revelation is the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. This tome was not located in the archives. It is carried by the Peacock herself, who insists that Bruce employ further methods before she will relinquish it. How does it feel to be the one coerced? However, the Peacock also mentioned that the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia does not encompass all abilities, and due to differing versions, the content has been truncated and is incomplete. If one were to seek the most comprehensive Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in existence, it would undoubtedly be the one possessed by the Celestial Dragons. Bruce recalls a location mentioned by one of his subordinates. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to revisit this. The Peacock's illustrated guide has already reached Bruce's hands. By the way, there is also the 6 styles. This martial art is rather intriguing. One might seek an opportunity to learn it. As for whom to approach, it can only be that female naval officer of the same kind. Shortly after Bruce departed, the Peacock emerged from the archives. She lowered her hat brim to obscure her expression. Her white coat enveloped her body entirely. Yet her spirit had never felt as pure and content as it did at this moment. It resembled a sage mode, perhaps? A sweet smile graced the Peacock's lips as she intended to spend the entire day in her grandmother's office. Tonight, the crescent moon hangs in the night sky, reminiscent of an eyebrow, casting dim light. Zephyr had already removed the heaviest components of the shredder, leaving behind the core, which was of a normal arm size yet firmly attached to his right shoulder. There were no hands, only 3 dark cannon barrels. Must I truly launch an attack on the Celestial Dragons? He tilted his head upward, feeling that such a night was indeed fitting for some clandestine activities. Though merely for appearances, it was rather exhilarating. He chuckled softly to himself. Zephyr, being alone, felt no fear of the Celestial Dragons. However, To shield his students from any repercussions, he decided to don a black leather coat and a hood. His purple hair was rather conspicuous. Next came the mask. Zephyr had long admired heroic figures and possessed a few masks himself. Gazing at his fully armed self, he couldn't help but chuckle again. He knew that Sengoku must have misunderstood something. In other matters, he might have clarified directly. But the prospect of teaching a lesson to the celestial dragons stirred something within him, especially under the Admiral's orders. Chapter 11. The Illustrated Guide to Devil Fruits. Request for continuation and collection. Bruce perused the illustrated guide to devil fruits within the small building. It cataloged the appearances and abilities of 236 different devil fruits, including the shadow fruit possessed by Moria. One particular description was quite captivating. Shadows are another soul shared by all living beings. Those who lose this essence will turn to ashes under sunlight. This concept of shadows extends beyond mere phenomenon, offering a fascinating explanation. Perhaps it could inspire a new development approach. His ability to create zombies might stem from this very concept. Nevertheless, Bruce was accustomed to relying on himself. Thus far, he had not truly explored the potential of his fruit abilities. His daily physical training and vigilante activities consumed most of his time, which could also be seen as repaying a debt to the former Moria. The development of shadows could wait until he returned to the terrifying ship. Moria's own fruit development was commendable. It was akin to the longest board in a bucket. Even if Bruce invested considerable time in developing new applications, it would not significantly elevate his personal strength. However, the body was a different matter. This was the shortest link in the bucket. Thus, Bruce could distinctly sense his growing strength with each workout. This immediate feedback was undeniably addictive. As night fell, he lit the kerosene lamp in the small building. Perhaps he was truly akin to a peacock. At this moment, his mindset surprisingly relaxed, allowing for the enjoyment of a cup of coffee. "Aphew, coffee," Bruce called out instinctively, expecting the sound of Aphew's methodical footsteps. As he always prepared for Bruce's needs in advance, a gust of wind swept through the window, causing the curtains to billow like the skirt of a dancer. Apart from this, there was no further response. Bruce reclined on the leather sofa, momentarily immobilized. After a considerable pause, his fingers began to trace the pages of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before him. "I must live well before I return," he whispered inwardly, unsure to whom he spoke. He immersed himself once more in the illustrated guide. A cursory glance revealed the three major categories of devil fruits: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. He could bypass Zoan and Logia, as they contained nothing of interest to him. Within the Paramecia category, two fruits piqued his curiosity: the Dordor fruit and the Mirror fruit. Both referenced the concept of alternate dimensions. Bruce's initial hypothesis was that he resided in another plane. Perhaps the existence of an alternate space could be of assistance to him. Naturally, there was another possibility. The wind grew increasingly tumultuous. He rose and approached the window. The night sky was vast, adorned with countless stars. If interstellar travel were involved, it would complicate matters further. However, the sun and moon here were identical to those on Earth, making the likelihood of different planets quite low. He needed to contemplate long-term strategies. Moreover, he was still short on funds. "Captain, are you thinking of Perona?" A series of footsteps filled the silence in the room. As Absalom grinned, Perona was one of Bruce's three unusual subordinates, yet her bond with him was closer. She was his adopted daughter. He wondered where she had gone on her travels. They possessed Perona's life card, assuring them that she was in no danger. Bruce refrained from engaging, closing the encyclopedia before inquiring, "Have you gathered any news?" "All right." Absalom slapped his forehead, his expression turning serious. "The transparent fruit's abilities, aside from those indescribable matters, are exceptionally useful for gathering intelligence. Captain, we are about to strike gold. Do you remember that place you asked me to investigate? It turns out to be the residence of the celestial dragons. Those filthy, wealthy bastards. Captain, shall we take them down?" Absalom's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Damn it. People die for wealth. Birds perish for food." The naval base at Balala had proven utterly fruitless, compelling one to forge their own path. The wealth amassed over the years had been swept away by the Straw Hat crew, leaving both individuals in dire poverty. Even the celestial dragons were not exempt from the need to acquire their due. Bruce, still unaccustomed to the pirate mentality, found himself momentarily taken aback. Before a grin broke across his face, who would have thought he would one day engage in thievery? However, donning a mask meant embracing the role it demanded. While Bruce might have considered the opinions of others, the thought of the celestial dragons had already begun to gnaw at his conscience. Zifa, ever the solitary figure, moved with barely a whisper across the rooftops. His familiarity with Marineford was his greatest asset, having witnessed the streets rise from the ashes of past crises. The officer patrolling the watchtower was a former student whom he had once reprimanded, and a particular building was one he had helped construct. A defensive structure had once been his post. The memories flooded back, softening Zifa's gaze as he looked upon Marineford, his home. He fervently hoped it would not again be reduced to ruins. Hearing the lazy snores of a soldier, he was reminded of an old friend, the cantankerous Carp, who incessantly berated the celestial dragons, yet found himself bound to serve them. Some wear their disdain openly, while others conceal it deep within. Zifa belonged to the latter. His disappointment with this group had long since reached a zenith, and the prospect of a legitimate opportunity to teach them a lesson was one he could hardly refuse. The celestial dragons were coddled within Marineford, residing in villas nestled within the heart of the town, where Zifa noted at least 2 admirals, his students, patrolling nearby. While numerous agents wandered the corridors, the deployment of such manpower during these tense times struck him as a gross misallocation of resources. With an ephemeral grace, Zifa glided into the estate beneath the moonlit sky. According to Sengoku's counsel, he merely needed to create a disturbance to instill a sense of threat among the celestial dragons. This would provide him with just cause to escort the Warlord family to Marineford. Surely, infiltrating the villa would be necessary to evoke that sense of danger. After careful observation, Zifa discerned that the agents in their tailored suits primarily patrolled the ground floor, with only an occasional pair ascending to the upper levels. Thus, the celestial dragon must be located on the first floor, or perhaps even in the basement. Zifa's keen observation and mastery of hockey allowed him to detect several faint breaths below, interspersed with cries. Without further hesitation, he moved with the stealth of a specter, employing the techniques of the Marine 6 styles with effortless ease. Half of the Navy's elite martial arts skills are derived from Zephyr, and in this regard, only Garp can match him in bravado. Unbeknownst to the Navy and the agents, they stealthily infiltrated the basement of the villa. It is no wonder that Sengoku and Tsuru immediately suspected him. Chapter 12. The stage. It seemed that someone was trailing them. Bruce had an inexplicable intuition that someone was following them into the villa's basement. Could it be? After all, this was the territory of the celestial dragons. With Absalom present, they entered boldly. Although the admirals outside possessed the ability of observation hockey, none would be continuously scanning their surroundings. As long as they kept a safe distance, perhaps it would suffice. Bruce stroked his chin, uncertain. If it were a combat instinct, he would trust it wholeheartedly. Yet, this intuition felt as ambiguous as the antlers of an antelope. The basement of the villa was quite spacious. Descending the stairs, the first sight was an oak barrel exuding a tantalizing aroma, presumably a wine cellar. Further inside lay a long corridor. One end connected to a secured vault with an iron door, while the other led to an unknown space, brightly lit with shouts resonating from within. A few agents were stationed there. Hadn't the Roswad family relocated their headquarters here only after the Chambord Archipelago incident? Why was the facility so well equipped? Charles St. Roswad, the celestial dragon who was sent flying by the Straw Hat Boy in the Chambord Archipelago, originally resided there. Absalom chuckled, noting that besides the Navy, the Marine headquarters housed numerous government officials. In recent days, he had gleaned considerable information through his abilities. This villa had been constructed long ago, but upon the arrival of the celestial dragons, their sycophants immediately vacated. Absalom held no personal grudge against the celestial dragons. Rather, he viewed all those wealthier than himself with equal disdain. The celestial dragons represented the most significant gap in wealth. However, this was advantageous. Without some degree of prestige, Absalom would hardly be interested. Rumor had it that Charles Saint had also relocated his assets from the Chambord Archipelago. No wonder. Bruce, a man accustomed to darkness, found his brow furrowing deeply upon hearing the sounds emanating from the other side of the corridor. Though they were engaged in their merriment, they could easily empty the vault. Just as the captain had mentioned a few days prior about robbing the rich to aid the poor, he certainly felt impoverished. Absalom was unaware that his captain had a side gig as a vigilante. As long as a righteous fool didn't appear, everything would be fine. Yet, he had heard whispers of recent rumors circulating within the headquarters. Bruce realized that his subordinate had a tendency to chatter. Nevertheless, as pirates, their primary concern was profit. Should one forcibly demand that others follow in the spirit of selfless dedication, the blade of consequence would likely turn upon oneself. It is only by binding them with mutual benefit that one can guide them to pursue their own desires. The passage of time has transformed Bruce, who is no longer the naive individual that returned to Gotham. However, his past obsession has only grown more stubborn. It can wait a while before being addressed. He cast a deep glance in that direction, then proceeded with his companion, avoiding the ruckus, directly toward the underground vault. Along the way, they encountered several agents, whom Bruce swiftly lulled into slumber. Before the vault stood a formidable iron door, 3 meters high, with a lock the size of a human head. Absalom, unfazed, expertly began to probe the shape of the lock with a hook. Once he felt it was adequate, he allowed Bruce to manifest the corresponding shadow key. The shadows summoned by his ability were inherently mutable entities. It was evident that this was not their first endeavor of this sort, after all. The corpses utilized by the zombie legion did not simply materialize aboard the haunted ship. Absalom occasionally glanced back, aware that they were in the naval headquarters. A breach here would indeed present a serious predicament. "It's open," Absalom exclaimed with excitement. This was a first for him, raiding the celestial dragons. The vast majority resided in Mariawa, a place where not even ordinary folk could tread, let alone pirates. Their outings were often grand spectacles, with admirals summoned at the slightest provocation, making the risk exceedingly high. This time, however, they benefited from the status of Warlord of the Sea, allowing them direct access to the naval headquarters. Perhaps the Navy never anticipated such audacity from a distinguished warlord. As Absalom pushed the door, he seemed to behold an array of glimmering gold. The interior of the vault was encased by 3 metallic walls, with gold piled like small mountains. Alongside a display case showcasing exquisite jewelry and jeweled swords, Absalom grasped gold in one hand and jewelry in the other. Akin to an awestruck Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, speechless in wonder. This was indeed a fortune. He owed a debt of gratitude to the Straw Hat Boy. Had the latter not decimated his wealth, he might not have mustered such courage. Bruce, however, remained composed. He had experienced the world. His gaze soon fell upon a tome at the bottom of the display case, a compendium of devil fruits, significantly thicker than the one given to him by Peacock. Just as he was about to peruse its contents, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. The blaring sound diverted their attention from the treasures. Absalom, holding the gold, felt a jolt of panic. How could this be? He was certain he had not triggered the alarm. "Let us take a few valuables," Bruce decisively suggested. Despite having never partaken in such an act, he relied on his instinct, swiftly pocketing several conspicuously valuable pieces of jewelry, along with that volume on devil fruits. Turning his head, Bruce observed that Absalom had already filled himself. "Forget it. This fellow possesses the transparent fruit. You go ahead." With a nod and without a hint of hesitation, Absalom turned and fled. "Is this truly my subordinate?" Bruce's lips twitched slightly. After exiting the basement, he did not retrace his steps, but instead, at a fork in the path, suddenly manifested a shadow clone. The clone dashed towards the wine cellar, while he proceeded directly to the previously raucous area. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere had now grown eerily quiet. As he reached the end of the crowded corridor, it opened up into a spacious circular area reminiscent of an arena. The arched walls were adorned with exquisite paintings, suggesting that the interior was once opulent. "Help me." A man in a suit, dragging a trail of blood, desperately crawled toward Bruce at the corridor's end. His fingers pressed against a concealed button at the base of the wall. "Is that the alarm you pressed? Is it His Excellency Charles?" Bruce leaned down to respond for the man, while covering the struggling mouth with his palm. The man's eyes widened as he stammered, attempting to shout. Bruce swiftly rendered him unconscious through physical means. The circular space spiraled downward, much like the audience seating of a theater. Surrounding the central stage were only a handful of seats, lavishly decorated, alongside unfinished wine glasses. There were also the bodies of deceased agents. Bruce recognized that they had been brutally slain by fists. Blood pooled toward the stage, thick and vivid. Standing atop it, Bruce easily beheld a figure clad in leather and a mask, gripping the neck of a man dressed in a white cloak, resembling a celestial dragon. With a fierce twist, there was a sickening crack. Chapter 13. Special Zombie Number 901. The masked man also tilted his head back, his breathing labored, eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing Bruce, shrouded in shadows, he calmly removed his mask, revealing a face marked by exhaustion. The heavy stench of blood made his breaths painful. Were it anyone else, even a Navy officer, Zifa in this state would have engaged in combat. Yet this vigilante was different. Zifa, having witnessed the atrocities committed, felt a sense of empathy. Is it difficult to accept? Bruce could not see what lay on the stage before him. He could only discern several iron cages beside the crimson curtain, containing humans. Some bodies were grotesquely twisted, having undergone some form of alteration, mechanical parts cruelly embedded in their flesh, their skin reddened. Others were marred with scars, bloodstains covering their pale skin. There were those whose ordeals Bruce could scarcely imagine. Yet, paradoxically, someone bestowed upon them a conclusion they yearned for yet could never attain. The grotesque visage reverted to tranquility. It is not difficult to surmise the sequence of events. Bruce's mind had already reconstructed the entire affair. An elderly man, for reasons unknown, infiltrated this place and made choices contrary to those of himself and his companions at the fork in the road, while he was rummaging for gold in the underground vault. This elder had already arrived on this stage. The sights he beheld here were intolerable, driving him into a frenzy. Was it the absurdity of such events occurring in this place that was hard to accept, or was it the mere existence of such occurrences? Bruce had a faint recollection of this elder, former Navy Admiral Zephyr. After losing his right arm, he had remained silent for a long time, only recently resurfacing with a band of students to form a pirate guerrilla group. None of this concerned Bruce. He could easily flee, allowing the Navy to contend with one another. That would be the rational course of action. Yet, inexplicably, the ferocity of the bloodshed sent his heart racing. A senseless intoxication enveloping him. The wanton slaughter seemed to echo a voice within him, proclaiming, "This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating." It ensnared his feet. Zephyr cast a glance in his direction, inquiring, "Are you with the Navy?" Bruce shook his head. "A pirate? So what? It matters not. If you wish to avoid being implicated by me, you should depart swiftly, and then you would bear my previous reputation, only to be executed by the Navy in plain sight." Bruce's tone was far from amiable. His inner turmoil twisted within him. On one hand, he reveled in the carnage, while on the other, he detested that very ecstasy. Even his gaze towards Zephyr turned somewhat hostile. At 70 years of age, he had managed to create such chaos. He left nothing for Bruce. Zephyr found himself at a loss for words. He was unsure when his emotions had become so repressed. Perhaps it was when he learned that his wife and children had been slain by the very pirates he had spared, or perhaps it was while aboard the training ship, gazing upon the deck strewn with corpses. Or maybe it was during the relentless pursuit of vengeance. Marineford was the harbor of his soul, the dam that contained all his suppressed emotions. Now it had collapsed. "I will explain everything to Sengoku," he thought. The cost of this collapse was the blood-soaked scene before him. He had personally slain a celestial dragon. When Bruce raised his head, a hint of a sinister smile played on his lips. "I must say, not bad at all. However, we could certainly do better, for the sake of your students." He had approached Zephyr, seemingly able to perceive the heavy fatigue and despondency weighing upon him. What a torturous day it had been. Bruce's heart raced even faster. Such a scene, such suffering seemed to touch upon some hidden switch within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, to unleash a few bursts of mirth. The corners of Bruce's mouth twitched as if caught in a spasm, rising and then swiftly erased, oscillating, yet ultimately returning to a state of tranquility. His will transcended that impulsive urge. Zephyr's gaze concealed a sharpened vigilance. One significant reason he chose to converse with Bruce rather than dispatch him outright was the latter's past endeavor in mending the dam. Yet, that noble act appeared to have soured. The figure before him, shrouded in shadow, seemed to gradually transform into a being he profoundly detested, a person who regarded life as mere plaything. Fortunately, restraint was ultimately restored in Bruce. The sharpness in Zephyr's eyes slowly faded as well. "I possess a means to alter the outcome." Bruce's smile vanished, replaced by an air of indifference. "At the very least, you and your students shall not face repercussions. After all, Zephyr has accomplished all he set out to do." Absalom was right. This was the folly of justice. Yet, a world cannot be composed solely of the astute. It is necessary to allow the foolish to persist. To kill a celestial dragon and be held accountable. Could one truly resurrect the deceased? Even so, Zephyr would willingly accept blame to have the chance to slay him once more. What method? He recalled those students who had followed him. "Entrust your shadow to me." Shadow. Zephyr suddenly exuded an aura as fierce as a bleeding tiger. The weight of fatigue swept away, his gaze fixated intently on the shadow enveloping Bruce, as if attempting to pierce through his innermost thoughts. The potential of the shadow ignited numerous ideas within him, but also deepened the mystery. Bruce did not press for explanations, merely stating, "Time is fleeting. Decide for yourself." Time seemed to come to a standstill in that subterranean chamber. The viscous blood ceased to flow, beginning to darken and coagulate, the crystal chandelier stained with crimson, casting shadows that appeared tainted. The portrait hanging on the wall obscured the eyes of its subject. Bruce remained oblivious to the internal struggle Zephyr was enduring. Perhaps both harbored a code against killing, or perhaps Zephyr truly feared retribution against his students. In that moment, trust eluded him, even towards the Navy. Nevertheless, before the sound of approaching footsteps could intensify, Zephyr ultimately nodded. Very well. He lowered his head, resembling an elderly man who had inadvertently harmed his own children. Flustered, yet stubbornly convinced of his own righteousness, he merely usurped Bruce's life. Without a shadow, exposure to sunlight would render one to ashes. Bruce offered a final reminder, and upon seeing the elder's acquiescence, he extended his hand to seize the shadow beneath Zephyr's feet. He then thrust it into the recently deceased body of Charlo Saint, a celestial dragon zombie. When it rose, the white robe was already stained crimson, its head twisted at a right angle. It was the particularly notable zombie number 901. Bruce internally bestowed a name upon this zombie. adhering to the nomenclature he had established for his previous legion of the undead. I had anticipated that Marineford would diverge from this pattern. The Saint Eye of Charles, infused with the shadow of Zephyr, bore an extraordinary gravitas. Yet, the darkness before me revealed an unchanging reality, as if my entire existence had been in vain. The newly risen zombies retained the consciousness of their former selves. Should one forge a pact that contravenes their original intentions, it necessitated the obliteration of their memories. Adjusting the neck, binding the wound with a bandage. After all, you had been injured before, and don't forget to spritz on some perfume to mask the stench of decay. Bruce interrupted the online musings of Special Zombie Number 901, issuing commands with a cold and unyielding tone. None of this contravened Zephyr's wishes. Initially, zombies often exhibited a degree of rebellion, requiring time to become obedient, absolute submission to those with abilities. Our time was limited. The sound of hurried footsteps outside grew increasingly distinct as the perceptive team of agents commenced their sweep. However, Bruce had his shadow create a diversion, delaying their advance. I understood that I would manage all of this. Special Zombie Number 901 was acutely aware of his existence's purpose. His memories had, of course, remained intact, granting him a stronger volition. We exchanged a glance. In this form, could I perceive more than before? What is it that you desire? Zephyr cast a weighty gaze upon Bruce, skeptical of goodwill without cause. The celestial dragon zombie might indeed present a boon. And what of himself? The next encounter would reveal that. Bruce said little, disregarding how Zephyr intended to depart this place. The old man had a method to enter silently. Surely he could exit just as stealthily. Meanwhile, Bruce focused his thoughts. Shadow Warrior. His essence swapped positions with the shadow that had long since fled, and in an instant, Bruce found himself on the periphery of the villa, encircled by agents. Chapter 14. Masterful Techniques. Please read and collect. Seize him. The suited leader of the agents barked incessantly. The previous failure on Shambody Archipelago had irrevocably quashed his aspirations for ascension to CP0. Should any further complications arise, he could very well find himself dispatched to impel down. He did not merely call upon others. Seizing an opportunity, he plunged into the fray himself. Do not fret. This fellow is not as formidable as he appears. The agent leader had previously gauged the shadow's strength. He circled to the rear, observing the shadow preoccupied with two agents in front, and executed a sweeping kick. Gale kick. The air was abruptly stirred, forming an almost tangible slash aimed directly at the shadow. Yet, the shadow seemed endowed with a sixth sense, suddenly crouching to evade the strike, and in a fluid motion, grasped the ankles of the two agents before him. He lifted them upside down and hurled them backward. The agent leader believed he heard the ominous crack of bones. Bruce's movements flowed like water. With a swift turn, he cast a glance at the head of the agents who had just ambushed him, his eyes seemingly glinting with a predatory light, causing the agent leader's heart to tremble violently. How had this shadow suddenly transformed so dramatically? Unfortunately, he was not a time traveler. Otherwise, he would have understood that this was a change in form. As the agent leader saw his opponent charging directly towards him, he quickly planted his feet and thrust his fingers forward like a firearm. Finger gun. Bruce did not evade or retreat. Instead, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast. Just as the compressed air from the agent's finger gun was about to puncture his forehead, he abruptly tilted his head. The finger gun grazed past him. In an instant, Bruce was within striking distance of the agent leader. He seized the retreating wrist with one hand while raising his elbow high with the other. Thai boxing is renowned for its power and swiftness, utilizing fists, legs, knees, and elbows as weapons. The bony protrusion of the elbow is one of the human body's most formidable and sharp weapons. Thus, an elbow strike. The agent leader was instantly plunged into a serene slumber. While Bruce's actions were indeed swift and fierce, having dispatched a few agents, more were rushing in. An even greater concern loomed with the Navy stationed outside. This was the Navy headquarters, after all. Without revealing the power of his fruit, Bruce had never engaged in a direct confrontation with a Navy Vice Admiral using solely his physical prowess. As he contemplated his strategy, Vice Admiral Dalmesia was already raising his nose, detecting the scent of blood. He ordered the sealing of all exits and dispatched 2 additional teams to safeguard Charlos Saint. A celestial dragon must not encounter any mishap at the Navy headquarters. He swiftly completed his deployment, then dropped to all fours, following the scent of blood with haste. Vice Admiral Dalmesia possessed the abilities of the dog fruit, allowing him to maintain a hybrid human-animal form, thereby enhancing his tracking and hunting prowess. It was most fitting for him to undertake the task of tracing the source of the blood. Others would only impede his efforts. He climbed onto a rooftop, sniffing the air, and found the scent growing more potent. Indeed, it emanated from within a villa. As Bruce traversed the alleyways, he felt that familiar instinct once more. Before he could turn back, a sudden rush of wind erupted behind him. In a split second, Bruce relied entirely on his instinct for battle, executing a forward roll to evade the incoming strike of debris. Turning back, he beheld a towering man adorned with a spotted dog cap, a Navy vice admiral. His speed and tracking was likely due to his devil fruit abilities, evident from his distinctive attire. The two exchanged a fleeting glance, devoid of any pleasantries, and immediately engaged in combat. Bruce was shrouded in suspicion. Having emerged from the villa, he reeked of blood. In Vice Admiral Dalmatia's eyes, the word murderer was practically emblazoned on his forehead. He lay flat on the ground, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, resembling a ferocious beast, and then suddenly lunged forward, his 4 canine teeth becoming remarkably sharp. Bruce's mastery of timing was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as the beast lunged, he abruptly bent down, clasping the opponent's head with both hands, and forcefully slammed it down. This principle of overcoming strength with softness embodies the essence of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, akin to the ancient martial arts of a certain Eastern nation. Bruce, having assimilated the strengths of various styles, crafted a combat technique uniquely his own. General Dalmatia possessed exceptional resilience. After rolling on the ground to dissipate the force, he swiftly bent his head and kicked off the ground, soaring into the air. Fong of the Pointer, his 6 fingers intertwined to create a strike resembling fangs, aimed menacingly at Bruce. Without utilizing his fruit abilities, such close-range slashes indeed posed a vulnerability for Bruce, who could only maneuver left and right in the alley, barely evading the assault. Observing this, Dalmatia lunged again. Though he had mastered the 6 styles, his human-beast hybrid form granted him superior power and speed in close combat. However, just within close range, he quickly employed another technique from the 6 styles, paper drawing. His body became as light as paper, slipping away from Bruce's grasp. Bruce furrowed his brow. He had just executed Wing Chun's Chi Sao, which could have kept the rear admiral close. If he had followed up with a jiu-jitsu technique to pin him down, he could have unleashed a devastating series of punches. Alas, the combination failed to materialize. Unbeknownst to him, the astonishment within General Dalmatia far surpassed his own. In that fleeting moment, his observation haki sensed an overwhelming danger, compelling him to retreat hastily. This fellow's strength was clearly inferior to mine. Yet, his masterful close-quarter techniques and precise timing completely overwhelmed General Dalmatia, marking him as one of the few individuals capable of suppressing him in the realm of martial arts. "You should not be an obscure figure," he uttered, his first words of the evening. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had begun to drizzle, the scent of damp earth filling his nostrils. Regrettably, as he lunged at Bruce for the 3rd time, he adjusted his strategy, opting to pounce without biting. Instead, he aimed a powerful headbutt. His hood fell away, revealing a matte black coating on his forehead, relying heavily on brute force. Bruce countered with a knee and elbow strike, the collision of their flesh resonating like the clash of metal. Dalmatia's supporting hind legs sank deeply into the ground. Bruce staggered back repeatedly. Is this the power of armament hockey? Pain shot through his kneecap and radius as if they had been dislocated, causing his eyes to redden. Were it not for the resilience of his body, that collision might have shattered his bones. Bruce was contemplating whether to utilize his fruit abilities when he suddenly noticed a blank space amidst the curtain of rain. At that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Absalom, that fellow, still had some semblance of conscience. Vanished. Admiral Dalmatia's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had completely disappeared. He raised his head again, sniffing the air vigorously. Unfortunately, the rain had washed away all sense. Helpless, he could only twist his body and mutter. This guy's martial arts are truly formidable. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly outclassed in close combat, and this was while in a hybrid form. Chapter 15. Assessing gains. Are you all right, Captain? Upon returning to the small building, Absalom dutifully inquired, perhaps with a hint of skepticism. He had personally witnessed the captain, without utilizing any abilities, engaging in a back and forth with a Navy admiral skilled in close-quarter combat, using only his physical prowess. If Moria had possessed such strength earlier, defeating the Straw Hat crew would have been a trivial matter. Bruce stretched his arm, the stinging sensation still quite pronounced. It seemed a bone had shifted out of place. Not too bad. Injury was a commonplace occurrence for him. He used his uninjured hand to realign the bone with a sharp crack, the sinews returning to their rightful position. What's wrong? He noticed an unusual expression in Absalom's eyes. Nothing. The tiger-faced man shook his head repeatedly. His captain, who once only desired to lie down, was now able to nonchalantly realign his bones. Absalom was at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow, attributing everything to that Straw Hat kid. Let us assess our gains. Although he was the leader, Clear accounts were fundamental for a team to sustain itself over time. Bruce was already contemplating matters concerning the team. Relying solely on himself, whether in the fog-laden sea or in search of the two devil fruits related to alternate dimensions, was no simple task. All right. Upon mentioning this, Absalom visibly perked up. He had come prepared, carrying several bags with him. Upon clearing them out, he discovered that this fellow had managed to escape with 20 gold bars. This was a commodity that had no trouble finding buyers. On the black market, each could fetch 10 million berries. As a non-renewable rare metal, gold was always a hard currency, even in this world, with nearly 10,000 berries per gram. The gold bars in the Celestial Dragon's vault weighed a kilogram each. In other words, had he just absconded with 200 million berries? He should have brought 2 more. Absalom felt invigorated, yet he candidly admitted, "But without your cover, Captain, I might not have escaped." Without carrying gold bars, one can run freely. However, the risk increases significantly when they are present, given their considerable weight. Oh, how elusive is the notion of achieving a perfect balance in this world. Absalom felt a twinge of melancholy, contemplating whether he might persuade Hogabak to fashion him an additional organ for carrying items next time. Bruce, on the other hand, revealed the jewelry and the compendium he had tucked away. The jewelry shimmered with a lustrous brilliance, undoubtedly valuable. Gold is easily divisible, but the fate of the jewelry shall be determined upon its sale, which may only transpire after the conclusion of the war above. Absalom proposed venturing to the Queen of Spring City to dispose of the loot, a locale with which he was well acquainted. "Fear not. There will surely be a share for you." "Hee, I trust the captain." Absalom beamed with delight. Regardless of the heights of prosperity he once enjoyed or the subsequent downfall against the Straw Hat Lad, treachery had never crossed his mind. Beyond the bonds forged over years of camaraderie, a significant factor was Moria's generous treatment of his subordinates. Hence, he refrained from taking the gold bars, preferring to wait until both the jewelry and the gold could be dealt with together. In Marineford, there were few opportunities to spend money. It was prudent to conceal their possessions discreetly, as the Navy would likely come seeking answers soon. Tonight's events would not conclude so easily. Yet, Bruce remained unperturbed. As long as no tangible evidence existed, the Navy would not act against him at this hour. Nonetheless, the martial arts of this world are indeed remarkable. He had already witnessed the marvels of the so-called 6 styles, with the exception of the peacock. Bruce cast a few glances outside. The naval headquarters was ablaze with light, and the searchlights from the gun towers swept over the small building, briefly illuminating his shadow before swiftly moving away. For many, this night would undoubtedly be one of insomnia. Kizaru was quite displeased. "It is truly splendid that you are unharmed, Your Excellency Charleroi. However, it is difficult to fathom that such a sinister place could exist within the headquarters. Many had perished here, including numerous officials dispatched by the world government to the Navy. This posed a troublesome predicament. Indeed, a masked killer, especially zombie number 901, who wore an expression of sheer terror and timidity. They must not be allowed to escape. They absolutely cannot. Yes. Yet, if the circumstances here were to leak, it would undoubtedly affect the morale of the Navy, placing me in a difficult position. Your safety is also a significant concern. Has Kizaru already received word from Sengoku? Zombie number 901 sensed the insinuation in the other S words and inquired. Then what should we do? Let me, Vice Admiral Dalmatia, escort you back to the Holy Land tonight. Kizaru, disinclined to visit Mariewa, nonchalantly summoned a sturdy individual and assigned Vice Admiral Dalmatia, who had just returned and was preparing to report, to the task. Me? But, Your Excellency Kizaru, that masked shadow. There is no shadow. The yellow ape approached Dalmatia, patting him on the shoulder. It was indeed a vengeance from the pirates, a result that the fleet admiral must have desired. Initially, Yellow Ape contemplated whether it was merely a self-directed spectacle, but upon witnessing the horrific scene, he dismissed that notion. The truth, after all, held little significance. In any case, it was no longer his concern. He could return to his slumber. The following day, the Navy came knocking at Bruce's door bright and early. It was the familiar duo, Yukimura and Peacock, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, evidently having searched throughout the night. "We apologize for the intrusion, Lord Moria. Last night, a pirate attack occurred at the headquarters, resulting in the deaths of several officials. This matter is of great importance. May we enter and investigate?" Peacock maintained a serious demeanor. A minor quirk did not hinder her from fulfilling her duties as a naval officer. General Ghost Spider was known to execute his subordinates without hesitation. Bruce glanced behind him, noticing no additional naval officers. The choice to engage 2 familiar officers in inquiry was, in itself, a signal. "Come in," he said, bemused by their use of pirate terminology. Was it particularly related to the arrangement of zombie number 901? However, after listening to Peacock for a while, he understood. This was a means of diverting attention. A way to bolster morale. Do you know the former Admiral Zifa? Bruce inquired at the doorway, directing his question towards Peacock. Of course, she nodded. Many of us learned our martial arts from the chief instructor, but due to certain matters, his views on pirates are somewhat radical. Her words seemed far more credible than Peacock's previous assertions. Bruce chose not to elaborate further. He had not even mentioned Absalom in regard to his own arrangements with Zifa. Rather than relying on trust, he preferred to be adequately prepared. If you have any messages, I can relay them, though I cannot guarantee a response from Instructor Zifa. She added. Perhaps due to their shared circumstances, Peacock's demeanor towards him was notably warmer. He did not strike her as a typical pirate. No need, Bruce replied, disinclined to use her as a conduit to Zifa. Chapter 16. The Five Elders, Show Me the Money. In comparison to Peacock, Zifa was a far superior figure for learning. Besides, they shared a certain history. However, the time was not ripe for such interactions. Bruce remained patient, commencing his morning exercises as per usual. Today's training regimen, in addition to the standard strength exercises, included a review session. He meticulously recalled his skirmish with the Naval Rear Admiral the previous night. He had employed 2 close-quarters captures. One was a judo throw, and the other was Wing Chun's sticky hands. Yet, the adversary had not utilized paper for the first attack. On the second, it seemed he had anticipated that both techniques yielded similar outcomes. Clearly, he was not oblivious to the situation. The only distinction lay in Bruce's own thoughts. During his first encounter with a back throw, Bruce found himself in a phase of exploration, lacking the intent to continue his offensive. However, by the second attempt, he was already contemplating the application of a powerful punch. Is this the distinction between the two experiences? Bruce recalled another extraordinary force akin to the armament hockey, the observation hockey, reputed to foresee an enemy's actions. How then should he confront such adversaries? His hands instinctively struck, his mind racing with strategies to subdue such foes. Perhaps entering a state akin to flow? He halted his movements, closing his eyes to reflect for a moment. Lacking a sparring partner for validation, Bruce remained humble. During his travels, he had sought the teachings of masters from various schools and later trained under a ninja master. Acutely aware of the difference between guided practice and the folly of blind training, which could lead to severe repercussions in real combat, he decided to wait a bit longer. Concluding his reflections, Bruce commenced strength training. Unable to bring a ship anchor into the naval headquarters, he requested a weighted training block from the Navy, which, made of an unknown metal, was the size of a barrel and weighed an astonishing 500 pounds. After all, even a mid-admiral here possessed greater strength than he. Yet, Bruce felt no discouragement. Rather, he relished the exhilarating sensation of his strength incrementally increasing, the relentless pressure on his body inducing a state of transcendence, allowing him to suppress the sense of impending crisis entirely. Meanwhile, within the command room of the headquarters, Sengoku sat at his desk, one hand stroking a goat, while the other fed various confidential documents into its mouth, serving as his personal shredding machine. How utterly dismal. Sengoku struggled to maintain a stern expression, preventing a smile from creeping onto his lips. Just as the announcement of executions had resonated across the world, pirates hastily initiated their retaliatory actions, displaying audacious recklessness. He had already drafted a report for the Gorosei, beginning and concluding with self-reproach, encapsulated in 2 words, funding request. This was where he diverged from Akainu. Sengoku did not place as much value on pride. Thankfully, Zephyr, how are you faring? Zephyr sat across from him, his demeanor considerably darker than during their last meeting, clad in a heavy overcoat that concealed his form. My old injuries have flared up, and I am currently sensitive to light. Zephyr provided a compelling excuse for his condition. His body bore numerous old wounds, any one of which could serve as justification. After all, he was advancing in years. Sengoku sighed, harboring no doubts about this. Zephyr was a septuagenarian, after all. How youthful could he possibly be? Having executed the recent punitive measures, Sengoku too was nearing retirement age. Even with lingering uncertainties, they were not matters for him to dwell upon. I will expedite the approval of the pirate guerrilla squad's application, including the naval stone warship you have long desired. Zifa, in the New World, failed to locate the perpetrator who had slain his student and briefly contemplated whether the individual had sought refuge in the calm belt. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, a cryptic expression flickered in his eyes. While the approval of the Seastone warship was commendable, it paled in significance when juxtaposed with the weight of another matter that occupied his heart. His own shadow had become a celestial dragon. Moreover, that person's powers had sufficiently illuminated Zifa's understanding of their identity. A pirate, his trust in the Navy had eroded significantly. to the point where he yearned to confront his somewhat self-satisfied old friend, questioning him about the events transpiring within the villa. Nevertheless, Zifa ultimately refrained from voicing his inquiry, perhaps out of a fear of the response. With numerous burdens weighing on his heart, time seemed increasingly scarce. The night descended swiftly, yet the moonlight shone brilliantly, casting a silvery frost upon the ground. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a moonlit scene. Suddenly, Zifa turned around, spotting a man concealed in the shadows, appearing behind him like a specter. He had long anticipated this individual's arrival, yet he was bewildered by how the man had managed to approach without his observation hockey detecting him. In a low voice, he remarked, hiding in the thick fog. One would struggle to see even the moon, let alone the sun. Bruce realized that their thoughts were not aligned. He had merely been lamenting the rarity of such a clear night sky in the bustling city, while Zifa was recalling his experiences in the misty waters of Moria. Indeed, Bruce found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing someone was natural, failing to do so was abnormal. The ability to manipulate shadows was a hallmark skill, and aside from Moria, no one else possessed it. Yet, Bruce believed the individual would never speak freely in front of the Navy's higher-ups. Their mutual distrust was palpable, including between themselves. Zifa's murmurs were laden with countless grievances and reflections. Why do you not eliminate those scoundrels? Are you deliberately imitating me? This very notion elicited a sense of empathy within Zifa. However, upon further contemplation, he considered that this pirate might have orchestrated a premeditated ruse, mimicking him to sow doubt in the minds of Sengoku and Tsuru, allowing everything to unfold seamlessly, merely requiring his timely appearance in the villa's basement. This rendered all things explicable. Everything was a cunning plot from which he could not extricate himself. This was a devil. Zifa was engaged in a final test, striving to unveil the true form of the devil lurking in the shadows. His gaze momentarily sharpened with intensity before reverting to one of despondency. It was indeed Bruce's first encounter with someone asserting that he was imitating another. He found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to accomplish? Zifa, unable to extract any information, was no longer in a hurry. I have an idea that requires validation, and I also wish to learn some things from you. This, in truth, was the reason for Bruce's presence. He held profound respect for the educator. Learn? The self-destruct bomb within Zephyr's mechanical arm retracted once more, his tone incredulous. A character noted for neglecting body techniques wishes to learn from a fruitless practitioner like himself? To learn how to live after losing an arm? Zephyr felt a twinge of frustration but decided to probe further. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to validate? If your intention is to transform this old man into a puppet at your command, I would advise you to keep that notion to yourself. Bruce reflected quietly. I am contemplating whether entering a state of complete detachment from self and surroundings could influence the perception of observation hockey. Chapter 17, The Marine's 6 Styles. A state of complete detachment? Zephyr grasped the essence of his inquiry. Observation hockey during combat largely relies on the emotional states, aura, and movement trajectories of one's opponent to derive intuitive insights. Indeed, a state of detachment could lead to misjudgments on the part of the hockey user. Yet employing such a state in the heat of battle is inherently demanding. His assessment was that the idea was commendable, but its execution was fraught with difficulty. Then, he observed Bruce assuming a fighting stance, seemingly eager to seek his guidance, which left Zephyr feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Rather than harboring sinister intentions, Bruce's singular focus on learning made it challenging for the old man to respond with force. Truly, he was a master at manipulating emotions. Unbeknownst to Bruce, Zephyr had already labeled him. He remained engrossed in his contemplation. The interplay of emotions and movement trajectories was undoubtedly more manageable than foresight. The state of complete detachment, however, was an elusive aspiration. Zephyr instinctively felt compelled to deliver a lesson, but noticed that when Bruce opened his eyes again, there was an absence of self within them. Tai Chi had delved deeply into this state, and during his time with the ninja master, Bruce had also studied this near-flow state. Coupled with his innate talent, this was not a formidable challenge for him. Zephyr found himself invigorated. Channeling his observation hockey, the world before his eyes transformed into a thermal image, with countless threads of light interweaving to form trajectories of force. You may attack. He regained the demeanor of a chief instructor, his presence markedly altered. Upon hearing this, Bruce sprang into action, swiftly launching a straight punch followed by a low roundhouse kick, each move an instinctive manifestation etched into his soul from years of practice. Not good. You cannot catch me. The intentions were too apparent. Zephyr easily evaded Bruce's consecutive strikes. Although the emotional fluctuations had vanished, the movement trajectories remained clear. Your approach is unworkable. In his role as chief instructor, Zephyr was particularly stern. Bruce withdrew from the flow state, pondering quietly. Zephyr refrained from interrupting. Emotional fluctuations could be masked by the flow state, but how could one alter movement trajectories? Bruce felt he might have fallen into a trap. He should utilize anticipation to capture his opponent's predictions about him, essentially, to anticipate their anticipation. Resolutely, he set his thoughts into motion. As his eyes fluttered open and closed, he slipped into a state of flow, preparing for another offensive while simultaneously envisioning the myriad possibilities of his opponent's evasion or counterattack. Among the countless scenarios, he relied on his honed instincts to select the most probable course of action, acting swiftly before his adversary could alter their strategy. His straight punch halted abruptly before Zephyr's face, the motion morphing into an elbow strike characteristic of Muay Thai. This elbow strike coincided perfectly with Zephyr's head movement. Zephyr could only raise his left hand to deflect the oncoming blow. Have you found your rhythm? In that fleeting moment, Zephyr observed the opponent's trajectory shift with remarkable speed, almost as if their gazes collided. There was a flicker of realization. Bruce's eyes sharpened, and he felt a burgeoning understanding of the movement patterns. Did you see that? Zephyr found himself momentarily speechless. Upon witnessing Bruce's nod, a profound sense of murderous intent surged within him. Perhaps I should simply perish alongside this pirate. How much time had passed? The rudiments of observation hockey had already been grasped. Zephyr recognized the opponent's exceptional skill and combat experience, prompting a torrent of ire directed at the intelligence department. He then recalled that rascal Carp, who, at such a young age, managed to defeat someone like Moria. Clearly, his strength was not to be underestimated. The future might indeed pose a significant threat. Bruce felt as though he had touched upon a deeper intuition, as if he were reaching into another realm. Powerful trajectories and the emotional fluctuations of sentient beings manifested before him. There were darker, more ineffable elements, still somewhat nebulous. Perhaps due to his lack of proficiency, he sensed that what he perceived in this state of flow diverged somewhat from Zephyr's description, possibly linked to his persistent sense of crisis. Habitually, he refrained from voicing these concerns. Indeed, practice is still necessary. Zephyr had no intention of allowing the pirates to gain the upper hand. The dual hockey was standard for a Marine vice-admiral, while a mere Shichibukai had only grasped the rudimentary form of observation hockey. Bruce nodded in agreement. Very well. What else do you wish to learn from me? Zephyr felt a twinge of discomfort. Throughout his tenure as chief instructor, he had encountered numerous formidable individuals, with the 3 current admirals standing out as the most exceptional. Bruce's performance was edging into that elite category, yet regrettably, he was a pirate. Zephyr, feeling somewhat unconvinced, sought to uncover facts that could counter his own hypothesis. The 6 powers of the Marines. This was what Bruce most coveted at present. Indeed, even with prior anticipation, Zephyr's expression was one of turmoil. Allowing a pirate to master the Marine 6 powers would render him a traitor to the Navy. However, in reality, the opponent had indeed saved him. The notions of devilry and conspiracy remained confined to Zephyr's own conjectures, as he had yet to find any substantial evidence. With a furrowed brow, he resolved to take it one step at a time. After all, this fellow could only linger at headquarters for 6 days. One cannot possibly learn everything, can one? Alternatively, one might first identify the vulnerabilities of this pirate to validate his assumptions. For the next 4 days, Bruce dedicated himself to study and training. Perhaps it was due to the mass relocation of residents, or perhaps the strategies employed by Sengoku were indeed effective. During this period, Marineford was particularly serene, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. This tranquility rendered Bruce's role as a part-time vigilante somewhat redundant. It was not that the quality of the Marine forces had significantly improved, but rather the pressure of war was palpable. The tactic of deflecting conflict proved to be remarkably effective, though unemployment in his role was not a grave concern. Bruce felt a sense of repression from the absence of an outlet for his frustrations. Zifa, despite his verbal reluctance, approached teaching with utmost seriousness. Over the span of 4 evenings, Bruce mastered the techniques of Soru, Jeppu, and Shurgon, though he was still on the verge of mastering the latter. His weight needed to decrease further. Otherwise, the explosive power required for Soru would need to be doubled. Bruce was particularly fixated on addressing his shortcomings in mid-range combat. During the day, Bruce practiced kicking stones at the small building. This was a method taught by Zifa, to reduce a stone the size of a human head to that of a soybean in a short period, thereby preparing for the explosive force of Soru. The courtyard outside the small building was already littered with numerous fragments of stone, arranged in a progressive order from large to small. After a brief practice, he heard some commotion outside. He immediately ceased his training, executed a few steps of Jeppu to ascend to the 2nd floor, and gazed down. He spotted a female Marine, donned in a fisherman's hat, stealthily approaching, even glancing at the courtyard wall as if contemplating whether to scale it. Bruce pondered for a moment, not wishing for her to witness the scattered debris. Thus, he decided to step outside and intercepted the peacock at the corner of the courtyard wall. She instinctively brandished her steel whip defensively, but upon recognizing Bruce, she relaxed her hostility. Why have you shrunk again? Have you been away from the water for too long? Bruce's height had indeed diminished to around 3 meters. His physique, now more proportionate, exuding a classical sculptural beauty. What brings you here? He disregarded her teasing. The peacock's expression shifted to one of seriousness. There has been an incident. Chapter 18. The priority beyond the path. Request for following and collecting. Bruce's demeanor hardened, and he immediately prepared to summon Absalom to gather their belongings and flee. However, he was interrupted by the peacock's addition. Do you remember the soldiers at the port, under the command of Doflamingo and yourself? This morning, they were found murdered in the hospital. So, the Navy suspects me? Bruce's expression softened slightly, yet his tone turned ominous. He had feared that the celestial dragons had been implicated, which would indeed necessitate a hasty escape. However, it was concerning the matter of those Navy soldiers. Indeed, the peacock bore an expression of embarrassment, for her reputation was at stake. This squad of soldiers had previously attacked the terror ship, albeit under a state of manipulation. As she spoke, her confidence waned, and she hastily added, "Of course, I still think you are quite commendable." Bruce refrained from disputing her words. Had he been among the Naval High Command, he would have reached a similar conclusion. The two suspects were Bruce and Mingo. With Mingo incapacitated, the blame inevitably fell upon Bruce. You shouldn't think that way, Bruce replied in a calm tone, devoid of any need for consolation. Misunderstandings, even cries for his demise, had long since become habitual for him. Such sentiments would not alter his resolve. Instead, he regarded the peacock with a scrutinizing gaze, sensing her excessive trust in him, an unwarranted faith in a pirate. After a brief silence, the peacock regained her usual composure. As for pirates, I am uncertain. However, the vigilantes of Marineford are unlikely to engage in such actions. A subtle smile tugged at her lips, as if she were amused by the astonishment etched on Bruce's face. The elder and I hesitated to inquire too deeply, but the younger Kanai was more approachable. With a mere morsel of food as bait, she could extract any information. Moreover, the peacock had been the first from the headquarters to interact with Bruce, resulting in a deeper mutual understanding. Identifying the target and then seeking evidence would pose no challenge for her. The higher-ups were unlikely to act in the coming days. Yet the aftermath of the war remained uncertain. Prepare yourself, she advised. The shock was merely a figment of the peacock's imagination. In reality, Bruce remained unflappable. He did not intend to serve as a vigilante at Marineford indefinitely. Thus, knowledge was of little significance to him. Understood. Thank you, he replied seriously, leaving the peacock momentarily flustered. I simply do not wish for you to perish so soon. What are you saying? I am a naval officer. A naval officer. Mind you, do not even think of using this matter to threaten an esteemed naval colonel, especially not by invoking her beloved grandmother's honor to coerce her into various odd poses. With that, Bruce departed without a backward glance. As night fell, Bruce, cloaked in shadows, appeared at the headquarters hospital. Some matters required not only listening, but also witnessing firsthand. The war had yet to commence, and at that moment, the hospital housed only a handful of cats. He stealthily infiltrated the area where the records were kept, locating the ward where the soldiers had been treated, along with descriptions of their ailments. Skin contusions and blood loss were inflicted by Mingo, while dislocated bones were a result of Bruce's actions. Inside the ward, a security line had been drawn, and white chalk markings adorned the floor, resembling a murder scene. Bruce was taken aback to find that the Navy employed such methods. However, from the residual bloodstains and the warped bed slats, it is evident that this is no jest of the peacock. He meticulously caressed the wall beside him, feeling the multitude of fine scratches. The corpse had already been taken to the morgue. He descended into the hospital's basement, where the number of bodies was not substantial. This was not surprising. Given the physical constitution of humanity in this world, those who could be brought to a hospital were generally salvageable. Upon entering, he immediately beheld the 15 corpses of naval soldiers, haphazardly piled together. Indeed, they were stacked, human forms dismembered akin to fish fillets, neatly cut into chunks, indistinguishable from one another in terms of origin. The naval physician could only manage to arrange a small portion before helplessly covering them with a white cloth. The sight resembled a grotesque spectacle, an affront to decency. The repugnant stench of decay assaulted Bruce's senses, invading his mind with a nauseating intensity. His expression darkened slightly, yet there was a flicker of delight concealed within his gaze. He crouched down, committing this scent to memory. Doflamingo. Apart from the pressing matter of finding the way back, Bruce resolved to undertake a task of personal significance. Upon leaving the hospital, he ascended to the rooftop of the headquarters. He stood still, waiting for the sea breeze to disperse the odor clinging to him. The scent had been etched into his mind. Yet the lingering essence on his body could be detected by many hunting hounds, particularly the seasoned hunter Zifa. When the moon was shrouded by a mass of dark fog and the seagulls cried out as they departed, Bruce returned to Zifa's location. Did you use a harpoon to fish? The stench of seawater is unmistakable. Zifa initiated his assault on Bruce through olfactory means. The following day, upon realizing that Bruce's innate talent far surpassed that of all his previous students, he attempted to slow Bruce's learning progress through this tactic, perhaps hoping to provoke him into revealing something. In any case, he felt a peculiar discomfort regarding the current dynamic between the student and instructor. You are a pirate. I require your shadow to accomplish certain tasks. Zifa assumed his tactical approach was effective, his gaze sharpening. And what do you wish to convey to the old man regarding the return of the shadow? Not that. It may require your assistance in the transfer. Transfer? What are you planning to do? Zifa's expression turned wary. Just some small trinkets. Bruce intended to utilize the peculiar zombie No. 901 to acquire items that were otherwise difficult to obtain due to his pirate identity, subsequently transferring them through Zifa to himself. He glanced at the still agitated elder, assuring him that the specific uses were unrelated to his students. If you wish to know, I can provide an explanation. One must extend a modicum of respect to the elderly, particularly to those who have managed to live so long while bearing the label of a righteous fool. No need to discuss that with me. Have you finished kicking your stones? Ah, indeed. The day after tomorrow marks the time of execution. Perhaps that man will arrive and bury the entirety of Marineford. Having so many accompany me to the grave wouldn't be too shabby. Today, Zephyr sought out Sengoku to discuss the location for the pirate guerrilla squad during the impending execution, only to be assigned to the rear as a reserve force, ostensibly to guard against unforeseen circumstances. This left Zephyr incensed. Distrust aside, he recognized Sengoku's efforts in orchestrating a strategy that could potentially shatter the stalemate between pirates and the Navy, and he wished to contribute in some capacity. I have already mastered the shave technique. Bruce remained utterly unfazed. In the afternoon, in a fit of frustration, he kicked with excessive force and inadvertently succeeded. What remains now are the paper drawing and iron blocks, is it not? This is merely the beginning, just the commencement. Zephyr glared, feeling both gratified and irritated. The 6 forms are merely foundational. The techniques developed from them are what truly align with one's abilities. Moreover, the 6 forms have secret techniques such as the return of life. Pirates, you are still far from it. Chapter 19. The light of the right path. The day before the execution, the weather abruptly shifted from clear skies to overcast and rainy. The naval headquarters has entered a state of war alert, with searchlights on the watchtower scanning ceaselessly, day and night. The number of warships gathering in the outer sea regions of the headquarters grew increasingly dense, shrouded in mist, resembling a swarm of ants. Within the headquarters, the Navy boasted a gathering of 100,000 elite troops. Seizing the cover of the rain, Bruce made another visit to Zephyr. He arrived via a special connection through zombie number 901. To his surprise, they had ground the sea stone into powder. However, if the quantity was insufficient, it would not adequately suppress those with abilities. Though Zephyr expressed disdain verbally, he reluctantly handed a box to Bruce. What a splendid idea. How could those weapon researchers not have thought of this? With his extensive experience, he could already envision the powder's effectiveness in combat. Although the processing difficulty was high, managing to produce a few grams would be commendable. Zephyr had no illusions of acquiring an entire box containing hundreds of grams of sea stone powder like Bruce had. Such a feat could only be accomplished by the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, if it were to come into contact with oneself, the effect would remain the same. His tone toward Bruce softened considerably. It was not that he believed Bruce harbored any sinister schemes. Rather, this fellow had finally found himself stymied by a technique. After mastering the paper drawing, Bruce had made no progress in learning the iron block technique. Perhaps it was his discomfort with standing still to endure blows. This technique was ill-suited for him. His physical condition met the standards, yet comprehension eluded him. This prompted Zephyr, who had been persistently critical, to offer words of encouragement. Thus, he sought to create a small device. Bruce opened the box, revealing the sea stone powder compressed into cakes. Beneath the powder lay 3 similarly crafted throwing darts, shaped into bat-like forms. Similar to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, sea stone is also a monopolistic resource controlled by the world government. It is not inherently rare. However, for a mere pirate to collect it, complications arise. The celestial dragons, on the other hand, have a different experience. Acquiring it is merely a matter of a single command. Though Zifa claims indifference, his meticulous preparations prompt an inquiry from Bruce. Are you planning to raid the treasury of a celestial dragon? Merely preparing seastone will not suffice. Zifa does not expect this individual to assist in combating pirates, but suspects the resources are intended for the Navy. Bruce comprehends his unease. The old man resides in a state of ambivalence between trust and distrust, making a complete severance from the Navy rather challenging. I assure you, this is not intended for any Navy personnel, he reassures. This is a gift prepared for the Night Demon and also serves as a means for an experiment, one that could unveil the reasons behind his current emotional turmoil. Bruce has successfully mastered observation hockey and can now discern clearly what he glimpsed during his last moment of clarity, a cave with a shadowy entrance at dusk. Captain Absalom knocked on Bruce's door. What is it? Bruce inquired, lifting his gaze while gripping a pair of pliers. Adeptly attempting to fashion a tactical belt to accommodate the 3 seastone darts and powder. The seastone powder has already been divided into 6 small smoke bombs. And he has even repurposed Moria's cloak. The Navy has adjusted their deployment. We are to assemble in the square tonight. Absalom is no longer surprised by his captain's transformations. If Moria can endure training, what is beyond his capabilities? Is it urgent? Bruce recalled Sengoku mentioning the execution was scheduled for noon the following day. The night was initially an opportune moment for action, but if they were redirected to the execution square, the plan would be thwarted. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the Whitebeard pirates to create chaos. This might have a minuscule connection to me, Absalom muttered, turning his head. His lips pursed as if whistling. Spill the truth. Bruce's gaze sharpened. Didn't you just return from the flower ship this morning? Absalom continued, recounting an encounter with a bespectacled individual, purportedly a subordinate of Blackbeard. This man appeared refined, clearly a kindred spirit. I thought it would be a cordial exchange between gentlemen. However, he immediately stated that I had no future with the captain and invited me to join his crew, claiming that joining now would grant me the status of an original shareholder, at least allowing me to become a vice captain. I asked him what role he played, and to my astonishment, he revealed himself to be a captain. Absalom grew increasingly indignant. That scoundrel, when I was mingling on the flower ship. He had yet to set foot on a dinghy. How dare he suggest I serve under him as a vice captain? What does this have to do with the Navy's deployment? Bruce's forehead bore 3 distinct black lines, prompting the question of why the naval headquarters would engage in the business of flower ships. On land, it is called the Flower Street, while at sea, it is known as the Flower Ship, a trade older than piracy itself. Surely, this is a concept you struggle to comprehend. Once in Absalom's realm of expertise, he became instantly confident. The more repressed the environment, the greater the demand. The most thriving flower ship enterprises are never found among the roving pirates, but rather in close proximity to established naval bases. Bruce recalled that prior to their encounter, Absalom was a contributor to sensationalist tabloids. However, feeling the harshness of life, he chose to join their ranks, embarking upon a path of biological evolution, having undergone numerous surgical transformations. Thus, this truly is his domain. Alas, those poor girls have their own burdens, a gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a shattered self. Who will take care of them if not me? You think you can simply take the gold bars for this? Bruce had previously gifted him 5 gold bars, considering it a benefit of being an original shareholder. How could he claim it was solely for this purpose? Absalom continued to defend himself, insisting it was all for charity, and that the girls would leave tonight. Perhaps next time he could join as well. Bruce, amused yet exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and suggested they return to discussing the matter of the Black Gang. Oh, the latter is quite straightforward. Absalom, suppressing his exuberance, recalled that the captain preferred to lounge rather than indulge in female company. After rejecting that fellow, I trailed them for a while and discovered that Blackbeard was quite suspicious, likely harboring ulterior motives. Therefore, I reported them through the flower ship network. I acknowledge it was wrong of me not to inform the captain first. At that moment, the light of righteousness illuminated the stranger's face. Even Bruce was momentarily blinded by its radiance, as a searchlight from the opposite turret swept across them. Not to worry. I have something to discuss with you as well, Bruce stated with unexpected calmness, catching Absalom off guard. I plan to take action against Don Quixote Doflamingo. What? The light abruptly extinguished. Who leaked the information? In the execution square, Blackbeard glared ominously at his few remaining subordinates, Sniper Van Oka, fighting champion Jizabajis, the devilish Sheriff Lafitte, and ship's Dr. Q and his trusty steed. According to Blackbeard's plan, they were to exploit a timing discrepancy, seizing the moment when the Navy shifted ace, focusing all attention on Marineford, to invade Impel Down. Their aim was to recruit the most vicious criminals from the prison to establish their own foundation. Alas, their mission was doomed before it even began. They were reported during their initial phase, as they attempted to commandeer a warship, only to find an admiral waiting for them. Under the pretext of deployment adjustments, the Navy had gathered them all together. By now, dawn was fast approaching. He could only stand in the vast square, exchanging glances with a few other members of the 7 warlords. "Brother, you know me." Bages spoke up first. "If I were to report this, no one would believe me." "Captain, enough." Blackbeard was weary of their individual justifications. Such meaningless inquiries would only dampen team morale. He was merely venting his frustration and had come to realize this. Yet, he could not entirely absolve himself of blame. Blackbeard's countenance darkened as he searched among them for a scapegoat. "Let us lay this at Zhuang's feet." As he vented his pent-up irritation, he glanced around once more. The 7 warlords were currently gathered before the execution square, where gallows had been erected, and in the distance, one could see the Navy transporting ammunition. 3 chairs had been set up in the execution area, but only one person occupied them, Kizaru, who dozed off, serving a dual purpose of surveillance. Somehow, the reports had indeed alerted Sengoku, and coupled with the earlier assassination attempt on a celestial dragon, the High Command of the Navy realized that harboring these pirates in their headquarters was akin to having a ticking time bomb. Sengoku, disregarding any potential dissent, straightforwardly ordered them to be monitored. Those who did not show up were surely hiding something, except for the special cases of Bartholomew Kuma and Hancock. "We must find an opportunity to escape," Blackbeard thought. He certainly did not want to encounter his father just yet. It would be best to wait until the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates had inflicted mutual destruction upon one another. Then he could make a dazzling entrance with his crew of subordinates. "Let me devise a plan, Captain," the devilish Lieutenant Lafitte offered with a bow. Blackbeard's scheme was pivotal for their future. Despite the high risk, the potential rewards were equally astounding. Lafitte was determined to see the plan succeed, ideally by instigating some chaos. His eyes darted around. Aside from the Navy, the best targets for exploitation were the 7 warlords. Dracul Mihawk was dozing with his eyes closed, while their captain wallowed in self-pity. That left only Moria and Doflamingo. Lafitte was itching to take action. Bruce had intended to feign slumber as well, but someone was simply too restless. "Have you received my gift?" Doflamingo asked, his face beaming with delight, eager to witness the fury that would surely wash over Bruce's features. It was not that he believed Bruce would be upset over the deaths of a few Navy men, but rather he reveled in his own cunning schemes. "You see, the Navy wouldn't dare lay the blame at my feet. Even if they suspected me, they would redirect the blame onto you." Bruce remained silent, his gaze shifting. It was not one of disdain, but rather a look of pity and regret. He shook his head gently and sighed, choosing not to respond. This tactic was something he had gleaned during his visits to Arkham Asylum. The level of mockery has reached its zenith, particularly directed at those self-important criminals. An infallible tactic. Don Quixote Doflamingo's previously mocking expression suddenly froze. Even in the darkness, the flush of crimson on his face became distinctly apparent. The gentle sway of the pendulum resonated in his mind, evoking a plethora of unpleasant memories. During his time in Mariawa, those individuals regarded themselves in precisely the same manner. On what grounds? This was precisely how they behaved upon their first encounter at the port, and during meetings as well. If one does not express indignation or respond, what, then, was the purpose of my entire display? Am I merely a fool? Bruce struck a critical blow. The flames of fury in Doflamingo's eyes surged, as if ready to erupt. His fingers curled into a bow, tugging at several thin lines, producing a piercing sound as they grazed the air. He abruptly turned, his demeanor akin to a wolf surveying its surroundings, brimming with defiance. In an instant, a slender line was released from his fingers, akin to a bullet being discharged. With a swift whoosh, it pierced through the pendulum held by Lafitte. "I detest those oblivious to their own mortality." Although Doflamingo appeared emotionally charged, one does not ascend to his stature without mastering the art of controlling rage. Lafitte, however, foolishly sought to exacerbate his fury through hypnotic means, inadvertently provoking Doflamingo to unleash his wrath upon this oblivious fool, drawing forth line after line. "He, we shouldn't harbor any grievances between us, should we?" Blackbeard stepped forward, positioning himself between Lafitte and Doflamingo. "There's a new one, isn't there? Are you also feeling a bit restless, traitor of the Whitebeard pirates?" Doflamingo remained uncertain about the source of Bruce's confidence, yet the audacity of his demeanor left him somewhat perplexed. The Blackbeard crew was a different matter. He held no fondness for traitors. Blackbeard's laughter was strained, his fists clenched tightly, just as Bruce seemed to know how to provoke him. Doflamingo possessed an equal talent for inciting these ambitious souls. The term traitor struck at Teach's core. Suddenly, a figure clad in yellow appeared, and Kizaru could no longer afford to remain idle. Was dawn approaching? He stood between Doflamingo and Blackbeard, gazing skyward at the faint glimmer of dawn breaking on the horizon. Indeed, the day had begun to dawn. Marineford resembled a finely tuned machine, its components set into motion through mutual impetus. Were there any issues from impel down? Could the transport arrive as scheduled? The port is fully prepared for the reception, and let the outer naval vessels extend 3 nautical miles to remain vigilant against any potential pirate incursions. The encirclement plan is ready. Is the live broadcast signal calibrated? This world has become excessively trend-driven. It is ironic that nearly half of the populace struggles on the brink of survival, while both the Navy and the world government have resorted to live broadcasting. Bruce was not particularly fond of the sensation of being scrutinized. The Joker, on the other hand, would undoubtedly relish it. He remained silent, procuring a chair for himself to sit upon. Towering at 3 meters with a well-proportioned physique, he crossed his legs, resting his elbow on his head, resembling a marble statue, adorned in an ensemble reminiscent of Count Dracula's tailcoat, complete with a black cape. His pale complexion contrasted sharply with his surroundings. His disinterested gaze swept across the scene, akin to a fallen angel perched atop the abyss of hell, utterly detached from the frenzied battlefield. For the first time, Mihawk regarded Moria with a seriousness that was striking. This posture was even more pretentious than his own. The communications officer, engrossed in calibrating the live broadcast signal, unconsciously directed the camera's lens towards Moria's direction. The composition was nothing short of magnificent. The towering execution platform served as both background and distant view, while the 3 chairs in the foreground were graced by another formidable general, symbolizing the Navy's most potent forces. The mid-range shot, where the camera's focus converged, showcased the great pirate Moria seated at the center, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic allure, while the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, lounged lazily beside him. Doflamingo and Blackbeard exchanged glances, each sizing the other up. Navy officers, clad in white coats, traversed the scene, filling the visual void. A giant admiral happened to pass by, extending his hand curiously, with 2 fingers conveniently entering the frame. This was undoubtedly the most breathtaking moment he had ever captured in his life. The communications officer felt a surge of excitement, as if he were a first-hand witness to a historic event. The signal was strong, but alas, how could you have broadcasted that photo? This is a global live stream. You fool. My sincerest apologies, I will disconnect it immediately. Wait a moment. The officer in charge, noticing the paused image during the broadcast, felt an unexpected reluctance to sever the connection. The early morning scene was simultaneously transmitted to numerous locations. The Shabandi archipelago, the Straw Hat crew, having just defeated Moria and reclaimed their shadows, had arrived in Area 17. Before them, a towering red tree displayed a large screen, showcasing the very photograph inadvertently captured by the Navy communications officer. The figure at the center of the image stood out remarkably. Is that Moria? Chapter 21. The moment to strike. What time is it now? In the execution square, Blackbeard's gaze was particularly sinister. It was precisely 8 o'clock. The scheduled execution time was set for 1:30 in the afternoon. They should be preparing for his transfer from impelled down by now. Damn it all. We are being delayed here. Blackbeard seethed with frustration, aware that the plan had progressed to this stage. He had little patience to meticulously cultivate his crew. The pirates imprisoned in impelled down were, in his opinion, the ideal candidates for his crew. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to fight our way out, suggested Burgess. No, not at least for now. Though Lafitte was injured, he remained composed. One must await a more opportune moment to become the target of many. Have you gleaned any details regarding the Navy's encirclement plan? This task falls to Van Oka, who appeared aboard the flower ship to approach a naval technical officer. He nodded. The encirclement wall holds significant importance within the Navy's operational strategy. In order to facilitate the captain's plan, they have been moving about, nearly uncovering the entirety of the Navy's deployment. Their intention is to allow the Whitebeard pirates' vessels to enter the bay, where Akiji will freeze the entire area to restrict the movement of the ships. The encirclement wall will then be activated, a metallic barrier of unknown material, approximately 5 stories high. Lafitte, clutching his injured arm, provided a summary. They would be like fish in a barrel. Following that, it would be Akainu's turn to strike. Blackbeard also had his own conclusions. Utilizing his volcanic eruption abilities against the pirates trapped within the encirclement wall makes perfect sense. No wonder the Navy is so confident that they even broadcasted it live. In their plan, this is intended to be a splendid annihilation battle. Whitebeard and his crew must have some inkling of their intentions. Would they merely linger on the periphery? No, they would not. Blackbeard chuckled, asserting decisively, "You do not understand that man. Ha ha ha. For the sake of his family, that man would undoubtedly step into this trap without hesitation. This is a blatant scheme aimed at old Dad. However, the Navy will not find it so easy to achieve their desires. He does not believe that this trap will hinder old Dad's advance. But it must be so. Let them fight." Let them strike with all their might until their brains are splattered. That will be my opportunity to make my entrance. Thus, our chance lies between Whitebeard's appearance and the formation of the encirclement wall. Once the wall is established, they in the square will have no opportunity to set sail. They will be dragged into a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, before the Whitebeard pirates appear, the pressure from the Navy looms over them. This gathering order clearly indicates the High Command's current distrust. They must return before the war concludes. Can they accomplish that? Blackbeard is rather greedy, desiring both the subordinates of Impelled Down and Old Dad's corpse. Lafitte appeared troubled, unable to ascertain the timing of the Whitebeard pirates' arrival. He closed his eyes, calculating. Marineford, Impelled Down, and Judiciary Island exist within a triangular sea current, theoretically allowing for swift arrival. It should be feasible, but we cannot linger in the prison for too long. Then let us wait. When the Whitebeard pirates enter the bay to launch their initial assault, we shall charge out to the bay's exterior and seize a warship to break through. By then, the bay will be frozen, and to set sail, one must reach the outside. Alternatively, while the old man shatters the ice layer entirely, Blackbeard is engrossed in his calculations, completely oblivious to the presence of a transparent figure nodding repeatedly beside him. They are indeed playing this game of strategy. Absalom whispers the entirety of Blackbeard's scheme into Bruce's ear. His form remains invisible. Bruce does not intend to have him appear on the battlefield, believing that a specter can serve a more significant purpose. Bruce hands him 2 bat-shaped darts. What do you reckon is the likelihood of their naval deployment? Quite high, I would say. When shall we strike against Doflamingo? For the first time, Absalom realizes how vengeful his leader is. Earlier, Doflamingo had orchestrated a barrage from the Navy against the Thriller bark, and now his leader is contemplating a direct assault on Doflamingo at the Navy headquarters. Judging by his tone, it seems a matter of life and death. Bruce's gaze is enigmatic. He decides to wait a little longer. His mood is oddly peculiar, reminiscent of the first time he donned the Batman suit, confronting a few pickpockets in a shadowy alley. It evokes a sense of healing. This is his inaugural encounter with supervillains in this realm. A twinge of anxiety mingles with an impulse to laugh. The sense of crisis begins to dissipate, replaced by a feeling of intoxication. He clenches his fist tightly, resisting this euphoric sensation from the depths of his being. Violence should not be the remedy for my healing. Yet, vengeance can be. He closes his eyes, and the pungent stench of decay floods his mind, altering his demeanor to one that is both weighty and eerie. Not far away, Doflamingo suddenly feels an unsettling sensation, as if a thorn were lodged in his back, compelling him to glance towards Bruce's direction. At 10:30, Ace is brought to Marineford, imprisoned in a cage behind the execution platform. Bruce encounters the other 2 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma and Boa Hancock. There is no trace of humanity left in Kuma's eyes. At exactly 11 o'clock, the 3 admirals appear beneath the execution platform, and the Navy forces are nearly assembled. At noon, Ace is escorted to the execution stage, with Sengoku standing beside him. The live broadcast to the entire world commences. Sengoku announces Ace's lineage to the world. At 12:20, amidst the misty sea fog, the silhouettes of numerous large ships emerge. Bruce hears the synchronized heartbeat of countless Navy soldiers in the square, trembling. At 12:30, the waters in the harbor of Marineford bubble violently, and in the next moment, the sea is thrust skyward, sunlight scattering through the spray. The flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, rises abruptly from the depths like a leviathan. Bruce fixates on the tall man standing at the bow of the ship. His white beard curves upward like a crescent moon, his chest exposed, adorned with countless scars, grasping a long-handled blade akin to a crescent halberd, known as the Tornado Cutter. Edward Newgate's voice, calling out to his children, reverberated throughout the entire naval headquarters, causing Bruce to once again hear the heartbeat of the elite Navy, an echo of 100,000 warriors. Is there truly anyone worthy of the title of the world's strongest man? He couldn't help but recall his old friend, Superman Clark, the man he deemed closest to this title. Regrettably, Superman ultimately found himself on the opposing side. Whitebeard was still far from the execution square, so distant that the once towering figure appeared to Bruce as diminutive as a fingernail. Yet, this minuscule figure raised his right elbow and struck fiercely into the air. The sea erupted. Chapter 22. Little Oz, what a terrifying force it was, befitting of a legendary monster. All attention was drawn to Whitebeard's earth-shattering blow, as the ocean surged high on both sides of the headquarters, seemingly reaching hundreds of meters in height. Even at such an advanced age, what purpose did he serve in being so fearsome? Blackbeard, harboring resentment, remained unmoved by the surging waves, a reaction that had long been anticipated by the Navy. Akiji rose from beneath the execution platform, swiftly arriving before the towering waves, his hands encased in icy pillars that spread outward. The Ice Age. He opened his mouth, exhaling a frigid mist. Upon contact with the seawater, the icy pillars unleashed a bone-chilling cold that enveloped the entire sea, instantly freezing the towering waves in their tumult. Akiji continued his relentless motion, extending his hand toward Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby Dick. Two-pointed spears. As the cold crystallized into multiple long spears, they surged toward Whitebeard at a speed beyond the naked eye's perception. A scar appeared on Akiji's face, accompanied by the shattering of ice as he fell from midair. Next, he would freeze the seawater, just as he had gleaned from his inquiries with Absalom. Before the gaze of countless Navy personnel, Akiji's falling figure made contact with the ocean's surface, and the bay, cradled like a crescent moon by the headquarters, began to emit wisps of cold air. The seawater already frozen. The war had ignited as the ice settled. The Moby Dick unleashed a barrage of lead bullets as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates charged forward with their crew. The cannon fire from the Navy momentarily drowned out all other sounds. Flames danced and intertwined upon the ice. This was war. Bruce found it increasingly difficult to suppress the boiling turmoil within him, unable to discern good from evil, only the notion of allegiance. He certainly did not simplistically consider the Navy as just, nor the pirates as evil. It was merely a matter of differing positions. But what was my stance here? He paused, entering a state of flow, burying all his thoughts deep within, like an observer quietly watching the tumultuous scene unfold. I thought you had completely given up. Hawkeye Mihawk had appeared by his side at some unknown moment. The two individuals once appeared simultaneously in Rogue Town, bearing witness to the demise of the Pirate King. Now, they find themselves together once more at this very location, which lends a certain camaraderie to their encounter. Next time we set sail, come challenge me to a duel. One proposes. Certainly. The other replies without a hint of hesitation, his emotions boiling over as he accepts the invitation. Meanwhile, the swordsman, known as Mihawk, having concluded his conversation with Bruce, draws his black blade and strides purposefully toward Whitebeard. With a powerful downward slash, the winds swirl violently. The ice shatters spectacularly. As a formidable strike hurtles directly toward Whitebeard, it reaches the Moby Dick, only to be intercepted by a man of diamond-like resilience, who then launches it skyward. The immense blow shatters the clouds above. The Navy's response is far from limited. Amidst the thunderous artillery fire on the ground, Kizaru, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, engages with the immortal Phoenix Marco, engulfed in blue flames. Bruce had only seen such mythical beasts depicted in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in the possession of the celestial dragons, and now he was witnessing one firsthand. Hey, are you not going to make your move? That fellow is drawing dangerously close, Bruce remarks, referring to the ancient giant, Ors Jr., who stands at an imposing 38 meters tall, wielding a colossal sword that spans 30 meters. While others are engaged in combat, Ors Jr. has already felled several Marine vice admirals. Before reaching the execution plaza, the tyrant Kuma makes his move. He steps forward, summoning a massive air meatball with his palms, and sends it crashing toward Ors Jr. The meaty sphere bursts with tremendous force, tearing flesh and leaving Ors Jr. marred with injuries. Yet he stumbles forward, undeterred by the pain. Ace, I have come to rescue you. His hand rests upon the cannon of the execution plaza, just above the encircling wall awaiting activation. Just as he prepares to act, Blackbeard suddenly shouts, Ors, allow me to assist you. Ha! Now is the moment he has been waiting for. Blackbeard presses his hand against the ground, activating the full might of the Yami Yami no Mi. Darkness swiftly expands from his palm, resembling a miniature black hole that consumes everything in its vicinity. The cannon that loomed before Ors Jr. collapses under the weight of the darkness. Ors Jr. stumbles, and in an earth-shattering crash, he falls. With Blackbeard's orchestrated efforts, as Ors Jr. collapses, the objects engulfed in the black hole are simultaneously expelled. A cloud of dust erupts, engulfing this corner of the execution plaza. Breakthrough. What is that rascal Blackbeard doing? What about the encircling wall? Why hasn't he risen yet? Report. The ice is much thicker than anticipated. Our power is insufficient. Then forget about the town outside. Concentrate on the plaza. We must exert all our strength to elevate the encircling wall. Although Sengoku was infuriated by Blackbeard's indiscriminate behavior, he could hardly afford to pay attention to that rogue anymore. Over by the Moby Dick, a warship unexpectedly descended from the sky, bringing along an astonishing assortment of individuals. Crocodile Jinbei, members of the Straw Hat crew, including the notorious Buggy. These rascals had actually escaped together. And then there was the Straw Hat Kid. Do not underestimate him, for he is the pirate who defeated Moria. Due to Moria, Sengoku had significantly raised the threat level posed by the Straw Hat Kid. Bruce, who had been inexplicably named, was shrouded in dust, fixated on a figure not far away. You are courting death. Doflamingo was also enveloped in the haze and noticed Bruce's figure flitting like a specter through the smoke. Approaching him directly, did this fellow wish to engage him here? Doflamingo chuckled instead of fuming. How fortunate. He thought he had truly become a clown. Yet it appeared the other party still cared. Was it due to the disparity in their statuses? Jealousy? Or perhaps anger? Surely it could not be over the lives of a few Marines. Bruce's expression was cold, his indifferent gaze inexplicably irking Doflamingo. As the dust settled and thinned, Blackbeard trod upon little oars and hurriedly made his way out of the bay, unwilling to confront the Whitebeard pirates head-on. Teach, that traitor. Old man, should we capture Teach? One of his subordinates suggested to Whitebeard, recalling that it was Blackbeard who had handed Ace over to the Marines, forcing them to wager everything to ignite this war. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, his concerned gaze falling upon little oars amidst the smoke. Several warlords were present. Forget him for now, let us support little oars. Whitebeard astutely deduced that this would be a critical breakthrough. He lowered the tengu and grasped the air with both hands. With a mere exertion of force, he tore. The sea and earth were rent asunder by this terrifying power. Chapter 23, Mastery at its Peak. The ground cracked open, towns rising and collapsing. In the very spot where little oars had fallen, countless white threads suddenly erupted, intertwining amidst the ruins like a spider's nest. Shadows of black bats screeched as they traversed the silken strands. The dust was forcefully dispersed by the intense impact, and the air reverberated with tremors. What is happening? Why are the two warlords engaging in battle? At the apex of the web, Bruce and Doflamingo were locked in combat. Having mastered the 6 styles, Bruce had made substantial progress in his physical prowess. Although there remained some disparity in strength, whether it was Jiu-Jitsu, Wing Chun, or Tai Chi, all exhibited the principle of overcoming the strong with the weak. He combined his Muay Thai and Jeet Kune Do for explosive offensive maneuvers. In a remarkable display of both offense and defense, Bruce subtly gained the upper hand against Doflamingo in close combat. You are quite an intriguing fellow, Doflamingo remarked. As Bruce deftly neutralized several of his whip kicks with a gentle yet effective force, even countering with a straight punch. With a swift twist of his body, he unleashed 5 slender threads, the infamous no mercy line. These threads, taut as violin strings, sliced through the air. However, in that fleeting moment, Bruce's form exchanged places with a shadow, and the dark doppelganger, grazed by the threads, transformed into a swarm of bats, charging once more at Doflamingo. Unlike his previous encounter with the Marine Admiral, Bruce felt liberated from any self-imposed constraints. The sheer exhilaration of dancing on the precipice of life and death coursed through him. His eyes glowed crimson as adrenaline surged within. The prospect of a justified revenge in a battle that allowed him to unleash his full potential ignited a nerve in his mind, compelling him to fully awaken his observation hockey. Within the myriad of trajectories and transformations, the cave became increasingly pronounced. The sounds of gunfire and mocking laughter resonated in eerie similarity. Bruce was uncertain if his perception had slipped into a hallucinatory state. The world before his eyes suddenly bifurcated. One realm enveloped in the dim, damp confines of the cave, while the other faced the flamboyant Doflamingo. Embracing this transformation, he stepped forward, his feet glistening with moisture, venturing deeper into the cave. Shadows, imperceptibly drawn to him, fused into Moria's form, causing his muscles to swell, as if adorned with a layer of eyeshadow. The power of the soul imbued his physique, which he maintained with steady control. Bruce will effortlessly commanded these shadows. Upon witnessing Bruce's state, Doflamingo couldn't help but murmur, "How did I not realize sooner how fascinating you are? It seems it's time to get serious." A matte black coating enveloped his limbs, extending towards the threads. This was the manifestation of armament hockey. Almost simultaneously, both combatants smirked, the curvature of their smiles eerily similar, tinged with madness. Suddenly, Doflamingo lifted his spider web, the dense threads coalescing into bundles akin to long spears, swiftly ensnaring the bat shadows. Bruce began to exchange positions with his shadows with increasing frequency, his speed so astonishing that it appeared as though 2 Bruces were assaulting Doflamingo simultaneously. He employed the 6 powers with masterful finesse: paper gun, gale foot, soru, paper drawing, and moonwalk, melding them seamlessly with his own martial arts. In an instinctive flow, Bruce epitomized the artistry of a battle master. If Whitebeard's strike showcased the beauty of ultimate power, at this moment, Bruce, in conjunction with the manipulation of shadows, revealed an exquisite mastery of technique. "Straw Hat Kid, you truly managed to vanquish that scoundrel Moria?" Jinbei gazed from a distance at the scene of battle, a surge of emotion stirring within him. There is a saying, possessing a sharp weapon ignites a thirst for blood. In simpler terms, it incites a restless spirit. Particularly for someone like him, who also practices martial arts, the aesthetic of combat techniques is even more apparent. Where's Moria? Luffy turned his head in various directions, utterly unable to spot the spiky-haired villain. Instead, he felt a multitude of gazes fixated upon him. The naval officer in front glanced at the fearsome Moria, and then at the undeniable evidence of the Straw Hat Kid's triumph over him, promptly clearing the path. Such formidable adversaries should be left to the rear admirals. Not only within the execution square, but numerous naval officers on the battlefield also took note of this confrontation. Initially, some pondered whether to intervene. However, upon witnessing the life-and-death exchanges between the two combatants, silence engulfed the crowd. Vice Admiral Dalmesia wore a skeptical expression. Some of these moves seemed eerily familiar, as others began to speculate on Moria's capabilities. The Straw Hat Kid who defeated Moria has arrived. With no other choice, one must exert their utmost effort. Surely, Admiral Carp will understand. How could this fellow possess the six powers? The bewilderment in the Peacock's eyes grew. Observing the fierce clashes at the edge of the square, he hesitated for a moment before moving closer. There are many colleagues, but only one kindred spirit. Sengoku, overseeing the entirety from the execution platform, felt increasingly despondent. Two high-tier combatants had inexplicably turned against each other, and Blackbeard, that rascal, had vanished after breaking through. If we are not careful, it is quite likely that we may be the ones to suffer defeat. Fortunately, the enclosing wall ultimately ascended. Apart from the section where Bruce and his companions were, which was compromised by Blackbeard, the other barriers shattered the ice layer and rose high. The artillery, positioned above, relentlessly unleashed its firepower. While the encirclement may seem flawed, it is not entirely unacceptable. Sengoku's glasses glimmered with a cold light. Ace is merely an appetizer. Dismantling the entire Whitebeard pirates is the main course. Let us commence, Akainu. Witnessing the swarm of pirates, akin to an ant colony, trapped beneath the enclosing wall, they surged toward the soul opening. Akainu instinctively lowered his hat's brim, his gaze ruthless. Meteor volcano. Countless magma projectiles erupted from Akainu's fierce command, soaring in a high arc toward the pirates ensconced within the enclosing wall. Despite the interruptions caused by Blackbeard, Bruce, and Doflamingo, the entire war remained firmly under the Navy's control. Ouch! At the only gap in the enclosing wall, Little Oars, clutching his head, rose once more. The incessant clashes of webs and bat shadows lingered not far from him, while innumerable naval officers and pirates surged forth from both directions. Well done, Little Oars. Charge forward. Ah, my dear companions, rally to my side. Buggy has just accomplished two remarkable feats. He conversed on equal footing with Whitebeard and was publicly identified as a member of the Pirate King's crew by Admiral Sengoku. Surrounding him is a throng of imprisoned comrades, his ego swelling to grand proportions. Coupled with the looming threat of magma projectiles, both factions converge upon this breach. And young Oars, invigorated, steps forward only to emit a pained roar as his foot is abruptly severed. A man, no larger than Oars' fingernail, stands before him, wielding a black blade with a mere flick. Bista, handle that fellow, commands the flower sword Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, a renowned swordsman of the highest caliber. Leave it to me. I have long yearned for a duel with the world's greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Doflamingo and Brook, the infamous and ruthless Doflamingo finds himself suppressed by Moria. Brook, having assimilated hundreds of shadows, retains his form without expansion, transforming these shadows into formidable allies. His entire being is enveloped in an eerie, azure frost as his eyes blaze with intensity. From Doflamingo's perspective, the situation is even more chilling. He perceives no emotional fluctuation from Moria. Chapter 24. The descent. Brook has ventured deep into the damp, shadowy cavern. The sounds of cannon fire, cries, and even the clash with Doflamingo have faded into silence. Illusion morphs into reality, as if he has truly descended from the battlefield above into this abyss. But who now commands his body? The cave is shrouded in dimness and stillness. He presses onward, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness that seems to whisper of memories buried deep within, memories he dares not revisit. The water has risen to Brook's abdomen. 3 small boats rest at the cavern's base, beyond which the river plunges several meters into an underground stream. At the edge of the water, a torch flickers to life, illuminating 2 figures. One is himself, cloaked in a black-gray bat suit that exudes weariness, yet he grips the Joker's neck with unwavering resolve. Because of you, many have perished. Cough, cough. Ah, splendid, splendid indeed. Do you recall that joke? Ha ha. The one about the 2 patients? When was the last time I shared it with you? Humph. Ha ha ha. I can't seem to remember. The Joker struggles to twist his neck, gasping for breath and a moment to speak within Batman's grasp. Once, in a psychiatric hospital, there were 2 individuals. One night, They resolved not to remain there any longer, and so they escaped. They climbed to the rooftop and leaped across the narrow gap between two buildings, witnessing the town's rooftops beneath the moonlight, extending towards a world of freedom. The first individual effortlessly leaped across, yet his companion, gripped by trepidation, hesitated, fearing the peril of falling. Thus, the first man conceived an idea. "Hey, I have a flashlight. I shall illuminate the space between the two buildings, allowing you to traverse upon the beam of light." However, the second man shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Do you take me for a fool? You are bound to extinguish it just as I reach the midpoint." The Joker erupted in laughter, tears brimming in his eyes. His visage a ghastly shade of blue and purple. He gasped for air, while Batman's grip tightened around his neck, rendering him as fragile as a mere reed. "Well then, are you prepared to cross over?" he taunted, laughter echoing eerily. Suddenly, the torches by the dark river extinguished, and the Joker's feeble breaths faded into silence. In the enveloping darkness, bats emerged, their crimson eyes fixated upon the intruder in their domain. "I truly killed him," Bruce lamented, clutching his hair. A paralyzing dread coursing through him, rendering his body rigid and his spirit trembling. He curled up in the shadows, the waters of the dark river rising, inducing a suffocating sensation. Alfred had posed the question to him numerous times. Why not simply eliminate the Joker? In comparison to his malevolence, the repeated acts of forgiveness seemed indulgently excessive. At that moment, his response had been, "Alfred, I have long harbored doubts, nay, certainty, that the Joker has injected some horrific toxin into his own heart. Upon his demise, it would infect his killer, transforming that individual into a new Joker. Alfred, there have been countless instances when I was on the brink of ending his life, and he wished for me to do so. Yet I could not. So, was this now the predicament? By killing the Joker, had the toxin corroded him, leading him to exile himself in order to protect Gotham and prevent his own transformation into the Joker? Was that the truth? Bruce found no answers. It felt as though he had suddenly plunged into the depths of an underground river within the cave. The waters, which had scarcely reached his abdomen, now resembled a boundless ocean, unfathomable and dragging him into the abyss. Darkness enveloped him from all directions, pressing down upon him. Bruce flailed like a drowning man, his limbs thrashing in desperation. Laughter echoed through the cave, reverberating in a space darker than the cave itself. Suddenly, Bruce's hand shot out, striking the water's surface with a resounding splash, startling the bats that hung in the darkness. In that fleeting moment, his once dazed gaze regained focus, drawn to the pungent stench of decay that surged forth from his memories, flooding his mind like an anchor in the endless darkness. He grasped it, reclaiming his sense of self. He had successfully submerged into the depths. He opened his eyes in the darkness, dispelling the panic of his mind. Once again, he buried the act of killing the Joker deep within his inner world. Perhaps the very act of contemplating the Joker's demise signified that Bruce had mustered the courage to confront the toxins of the Joker. Could he perceive more? The vulnerabilities of his psyche had unveiled their reasons, yet the occurrences in his life were not limited to this. The Joker did not possess the power to cast him into another realm. Regarding his current situation, Bruce had entertained various conjectures. Beginning with the discovery of his uncontrollable inner emotions, he had delved deeper into his subconscious. A relentless struggle, with emotions poured forth unreservedly, indeed allowed him to plunge profoundly into the recesses of his psyche. The darkness harbored more secrets. He was uncertain how far this tether could sustain him, yet he endeavored to dive deeper. In the realm of conscious activity, his descent was underway. The dark tide murmured as it glided past Bruce's form. In the depths of the tide, he beheld countless shadows emerging. These shadows lacked distinct forms, reminiscent of faceless specters, their vacant gazes wandering in the profound darkness. The anchor had reached its limit. Bruce felt a revelation within him. The hook symbolizing the anchor was nearly engulfed by the dark tide. Yet below lay more space, even light, where the shadows stood, gazing upward as if observing him. Further down, it might not merely be his own consciousness anymore, but rather a collective, perhaps a biological one. Bruce hesitated to classify it solely as a human collective, for he discerned no human shapes among those shadows. Just a step away, Bruce felt a sense of reluctance. He was uncertain when he might next provoke such a profound release of battle and emotion. He then beheld a glimmer of light emerging from the distant darkness. The light coalesced into the shape of a colossal whale, its body seemingly filled with numerous luminous points. The whales drew the shadow's attention, raising their upper limbs in a fervent desire to seize something. Suddenly, Bruce recalled the Joker's joke. Release the anchor. He abruptly thrust himself forward, his hand plunging into the whale's body, grasping a luminous point. How heavy it felt. It was as though he extended his hand from an inverted world into a tangible one. A force, potent enough to rupture flesh, bore down upon him, tearing at his very being. Bruce's visage contorted in sheer agony. The half of his form submerged in the dark tide surged with tumult. He clung tightly to the luminous point, enduring the excruciating sensation of his flesh tearing apart as he relentlessly struggled to pull his body back. At the moment of his complete return, the boiling tide unleashed an indescribable power. Like a volcanic eruption, he was expelled from the depths of the ocean, a realm belonging to the soul. Chapter 25. My pettiness. With a sigh of relief, Bruce emerged from the abyss. Instantly, the ground was cloaked in a layer of frost. There were two pieces of good news. Firstly, although his consciousness felt as though it had endured for an eternity, in reality, it had been but a fleeting moment. After all, he was still alive. What manner of creature are you? Brother Ming bore bruises of various hues, still struggling to comprehend the extent of his defeat. Particularly in the realm of observation, his emotions were utterly imperceptible, and even the subtle use of his conqueror's haki could not sway his opponent. Coupled with the disparity in physical prowess, should the distance between them not be maintained, he would be subjected to a severe beating. If not for the advantage conferred by his armament haki, he would likely have been forced to awaken his devil fruit powers by now. This was his trump card. For Bruce, the other piece of good news was that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, before he could explode with power, he had returned. The technique of shadow amalgamation had absorbed countless shadows into Bruce's form, some accumulated by Moria in the past, and others freshly acquired. In any case, his body felt exceedingly heavy, leaving a deep impression in the floor beneath him. He was on the brink of shattering, with a thin layer of ice barely sustaining his existence. Once, Moria could not harness so many shadows, but now, while Bruce's will was sufficient, his physical form had reached its limits. He needed just a little more time. He had yet to deal with the scoundrel before him. In the battleground where they clashed, a vacuum had formed, with both pirates and navy deliberately steering clear of the area. The execution platform had collapsed for reasons unknown, and Whitebeard bore a fresh wound upon his chest. Amidst the ruins, a navy girl wearing a fisherman's hat lurked, seemingly unsure of her intentions. Brother Ming appeared to grit his teeth, yet fear was not truly in his heart. He still had cards left to play. After delving deep, Bruce's observation haki had grown tremendously, both in range and acuity. He could distinctly sense Brother Ming's emotions and the underlying threat they posed. If he preferred to hide, then he would not be afforded such luxury. Bruce had no intention of granting Brother Ming any opportunities, swiftly closing the distance with a shave. In this state, both his speed and strength had been amplified to terrifying levels, though the sensation of his body fracturing grew ever closer. 16th shave. Brother Ming thought little of it, recognizing that his opponent's current state was unsustainable. All he needed was to buy a little more time. Is this fool seeking death? Bruce had no intention of dodging, instead bracing himself to absorb the sharp lines emitted from Brother Ming's toes, as if they were blades. The pain has, paradoxically, delayed the moment of explosion. However, this timing allowed Bruce to activate the 3 sea-stone smoke bombs at his waist from close range. The powder erupted instantaneously, enveloping both him and his opponent. Doflamingo sensed something amiss and attempted to evade, but Bruce firmly grasped his shoulder. Sea-stone? The powder settled upon them, bringing with it a wave of lethargy. This man is truly insane. Doflamingo knelt on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Why? He could not fathom it. Did he truly harbor a profound grudge against Moria that would compel the latter to adopt such a self-destructive stance? He acknowledged his less than favorable attitude, yet he could amend it. I am petty. Bruce eschewed discussions of love and justice, wishing not to be perceived as a beacon of light. Rather, he aspired to embody a darkness deeper than the blackest abyss. Suddenly, Bruce grinned maliciously. Are you counting on that Navy officer? Doflamingo had long since noticed the female Navy officer on their battlefield. Moria had utilized the sea-stone powder to render both of them powerless. And now he was relying on this officer to determine the outcome? She was the very embodiment of justice, while they, were mere pirates. Should she eliminate both of them, she would undoubtedly become a hero of the new era. Doflamingo's sardonic tone aimed to unsettle Bruce's resolve. He felt a bitter resentment. The notion of a weakling wielding control over his fate was deeply unsettling. Perhaps we could reach an accord. I can clarify matters with the Navy. They want to hold you accountable for anything. I have a lucrative business opportunity. We could profit together. The suppressive effect of the powder was not particularly strong, and as the wind blew, strength began to return. Attack. Bruce remained unmoved. The female Navy officer in the fisherman's hat seemed to grasp the significance of the moment, bending her long, pale legs slightly, creating a sonic boom in midair. Whoosh. Doflamingo's finger flicked, releasing a fine thread that pierced through the peacock's body. A thread. This fellow had concealed one after all. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo could gradually lift himself, gazing at Bruce, who was still enfeebled. Amidst the highs and lows, he could not suppress a laugh. I truly find it hard to part with you. Ha ha ha. His laughter abruptly ceased. He suddenly collapsed again. Two bat-shaped shurikens flew in from behind, embedding themselves in his shoulders, piercing deep into the bone and oozing blood. Next time, be more decisive. Bruce was entirely unfazed. These were the two shurikens he had previously entrusted to Absalom. Having agreed to strike against Doflamingo, he certainly would not forget the aid of the transparent man. Saving this crucial attack for the end, as per their prior arrangement. Bruce was uncertain of Doflamingo's true strength. However, the intelligence gathered from Zephina suggests that he is now considerably stronger than his former self, perhaps more than double. Relying solely on the powder of sea stone to achieve victory seems exceedingly challenging. It would be far more advantageous for me to restrain him while allowing the invisible man to deliver a decisive blow. The appearance of the peacock was entirely unexpected. He rose to his feet, casting a glance at the Navy girl sprawled out in a starfish position. Is she all right? It's disheartening. The peacock turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Before the invisible man emerged, she believed herself to be the chosen one, the last hope of the bat-like creature, the terminator of that scoundrel. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the pirate, whom her grandmother spent countless hours trying to capture, fell into the hands of the peacock. She could hardly fathom how audacious her strides would be in her grandmother's office in the future. Now all of that is lost. She is merely a self-deluded bait. Bruce, having observed the situation, paid her little mind. This woman possessed a remarkable ability for self-adjustment, summoning Absalom to assist him in cleansing the powder from his body. When the sea stone pressed upon him, the shadows that had been contained within him were expelled. The threat of self-detonation had vanished, leaving him in a weakened state. Fortunately, the area he occupied was a vacuum on the battlefield. Captain, how should we handle this fellow? Absalom cautiously avoided the venomous glare of Doflamingo, knowing that attracting the attention of such a creature was far from advantageous. He also pressed the sea stone dart further in. The excruciating pain contorted Doflamingo's features into a grotesque snarl. Whether it be the dart or the sea stone, neither would prove fatal. Should they abduct him and demand a ransom from the Don Quixote family, or simply eliminate him and turn him into a zombie? Presently, we do not possess even a single general zombie. They want to even spare him in death. Doflamingo's already ghastly visage became further shrouded in a pallid frost. Chapter 26. The invitation from Whitebeard. It appears that Doflamingo has indeed lost, which is quite astonishing. Moria faced off against Doflamingo. It is likely that no one previously believed Moria could triumph. After all, compared to Doflamingo, Moria's track record was one of defeat. Yet, unexpectedly, he pulled off a shocking upset. Kizaru shook his head. The situation on the battlefield was dire when the execution platform collapsed. Ace was indeed rescued by the Straw Hat Boy. Kizaru, while in pursuit, still took the time to observe the unfolding events elsewhere. This casual demeanor caused Akainu to furrow his brow. His teammates were remarkably unreliable. It is uncertain how the world government will address the two Shichibukai. The prior extermination order must surely be rescinded. Kizaru did not believe Moria would resort to lethal measures. A celestial dragon voluntarily departing from the Holy Land is still a celestial dragon, a significant bargaining chip. At this moment, few retain the energy to focus on the overarching battlefield. Only Sengoku, Whitebeard, and a few others remained vigilant. Sengoku merely adjusted his glasses, refraining from making any judgments, whereas Whitebeard grinned broadly. He stood alone at the forefront, buying precious time for his son to escape. From the very beginning, Whitebeard had no intention of returning alive. If he could successfully rescue Ace and ensure that those rascals made it back to the New World, then this war would be deemed a victory. Was it you who killed the Navy in the hospital? Bruce crouched down to inquire. They were merely a bit restless, Minga replied as he collapsed to the ground. His glasses shattered. You aren't going to tell me something about justice, are you? Huh. Of course, the victors write history. You may say whatever you wish. He had never felt any qualms about taking the lives of a few uninvolved individuals. Perhaps one could criticize Bruce's methods as particularly despicable. Utilizing sea stone powder in a battle between two capable individuals, much like the first person who ambushed with lime powder. However, one must acknowledge that pirates are inherently vile. No, Bruce had no intention of elaborating further. Instead, he extended his hand, tearing Minga's shadow from the ground, slicing it with a finger and grasping it tightly. He possessed scissors specifically designed for cutting shadows, but they were somewhat oversized for his current form, and Bruce lacked a dimensional pocket to store them. Nonetheless, the effect was similar. It was time for another experiment. Bruce tilted his head back. The sky was shrouded in a slowly drifting haze, with flickers of light appearing and disappearing behind the clouds. A person bereft of a shadow would turn to ashes under direct sunlight, and the existence of a shadow necessitated the vitality of its host. Considering the notion that a shadow embodies another's soul, Bruce's act of severing the shadow resembled the removal of a piece from a closed loop of life and spirit. Does the soul truly exist? If it does, where does it go upon the death of a being? Is it perhaps found in the deeper recesses of the collective consciousness within the depths of one's subconscious? And what of the luminous orb he had encountered in that space? Bruce had unearthed one answer to a question, yet it only birthed a multitude of new inquiries. He awaited the sunlight to illuminate Minga, an act that subtly transgressed the principles he had set for himself. It mattered not. Different worlds ought to possess different thresholds. Even the jester had been slain by his own hand. It is a cruel world. A voice echoed within him, yet another resounded loudly in his ears. Hey, little bat, are you interested in a trade? Whitebeard looked over, his gaze tinged with intrigue. Moria had transformed significantly from his former self. His strength had seen considerable growth. In his pirate crew, he would at least rank as a captain of the 3rd Division, but what impressed him more was Moria's calmness and resolve. He was a person who, even after crashing into the southern wall, would not turn back, an individual sorely needed in his crew, capable of standing alone. Whitebeard had always possessed an astute eye for character. As for myself, a mere flickering flame nearing its extinguishment. If there remains anything I can offer to facilitate the return of these young souls to the new world, then my lifeless body shall be yours. This is all I possess at present. Moria is the sole entity on this battlefield who might find interest in my remains. Indeed, apart from Moria, all others share this sentiment. Those who lack the energy to contemplate the wider panorama are now drawn by the resonant voice of Whitebeard, their gazes converging upon him. Before Bruce could respond, a portion of the ominous clouds parted. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the scene. Doflamingo ignited before Bruce, akin to a mere scrap of paper. His flesh reduced to ash that danced into the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated his demise would come so abruptly. There were still many affairs left unattended. Wait. Under the sunlight, Doflamingo's visage became grotesque. The shadow grasped by Moria writhed incessantly. For the first time, fear trickled from the corners of his eyes, tears of terror escaping. The ashes were whisked away by a gentle breeze, vanishing into the ether, while the shadow in Moria's grasp gradually became translucent, as if the source of support had dissipated. Yet, something did emerge, a connection between the shadow and its essence. Bruce exerted all his will to activate his observation hockey, but all he sensed was a chilling void, devoid of any shadow. Doflamingo, that pirate, had utterly vanished. He turned his gaze and discovered that the entire battlefield seemed to have pressed the pause button, all eyes fixated upon him. They were concentrated on the spectacle of a great pirate turning to ashes at his hands. The devil. Bruce heard their collective thoughts resonating in unison. Fear seemed to manifest, evading his gaze. Taking a life is not terrifying. On the battlefield, both pirates and navy have blood on their hands. Yet, the manner of death differs. The visual impact it creates is strikingly distinct. It is a peculiar sensation. In Gotham, Bruce exerted tremendous effort to engrave the symbol of Batman, the bane of evil, into every crevice of the city. He hoped that through this profound darkness, he could instill fear in the hearts of wrongdoers, achieving his revenge against malevolence. However, rather than instilling fear, evil proliferated within the vacuum he had cleared. Now, with a single death, he had etched terror into the hearts of the people. It was remarkably effective. Bruce envisioned the Joker standing at the other end of the darkness, wielding a flashlight, the beam extending to his feet. It was indeed remarkably effective. Bruce lowered his head, unable to suppress a few murmurs. Some things, it seems, cannot be undone. Whitebeard's corpse, oh Captain, Absalom, the one who was least surprised, wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. He could hardly fathom the potential strength of a zombie created by the world's strongest man. Bruce furrowed his brow and politely declined Whitebeard's request. What a pity. Whitebeard shook his head but expressed his gratitude nonetheless. Moria, as one of the 7 warlords, refrained from making a move on the battlefield and even managed to eliminate another warlord. This act was already considered a favor to the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, Whitebeard would not have proposed a trade. For Bruce, the matter of the corpse was secondary. The crux of the issue was that he simply could not do it at this moment. His body felt weak, a consequence of harboring too many shadows. He signaled to Absalom with his eyes. They needed to retreat. For now, he was relying on the aftereffects of defeating Doflamingo to keep these individuals at bay. But if some reckless fool decided to charge at him, it would spell trouble. Bruce's pain was far more intense now than when he first traversed into this world. Absalom understood completely. They had already contemplated their escape route before engaging, which coincidentally overlapped with Blackbeard's path. As for Peacock, upon catching Bruce's gaze, she thoughtfully stroked her chin for a moment before waving her hand dismissively, indicating that she needed no assistance. The granddaughter of the esteemed chief strategist would not perish easily. Surely that reckless youth would not contemplate retreating. Otherwise, Whitebeard would truly have died in vain. Amidst the chaos, Absalom noticed that Ace, having been rescued, seemed to be contemplating a return. He muttered a few words, perhaps louder than intended, causing Whitebeard to glare in annoyance. Chapter 27. I stand firmly on my side. Seeking continued reading and support, there was but a single breach in the encircling wall. Just moments ago, pirates had surged into the area, and now they were hastily retreating. Little Ors knelt, crawling on his knee, and with a sweeping motion of his 30-meter blade, he created a vacuum. Ace, come quickly, he called out, disregarding the pool of blood that had formed beneath his feet. On one side were his brothers and friends coming to rescue him, while on the other stood his beloved father. Ace's steps grew heavier, almost as if he could no longer move. Just as he finally escaped from Whitebeard's grasp, Akainu's eyes gleamed with determination as he pulled down his hat. In the end, Whitebeard was merely a defeated relic of a bygone era. Retract that statement. Ace's feet came to a complete halt, and orange flames erupted from his entire being. His father was more than just family, in many ways. This grand and passionate man had become his faith. Ace, hurry. Come back, Captain Ace, shouted the members of the Whitebeard pirates, their voices filled with urgency. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Kid, in the midst of his run, came to an abrupt stop, looking bewilderedly at his older brother. Bruce was indifferent to their beliefs. However, the two were blocking his path of retreat. Should he take them down? He exchanged a glance with Absalom, and the fearsome face of the latter quickly grasped the captain's intent, nodding in agreement as he sensed an opportunity. There were still 2 sea stone powder bombs left. Whitebeard, your corpse will be mine, Bruce shouted directly at Whitebeard, halting between Akainu and Ace. While he was incapable of providing cover for a retreat, his timing was impeccable. So much so that Bruce felt compelled to take action. It must be said that his sudden appearance diverted the attention of both Akainu and Ace. Given the strength he had just displayed, even Akainu would find it troublesome to deal with him in a short span of time. Akainu glared and questioned, "Are you betraying us, Moria?" "I merely stand on my own side," Bruce replied calmly, exuding an air of unyielding strength. At that moment, Absalom suddenly hurled 2 sea stone powder bombs at Ace, who had been brimming with aggression but immediately slumped down, darkness overtaking him. Absalom swiftly wrapped Ace in Moria's cloak, as if encasing him in a sack, and then hoisted him onto his shoulder, sprinting away. "Captain, I'm off first." Bruce's heart raced. It was quite the spectacle to see a subordinate outrun the captain. After all, he was facing the top MVP of the war. "Garara, I agree." Fortunately, Whitebeard remained loyal to his comrades. Upon noticing Ace's halted steps, he felt a surge of emotion and urgency. The decisive action taken by Bruce and Absalom finally put him at ease. Braving the beams of Kizaru's light, he stood firm before Bruce, blocking Akainu's fist. The searing magma illuminated Bruce's face in a crimson glow. Compared to Doflamingo, Akainu's intimidation factor had risen to an entirely new level. In his twilight years, Whitebeard's boisterous laughter even parted the clouds. As he approached, the distortion of space became palpably evident. This man, in certain respects, could indeed be compared to Clark. With a deep gaze, Bruce inhaled the scent of sulfur. He refrained from any reckless actions. In the next moment, he exchanged positions with a shadow that had darted far away. In his mind, both Whitebeard and the 3 admirals had become hypothetical adversaries. He needed means to counterbalance them. Bruce had always been one to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Leave Ace behind. Sengoku was genuinely anxious. Whitebeard was, after all, a fearsome tiger in his twilight years. With time on his side, he could wear him down. His ultimate goal was to strike at the core strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace is indeed a pivotal figure. The bloodline coursing through his veins imparts a unique influence on his execution. The expressions of Kizaru and Akiji grew markedly serious. Ice pillars and beams of light surged relentlessly towards the duo of Bruce. The pacifists, who were initially pursuing other pirates, redirected their cannons. Absalom entered his transparent state. Having developed his abilities quite well, he could render objects of a certain size invisible upon contact. With the primary target lost, all firearms instantly turned their aim towards Bruce. In that fleeting moment, Bruce couldn't suppress an expletive. His danger sense blared like an alarm, urging him to flee. Shadow Mage. With great effort, he transformed his body once more into bats, using the Shadow Warrior to continuously swap positions with these shadows. The lasers emitted by the pacifists and the ice spears hurled by Akiji, along with the relentless gunfire and shelling from the Navy soldiers, created an impenetrable barrage. After experiencing the tranquility of a vacuum field, Bruce was now engulfed in a firestorm even more intense than Van Fleet's ammunition. Bats of shadow flitted through the hail of bullets, bearing Bruce's form as they exchanged positions. It was akin to a dance of shadows, performing a miraculous survival act. The Shadow Warrior is also a shadow dancer. In this moment, Bruce's physical and mental stamina were stretched to their limits. Already weakened, it felt as though his very insides were tearing apart. Blood poured forth from his nostrils and ears. The price for obtaining a corpse was exorbitantly high. Yet, why was he so fixated on a mere corpse? Bruce felt he had been somewhat influenced by Moria, infected by a peculiar obsession. Cover for them. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates finally reacted. Marco, despite his injuries, transformed once again into a phoenix wreathed in blue flames, intercepting countless beams in midair. Why the urgency? Magma Demon? Whitebeard laughed heartily. As long as Ace survived, this war he initiated could not be deemed a failure. The only lament was for those children who perished along the way. Father is here to accompany you. Whitebeard wielded his bicento, cleaving through the air and pinning Akainu to the ground. He then forcefully struck the earth, raising his hands high. It seemed as if he were grasping something from the heavens. A tremendous roar echoed through the skies, and the ground trembled simultaneously. Buildings collapsed, islands fractured, and the sea was upturned. Whitebeard tore open a chasm, separating himself from his family. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Whitebeard sought a grave to bury those children who had fallen at Marineford. His body bore cracks akin to shattered porcelain, nearing the end of its endurance. It seems that the promise made to the bat spirit may not be fulfilled, and Whitebeard feels a pang of guilt, yet finds himself at a loss for alternatives. He raises his head, determined to carve a path for the living. The One Piece truly exists. His hands, once elevated, finally descend, centered around Whitebeard. The earth begins to collapse. Chapter 28, A Block of Iron? Perhaps it's best left unlearned. Even from a great distance, Bruce can sense the tremors of power, still resonating within him. He races to the battered flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, finally afforded a moment to catch his breath. At this moment, Absalom reveals himself and without hesitation, hands over the hot potato that is Ace to the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy is indeed ruthless. In that moment, Absalom feared he might inherit the terrifying ship, yet it appeared that Perona took precedence. Marco intercepted the two. We have noted the promises made by Father, he stated. In the absence of Whitebeard, he stands as the representative of the crew. He harbored a desire to negotiate a different condition. As a son, he wished to contribute to his father's legacy, yet surrendering even his father's remains felt profoundly disconcerting. However, at this moment, he had nothing to offer. Bruce waved his hand, rendered speechless, his chest aching. His body had indeed reached its limits. The fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to his indomitable will. Planning to depart with Absalom, Bruce harbored distrust towards pirates. He trusted no one beyond his immediate subordinates. He believed that this action was influenced by Moria, who had an obsessive fixation on powerful corpses. Absalom had already instructed the zombie sailors to set the ship, Thriller Bark, in motion, avoiding disaster. Marco halted the two, asking, "Does your ship have a doctor? If not, at the very least, they should tend to the wounds here." He was the ship's medic, while Bruce's own ship's doctor remained aboard the terrifying ship. Although Bruce possessed decent medical skills, they were contingent upon modern equipment. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce nodded in agreement. The Phoenix's first aid methods were indeed effective. Bruce was enveloped in blue and white flames, lying in a serene repose. His flames of regeneration also bore healing properties for others, and he could not recall when he had drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's periphery, the Red Force and a naval vessel simultaneously surged from the sea's depths. The end of war and the seekers of conflict arrived together. The vast, azure ocean revealed no islands, only a vessel cloaked in somber hues navigating the waters. Not a single sailor was visible on board. The zombies abhorred sunlight and hid within the ship's cabin during the day. As was his custom, Bruce engaged in training. It had already been 3 days since departing the battlefield atop the summit. Perhaps it is the power of the flame of resurrection bestowed by Marco that has enabled him to recover swiftly. However, the iron block remained stagnant. Regardless, Bruce observed several naval officers being hurled away by the iron block on the battlefield above. No need to learn from them. Absalom sat cross-legged nearby, perusing the latest newspapers. And whenever he stumbled upon noteworthy news, he would share it aloud. It appears that a significant jailbreak has occurred at Impel Down, bringing great shame upon the Navy. Those who were to face execution remain alive. The headquarters has been ravaged, and the grand prison has been breached. It is a pity for Whitebeard, as that body was promised to them. The old man has acted rather unscrupulously in this matter. Fortunately, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates acknowledged this favor. Then there is Blackbeard, who astonishingly appeared alongside Shanks. This must have transpired shortly after our departure. Following the chaos at the underwater prison, what could he possibly be plotting upon his return to Marineford? It is said that the war was forcibly concluded thanks to the influence of Shanks. Nonetheless, the Navy, dragged into the earth by Whitebeard's final blow, lacked the strength to pursue any further. The Navy is truly inept, I had clearly reported to them. Due to his tip-off, Blackbeard's plans were utterly disrupted, forcing him to rush to the underwater prison to recruit his crew and then hastily return to the battlefield. Yet, he still arrived a step too late. By some fortunate coincidence, he collided with Shanks and his crew, with the old man's corpse still unattainable. The tremor fruit slipping through his fingers, and the Shichibukai lost, Blackbeard was seething with hatred towards the informant. Meanwhile, the very informant was shaking his head and sighing, exuding a sense of disappointment. What of Doflamingo? Has there been any news? Bruce inquired. It seems there has not been. They haven't even mentioned our affairs. Damn selective reporting. Absalom had also submitted some articles, as the World Economic News Agency generously collects news from around the globe. Thus, he possessed some insight into their dealings. They reported only the demise of Doflamingo, omitting the captain and my own exploits. Reputation is crucial for those who navigate this world. After suffering defeat to a rookie pirate, I have struggled to hold my head high even a few times aboard the flower ship. Just when I finally managed to regain some momentum, these scoundrels failed to report it. After venting his frustrations, Absalom noticed Bruce had paused his training and immediately approached to inquire. So, Captain, what are our next plans? Given the current circumstances, it seems increasingly difficult to quietly amass a zombie army. It is indeed time for the captain to choose our direction. Bruce halted his training, exhaled deeply, and reflected. He had numerous tasks ahead of him, seeking the Dordor fruit and the Mirror fruit, and exploring the misty seas. These were all vital clues in Bruce's quest for direction. Upon witnessing the demise of the clown at his own hands, an unsettling sense of urgency dissipated within him. He found himself questioning the correctness of his return to Gotham, pondering whether he might inadvertently become the city's next calamity. Captain, he remarked, you have been rather tense of late. After all, this is not our first failure. Absalom possessed an innate understanding of the art of consolation. I propose we venture to the city of the Spring Queen for some relaxation. The Joy Street there truly offers a respite of merriment. Had the captain been his former self, it would have been exceedingly difficult to entice anyone, regardless of expenditure. However, circumstances had shifted. The once towering Moria, nearly 7 meters in height, stood as an anomaly, too grand for humanity, yet too diminutive for giants. Consequently, their course was ultimately adjusted towards the city of the Spring Queen, bolstered by 2 additional reasons proposed by Absalom: the disposal of stolen goods and intelligence gathering. Joy Street served as a pivotal stronghold within the underworld. As for the notion of merriment, Bruce, in his youth, indulged far more extravagantly. The Americans were at the forefront of this pursuit, particularly when he embodied the very essence of capitalism. Yet, with age, he had matured, though he felt surprisingly youthful in his current form. Bruce sensed he had been led astray by his subordinates. Bruce Wayne, long ensconced in this identity, began to perceive Batman as his true self, while Wayne felt like mere pretense. Yet, upon returning to the mantle of Batman, he found himself grappling with the abandonment of Wayne, leaving him somewhat disoriented. If Alfred were present, he would likely assist in harmonizing the 2 personas. Regrettably, he was accompanied solely by the loquacious Absalom. Internally, Bruce felt little resistance. Perhaps the previous sense of crisis had rendered his nerves overly taut. Upon recognizing the root of his unease, that sensation began to fade. Having concluded his exercises on the deck, Bruce retreated to his captain's quarters, the very space that had greeted him upon his arrival in this world. Though not expansive, it imparted a rare sense of tranquility. In addition to his physical training, Bruce had recently engaged in another endeavor, the study of the luminous orb he had brought from the depths. This entity resembled a paper crane, devoid of substance, seemingly accessible only to shadows. At that moment, Bruce's shadowy incarnation grasped it within his hand, suggesting it was time to attempt a restoration. Based on his research over the past few days, this orb appeared to embody a form of remembrance, an offering of thoughts for the departed. It resembled the act of retrieving a message in a bottle. Inscribed with inverted glyphs, the meaning escaped Bruce's comprehension, yet he discerned its essence with eerie clarity. Forgive me, Father, for I have resorted to the forbidden arts you cautioned against. The village has grown increasingly terrifying and dark. Individuals like you and me are relentlessly ostracized. They have even caused my mother's demise. Have I truly erred in some way? Will I be next? Father, if you are able to see this, could you guide me on what I ought to do? Chapter 29, You must instill fear in them. This should be the heartfelt longing and confusion of a girl who has lost her parents, directed towards the father beyond the veil. Bruce has once traversed a similar path, and thus, he feels a sense of empathy, prompting him to respond with greater seriousness. It is certainly within the realm of possibility to reply. His thoughts can inscribe messages upon the luminous sphere, and perhaps forge a connection through it. He recalls the immense whale he encountered in the depths of the subconscious, gliding through the abyss laden with light. Concerning the young girl's plight, Bruce perceives it as a form of bullying far more egregious than mere schoolyard harassment. It may arise from a backward and ignorant village. He has witnessed numerous such instances. In certain insular communities, when an individual with unique traits, such as albinism, emerges, they are often subjected to ostracism and persecution by the collective. Such occurrences remain unavoidable in various corners of modern society, which is indeed lamentable. A thought crossed Bruce's mind, and he inscribed a response upon the luminous sphere. The most effective means of confrontation is to become their darkness, a presence deeper than mere shadows. Instill fear in them, rather than succumb to fear yourself. In this regard, he possesses considerable experience. Had circumstances been different, he might have considered a gentler approach. But given that the other party has lost their parents, he deems their survival paramount. It resembles the urgency of self-preservation. I can teach you some self-defense and interrogation techniques. At the conclusion, he noticed a name inscribed upon the luminous sphere, faint and indistinct. The sphere vanished in an instant, yet left behind an imprint. Would you care for a drink, Captain? That night, Absalom raised a glass of brown rum, beckoning to Bruce. Fresh water is a luxury at sea, and due to the constraints of storage conditions, it is prone to spoilage, unlike rum, which possesses remarkable longevity. During their time at Marlon Vando, they had resupplied the supplies of the Phantom of Terror. Bruce gazed at the murky liquid, hesitating for a while. His lips felt parched and cracked. He resolved to drink it down. At sea, one often finds oneself in such predicaments. His previous excursion to the naval vessel had been partially motivated by the scarcity of fresh water. As the liquid coursed through him, a warmth enveloped his body. Though the taste left much to be desired, he suddenly realized that he still harbored a desire for a certain quality of life. Henceforth, expenditures on alcoholic beverages would increase by 30%. It was difficult to disagree. Absalom, on the other hand, was less discerning. The zombie sailors were devoid of voting rights. The nighttime was when the Phantom of Terror set sail. Although the zombie sailors would not turn to ash under the sun, they still instinctively loathed it. Master, a discovery has been made. A zombie spider monkey descended the main mast, shouting excitedly. Ahead, a vessel was spotted. Shall we investigate? Did you see a flag? It appears to be merely a merchant ship. Bruce approached the bow and peered into the inky darkness, faintly discerning an oak merchant ship swaying upon the waves. It seemed there was no sign of life aboard. Could it be a ghost ship? The spider zombie trembled with trepidation. The stout zombie sailor beside him scoffed disdainfully. Fool. We are the ghost ship, or rather, the zombie ship. Let us proceed. Bruce issued the command. The zombie sailors sprang into action, adjusting the sails to draw the ship closer. The merchant vessel boasted 4 masts and 6 decks, its windows densely packed, still illuminated by kerosene lamps. Yet, there were no signs of activity on the deck. Only bloodstains and severed limbs. We are late, Absalom lamented, regretting the missed opportunity to plunder the ship, for a black market encounter could have yielded them a bountiful harvest. Let us see if there is any food left, Bruce suggested, shaking his head in silence. He instructed Absalom to take a few zombie sailors below deck for a search. Not long after they entered, a series of shrill screams erupted from within. Zombies! Pirates! More pirates are here! The commotion below quickly escalated. Moments later, Absalom emerged from the hold, dragging a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Captain, everyone is hiding below. The bearded man trembled uncontrollably. There is nothing left, truly nothing. Oh, merciful pirate, grant us a chance to live. Absalom continued. I just raided this ship, and there was hardly anything remaining. The guards have been wiped out. Should we turn them into zombies, Captain? No. The bearded man exclaimed in terror at the mere mention of zombies. If there is nothing left, and you refuse to be turned into zombies, you must grant us a chance to survive. Absalom hoisted the bearded man, his tone menacing. We finally encounter a merchant ship, and it turns out to be a second-hand treasure. Bruce lowered his gaze to the bloodstains on the deck, crouching to touch them lightly. There was still some warmth. They could seize the opportunity to raid them while the iron was hot. Bruce's moral compass had become rather flexible, largely due to the stark disparity in their circumstances. How much did the pirates take from you? Approximately 600 million berries. That is the total value of our cargo, the bearded man confessed, identifying himself as the ship's first mate, the second in command. The captain had already been slain. 600 million berries. Absalom gasped, his eyes gleaming. Not every day do pirates stumble upon such a plump target. Do you know which direction to run? Yes, yes. The man with the scruffy beard nodded repeatedly. Retrieving a nautical chart and 2 permanent compasses, employing triangulation to calculate their position. The magnetic field of the Grand Line is peculiar, rendering celestial navigation ineffective. Thus, one must rely on 2 types of compasses for guidance. The recording compass captures the magnetic forces attracting islands to one another, directing the way to the next isle, while the permanent compass steadfastly points towards a specific island, the direction of Water City. The first mate was quite enthusiastic, unwilling to sacrifice his own body just yet. Could they catch up? Surely, I just observed that the ship's stock of liquor had been completely consumed. These rascals must first indulge in a celebration. Absalom was even more eager than the first mate, fully aware of the pirates' proclivities. Then let us pursue. Bruce sought to enhance his culinary experience. One could hardly expect a crew accustomed to associating with zombies to create gourmet meals. As they departed, Bruce took with him the box containing the compass and the corpses of about 10 guards. The compass was essential, while the bodies were ripe for repurposing. Perhaps influenced by Moria, Bruce now believed that utilizing corpses was not so reprehensible. If zombies could generate wealth, America would undoubtedly legislate their employment status at the earliest opportunity. Adjust the sails to 3 o'clock and fill the mainsail, he commanded. Oarsmen, get moving. Below deck on the Phantom's lower level, 2 rows of long oars awaited deployment when necessary. The zombie sailors would row without complaint. The speed of the Phantom surged, cutting through the tranquil sea and leaving a frothy wake. Bruce cast a deep gaze at these undead sailors, realizing that his previous notions had been somewhat misguided. Forming them into a legion had been an error, but placing them at a sewing machine, he had a premonition. His financial prowess seemed to be returning. About an hour later, Bruce and his crew spotted the ripples created by the pirate ship ahead. Do you recognize it? Bruce inquired, already able to discern the enemy's flag through his telescope. No impression. Absalom shook his head. As a media professional fond of indulgence, he had crossed paths with many old pirates and had seen the new, renowned ones in the papers. This particular vessel was unfamiliar. The pirate ship in the distance was strikingly distinctive, resembling a fox, half submerged in the sea. While its flag bore a childlike, graffiti-style skull, it appeared quite festive. Bruce noted that the pirate ship seemed to be hosting a banquet, brightly illuminated. Accelerate. Let us close the distance without granting them a moment to react. In terms of naval combat, Bruce's experience was scant, relying primarily on the memories imparted by Moria. Upon receiving the command, the oarsmen zombies on the lower deck, heedless of their protruding bones wrapped in decaying flesh, fervently began to row. Their memories of their former selves had been entirely erased. They existed solely to obey Bruce's directives. The agony of rotting flesh and broken bones was but a trivial matter. The master's orders could not be delayed. The Phantom ship, wild and reckless, surged forth akin to a southern dragon boat, abruptly executing a sharp turn as it neared the Fox pirate ship. The entire vessel collided against the side of the Silver Fox vessel. Foxy turned his head, gazing in bewilderment at the pirate ship that had suddenly appeared alongside his own. Was he merely intoxicated, seeing things? Had he ever heard of ships racing upon the sea? This seemed to bear the flag of the Shichibukai Moria. The navigator and cheerleading captain, Pokey, was far more astute, recognizing the flag flying above the Phantom ship. How could the Shichibukai possibly be after us? Regardless of the Shichibukai or any such titles, I am Foxy, the Silver Fox. A flush of excitement colored Foxy's cheeks, and his audacity soared to astonishing heights. The words he uttered left his crew in utter astonishment. Was their captain truly so bold? He saw a tiger-faced man and a horned figure disembark from the Phantom ship. Where was Moria? Who was this little pirate? Indeed, he had indulged himself quite merrily. The merchant vessel housed a treasure trove of exquisite wines. Moreover, Pokey finally grasped the hint he had been subtly suggesting, igniting Foxy's enthusiasm. He pointed at Bruce and declared, "Bring Moria out to speak with me." The flag was not particularly memorable to him, yet Moria's visage lingered in his mind. In any case, it had no relation whatsoever to the well-proportioned man before him, whose muscular form exuded an air of old money. "I wish to engage in a pirate game with you, the Davy back fight." Foxy's steps were unsteady as he positioned himself in front of Bruce. "Haven't you heard? This is a game of theft among pirates, sworn before Davy Jones. The loser must pledge eternal loyalty to the victor." He chuckled, "And I, Foxy the Silver Fox, have a staggering 99 success rate, an ability user of the devil fruit. My only defeat was at the hands of that straw hat kid." Foxy was a fervent aficionado of this pirate game, having vanquished numerous pirate crews through it. He pointed directly at Bruce. "You're quite impressive. I shall win you from Moria." The stench of alcohol was overwhelming, causing Bruce to furrow his brow. It was understandable that he did not recognize him, after all. Only a few days had passed since the conclusion of the war on the top, and the newspapers had deliberately obscured his existence. They likely had yet to determine how to handle him as a shichibukai. Only those who had witnessed the live broadcast would have any recollection of him. As for Foxy, Bruce had chosen the most effective method to counteract his drunkenness. Suddenly, he appeared right before Foxy. Seizing his opponent by the shoulders, he executed a swift throw, followed by driving his knee into Foxy's chest. With a decisive upward motion, he unleashed 2 consecutive jabs to Foxy's head. The fluidity and precision of his movements were remarkable. Even the intoxicated Foxy, let alone the surrounding crew, were caught off guard. In the brief moment of confusion, Foxy succumbed to an inebriated stupor, slipping into a state akin to that of an infant slumber. "Captain, what is happening? Should we resist?" Some hesitated, while others sprang into action. Bruce dispatched one adversary, and, before he could fully regroup, the rest were swiftly scattered by Absalom and his legion of zombies. The ship, once bustling with over 100 crew members, was soon reduced to chaos. It was no wonder that they had no recollection of events. The bounty of merely 25 million berries was hardly imposing. Absalom unearthed Foxy's bounty notice from the captain's quarters, bemused by the antiquated notion of playing David and Goliath in this day and age. "If you don't wake up soon, you'll find yourself tossed into the sea." By the time they had tidied up, dawn had broken. Bruce stood to the side, observing Absalom's actions with a sense of calm, finding no fault in his methods, even perceiving a hint of gentleness. The tactics he employed against Gotham's criminals were far more ruthless. "Wait, I'm awake." Foxy had regained consciousness, realizing the tiger-faced figure intended to discard him, prompting an immediate reaction. Yet, Absalom merely feigned intimidation. Just as he was about to release his grip, Bruce spoke indifferently, "Let him sink for a while." Some individuals require a taste of hardship before they can engage in meaningful dialogue. Bruce had no intention of wasting words on them. Absalom paused momentarily before promptly responding, "Understood." He grasped the frayed end of the rope binding Foxy and delivered a swift kick to the back of the unfortunate pirate. Wait, Foxy exclaimed in alarm. As a devil fruit user, he would plummet into the depths like a stone upon hitting the ocean. Had Absalom not retained hold of the rope, he would have already sunk to the seabed. "Captain Foxy." Bruce's gaze swept across the remaining members of the Silver Fox Pirates, causing them to tremble. It was this utter disregard that instilled fear, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. "Is that sufficient, Captain?" Time passed, and Absalom began to fear that the Silver Fox might actually drown. The surface of the water revealed no bubbles. Bruce remained silent, his fingers gently tapping against the ship's railing, the dull echoes tightening the grip on everyone's hearts. This was a highly effective interrogation technique. The rhythmic tapping amplified the sense of oppression, reminiscent of the dripping sounds often employed in horror films. Like a warning to others, it planted the seeds of fear within the observers. The habitual offenders of Gotham bore vivid memories of Batman's chilling interrogations. "He will tread the precipice of death. Pull him up." Bruce's observation hockey continually perceives the breaths beneath the water's surface. Since that deep dive, his observation hockey has undergone some changes, becoming particularly sensitive to souls and breaths. The extent is roughly equivalent to the length of the rope in Absalom's hand, around 15 meters. Foxy, being pulled up, appeared pallid and unconscious. "He would not perish. Proceed with your task." "Very well." Absalom immediately grinned, aggressively inquiring the remaining members of the Silver Fox Pirates. With Bruce instilling fear in the forefront, these individuals were now utterly forthcoming. However, the more Absalom inquired, the deeper his frown became. Subsequently, he led the zombie sailors to search the cabin, returning with a countenance as dark as water. Chapter 31, half extracting shadows, half slaying to create zombies. The first mate deceived us. There are no goods worth 600 million berries. Even if we account for all the liquor aboard, it barely exceeds 100 million berries. Absalom's expression was exceedingly grim. This was worse than a defeat in battle. That would only concern strength. Now it was a humiliation to his pirate profession. It was a profound disrespect to his vocation. Hearing about food and drink, Bruce was quite satisfied. However, the ledger could not be settled in such a manner. I recall they were also bound for the land of the Spring Queen, correct? Upon hearing this, a stern expression crossed Absalom's face. Indeed, with the supplies on their ship, venturing to another island would be akin to courting death. Besides, Captain, did you not only leave them a single record pointer to the land of the Spring Queen? Initially, he had thought Bruce was merely skimming off the top, even taking the pointer along with everything else. Now, it was evident that Bruce had a far-reaching vision. How would these fellows be dealt with? Bruce's voice was as chilling as a demon, half extracting shadows, half slaying to create zombies. This notion abruptly surfaced in his mind. Then, he suddenly felt a pang of dread. When did death slip so easily from his lips? When did it begin? Perhaps it was when that sense of crisis had completely faded. Or perhaps Bruce truly realized that maintaining a non-lethal stance in this world could ultimately lead to a fate akin to Zephus. It might also be because death instills greater fear. People tend to dread power without virtue. Most in this world are like that. Ironically, when Batman kills a villain, people fearfully label him a devil from hell, a murderer of the city. Yet when the pirate Moria refrains from killing someone, he is hailed as an extraordinary good man. This is profoundly unjust. Yes, unjust. We can assist you in some way. Even menial tasks will suffice. The nearby zombie immediately bared its teeth. Are you also seeking to snatch the work of cattle and horses? Do you need a cheerleader? Balky felt utterly limp, truly not wishing for death. Meanwhile, several towering fighters nearby exchanged furtive glances. In an instant, they raised their blades against their companions, having discerned Moria's intent. To survive, one must eliminate the other half. For pirates, murder is commonplace, akin to the 20 or so guards of the merchant ship, who similarly fell victim to their hands. Just as the blades were lifted, their bodies froze in unison. A shadow overlapped with theirs. Bruce, the gorilla man, and the swordfish fishman suddenly spoke. Balky turned to see that those named were precisely those poised to strike down their comrades. They stood rigid, uncertain. Who told you that you could choose your victims? Bruce remarked, expressing his disinterest in the jester's cruel test of humanity. However, the emergence of these individuals spared him the effort of selection. A slight relief washed over him, as the number of those willing to turn on their companions was relatively small. Slaughter did not equate to unbridled freedom. Bruce was reluctant to rely on such brutality, perhaps striving to prove something. The debate between capital punishment and its abolition has never ceased. His principle of non-killing was not born from morality or human rights, but rather a means to restrain the darkness of vengeance that dwelled within him. The jester recognized this and perpetually sought to shatter his principle. Should he break this tenet, they would become akin to one another. Was he already in such a state? Bruce did not perceive himself as losing control, perhaps because this was not Gotham, or perhaps due to his current identity. Nevertheless, one aspect he acknowledged was the stark disparity of social environments. In Gotham, those he had chastised would still be subjected to trial and imprisonment. Despite numerous complications, the overarching system functioned. This world, however, was different. Bruce had heard that Justice Island had been obliterated. Some were not meant to kill, while others could. The boundary between them was something Bruce could only navigate through the most basic notions of good and evil. This was another line he had drawn for himself. He could not please everyone, only strive to remain true to his own principles. Could these individuals kill? He lowered his head, a subtle pressure enveloping the members of the Silver Fox Pirates, as if a tangible weight rested upon them. Their very lives hinged upon the contemplations of this horned devil. The shadow responded before he could. The blades of these individuals were ominously poised against their own throats. This was undoubtedly the most harrowing experience this group had ever faced. Their eyes, the only part they could control, bulged as if they might leap from their sockets. To witness their own demise, the blade glided gently across their necks, causing the group to gasp in a rhythm of breaths, both shallow and deep. Bruce maintained control over their bodies, rendering them rigid, as if crucified. Their bodies grew increasingly cold, while Bruce's breathing became more labored. After a lengthy exhale, the darkness surrounding him seemed to weigh heavier upon his shoulders. He found himself yearning for Gotham, perhaps to sit for a moment by his parents' gravestone, or to have a chat with Alfred. Or maybe, he longed to deliver a thorough beating to a criminal. The others remained utterly silent, paralyzed by fear, only to witness Bruce chuckle softly a few times. His laughter, shrouded in terror, echoed in their hearts throughout the frigid night. Bruce did not unleash his wrath upon the remaining individuals. Instead, he instructed them to line up like lambs, presenting their shadows to him and silently watching as their silhouettes were absorbed into the bodies of their fallen comrades, including Foxy. This fellow lacked the courage to turn against his allies and possessed no will to resist. After being submerged in seawater, he became entirely compliant. Fear had taken root deep within his heart. Over 60 individuals survived, with only a handful having taken their own lives, slightly deviating from Bruce's earlier assertion. Yet, at that moment, no one cared to quibble over the details. Only Absalom shouted that the captain had truly changed, transformed into a benevolent figure by sparing so many lives. The few who remained were the combatants of the Silver Fox Pirates, whom Foxy had previously reclaimed through pirate games. Once Bruce relinquished control over the Shadow Revolution, these individuals stood dazed, awaiting Absalom's selection and assignment to various roles aboard the thriller bark. Their memories had been erased by Bruce during their transformation into zombies. The zombie economy, it turned out, required only cattle and horses. The oars of the thriller bark could accommodate several more pairs. The survivors hid in the shadows or wrapped themselves in coats, knowing they could not sail during the day. "What is your fruit ability?" he inquired of Foxy. "I am the dullard who consumed the slow fruit," Foxy replied, his head bowed, acknowledging that he had been subdued while in a semi-drunken state. Yet, he had felt the raw power firsthand. This man was none other than the Warlord Moria, a notorious pirate who had roamed the seas a decade prior, clashing with the Yonko Kaido in the New World. Though he had been silent for 10 years, his reputation lingered. The slow fruit, Bruce mused, stroking his chin, suddenly realizing. Couldn't this serve as a refrigerator? Regrettably, Foxy's sluggish light can only dull objects for approximately 30 seconds before they revert to their original state. Bruce's countenance reflected profound disappointment. Chapter 32. Unread Messages. Once rendered ineffective, Foxy was relegated to the crew of sailors. The reconstruction of his terrifying vessel still necessitated manpower, and Bruce similarly felt a sense of belonging there. The concept of the refrigerator had fallen through. Fortunately, the ship of the Silver Fox pirates still boasted some red wine and champagne plundered from merchant vessels, their pure hues far superior to the rum aboard his own ship. It was certainly better than nothing. Bruce, who seldom indulged in alcohol, found himself compelled to partake while at sea. As night descended, the somber Absalom directed the zombie sailors into action. With the addition of about 20 corpses from the merchant ship's guard, the nightmarish vessel was suddenly reinforced with nearly 40 zombie sailors, providing ample manpower. The rowing speed increased significantly. The ship of the Silver Fox pirates trailed behind, effectively integrated into their ranks. On the fourth day, Bruce received a reply from Koji Main. It was the mark left by the light group on his shadow, emitting a faint glow, akin to a message notification. It appeared he needed to delve into the depths of collective consciousness to retrieve this reply. Bruce stroked his chin, contemplating how to achieve a deep mental dive in a conventional state. The ocean of the mind remains an enigmatic and uncharted domain, even in modern psychology. His previous attempt had indeed been audacious. Venturing forth, Bruce exited the captain's cabin and stood upon the corridor of the ship, his gaze inexplicably drawn to the azure sea. The sensation from his last deep dive lingered, reminiscent of being submerged in the abyss. Foxy nestled beneath the deck, cautiously avoiding the sunlight, and had since donned sailor attire. Tasked with deck cleaning duties, Bruce recalled his pirate game and curiously inquired, "You previously mentioned that in the pirate game one must swear allegiance to Davy Jones. What manner of being is Davy Jones?" "Legend has it he is a cursed pirate, doomed to dwell beneath the sea," Foxy answered earnestly. "Cursed by a demon to exist only in the depths. And those who possess the powers of the devil fruit are likewise cursed by the sea. Upon contact with seawater, they become powerless." The two shared an uncanny rapport. Bruce did not dwell on the veracity of the legend, instead silently gazing at the ocean's surface, where tumultuous waves relentlessly crashed, producing layers of frothy white. The mark of the light group lingered on Bruce's shadow, subtly pointing towards the ocean depths. Did this imply that I should plunge into the sea? Bruce felt a twinge of apprehension. He was well aware of the fate that befell those with abilities who fell into the water. At the very least, some preparation was essential. He refrained from acting impulsively, waiting until the deep of night. Only when the few living souls aboard the nightmarish vessel had retreated below deck, and the ship was animated solely by his obedient zombies, did Bruce finally make his move. He summoned Absalom. For Moria, there were two individuals in this world whom he absolutely trusted. One was Perona, the daughter he had raised by himself. The other was Absalom. It was the injured Absalom who had rescued the unconscious Moria when he had previously been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. They were companions who had endured life and death trials together. "Captain, why would you want to jump into the sea?" Absalom was taken aback. What was he to do if his captain suddenly lost his mind and leaped into the ocean? "Do not worry. I have no intention of seeking death," Bruce replied, tightening the rope around himself and handing the other end to Absalom. Such trust was rare for him. In the past, only Afyu had earned such confidence. But now, he was the pirate Moria. Captain Absalom's expression was grave. "Do you have any treasure maps to hand over?" "And Perona, she consumes a lot." He did not comprehend Bruce's actions, yet he respected them. Was it not customary for great pirates to leave behind treasure maps before their demise? "I'm living well. Why would I hide my money?" Bruce replied, somewhat exasperated, and added, "Pull me up in 2 minutes." This time frame was within a safe range. Once he confirmed that the rope was securely tied, Bruce stood at the edge of the ship, looking down at the azure sea. It truly resembled the tides of deep space, evoking a sense of disorientation. Bruce closed his eyes and jumped straight down. Absalom quickly wrapped the rope around himself twice and braced his foot against the ship's railing. If the rope were to slip from his grasp, he would be unable to retrieve Bruce. After all, he was also a power user. Damn it, why is it raining? The weather turned tumultuous. And as the rain began to fall, the wind surged, making Absalom feel as if the rope in his hand had grown heavier. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by sea kings? He counted the seconds. On the other end of the rope, the moment Bruce plunged into the water, the sense of being enveloped by darkness struck him once more, rendering him powerless to raise his body. He strained to open his eyes, but his observation hockey, which could typically perceive up to 15 meters, was now limited to just a few centimeters in front of him. The surroundings were engulfed in shadows. The ocean appeared bottomless, and he was descending deeper and deeper into the obscurity, immersed in a near state of sensory loss. Bruce once again encountered that pitch-black cave, familiar with the terrain. He slipped inside, traversing the dark river, and twisting the moment he spotted the clown. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he leaped into the depths of the underground river within the cave. It felt as though Bruce had sunk back into the ocean. But this time it was a deep dive of consciousness. The dark tide surrounded him once more, yet this time there were no olfactory anchors. Instead, another guiding force emerged. As Bruce caught sight of a glimmer, it illuminated a path for him amidst the profound darkness. He distinctly sensed his consciousness extending during the journey into the depths. Before long, he arrived at the threshold of individual awareness. The luminous orb, akin to a guiding origami crane, lingered at this juncture. Unlike the previous encounter with the colossal whale, the origami crane remained at the edge of the tide, signifying a connection had indeed been established. After waiting for a while without witnessing the majestic whale's presence, Bruce observed that the collective space was still teeming with shadows, seemingly cognizant of his existence. Should he plunge into that abyss, perhaps he would truly become lost. Exercising caution, Bruce focused his thoughts on the origami crane. Are you the harbinger of death? Does the Pure Land truly exist? Nevertheless, I thank you. It seemed the other party's circumstances had improved considerably, which brought Bruce a sense of solace. He had no intention of responding. It sufficed to confirm that this luminous orb could serve as his new anchor. Perched at the boundary, Bruce awaited the whale's emergence. Hoping to discern a pattern, he regarded the deep dive as a novel form of training. His spirit appeared to flourish with the duration of the dive, reflected in reality as an enhancement of his observation hockey. Perhaps his previous stroke of fortune had truly been remarkable. This time, Bruce waited for an extended period without witnessing the whale's appearance. Just as he contemplated whether to once again breach the boundary, the tide suddenly surged. Reminiscent of his last experience, was this his limit? With no time to act, he merely glanced at the origami crane, still steadfast in its position, which brought him considerable reassurance. In the next moment, the turbulent tide expelled him from its grasp. Chapter 33. The Undercurrent, the Abyss opening his eyes. Bruce was met with Absalom's tiger-like visage. Beside him stood Porgy, the navigator of the Silver Fox pirate crew, seemingly preparing to lean closer. Artificial respiration? Upon seeing Bruce's eyes flutter open, both Absalom and Porgy froze momentarily before nodding in unison. Ahem, although you are the captain, I cannot possibly administer artificial respiration to you. It would be awkward to summon others, but that young lady would suffice. Too bad the female Navy officer isn't here. She would likely be quite willing, Absalom clarified. Porgy clasped his face, his voice straining. I too find this quite a challenge. Bruce nearly retaliated with a punch. This is merely a method to hone my observation hockey, he explained as he rose. How long was I submerged before regaining consciousness? 5 minutes. It took me only a minute to pull Porgy out. Your sense of time is remarkably precise. And why do you wear such a proud expression? Bruce's lips twitched, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing further thoughts. His perception of time during the deep dive seemed strikingly altered. He suggested that Absalom should give it a try next time. The tiger-faced monster shook his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattle. The cheerleader of the Silver Fox pirates, Borchi, appeared genuinely intrigued. She was eager to elevate her standing aboard Moria's ship. However, Bruce, even from a distance, detected the fragrance of tea and did not refuse. A comparative experiment would indeed facilitate a better exploration of that peculiar realm. Moreover, he was not one to squander opportunities. Bruce designated the individual deep consciousness space as the undercurrent and the collective space as the abyss. Only by navigating the undercurrent could one plunge into the abyss. Additionally, there was the observation hockey. Bruce attentively gauged the distance, which had expanded from 15 to 16 meters. This reflected breadth. On the aspect of acuity, Bruce sought out Absalom. Try using your abilities. His transparency power allowed him to move undetected among a throng of Marines, provided he maintained a subtle demeanor, stable emotions, and kept a distance of no less than 1 meter. While in contact, he could also render certain objects transparent, using Moria's physique as a reference for size. The tiger-faced monster diligently developed his abilities, particularly in stealth. Is it truly effective? Absalom murmured, becoming transparent while remaining still and emotionally composed, maintaining approximately 5 meters of distance from Bruce. Under the specific scrutiny of Bruce's observation hockey, he sensed only a feeling of being watched. At 3 meters, he could discern the presence of an object. At 1 meter, he could perceive the outline of a figure, while beyond 5 meters, its existence became entirely imperceptible. Try moving a little, Bruce instructed, compiling these data as a reference to clearly ascertain the progress made with each foray into the depths. Ideally, the same should apply to strength and speed, but due to the limited space aboard the ship, he planned to address that upon returning to the thriller bark. Armed with the experience of a second deep dive, Bruce undertook 5 additional descents over the following 6 days. With each plunge, his observation hockey exhibited notable advancement, now encompassing a radius of 21 meters. Acuity had also seen considerable enhancement. Absalom could distinctly sense a presence from around 5 meters away. At Bruce's behest, the tiger-faced monster and Borchi both attempted to replicate this feat, but regrettably, with little success. Borchi fared slightly better, while Absalom, much like a lifeless dog, was entirely unable to keep up with Bruce's progress, even after Bruce had shared his methods with them. Neither could grasp any tangible feeling. It appeared that the distinction between ability users and non-users was not the primary factor. Was there perhaps a requirement pertaining to the mind or spirit? Both individuals had yet to awaken their observation hockey, leaving Bruce unable to conduct further experimentation. However, he refrained from dampening their enthusiasm. He elevated Borchi to the position of the new navigator of the Moonlight Pirates. With Bruce himself, the crew had long consisted of only 4 living souls. This was a deep-seated issue for Moria. A decade ago, in his conflict with Kaido, he lost nearly all of his trustworthy comrades, leaving him to survive alone. Ever since, Moria has believed that as long as one lives, one inevitably faces loss. He became obsessed with the creation of his zombie army. Remarkably, he has now begun to replenish it with fresh blood. His shock at Absalom's revival was even greater than when he first started training. The captain has begun to recruit the living, and notably, a young lady. One wonders what expression Perona will wear upon discovering this. Thank you, Straw Hat Boy. Borchi cheered exuberantly. In the presence of Bruce, he would often unconsciously loosen his collar. Absalom, however, showed no such restraint. The lively street lay before them, and this fellow was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that another paper crane has joined the ranks at the border of the dark tide. The girl seems quite dissatisfied with Bruce's habit of leaving messages unread. Judging by her demeanor, it seems likely she will send another. One cannot help but wonder what image the paper crane presents on the other side. Bruce plans to gather 3 before returning. The more anchor points he has, the safer his explorations will be amidst the dark tide. Master, I see the island. The spider monkey zombie climbed up the main mast to report the navigation status to Bruce. Are we finally nearing our destination? I must intercept that merchant ship at the port. Absalom has been brooding over the insult to his pirate honor by the ship's first mate, having mentioned it several times during this period. They veered slightly toward Water City and then pushed full throttle toward the city of the Spring Queen. The rowing zombie sailors had already worn out 4 or 5 hands, yet Absalom remained anxious about the merchant ship escaping. Bruce stood at the bow, taking out his telescope to survey the area. Not far off lay an island adorned with floral crowns. A bustling town and verdant groves cleaved the island in half. The houses arranged in a chaotic yet harmonious manner, the trees varying in height. The initial impression was one of tranquility. It should not be as tumultuous as Marineford. The first island Bruce encountered in this world was Marineford, steeped in tension and the pressures of war. While it did hasten his adaptation to this realm, the overall impression remained average. Joyful Street. I am back. Upon catching a whiff of the distant fragrance, Absalom wore a look of bliss. The landing point of the vessel was on the town's edge, where the floral crown extended into the sea, naturally forming a harbor. Adjacent to this port was a curved, 2-story building, the train station of the city of the Spring Queen. The railway of the sea train stretched from this station, appearing to float upon the surface of the ocean. As Bruce and his companions approached, a maritime train happened to be making its way towards them, stirring up dust on land while slicing through the azure waters of the sea, creating frothy waves nearly as high as the train itself. Let us first set foot on the island, he suggested. Exercising caution, Bruce refrained from allowing the Phantom to dock directly, instead steering to a nearby area concealed by floral canopies, intending to scout the surroundings with Absalom first. If the world government holds a grudge, they ought to be hunting us down worldwide by now, he jested, instructing the zombie sailors to remain aboard the vessel. As it was daytime, and the Silver Fox pirates were unlikely to venture out, they rowed a small boat to the harbor, where the tiger-faced oddity meticulously surveyed each ship moored at the port. I wonder if that merchant ship has arrived, he pondered. In Chapter 34, I want to learn this. Captain, please follow and collect. Two sharply dressed agents were also gathering information on the vessels at the harbor of Queen Spring City. One agent, with a peculiar expression, exclaimed, I think I just saw two people, as he pointed towards the empty sea, where a small boat had just docked. Was there a small boat earlier? Are you feeling overwhelmed? His companion inquired, shaking his head, insisting that such a small craft could hardly conceal anyone. The priority remained to locate the defected former CP9 agents. We received orders that disregard life and death, he reminded. They had arrived following reports of Rob Lucci and others allegedly appearing on the island. The blame for the destruction of Judicial Island had been laid squarely on Rob Lucci and his associates, who were currently being pursued under the guise of traitorous agents. The agents had gathered evidence confirming activity on the island, yet had yet to pinpoint a specific hideout. His partner shook his head, remarking that the Queen of Happy Street was not particularly cooperative. She will comply. Measures have already been taken from above, the older agent asserted confidently, patting his companion on the shoulder. The CP organization comprises more than just us agents. Meanwhile, as the two agents whispered to each other, Bruce and Absalom revealed themselves not far behind. Captain, I bear both good news and bad news, Bruce announced. The good news is that the Navy is temporarily preoccupied with other matters. The bad news is that the damn Navy is ignoring us. These two pieces of information seemed contradictory, yet Bruce could comprehend the underlying irritation. The Navy's lack of concern for them was infuriating, perhaps due to Moria's reclusive nature. He was deemed a negligible threat in the Navy's eyes. He shook his head, suggesting they survey the area to gather intelligence. While adrift at sea, updates relied entirely on the passage of newsgull messengers, which, regrettably, had not graced their journey thus far. The pair circled the town, where commerce thrived due to the maritime trade, attracting a steady stream of visitors. However, the clamor was far less than Absalom's previous impressions. There was a sense of restraint. Something felt amiss. Absalom stroked his chin, pondering whether there might be a new stronghold. He knew of a place where information flowed freely. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to get straight to the point. But Captain, I must first inquire about your preferences. You still favor the opposite sex, I presume? I mean the living kind. Not like Hogaback, who harbors affection for the deceased. Of course, I mean no offense. I harbor not a shred of discrimination. As he spoke, Absalom led him around the town's central hall, towards the angle formed by the train station. Such peculiar inclinations were rare, even in Gaelang. Turning a corner, the lights before them became mesmerizing, the pale flesh in the throng reminiscent of fresh pork illuminated by the harsh lights of a market. You know, Joy Street is merely a euphemism. Its proper name is Gaelang. The garish allure of the initial offerings held no charm for Absalom. Upon entering, Bruce felt as if the very air had turned viscous. Two young boys in vests immediately approached. Where to, sir? If you're uncertain of your destination, perhaps consider 18 Alley. They have acrobatic performances if you go now. Or 19 Alley, where you certainly shouldn't miss the services of the Serpent Head clan ladies. Or perhaps the Long Leg tribe. Are you interested? We shall head to 8th Alley, Absalom declared, feeling at home, his voice firm. Upon hearing 8th Alley, the boys straightened, abandoning any playful banter, and bowed their heads to lead the way. Gaelang comprises 20 alleys, each with its unique commerce. Some are straightforward, others more subtle, and some exceedingly peculiar. 18 Alley is known for its performances, yet 8th Alley is the most distinctive. Unlike the cramped confines of Marineford, Bruce sensed that this fellow was brimming with confidence, as if thriving in his element. For the Queen resided here. Captain, if you find it overwhelming, feel free to leave it to me. Regardless of Moria's previous demeanor or the current transformations, Absalom felt that Bruce's character did not align with an affinity for such locales. He might even feel somewhat out of place. Yet Absalom was different. He exuded the poise of a mentor guiding a novice. This was his domain. The scent here was markedly lighter. As they approached 8th Alley, Bruce discerned that the aroma had transformed from overpowering to delicate, layered like a fine perfume, with each note unfolding its own charm. 8th Alley is not particularly welcoming to those of our more forthright disposition. It is quite unlike other places. It is modest, yet when it is not, it can be alarmingly indulgent. He had only heard about it later, having only seen a single aspect of it. In the 8th Alley, there stood but one edifice, a theater. Even though it was merely dusk, numerous figures were already moving about within the theater. Absalom evidently bore the marks of past humiliation, his demeanor considerably subdued. However, this time would prove different. The young boy in a vest led him here and then departed, leaving Absalom under the vigilant gaze of the doorman stationed at the entrance. The reporter has returned. Do not allow him entry, the doorman muttered, his voice too loud for discretion. Absalom's face flushed with anger. Just as he contemplated confronting them, he noticed Lord Moria stepping forward. "Lord Moria, welcome," exclaimed the doorman. "That fellow is with me." Bruce casually produced 2 bills, slipping them into the doorman's pocket, and strolled inside. Although he felt somewhat out of place in the peculiar surroundings outside, Bruce was well acquainted with the ambience of the theater before him. "Isn't that right, Captain?" Absalom found it difficult to comprehend, following Bruce into the foyer of the theater with a dazed expression. Then he beheld Bruce, amidst a flurry of toasts and exchanges, draping his arm over the shoulder of a woman of exquisite elegance. His initial confusion and bewilderment gradually transformed into fervor and admiration. Madame Nicole, the moment she appeared, my gaze was irrevocably drawn to her, he thought. The darkness that enveloped Bruce seemed to dissipate, transforming him into a dashing gentleman. "This is my subordinate," he introduced. "Lord Moria." "You jest," replied Madame Nicole, her hand covering her mouth though failing to conceal her amusement. "It truly delights me to hear that the warlord believes his gaze can only rest upon himself." She owned several jewelry stores in town, her hand lightly resting on Bruce's arm, adorned with jade bangles and strings of gemstones. "If you ever wish to part with any jewelry, I assure you I can offer a price satisfactory to us both. I only hope that when Lord Moria takes action, he will advise his subordinates to exercise caution." "Action?" Absalom questioned, bewildered as he accepted the business card Madame Nicole offered, his eyes lighting up in realization. "What do you mean, jewelry stores?" "Madame Nicole is the largest jeweler in the Kingdom of Spring. Have you already struck up a connection?" he exclaimed. "I wish to learn this art, Captain." His interest in the mastery of observation hockey waned in comparison to his admiration for such social prowess. Chapter 35, Stussy Action? Bruce's expression shifted as well. Madame Nicole chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. "I have heard whispers these past few days of a band of pirates planning to land and plunder. Initially, I thought them merely foolish brigands. But to my surprise, it is Lord Moria. I imagine the Queen is equally astonished." Absalom and Bruce exchanged a glance, and it was as if a question mark simultaneously emerged above their heads. How could they have been oblivious to this matter? "Excuse me for a moment." The two retreated to a corner, lowering their heads to engage in hushed discourse. It was no wonder the island's commerce was so dismal. After all, which pirates would announce their plundering in advance? Unless, of course, someone was stirring the pot with ulterior motives. Bruce naturally recalled the conversation with the port agent. It was fortuitous that they had arrived at such a pivotal moment. Even Bruce himself had not anticipated this insight. Moria had been in seclusion for a decade. While Bruce hailed from Gotham, he never imagined that a notorious pirate like him would evoke so many associations upon making an appearance on an island. Unlike the Silver Fox pirates, who drifted aimlessly upon the seas, Happy Street was renowned not only for certain services, but also for its astute intelligence network. Even the gatekeeper could recognize him at a glance. "What shall we do? Should we clarify?" inquired the tiger-faced stranger. Fortunately, they had not allowed the scarce ship to dock directly. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more complicated to resolve. However, the Queen of Spring City did not belong to any affiliated nation, and the Navy had no time to manage them at present. Moreover, they were pirates operating under a letter of marque. The world government had yet to revoke Moria's title as one of the 7 warlords. Additionally, it was a rare occurrence for the captain to show such enthusiasm for venturing out. Suddenly, Absalom's heart raced with excitement. This was a unique opportunity. Since there was a queen, adding a king should not pose a problem, should it? If he could rule over these 20 alleys, they could host an extravagant feast together. The thought of such splendid vistas took his breath away. He dared not dream further. Absalom's eyes sparkled with ambition. Bruce discerned the meaning behind his gaze and shook his head, deeming it unworthy. He understood that some ventures were more profitable than mere robbery. Of course, robbing celestial dragons would be an exception. Those individuals possessed an abundance of treasures, and striking against them could also evoke a sense of righteous fulfillment, an amalgamation of material and spiritual rewards. The 5 exquisite pieces of jewelry he had pilfered from the celestial dragon's vault during his last venture were now ready for trade. He was prepared to act. Whether for the reconstruction of the terror ship or his subsequent navigational plans, financial backing was essential. He had no intention of parting with his gold, as it was a stable currency. He surmised that if the world government could not swiftly quell the upheaval from the Paramount War and the ensuing chaos from the Impel Down riot, the value of berries might soon depreciate. It turned out that a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries could merely step outside to discard some trash, and their bounty could surge to 700 million, 800 million, or even $1 billion. A place like Happy Street would become irrelevant. In the underworld, everyone was a cunning fox with numerous hideouts. Extracting wealth from them was no simple task. Bruce had ample experience in this regard. "Let us not rush. We shall observe first," he remarked, noting that Lady Nicole was beginning to show signs of impatience. Turning his head, he leaned in with a couple of playful remarks, causing the lady of the jeweler to tremble with excitement. "My captain, how terrifying." Absalom followed closely behind, once dismissive, now observing with meticulous attention. However, as the trio engaged in conversation, a maid approached with her head bowed. "Lord Moria, Lady Stussy requests your presence upstairs," the lady remarked. "There is nothing that cannot be discussed." Bruce, seemingly anticipating this, nodded and said, "I too am curious to see what I might gain from her." He placed particular emphasis on the word gain. He felt entirely at ease in such social settings, even if he harbored some reservations. Apologetically, Bruce turned again, lowering his head to whisper in the ear of the jeweler's wife, "I need to step away for a moment." Instantly, Lady Nicole's ears flushed crimson. Had it been a distinguished noble or knight making such a gesture, she would have thought little of it. Yet, the one before her was a pirate. A savage marauder whose mere poise could exude an oppressive aura. Renowned across the seas as one of the 7 warlords, he quickened her heartbeat, prompting her to hastily grasp a glass of champagne from the servant's tray, taking a delicate sip to mask her blush with the drink. With a playful pout, she said, "I cannot refuse the Queen's invitation." Bruce smiled, not engaging further. Following the maid up the staircase beside the ballroom, they ascended towards the theater's central stage, leading to a series of private rooms. The central room's door stood ajar. Stussy leaned against the edge of the table, adorned in a pink dress and white shawl, holding an amber-hued wine glass. Upon seeing Moria, she raised her glass. "Welcome. I have yet to host a 7 warlord." Her demeanor was poised, a striking contrast to the cloying atmosphere of the entire area. Bruce sensed a subtle threat emanating from her, thus abandoning his playboy facade. Casually taking a seat in the private room, he felt no qualms regarding her overt hospitality. After all, the 7 warlords were a significant force utilized by the world government to balance the 4 emperors and the navy, undoubtedly a personage of great import in these waters. Despite Bruce having recently eliminated one, if anyone were to feel apprehensive, it ought to be Stussy. "It seems you prefer a more direct approach," Stussy remarked as she took a seat. "I can offer you some intelligence. Your bounty in the underworld has now reached a staggering 1 billion berries. The Don Quixote family is determined to exact revenge upon you at any cost. Their ships may already be en route to the Misty Sea." While Stussy used the term may, her tone was filled with conviction. This was the lingering consequence of having slain Doflamingo. The faction he had formed as a family indeed possessed sufficient cohesion, and even in Doflamingo's absence, no internal strife had erupted. It was plausible that vengeance served as their source of unity. Bruce remained utterly composed, having already eliminated Doflamingo. He felt no concern for the remaining remnants. He refrained from speaking, gently tapping his fingers against the wine glass, seemingly captivated by the amber liquid swirling within. His demeanor was impeccably poised, betraying no sign of the recent revelation regarding the pirate assault. Stussy interpreted this as dissatisfaction. She found herself perplexed by Moria's unexpected presence in this location. The original CP9, led by Rob Lucci, was recuperating in the town, a fact well known to Stussy. She was also aware of the CP agents pursuing them. Furthermore, she understood that the CP organization intended to exert pressure through a piratess intervention, an idea initially proposed by Stussy herself in her capacity as a CP officer. This served as yet another layer of disguise for her identity, while also providing an opportunity to eliminate dissenters under the pretext of the pirate attack. Stussy observed the unfolding situation keenly. Yet Moria's arrival remained a source of confusion and instinctive caution. It was akin to 2 mob bosses from Gotham clandestinely arranging a dubious deal at a restaurant, only for the Joker to stroll in, casually suggesting they share a meal. Can you believe it? In the eyes of other factions, Moria was the Joker, an unpredictable bomb capable of launching a sudden attack on Doflamingo amidst the chaos of war, employing a devilish grace to execute his foe. Intelligence agencies like Stussy had conducted extensive analyses and reviews following the war's conclusion, deeming it crucial to comprehend Moria's motivations for his abrupt actions. The world government too struggled to discern the underlying animosity that compelled these two to settle their grievances on the battlefield. After thorough investigation, they discovered that the only source of contention stemmed from an incident while docking when Doflamingo had orchestrated a barrage of cannon fire directed at Moria's ship. What? You mentioned the Navy? The demise of a handful of naval officers holds no relevance for pirates. The only plausible explanation was that Moria harbored an exceedingly petty disposition. This label, once affixed, became ingrained in the collective perception of him among various factions. Stussy found herself in a quandary, unable to recall whether she had inadvertently offended him or perhaps his subordinate, a small-time journalist who had previously mingled on the streets of Pleasure District. His writing was lackluster, yet his critiques were astute, allowing him to thrive in various alleys. However, complications arose when his articles began to encroach upon unsavory secrets about prominent figures. A certain naval admiral had an illegitimate child with a woman from a smuggling ring. Another government official was rumored to have bathed only 7 times in 44 years. A king from an allied nation had brought home a man resembling his second wife from a street in Geylang, even going so far as to dress him in her garments shortly thereafter. The prominent figures unanimously dismissed these claims and completely ostracized Absalom. Joining the Moonlight Pirates was merely a subsequent matter. If these were the circumstances, indeed, they would be difficult to navigate. Stussy gazed intently at the relaxed Moria before her, his unguarded demeanor prompting her to wonder whether a sudden strike could eliminate him, perhaps with the sea stone powder bombs that Moria had developed, of which imitations were now available. Could it be feasible? As she pondered, she inadvertently exchanged a glance with Bruce, who seemed to harbor expectations. Stussy suppressed her chaotic thoughts with a slight smile. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. A maid clad in a high-slit dress approached, pushing a small cart adorned with a black cloth. Upon unveiling it, a dazzling golden radiance pierced her heart. There lay 20 gold bars stacked together. No wonder a cart was necessary. Stussy's position as the Queen of Fun Street was assuredly supported by her expansive vision. Here are 200 million berries. Let us consider this a token of friendship, a sort of protection fee. Stussy maintained a strong rapport with Big Mom. Yet her influence struggled to extend to the first half of the Grand Line. Moria, however, was a tangible asset right before her. This friendship was indeed invaluable. Bruce merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly. Even with the treasures seized from the celestial dragons last time, he remained in the most impoverished phase of his life. Stussy assumed his appetite remained unquenched, her expression stiffening considerably. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Bruce's keen observation hockey allowed him to discern Absalom's voice amidst the chaos. That fellow seemed to be uttering, "Did you see that bastard? Is he the first mate of that merchant ship?" Bruce, no longer inclined to intimidate the queen before him, revealed a menacing smile, displaying his sharp teeth. If they were to forge a friendship, it would be prudent to present something of substance. I require some intelligence. His gaze never lingered on the gold bars. Information regarding the Navy, the world government, or even the fog sea would suffice. And there's a research organization called MADS. I have a keen interest in some of their studies. Bruce clasped his hands together. His tone was unremarkable, yet the dynamics had shifted. If necessary, I can pay. Compared to the wealth Bruce once possessed, the gold bars offered by Stussy were insignificant. He indeed required funds, yet he was confident in his ability to earn more. It was Stussy's intelligence that constituted her bargaining chip. Regrettably, she failed to comprehend this. In fact, upon hearing the term MADS, Stussy's fingers involuntarily curled, her mind momentarily adrift. For a fleeting moment, she believed Moria had truly uncovered something significant. She is aware of her true secret, yet maintains an air of nonchalance, even managing a smile. I shall keep a watchful eye for you. The notion of something being free is often the most costly. When one proclaims the absence of a price, it merely indicates that they desire something of greater value than mere currency. Stussy's eyes brimmed with apprehension. Absalom had shattered the theater's window in pursuit, his footsteps lingering in the night. The sky had darkened unexpectedly, accompanied by a light drizzle. How could a first mate flee so far? Bruce stood at the theater's entrance, mimicking a masked gesture. This act served as a psychological cue. The playful demeanor of the dandy vanished, replaced by an overwhelming darkness. Shadows enveloped him, and as he stepped into the night, it was as if a bat unfurled its wings, its eyes glowing crimson. The rain obscured the sense, yet the vibrant colors of his surroundings still allowed him to detect traces. The dark figure, akin to a bat, perched atop Geylang Street, surveying the town as the rain shrouded it in gloom. Bruce noticed a flicker of flame suddenly ignite in an alleyway. A cacophony of footsteps intruded upon the rain's curtain. A band of pirates was poised to plunder the town. Bruce recalled the information mentioned by Lady Nicole. He hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. He hastened toward the source of the fire, which aligned with the traces left by Absalom. Once again, flames flickered at the mouth of the dark alley. It appeared they had hooked a sizable catch. Bill grabbed hold of a bearded man, grinning at the menacing figure across from him. One of Moria's 3 bizarre subordinates. Could it be that Moria was present as well? Not everyone would bow in fear at the mere mention of a warlord. Rather, many would be enticed by the prospect of their substantial bounty. They coveted the immense fame that would come from defeating them. They were also eager to prove themselves. Especially in the fierce world of piracy, such fools were plentiful. Where's my billion berries? Absalom was encircled by an iron ring, seemingly still warm, pressing against his skin, causing him to wince in pain. He had been solely focused on pursuing the unexpectedly appearing first mate, completely oblivious to the sudden emergence of the pirates. Thus, he fell victim to a surprise attack, the ring clasped to his chest, its visible steam rising even in his transparent state. At Bill's words, he merely spat in disdain. His eyes filled with contempt. A bunch of insignificant pirates. Such a look only provoked Bill further. His Silver Pirate Alliance never plundered merchant vessels, but instead targeted high-bounty pirates. Create some commotion for me. The Navy shall not disturb us tonight. Is that so? Chapter 37, The Terrifying Ship's New Laborer. Is that so? As soon as Bai Lu's command reverberated, a sudden voice pierced the silence around him. A deep, subdued tone, as if suppressing something profound. Who is it? He abruptly slashed through the curtain of rain with his knife, yet found nothing but emptiness, as if it had all been a mere figment of his imagination. Boss. One of his subordinates began to utter something, but out of the darkness loomed a colossal figure. With a single, feral roar, that subordinate vanished into thin air. What was that? Fire. Shoot now. The flare of gunfire shattered the night, and in the chaos, Bai Lu caught sight of a pair of glowing red eyes. Peseta, bring the cannon. At his side, another officer hastily crouched down with a cannon on his back, and upon hearing the command, promptly unleashed 2 cannonballs that erupted into a billowing cloud of black smoke amidst the rain. Had that creature been vanquished? Bai Lu found himself uncertain. His palm pressed against his abdomen, his body radiating heat like a glowing iron ingot, the raindrops sizzling upon contact. He was a user of the melting fruit, capable of raising his body to an extremely high temperature, melting any metal ingested, and reshaping it at will. In simpler terms, he was a human furnace. The heat emanating from Bai Lu swirled around him, yet the night remained eerily profound. Another scream pierced the air, and yet another subordinate inexplicably vanished. Come out. Show yourself. His voice trembled with a hint of dread. An enemy lurked, concealed from sight, like a shadow in the night, stealthily extracting a tooth from his very being. Bai Lu conjured a long blade from his molten body, brandishing it in all directions. Could the captain possibly be a ghost? Peseta and several others had gathered around him, seeking solace in their unity, as if huddling together could generate warmth. Stop with the nonsense. There are no ghosts, just a user of powers. Bai Lu's eyes widened, desperately trying to catch any glimmer of evidence amidst the downpour. Time in the night stretched interminably. He had initially come to the island with nearly 100 men. Yet mere moments later, only a handful remained. Gather close, do not give that monster a chance. Realizing the necessity of cohesion, he commanded his subordinates to refrain from scattering. The huddle appeared to yield some effect. The roar abruptly ceased, while the rain intensified, pouring down in a relentless cascade. Had that creature retreated? Bai Lu's heart finally eased a notch, though an unspoken fear lingered by his side, a fear that was unseen. He sought to disrupt the oppressive silence with sound. Yet, as his words fell, the surrounding silence was deafening. An ominous premonition surged within him. Gripping his long blade tightly, he gradually turned his head. Suddenly there, a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered in the abyss, exuding a ferocious aura that charged towards him. In that fleeting moment, Bai Lu's heart raced, beating erratically as he finally reacted, ready to strike with his blade. A massive hand suddenly seized his head, forcefully thrusting him against the wall like a bulldozer. His skull collided heavily with the thick surface, the intense heat searing the hand, while the rainwater eagerly sought to cool the burning sensation. Yet a lingering scent of charred flesh permeated the air. However, the presence in the darkness exhibited no intention of relenting. Instead, the pain ignited a ferocity within him. The hand lifted his head once more, striking down with ferocity, once, twice, thrice. At the moment of the final, fateful blow, Bruce abruptly halted. As if resisting a sudden wave of inertia, shadows danced across his body like flickering tree silhouettes. Eventually, that charred palm slowly released its grip. Bruce collapsed limply to the ground, the wall now bearing a dent from the impact, steam rising as the scorching heat mingled with the rainwater. The once dominant sound of footsteps was now entirely drowned out by the sound of the rain. You were careless. Bruce turned to face Absalom, who was ensnared by iron rings. The tiger-faced creature lowered his head in a hint of shame. Upon returning to this place, Absalom harbored a sense of vain pride, which swelled his demeanor. Let us hope there will not be a next time. Bruce refrained from excessive reproach. Experience teaches, and once learned, it endures. As the rain began to subside, Absalom finally noticed the seemingly vanished pirates, all sprawled in the corners. It was astonishing that the captain had not killed a single one of them. Bring the zombies over and have these men taken aboard the ship to receive the same treatment as those from the Silver Fox pirate crew. The same treatment entailed the deprivation of their shadows, destined for the reconstruction of the fearsome ship, stripped of their sunlit existence and confined aboard. Subjected to a grueling 8 hours of labor each day, the captain truly was merciless. Absalom nearly believed his captain had transformed into a benevolent figure, which would have been disastrous. He suppressed the pain as he tore apart the iron rings, only to find the former first mate of the merchant ship sprawled on the ground, cursing his luck silently. He recalled how he had rushed out upon seeing this individual at the alley's mouth. No merchant vessel was in sight at the port. After pondering, Absalom decided to categorize this fellow among the members of the Silver Pirate Alliance. The only notable bounty was the 50 million berries on Byru's head. Observing the captain's demeanor, it was clear there were no intentions of exchanging bounties. All would be conscripted as laborers for the fearsome ship. Taking advantage of the rain-soaked night and the prevailing silence in the town, the zombie sailors from the Phantom ship were summoned ashore to carry them in. It turned out that the Silver Fox pirate crew was also present. Be on your best behavior. This is Lord Moria's ship. Foxy, noticing one of the pirates had awakened and was looking around, promptly delivered a kick as he contemplated the imminent fate of these individuals, who were soon to be stripped of their shadows and transformed into sailors aboard the terrifying ship. A sense of indignation faded, replaced by an inexplicable feeling of superiority. After all, he was a senior figure. Bruce paid little heed to them. He pondered whether the increasing number of pirates he had detained would render the terrifying ship akin to Arkham Asylum in the future. However, the act of seizing their shadows served as an effective means of restraint. Bruce endeavored to suppress his bloodlust, allowing the terrifying ship to dock at the port while he refrained from disembarking. Instead, he summoned Absalom, preparing for yet another deep dive. The mark left by the light had intensified, suggesting a new message awaited him. He wondered on which island that girl resided and was eager to discover how their connection was established and how it might evolve. Additionally, he yearned to explore the depths of the sea. Recently, he had been lingering in the dark currents. With 3 anchor points, he should not lose his way. As the night wore on, the clouds dissipated quietly, and after a brief clamor, the terrifying ship settled into silence, with the zombie sailors wandering the deck. Bruce once again secured the hemp rope around himself. It remained the same, 2 minutes, and then pull me up. Jumping into the sea was merely the initiation of the deep dive. The subsequent journey did not necessarily require remaining in the water. Absalom had grown accustomed to this routine. Nodding, he grasped the rope tightly. Chapter 38. The faceless shadow navigating through the cavern, entering the dark river, and then plunging into the depths of the dark currents. Bruce had become quite adept at this. Even the passing jesters failed to stir much commotion. He had explored these dark currents multiple times. While the depth was limited, the breadth seemed boundless. It felt as though the concept of space was non-existent. With a mere thought, he seemed to swim through the dark currents. However, the 3 anchor points concealed at the bottom remained unchanged, neither shrinking nor receding, surrounded by complete darkness. Bruce could not ascertain whether he was truly moving in the absence of reference points. Yet, paradoxically, he began to immerse himself in the tranquility and obscurity around him, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. While some trembled at the thought of darkness, others felt as if they had returned home. Bruce belonged to the latter group. Nevertheless, the more profound his sense of peace grew, the more the fear of losing himself in the deep sea emerged, akin to an inertia that, once established, became increasingly difficult to disrupt. Thus, Bruce resolved not to wait any longer. Furthermore, the growth of his observation hockey, honed in the dark currents, had slowed. He rolled about in the currents for a while, then dove straight downward, as it seemed that only downward movement was effective in this realm. At the edge, 3 origami cranes quietly rested. Bruce glanced at them curiously. Unlike the previous inquiry regarding the lack of response, this time the 1,000 paper cranes convey a narrative, a tale of a little tortoise's repeated attempts to escape captivity. A candy vendor has appeared by the roadside, yet the prices are exorbitant. The tortoise diligently pursues the art of ninjutsu. The village has assigned her a perilous mission, which she adeptly resolves, even confronting a ninja poised to ambush her, employing the interrogation techniques imparted by Bruce. It seems that war is on the horizon once more, causing palpable tension among the populace. Some have lost their lives in the blood-soaked gamble. Is this place merely a confessional? Bruce perceives profound loneliness within these trivial exchanges. He does not recoil from such expressions. Rather, he yearns for more, ideally receiving 10 words for each paper crane sent. In this manner, he might traverse the depths of the ocean, akin to the colossal whale he first encountered. However, terms like ninjutsu, war, and blood mist elude his grasp regarding their specific island. Perhaps Stussy would comprehend. As for the paper cranes, he chooses to acknowledge them without reply for the time being. Clutching all 3 tightly in his palm, gazing through a veil of obscurity into the deep sea, that inverted world. The space of individual consciousness and the suspected realm of collective awareness are separated by a thin boundary akin to a bubble wall. Crossing over may lead to another world, Or perhaps one could become lost within the collective consciousness. Bruce recalls a term, collective hysteria. Yet, these remain mere conjectures. Perhaps the world below can be perceived as a mental space, a virtual realm accessible only through his consciousness. The dark tide serves as a conduit to this ethereal world. Maybe what lies beneath is the truer reality. Shadows, reminiscent of the faceless spirit, densely populate the mirrored depths below. Bruce finds the term mirror particularly apt. It is smooth and seemingly endless. They lift their heads, as if their gazes are fixated upon Bruce. There is a disorienting sensation of being both seen and scrutinized. It is undoubtedly a chilling experience, akin to a dark cavern suddenly illuminated by countless eyes, bats lurking within, poised to pounce at any moment. This was once Bruce's greatest fear, yet over time, he has tamed this dread, even harnessing it as a source of strength. Is it the same this time? Standing at the edge of the dark tide, Bruce has lost track of how long he has gazed. The shadows, along with the deep sea, remain unchanged compared to their initial state, as if eternally constant. He is uncertain whether they will avert their gaze once he departs. With a deep breath, he leans half of his body over the brink of the dark tide, which resembles a bubble. Just half. Yet the sensation of being suspended in midair while plunging into a 1,000-meter abyss presses down upon him. Bruce felt as though his blood surged to the surface of his skin, and his visage must have been a ghastly hue of purple and blue at that moment. An indescribable dread burgeoned within him, akin to the terror of colossal entities, the abyssal depths, and the dizzying heights. It was a fear etched into the very fabric of human instinct. Was it akin to leaping from a towering building? He recalled the jester's jest, a sardonic smile suddenly breaking across his violet visage. He had gazed countless times before, and retreat was no longer an option. A force compelling him downward ensnared his being. With eyes wide open, Bruce decisively leapt into the depths, his entire form plunging into the oceanic abyss. Then he plummeted swiftly. The undercurrents representing individual consciousness merged with the somber sky, rendering existence invisible. There was no sensation of tidal motion, and the world appeared shrouded in a dismal gray. In his descent, Bruce beheld the enormity of the shadows he had glimpsed in the dark waters. A single eye could eclipse his entire being. And the elongated form was unfathomably vast, stretching hundreds of meters. Above, there were protruding angles that he could not perceive from his previous vantage point. He felt akin to a human who had unwittingly wandered into a realm of giants, where everything appeared overwhelmingly colossal. Upon reaching the ground, Bruce was uncertain if it could even be deemed the ground. It was a luminous expanse of crystalline ice, emitting a faint chill. Indeed, it was a bone-chilling cold. The moment he made contact, an excruciating frost enveloped him. It felt as though some binding force prohibited levitation. Once surpassed, one would be drawn back down. At approximately 3 meters from the ice, this pulling sensation dissipated, allowing him to move as if in a state of weightlessness. Yet the cold instilled a sensation as if his bones were rusting. He glanced about, realizing he stood amid the vast shadows, as though beneath a towering edifice. The faceless specters did not regard him. During his descent, their gazes remained fixed upon the sky, unwavering as always. Bruce followed suit, raising his gaze to the heavens, which loomed even higher than the place he had come from. Just a fleeting glance rendered his consciousness hazy once more. He leaned against the ship's railing, peering into the ocean's surface. The intense dizziness lingered in his mind, ultimately exploding into a sensation so potent that he wondered if his head had truly burst. What manner of place was the deep sea? The final glimpse he beheld utterly shattered his previous understanding of the collective consciousness realm. In the sky of the deep, schools of whales glided gracefully, and luminous orbs adorned the expanse like stars. The undercurrents, or perhaps Bruce's individuality, resembled a sudden, ominous cloud. When gazing upward, it felt as if he were in a corner of outer space, witnessing the brilliance of the galaxy. Then, the galaxy mercilessly inundated his mind with information, akin to an information bombardment. A plethora of chaotic, ineffable whispers surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him upon their arrival. Bruce erupted in such a manner. The aftershock has yet to dissipate. However, Bruce remains preoccupied with one matter. He desires to plunge into the depths once more. He beckons Absalom, suppressing his nausea as he rebinds the rope around himself. Before the tiger-faced man can voice any objections, Bruce plunges directly into the sea. Perhaps due to his exceedingly poor mental state, the pressure he feels during this descent is intensified. It may also be attributed to the knowledge that he is situated beneath a pod of whales. No wonder he has not seen them again. He perseveres, descending to the depths of the dark currents, where 2 of the 3 paper cranes he once observed have now lost their luster. The remaining one is the very crane that bears the most narratives. The connection to the paper cranes indeed serves as his anchor, even in the abyss. They will guide him back to his corporeal form. However, the cranes are finite resources. Bruce extends his hand to retrieve the crane and responds with a mere hum. As the crane vanishes, only 2 dim paper cranes remain as points of reference in the dark currents. Chapter 39. To that fellow's command, seeking follow and collection, a hollowed tree does not require opinions. It suffices to maintain a posture of attentive listening. This is a small piece of conversational wisdom. If the other party possesses a more flamboyant personality, a response such as "Is that so?" might be more fitting. Yet Bruce is unaccustomed to such exchanges. A more pragmatic reason is that Bruce lacks the cognitive capacity to formulate responses. The aftermath of information overload lingers in his mind. When he quiets his thoughts, he hears a cacophony of sobs, wails, longings, and prayers intermingling. Bruce's mind is in a state of stupor. Upon completing his reply, the dark currents surge, driving him away. Just before departing, he faintly perceives a colossal whale gliding at the boundary of the dark waters. What a pity! Had he not ventured into the deep, he might have captured a glimmer of light from the whale. Perhaps it was yet another paper crane burned. Bruce merely reflects on this, affirming that even if given another chance, he would still delve into the abyss. Much like a mountaineer who climbs simply because the mountain stands before him, his consciousness returns to his body. Bruce reacquaints himself with his surroundings. He is still submerged in the sea. It seems he has yet to reach the appointed time with Absalom. However, Bruce's gaze is somewhat hazy. The enveloping seawater saps his strength, compelling him to endure and resist the loss of consciousness. This is the curse of the ocean upon those endowed with power. Fortunately, it is not long before a surge of strength emanates from the thick rope. Absalom, exerting force from the vessel, drags him back aboard the dreadnought. Captain. Absalom had sensed something amiss with his captain's condition earlier. Now, upon pulling him up, he discovers that at least 4 of Bruce's orifices are bleeding, and his entire body trembles. Bruce's consciousness remained intact as he waved his hand dismissively, stating that all was well. The ship, the Phantom, would linger in the harbor for a while longer. He had thoughts to arrange matters aboard the vessel, instructing several zombie sailors to accompany you while the others were to remain on board. He referred to the living crew. Furthermore, he requested not to be disturbed for the time being. After uttering these words, he exhaled deeply, striving to calm his exhausted mind. Had it not been for Bruce's observation of the last paper crane, its glow dimming, he would not have felt such urgency. Now, he could only hope that the girl was talkative. Aside from the initial empathy that prompted Bruce to speak more, he generally harbored a distrustful attitude towards others. Let alone a mysterious light orb and paper crane. Perhaps what lay before him was not even human. As for the colossal whales, they surprisingly existed at a level equal to, if not surpassing, the dark tides. Yet they would be ensnared by the deep sea upon departing from the dark currents. He found the concept of capture to be particularly apparent. To seize the light orb, he could only wait for a whale to descend. Bruce's thoughts gradually became muddled, and upon returning to the captain's quarters, he collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Absalom scratched his head in confusion, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. "You lot, guard the door," he called upon the swordfish zombie and a burly zombie. "Do not disturb the captain unless he awakens, then inform me at once. Oh, and remember the food and water, deliver it on schedule." Absalom, being the zombie commander, was accustomed to delegating tasks, having once been part of Moria's crew, and he managed the arrangements for sustenance with practiced ease. Do not drop anchor, nor approach the harbor too closely. If anything seems amiss, set sail immediately. He even contemplated the possibility of a naval pursuit should they linger too long, instructing the zombie sailors to be prepared. After tending to these matters, Absalom cast a few concerned glances toward the captain's quarters on the top deck. He had no particular thoughts. Moria had always been a captain who delegated authority, though there had been significant changes over time. Nonetheless, Absalom was quite accustomed to following the captain's lead. His only additional thought was his desire to learn Bruce's skills in charming noble ladies. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The Phantom continued to hover near the harbor, neither drawing closer nor drifting away. When night fell, zombie sailors would venture ashore to procure supplies. Initially, this caused panic among the nearby residents, but they soon grew accustomed to it. Absalom did his utmost to keep the zombie sailors discreet. Yet their mere presence exerted an intangible pressure on others. This was particularly true for Stussy and other covetous pirates. Has his lordship Moria still not disembarked? Stussy gently stirred her porcelain cup at a cafe near the harbor, her white hat partially shielding her from the evening sun. Her gaze remained fixated on the thriller bark. From the very first day the ship docked, countless of her informants had been observing the port. No, madam, even that monstrous figure with the tiger face rarely disembarked. The cafe server was also one of her spies. The expansive view here allowed for a sight of most of the harbor. What a pity. She was uncertain about what she felt regret for, murmuring as the sunlight cascaded upon her shoulders, her skin remarkably fair. "Has my guest arrived?" Stussy rested her hand on the table, propping her chin up, her demeanor alluring. Besides monitoring the thriller bark, she had another purpose here. Guga, at the adjacent table, a figure shrouded in the shadows where sunlight did not reach. A pigeon perched upon its shoulder cooed softly. How impolite. Stussy chuckled lightly, seemingly acquiescing to such a mode of conversation, then remarked, "You won't be staying here for long. Once the pirate crew is dealt with, higher-level agents will arrive. If the agents fail, the Navy will come, admirals, vice-admirals, marshals. Only you remain on the island, while the world government's power is inexhaustible. And what about you?" The pigeon opened its beak, the voice emanating from the figure's abdomen, a ventriloquism that, coupled with the pigeon's act, created the illusion of the bird speaking. "Me?" Stussy smiled softly. "I merely seek a bit of information business, to earn some money." She was particularly interested in the matter of MADS that Moriarty had mentioned. This organization had vanished from history after being assimilated by the world government, leaving Stussy perplexed regarding the connection between Moriarty and MADS. It was as if all the major powers were equally baffled as to why Moriarty would go to such lengths against Don Quixote Doflamingo. The pigeon lowered its head, fluffing its feathers, as if in contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, the sunlight had vanished below the horizon. Stussy looked up. The clear night sky was adorned with a crescent moon, and the sea breeze was gentle, painting a beautiful scene, though her expression grew colder. "My patience is limited. What do you wish for us to do?" The pigeon remained silent, and the figure rose, illuminating the cafe with warm yellow lights. Under this glow, Rob Lucci's sallow complexion was unmistakable, his upper body wrapped in bandages and covered by a suit. He understood that the woman before him spoke with reason. Stussy set down her spoon, rising as well, though it was a gesture of departure. "Go to that fellow's side. I will make the arrangements. This is for your own good." Chapter 40. The growth of observation hockey, seeking readers and collectors. For the CP organization, this was merely a case of recycling waste. Stussy always felt that Moriarty harbored many secrets. Setting aside the distant ones, just considering the present, the thriller bark had been docked for a week. Aside from the first day when it circled the town, uttering the word MADS and disposing of the Silver Pirate Alliance, without any apparent action. Even the pirates under her command have adopted a remarkably low profile. Yet, she remains stationary. What is her intention? Is she attempting to exert an invisible pressure upon herself? Stussy is accustomed to overthinking. As a member of CP0, embedded within the underworld, such contemplation is requisite. Moria, along with the Moonlight Pirates, appears enigmatic to her at this moment. Even the previous intelligence regarding the Straw Hat Pirates' defeat of Moria raises her skepticism. Given their performance during the Marineford War, what grounds does that Straw Hat have to vanquish Moria? Are his crew members truly exceptional? Delving deeper into conspiracy, perhaps at that time, Moria established a connection with Whitebeard through the Straw Hat. Her thoughts were in disarray when she suddenly noticed a bright ship light being lit at the captain's cabin of the thriller bark. Stussy's eyes brightened, prompting her to head towards the thriller bark. On the thriller bark, try using your abilities. After a week of recuperation, Bruce felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, akin to the sensation of revisiting middle school mathematics after grappling with advanced calculus. This newfound lucidity manifested in the evolution of his observation hockey. Originally, the perceptual range of his observation hockey was 20 meters, with clarity within 3 meters allowing him to discern the outlines and movements of individuals, using Absalom as a reference. "Now, you can stand a bit further away." Bruce grasped a small stone in his hand and casually tossed it, striking Absalom's shoulder from approximately 7 meters away, where he remained in his transparent state. Hearing Bruce's words, the tiger-faced man appeared visibly astonished, cautiously retreating and ascending the stairs to the ship's upper corridor. This distance should be around 12 meters. He could still keenly perceive the creature's movements, an ability that had expanded from 3 meters to at least 12. Testing his limits, Bruce took a few steps and found he could extend his perception to 14 meters, specifically targeting Absalom's transparent form. A rare smile graced Bruce's face. The barrage of information had not been in vain. This sensation of continual growth was addictive, akin to the exhilarating surge of strength following the tearing and rebuilding of muscles. He even yearned to explore the depths of the ocean once more, if only to catch another glimpse of the whales, to witness their origins and the manner in which they embodied the living's yearning for the deceased within that expanse. Bruce had thoroughly processed the sudden influx of information, saturated with whales, longing, and resentment. Undoubtedly, these were the voices of the living directed towards a specific departed soul, just as he had received information previously. Does his ability to perceive such messages, to some extent, imply that he too is akin to a deceased? Is it possible that amidst these longings, there exists a yearning from the denizens of Gotham City, from those of his own Earth? Bruce exhaled softly, his emotions stirred. It is not yet the appropriate time. The exploration of the deep sea unexpectedly yielded clues here first. However, the original plan must persist, along with the need for physical training. As the ship's anchor no longer exerts significant pressure upon him, Bruce has many hypothetical adversaries. In Gotham, he devised strategies against Clark, Diana, and others. In this world, he similarly considers the 3 admirals of the Navy, as well as Whitebeard, among his imagined foes. This does not imply that Bruce will inevitably find himself at odds with them, but he hopes to be adequately prepared should he confront them. Presently, it appears that his mental growth can be fostered through deep-sea exploration, while his physical development has stagnated, not due to a plateau in his body, but rather due to the limitations of his equipment. This body seems to belong to a ghostly tribe, a race that is rather scarce. Bruce recalls only one individual from his kin, a fellow from the New World. Regrettably, Zifa is absent. Otherwise, he could have learned from him the art of hockey. He finds himself somewhat nostalgic for Zifa. As an old Navy man, Zifa possesses much knowledge that Bruce has yet to fully tap into. However, seeking him out now is not practical. Bruce shakes his head, surveying the various areas of the thriller bark. During his absence this past week, Absalom has managed quite well. It must be said that Moria's previously unrestrained managerial style has indeed honed the skills of his subordinates, albeit they still lack in strength. If time permits, I shall teach you the 6 forms of the Navy, beginning with the iron block. No, Captain. Absalom stood frozen. That was not what he wished to learn. The zombie sailors remained silent. Moria is the master, and Absalom is the commander. The distinction between them is clear. Very well, let us dock. Bruce has already lingered long enough in the Kingdom of Spring. He initially planned to stay for only 3 or 4 days to replenish supplies, dispose of stolen goods, and gather intelligence before departing. The Misty Sea is his true stronghold. Now, due to the unforeseen encounter with the Silver Pirate Alliance and the deep-sea exploration, he has delayed for a week. Speaking of which, Bruce inquired further, how is that fellow named Byru? He is particularly interested in the capabilities of this individual. The melt fruit combined with zombie labor has already presented Bruce with a vision of a thriving business conglomerate. Absalom tilted his head. That guy is still incapacitated. I've assigned a zombie sailor to ensure he doesn't starve. Captain, do you not realize the weight of your own hand? Bruce nodded. As long as he is not dead, it makes no difference to him. Master, there is a woman over there waving at us. A zombie stationed at the bow of the ship remarked. He was clad in the navy blue uniform of the merchant ship's escort, bearing fatal wounds on his chest and abdomen, temporarily bound with bandages. His movements were somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, the assailant was on the opposite side of the deck, lying lifeless. Stussy? Perfect. You go to the jewelry store and dispose of the items. I shall have a word with that woman. After a week of hesitation, the ghost ship finally docked at the harbor. The zombie sailors diligently coiling the ropes around the mooring posts and setting up the gangplank. Absalom disembarked with the zombie crew, while Stussy ascended alone. Given Moria's stature, it should indeed have been Stussy to meet him. Nevertheless, this woman certainly possessed tenacity. Bruce did not perceive a significant threat from her. Yet when he cast his observation hockey over her, Stussy suddenly furrowed her brow. Chapter 41. You truly are a good person. Stussy undoubtedly wielded the power of dual hockey. However, as she boarded, she inexplicably heard a few murmurs, faint and ethereal, as if carried by the wind, reminiscent of distant lamentations. Coupled with the ghost ship's inherently gloomy ambience, it sent shivers across her skin, as if she had glimpsed something unclean. Bruce noticed the change in her expression and discreetly withdrew his observation hockey, causing Stussy's demeanor to improve instantly. Did she sense my observation hockey, or was it something else? Bruce pondered curiously. If it were merely the awareness of the hockey's existence, her expression would not have soured so drastically. Thus, he narrowed his focus solely on Stussy. Now, her complexion turned as pale as ice, her teeth chattering slightly. Yet, after this exchange, she recognized who was at play and shot Bruce a disdainful glance. With a playful tone, she remarked, I had no idea the shadow fruit possessed such effects. However, shadows inherently carry the essence of souls. Bruce merely skimmed the surface of this phenomenon. It seemed Absalom did not exhibit such effects, perhaps related to the absence of observation hockey. Although he remained unaware of what Stussy had perceived, her expression indicated it was certainly not benign. It might have been the various murmurs he had previously encountered. Bruce felt he was nearing the truth. What about the information I require? So impatient. Stussy clutched a small feminine handbag with poise, adding, At least we should enjoy a cup of coffee. To his surprise, the ghost ship indeed had coffee, primarily consumed by him. as the burly pirate's preferred rum. He gestured for Borchi to bring a cup of coffee. I never expected you to have such taste, Stussy remarked casually. The coffee's flavor and aroma were delightful. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Bruce held little interest in idle chatter, unless he was in Wayne's guise charming a lady. Stussy wore a faint smile. The scope of your intelligence is far too vague. It is so nebulous that I find it difficult to ascertain how to gather information for you. She tapped her forehead with her finger, appearing quite troubled. Let us speak of something intriguing instead. The Navy has recovered Whitebeard's body and encased it in ice. However, their headquarters has been lost. That place, when free from conflict, possesses a certain beauty. Some speculate that the Navy intends to establish the G1 branch in the New World as their new headquarters. Then there's the 7 Warlords. You should find this matter of particular interest. It has now dwindled to 3.5 warlords. Yes, you may count as half. This is rather dismal in the eyes of the world government. Blackbeard has openly rebelled, Doflamingo has been slain, Jinbei and Crocodile have escaped from prison, alongside Bruce, who remains unresolved. Only Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, and Dracul Mihawk are left among the 7 warlords. However, there are whispers that Stussy pursed her lips and leaned in closer, allowing Bruce to distinctly catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance. If I could eliminate you, not only would I usurp Doflamingo's position as a warlord, but I could also earn the loyalty of the Don Quixote family. Of course, this information is what they have released under the banner of their family, how united they truly are. If you linger for another 4 days, you should be able to witness their ship. For days, her tone was remarkably certain. Bruce's expression hardened as he cast another glance towards the lower deck. There was still space. He had never held a favorable view of these mafia families, particularly as they had raised the banner of vengeance. It would be better to deal with them directly. 2 pirate crews could pretend, 3 could also feign. The ominous, desolate ship was in dire need of pirates to occupy it. It bore a resemblance to Arkham Asylum, though devoid of doctors, resembling more a private prison, quite common in the States. This thought elicited a chuckle from Bruce. The notion of filling the terrifying ship with criminals akin to Arkham filled him with a sense of satisfaction. His laughter evoked a sense of bittersweetness in Stussy. Then let us wait another 4 days. You truly are a benevolent soul. Stussy seemed to commend his admirable willingness to delay his own agenda rather than allow others to make fruitless journeys. It struck a somewhat jarring note. Let us discuss other intelligence. That, however, shall not come free of charge. Stussy indeed possessed a knack for business. The 2 pieces of information she had initially presented seemed chaotic, yet perfectly intertwined with Moria. More importantly, she could provide a precise timeline. Very well, Bruce nodded. He was never stingy when it came to spending. Stussy's intelligence was indeed exclusive, much of which he had not encountered in the news at all. As if Blackbeard had manifested on some island in the New World, the surviving Ace and the Straw Hat Lad found themselves back at Sabaody Archipelago. The Yonko Kaido, enraged by the news of Whitebeard's demise, stormed to the Navy headquarters to engage in his own brand of punitive games. Regarding the Misty Waters and MADS, I presume you are referring to their past research related to the former. While I lack specific information, I am aware that a former member of MADS, Caesar Clown, has returned to Punk Hazard. Stussy is also privy to the fact that this individual has acquired substantial research funds to indulge in debauchery. However, that information is of a sensitive nature, and she would never sell it to Bruce. Altogether, these tidings cost Bruce 5 bars of gold, yet Stussy returned 1, signifying a semblance of camaraderie. Compared to the 20 bars exchanged during their initial encounter, this price was markedly lower, yet imbued with sincerity. Bruce had initially intended to broach the subject of boundaries, but he reconsidered. The moral standards of disparate worlds are inherently divergent. At the very least, this woman harbors no ill will towards him at present. A smile crept across his face, hoping their collaboration would extend beyond this occasion. Bruce had no intention of emulating the original Moria. Oh, by the way, as Stussy was about to take her leave, she suddenly covered her mouth, saying, I can provide you with another piece of intelligence regarding the world government. The traders from CP, including Rob Lucci, are currently on the island. She produced several pristine bounty posters from her handbag. If you are interested in embarking on a bounty hunt, do reach out. Though, you hardly appear to be in dire need of funds. She undoubtedly had ulterior motives, Bruce thought, as he observed Stussy's retreating figure, feeling quite certain. When someone who is not particularly close offers unsolicited kindness, one must be wary of the hidden costs involved. He was, after all, a naturally suspicious individual. His fingers lightly tapped against the ship's railing. What could have drawn her attention? Was the Don Quixote family seeking to leverage a blade for their own purposes? Or perhaps it was linked to the affairs of MADS. He had noticed Stussy's subtle change in expression the first time MADS was mentioned, and this time she had deliberately concealed it. Moreover, Those bounty posters, beyond the amounts and images, featured handwritten notes by Stussy detailing the fruit abilities. Rob Lucci, cat fruit, leopard model. Kaku, giraffe model. Gabura, dog fruit, wolf model. And the door fruit? Chapter 42, The Unemployed CP918 Alleys of Mellow Street. Thank you. Thank you for your support, everyone. Yes, we shall meet again at the same time tomorrow. Do not miss it. Interested in seeing bullets strike iron blocks? No problem. There will also be werewolves leaping through fire rings and the marvelous door. All of these will be featured. Gabura, drenched in sweat, his fur singed by flames, still warmly waved to the departing audience. As Bruno counted the tips received today, he inquired about how much was still owed for Lucci's medical expenses. 7 million berries remain. He scratched his head in response. That is not too far off. We should have earned around 100,000 berries today, right? Close. But it's actually 97,000 berries, Bruno replied. That's rather meager. In a couple of days, we'll need to change our alley. Some people can casually receive 200 million berries just by making a friend, while others toil all day for less than 100,000. Yet, there are still those who fret over a few thousand berries. Despite being operatives, Gabra and his group displayed an extraordinary level of dedication. While masquerading as boatmen in the Water City, they garnered unanimous praise from colleagues at the Carrera Company for their diligence. Their acrobatic performances on Geylang Street were equally impressive. Once the props were packed away, they reunited with the owls on the other side and returned to their lodging. Those two fellows, simply standing there, epitomized the quintessential acrobat. Due to being wanted, they were now confined to a modest dwelling near Geylang Street, adjacent to a small clinic. Lucci had sustained grievous injuries during the battle with the Straw Hat crew, teetering on the brink of death. After Bruno rescued him, they realized they could no longer return to the CP organization, opting instead to flee aboard a sea train to the Queen of Spring City, where they found a clinic to treat Lucci. They still owed a considerable sum in medical fees. Unfortunately, aside from Lucci, the others were also nursing various injuries. The clinic's ability to save them owed much to their own resilience. What is the matter? Upon their return, Gabra sensed an unusually somber atmosphere. Khalifa removed her arm sleeves, stating, "We must find a new place." Utilizing the cleaning abilities granted by her bubble fruit, she secured work cleaning the city. Indeed, the former operative had transitioned into the role of a cleaner. The remaining 4 were acrobats, while Kaku had found employment at the port. She then recounted Lucci's misfortunes from earlier that day. The Queen has been watching us closely. The CP organization has also taken notice. However, we lack a ship, and rashly venturing out to sea would only invite the Navy's pursuit. They expressed their concerns. They understood that, due to their knowledge of the world government's underhanded dealings, they were marked for elimination. Lucci whispered, "She won T, let us go easily." He was acutely aware that Stussy sought to have them infiltrate the Moonlight Pirates as spies. That was their former expertise. But those were matters from their time as operatives, and now, Lucci felt a sense of resistance. He couldn't shake the feeling that Stussy had some connection to the CP organization, as she seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their affairs. What shall we do then? There are 2 options. Lucci clasped his hands together. One is to seize a ship tonight and depart without giving them time to react. Otherwise, one might venture to test the waters in Moria. It is too late for the first option. Kaku shook his head, recalling that upon his return, he had witnessed warships appearing at the port. Unbeknownst to them, their exposure had occurred a week prior. His words rendered the group momentarily silent. Ultimately, it was Lucci who broke the impasse, suggesting that he would investigate Moria. According to their knowledge, Moria rarely had living companions, and he could not simply heed Stussy's words and join him without hesitation. What if he were to be turned into a zombie? Yet, given the chance, Lucci too would covet the position of the 7 warlords. Gabra and the others understood this reasoning as well. Bruno raised his hand. "I will accompany you. If the situation becomes perilous, we can retreat." His devil fruit would prove useful for such an escape. Thus, the owl could not help but unzip his mouth, pondering whether the losers group was preparing to vie for resurrection qualifications. He rather fancied this competitive format. Upon reflection, they indeed shared the status of the losers with Moria. However, Moria had already redeemed himself. Now it was their turn. This very reality struck a chord, causing the expressions of the group, including Lucci, to darken significantly. Gabra even locked onto the owl's throat, intending to seal his mouth with layers of tape. Why the hostility? At the port, Bruce also witnessed the warships that Khalifa had mentioned, arriving shortly after Stussy's departure, coinciding with Absalom's return from his dealings. It must have been deep into the night. Initially, the tiger-faced creature was quite anxious, fearing that the Navy's pursuit force had arrived, prompting the zombie sailors to set sail. However, the spider-monkey zombie reported the sighting of a female naval officer in a fisherman's hat. Instantly, Absalom's tension dissipated, and he exchanged knowing glances with Bruce. The corner of Bruce's mouth twitched slightly. Upon closer inspection, the commander of that warship was indeed Peacock, who had been promoted to brigadier general and was not partnered with Yukimura. Rest assured, she is not here to seek us out, Bruce concluded, confident that the granddaughter of the esteemed chief of staff would not be dispatched for a perilous mission, unless it were a fleet composed of multiple vice admirals or admirals. He did not believe they were here to confront him. Let us return to rest. While the zombies had no habit of resting at night, Bruce did, and thus, they adapted to his routine. He was also not inclined to engage in deep dives under such circumstances. The following day, Bruce did not rush into his training. Instead, he took stock of the gains from the previous day, primarily concerning Absalom. Last night, Bruce had instructed him to bring a few zombie sailors to part with 5 pieces of jewelry that had been acquired from the Celestial Dragon's vault. One must admit, Bruce had truly discerning taste. The 5 pieces of jewelry casually picked up each bore a price tag exceeding 100 million berries, leaving Madame Nicole utterly astonished as she gazed upon a necklace adorned with aquamarine. Ultimately, a staggering sum of 230 million berries was proposed. It is only in the bustling commercial hub of the Spring Queen City that one can encounter jewel merchants with the financial prowess to make such acquisitions. Together with the other 4 pieces, the total valuation soared to 670 million berries. Additionally, there were 11 gold bars. Having procured 20 from the Celestial Dragon's vault, he allocated 5 to Absalom and spent 4 on intelligence. He had yet to tally the gains from the Silver Fox Pirates and the Silver Pirate Alliance, which likely amounted to 200 to 300 million berries. He was in need of an accounting team. While such resources could be easily found in Gotham City, this was the domain of pirates, devoid of any stock market. Bruce planned to allocate 500 million berries towards the purchase of gold. He remained steadfast in his earlier assessment. Should the world government and the Navy fail to promptly quell the aftermath of the Marineford War, the value of berries would undoubtedly continue to decline. Chapter 43. New employment. Bruce not only trained himself, but also encouraged Absalom to practice the Navy's 6 styles. They began with the iron block technique. Captain, more people are coming. Absalom, having endured a lengthy session of the iron block, appeared as if he had seen a savior. He pondered the wisdom behind the iron block's design, which required one to stand still and endure strikes. Nonetheless, Absalom approached his training with seriousness, partly due to the psychological blow dealt by the ambush from the Silver Pirate Alliance. He hadn't even ventured to Gaylong Street during this time. Bruce cast his gaze downward. By the side of the Phantom ship, a contingent of Navy personnel stood nervously in formation. As Bruce had surmised, they had received orders to apprehend the defected CP9 agents, initially intending to feign ignorance of the Phantom ship. At least that was the case when they docked late last night. To their surprise, however, Lord Peacock had included the Phantom ship in his inspection of other vessels at the port. But you're merely a brigadier general. We shouldn't provoke a warlord, should we? The soldiers were filled with trepidation. Even the zombies seemed to sense an ominous chill in the air. Did not the master say this has nothing to do with us? Fool. The master referred to the Navy, not that female officer. The spider monkey zombie appeared to have a keen understanding of the world. Look, the master is approaching. If it were any other Navy personnel, the master would certainly ignore them. He was an old zombie, designated number 437. Bruce shot a glance at him, causing the spider monkey zombie to feel an immediate shiver. Except for the recently created zombies who retained their memories, the ability users held absolute control over the undead. Pirates. Bruce descended to the harbor, where he was unsurprised to see the fierce visage of Peacock, who was so fervently demanding a hammer. We are conducting a search for a group of defected agents across the entire port. Please cooperate and allow us to board your vessel. The words of Peacock, brimming with bravado, seemed to invigorate the anxious soldiers, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This woman was evidently quite unwell, Bruce noted with a fleeting glance. He had grown accustomed to the stark contrast between her demeanor and his own. He attempted to extend his observation haki, aiming to envelop Peacock within its reach, recalling that she too possessed this ability. However, the moment he did so, Peacock's expression soured significantly, indicating that this was no trivial matter. Clearly, she had also perceived the peculiar murmurs that felt akin to a mental contagion, unsettling in its nature. Perhaps due to the heightened sensitivity inherent in those who wielded observation haki, Bruce had tested this phenomenon on his own crew, but found no signs of abnormality. Thus, it appeared that this alteration in his observation haki occurred only after witnessing that celestial expanse, casting a mental shadow upon fellow users of the same power. In the naval archives, Bruce had encountered numerous extraordinary haki users, particularly those specializing in observation. Some possessed the ability to foresee the future, to hear thoughts, or to read memories, while others could convey consciousness to induce resonance. Yet, all were born with their gifts. His own experience was distinctly different. Just a jest, nothing serious, he remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. However, the initially buoyant spirit of Peacock noticeably dulled as she murmured a few words under her breath. The momentum that had briefly animated the naval soldiers deflated once more. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best, as it spared them from confronting a warlord. I merely came to extend a greeting. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Bruce stated. Peacock shook her head, lamenting Moria's cold indifference. A stark contrast to her own somewhat cantankerous nature. Had Moria been as casual as the others, she would have found little interest. How petty. Indeed, as she had indicated, Peacock was genuinely there to say hello. She promptly led the naval soldiers into the town with great fervor, driven by clues provided by CP agents. In the absence of Yukimura, her style was even more pronounced. Meanwhile, Bruce's gaze suddenly shifted to the throng at the harbor. As his observation hockey expanded, he detected a pair of icy eyes amidst the crowd. The owner of the gaze appeared equally affected by the murmurs, possessing a notable aura alongside mastery of observation hockey. As the crowd dispersed, the individual followed suit, Rob Lucci. In that brief moment, Bruce was able to discern the individual's features, though their eyes merely brushed against each other. The harbor bustled with life, akin to a single droplet merging into a vast river. Yet, within Bruce's realm of observation, one figure shone like a beacon. CP9. Their shadows seem rather impressive. Captain, should we have Absalom come over? He made a gesture across his throat. Indeed, this is the proper approach for the Moonlight Pirates. But not for Bruce. There's no rush, Bruce replied softly. According to the information provided by Stussy, the current situation of the former CP9 is far from favorable. However, these individuals have always been agents of dubious repute. With countless lives lost under their command, Bruce certainly harbors no sympathy for them. The only commendable aspect is their preference for self-sufficiency, having refrained from thievery and plundering, which is rather rare in this world. As for the others, it matters little. Bruce is particularly concerned about the user of the Dordor fruit, requiring their cooperation for certain experiments. Absalom was sharpening his tools with eagerness. The captain merely stated that there was no hurry, yet did not refuse. However, upon turning around, he found Bruce's figure had vanished. Lucci swiftly emerged from the crowd and veered into a shadowy alleyway, where Bruno awaited him. The two continued deeper into the alley, making several deliberate turns. Once they confirmed that no one was trailing them, they leapt onto the roof of a 4-story tenement. Here, makeshift shelters were erected, and the surroundings appeared as dismal as a slum, yet the view was expansive. After witnessing the appearance of the warship the previous night, they had hastily relocated to this prearranged spot. Kaku, Gabra, and the others had donned hoods to obscure their identities. Upon seeing Lucci, they inquired anxiously, "How is Moria faring?" Lucci shook his head. The sailors aboard his ship were all zombies, with only that tiger-faced creature being alive. Under the broad daylight, both the Silver Fox pirates and the crew of Bailu remained holed up in the ship's cabin. "We can only set sail. The world government stipulates that anyone who ventures out to sea illegally is deemed a pirate. Is that our only option? There is another solution." A particularly deep and cold voice came from behind Lucci. He was being followed. Panic surged within him. Yet, he did not turn to look, only perceiving the presence of the other through his observation hockey when they spoke. But what about before that? He questioned whether his awakened observation hockey was perhaps substandard. The earlier deliberate detours seemed somewhat absurd. Moria, he caught a glimpse of the man behind him in the reflection of his companion's eyes. Bruce, with a low voice, carefully scrutinized the others before he slowly declared, "Work for me." Chapter 44. Salary. Please continue reading and save. Do they have the right to refuse? Lucci contemplated Moria's role in relation to himself. If he were in Moria's position, the moment the other uttered a single no, the next instant would surely be one of severed corpses. No, if it truly belonged to him, not even a sliver of opportunity would be granted. He had no need for the inept. And what of Moria? This notorious pirate would undoubtedly be even more ruthless. Lucci, reflecting on his own disposition, was about to acquiesce when he caught a glimpse of Gabra's nod following their exchanged glances. Of course, it was permissible. In the very instant those words left his lips, this fellow launched a ferocious attack. With his hands pressed together in a prayer-like gesture, he unleashed a barrage of finger strikes, propelling himself at Bruce with extraordinary speed. Lucci's eyes widened in alarm, unable to utter a word of protest in time. Surely, this man would not misinterpret his gaze as a signal to feign compliance, and then strike from the shadows. Given Gabra's notoriously despicable nature, this seemed quite plausible. Yet, before he could react, Bruce had already darted forward, appearing behind Gabra in an instant. His advanced observation hockey allowed him to perceive Gabra's every movement and intention with clarity. The finger strikes sliced through the air, devastating a corner of the building, while Bruce sensed an impending transformation into the werewolf form, accompanied by a palpable shift in emotion. Then, with a clenched fist, he adopted the stance for a rapid punch, delivering a fierce blow to Gabra's vulnerable midsection the moment he completed his transformation. Iron head, steel bones, and a tofu waist aptly described the wolf. Although Gabra merely possessed a devil fruit ability, his werewolf form still bore the traits of a wolf. The swift and powerful strike sent Gabra reeling, spewing foam from his mouth, unable to muster even the slightest defense. Bruce, intent on imparting a lesson, followed up with a forceful stomp, creating a concave dent in the rooftop. Fortunately, it was not fatal. Lucci's sharp claws twirled momentarily before retracting. The silent emergence of Bruce behind him sent a chill down his spine. Had Moria harbored any murderous intent just moments ago, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. The combat prowess was undoubtedly above 5,000. The owl firmly believed in the internal power value system used by the Navy. For instance, Kaku's power was 2,002, while Rob Lucci's reached 4,000. In the owl's estimation, Bruce's punch surely surpassed 5,000 in power. The instantaneous force and speed were even more formidable than Lucci's own. The sudden appearance of that technique bore a striking resemblance to shave. The owl pondered whether to resist further. But just then, their bodies froze in unison. It was afternoon. The sunlight slanted down, casting elongated shadows, when a tall silhouette loomed over them, overshadowing their forms. Shadow revolution, it declared. With an added condition, your shadows now belong to me. Bruce's voice remained devoid of emotion, strikingly indifferent, serving as a clear intimidation towards CP9. This was an unconventional interview, testing the mettle of the interviewer. Fortunately, Bruce possessed the requisite strength. Merely invoking the Shadow Revolution technique could directly subdue most of them. While Lucci might still manage a feeble movement, he was assailed by intangible whispers, akin to mental pollution, invading his mind. Bruce's aura of spiritual contamination loomed over him. Should he strike again, the terms offered would undoubtedly diminish. Lucci understood that he and his companions had lost their bargaining power, perhaps since the Navy's arrival or from the moment Bruce had begun tracking them, possibly even earlier. We agree. Upon uttering these words, Kaku and the others momentarily regained control over their bodies. Bruce nodded, sensing a genuine resolution in Lucci this time, unlike before. Should there be any further hesitation, Bruce would only slightly unleash his darkness, transforming them into mere puppets. A chill emanated from Bruce's gaze, causing Lucci's heart to chill. I have one more matter. Resolute, he realized that if he was to serve under Moria, he must find a way to elevate his status. Stussy had previously contacted them, seeking their assistance as an undercover agent for the Moonlight Pirates. Without hesitation, he betrayed Stussy. I suspect that woman may have ties to the CP organization. Her knowledge of each individual's dossier is far too intricate. Indeed, Bruce had already sensed Stussy's ulterior motives. She had concealed her intentions adeptly, never mentioning CP9 during the information exchange, only revealing it with an air of surprise and neutrality just before her departure. However, she was not facing the 30-year-old Bruce, but rather the 50-year-old Bruce who had traversed time. Such inadvertence seemed deliberate. Bruce recalled the two pieces of information Stussy had mentioned, the Don Quixote family's vendetta and the MADS organization. Were they interconnected? He leaned toward the latter. If it were merely related to the Don Quixote family, there would be no need for such subterfuge. Stussy must be associated with the MADS organization, and her connection to the CP organization revealed the complexity of her background. As he pondered, the members of CP9 exchanged furtive glances, not burdened by their identities as pirates. For the world government sought to silence them, indifferent to the distinctions between Navy and pirates. Their concerns centered on the potential earnings aboard Moria's ship. Surely, it could not be less than that of a circus performance. They resolved to have Khalifa broach this subject. Carlifa exhaled, her demeanor considerably diminished compared to before. How shall we calculate our wages? Are you in dire need of funds? Several individuals nodded in unison. They were orphans selected by the world government, having joined the CP organization from a tender age. Through prolonged, grueling training akin to nurturing venomous insects, they emerged as members of CP9. When it came to assassination, poisoning, delivering hostages, or collaborating with kidnappers, they encountered no difficulties. During their time as undercover agents, financial considerations rarely crossed their minds. It was only during their abandonment by the world government that they truly experienced the arduousness of earning money and the unpleasantness of hardship. Given that Bruce mentioned working for him, the issue of compensation became paramount. If the wages were satisfactory, even the four emperors could be confronted. Bruce refrained from providing a direct answer. As the interviewer, it was natural that he would not solely focus on testing them. In 3 days, The Don Quixote family's forces would come seeking vengeance, and their performance would be under scrutiny. Consider it a probationary period. The contract was established when Bruce took away their shadows and instructed them to board the thriller bark. Additionally, he tasked Absalom with investigating them, should they owe medical fees. He would acquire the clinic, as it would prove useful later on. In the days that followed, Bruce had no intention of delving deep. He needed some time to prepare a few minor tools for the impending adversaries. Chapter 45. The Fighting Federation 3 days later. A modified long cannon was mounted on the thriller bark, connected by a long rod that allowed for easy maneuvering, along with a pipe leading to the sea. Is this a water cannon designed for those with abilities? Absalom's mouth gaped in astonishment. In truth, the technological complexity was rather low. Merely a vacuum pump paired with 2 pipes and valves. In a world where even colossal machines could be crafted, it was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the conceptualization. In practical combat, especially naval engagements, no one had ever employed such a device. Imagine 2 combatants with abilities locked in battle, only for a sudden jet of water to incapacitate both. Quite unsportsmanlike, Absalom thought, visibly apprehensive. He grasped the water pipe tightly, eager to experiment. Who would be the test subject? The newly inducted CP9 members? Perhaps not, as they were still in their probationary phase. Foxy could serve as a suitable candidate, though the only drawback was the necessity to keep the zombies away from seawater, as the salt would purify the shadows within them. Why not give it a try? Bruce merely viewed it as a tactical possibility. There was no need for manual labor. Similar components could already be procured in the town. A few modifications would suffice for assembly. For any missing parts, he could simply have Bilyu, the leader of the Silver Pirate Alliance and a user of the melt fruit, fabricate them. It is indeed a profound waste to forge swords and blades that are so readily available with such capabilities. The true utility lies in serving as a humanoid industrial motherbed. Bruce also took the opportunity to repair the 16 cannons aboard the ship, Phantom. When there is work to be done, time invariably slips away swiftly. He is accustomed to making ample preparations. Fortunately, Stussy's intelligence proved to be without flaw. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, the lookout on the Phantom spotted the silhouette of a fleet. "Captain, we have sighted their ship." The spider monkey zombie, stationed at the lookout, had seen the fleet emerge above the horizon. Indeed, the flag bore a smiling face adorned with a horizontal bar and a square. It was a fleet, a sight unseen in ages. How terrifying, how utterly terrifying. The spider monkey zombie felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Initially, he wished to instill a sense of fear within himself, for compared to the fleet, they were but a solitary vessel. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was already dead. What was there to fear? Instantly, his spirits lifted. On the distant horizon, the vengeful fleet of the Don Quixote family emerged, one pirate ship after another, forming a V-shaped formation, their sights set firmly upon the harbor. Bruce commanded, "Set sail." He had no intention of remaining at the harbor as a sitting target. Facing such a fleet, a strategy of diversion and containment would be far more prudent. "Set sail. You fool, retrieve the anchor immediately, forget about your bones." "What? Someone is using your bones to sharpen their teeth? Damned be it. When we return to the terrible ship, I shall procure you a pair of iron ones. Hoist the sails, do not falter," Absalom bellowed, assuming the role of the specific commander. It was afternoon. With layers of clouds enveloping the sky, the sunlight filtering in intermittent bursts. The zombie sailors, though unafraid, experienced a touch of discomfort, yet they became industrious under Absalom's urging. The Don Quixote fleet was indeed heading toward the harbor, while they planned to traverse sideways, aligning with the wind, the mainsail billowing full. As they moved, the oncoming fleet also adjusted their helm, driven by vengeful intent. After such a long-awaited encounter with their foes, they would not let them escape easily. However, the fleet's maneuvering varied in speed and order, creating a serpentine formation. "Captain, shall we engage them?" Absalom inquired eagerly, but Bruce remained unhurried. He shook his head, continuing forward, allowing them to pursue for a while longer. He did not press the zombie sailors to sail at full capacity. In fact, he refrained from employing the rowers. They maintained a steady pace, creating a false sense of proximity for the pursuing ships. Anger can indeed be a tool to wield. Bruce had once been engulfed in such vengeful fury himself. However, he had since discovered a means to channel it. He recognized that flag. The fighting group of the Don Quixote family, known as the Square Army, is accompanied by the Spade Corps, a secretive task force, albeit with significantly fewer members. This represents a substantial portion of the Don Quixote family's strength. Despite the sudden assassination of their leader, they managed to assemble such a formidable force without descending into chaos, which speaks volumes about their capabilities. Bruce has encountered numerous gangs. Typically, upon the demise of a leader, factions splinter into 4 or 5 lesser groups. In no time, the distance between the two parties has diminished considerably, allowing Bruce to clearly observe the commander at the bow of the flagship, the Doflamingo. Diamante, one of the 4 highest-ranking officials under Doflamingo, donned a hat resembling a splendid flower, and his face bore 2 lines of creases, alongside the vivid inscription of vengeance. Hurry, faster still. Those who have wronged Doflamingo shall never be forgiven. Even if Bruce had defeated Doflamingo through cunning means, or in a straightforward confrontation, the flames of retribution would not abate in the slightest. Doflamingo, having personally obliterated at least 8 towns, engaged in various nefarious trades, including slavery, drugs, and arms. Colluding with the Navy and influential figures in the underworld, has earned the notorious title of the Seed of Evil. He established numerous arms factories in Dressrosa, enslaving countless dwarves and residents as tools of production. His crimes are beyond reproach, and the infamy he carries is enough to silence the cries of children. His celestial dragon status renders him a figure of grave concern to the world government. Nevertheless, none of this can shake Diamante's unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, he is a good man. Diamante wept profusely, his cries drowning out all rational thought. How could such a magnificent individual meet his end at the hands of a failure? Fire the cannons. Everyone, fire the cannons. The fighting group, as the name suggests, is a band of enforcers. At this moment, no one dares incur the wrath of their leader. Regardless of whether they can strike, they must ignite the flames of revenge. Let the roar of cannon fire resound across the ocean. The sunlight has inexplicably dimmed, but Diamante is too consumed by his thoughts to notice the time. His gaze fixated solely on the distance between him and the ships ahead. More precisely, the distance to that horned monstrosity. Doflamingo, I shall avenge you. The vessels draw ever closer, and he can hardly contain his eagerness to commence the battle. It is then that Bruce, who has been observing the distance between the two sides, finally speaks. Hard to port, let the oarsmen get to work. The Phantom has a unique advantage that other ships cannot match, the remarkably inexpensive yet efficient zombie crew. How could they have escaped? Diamante's fervent thirst for vengeance felt doused with cold water. He watched in disbelief as the Phantom, which was almost within reach, suddenly surged forward, veering away from their left flank with astonishing speed. Chapter 46. The Ouroboros tactic. Dare you engage in a dignified battle of resolution among pirates? Coward. Moria, you spineless wretch. Diamante brandished his slender rapier, incessantly hurling insults. Yet, he could not impede the swift advance of the thriller bark, which glided like a serpent through the sea. Suddenly, the serpent's head twisted back, attempting to bite its own tail. The oarsmen, devoid of any concern for breath or exhaustion, fervently propelled their oars, merging bone with wood in their relentless endeavor. The ships of the combatants behind remained oblivious, unable to ascertain the situation ahead due to the vast distance. In the blink of an eye, they found the thriller bark bearing down upon them, its venomous fangs bared. How can such a vessel, not even small in stature, move with such incredible swiftness? They had only just deployed their cannons when the opposing ship was already upon them. Jump aboard. Let us engage them. Absalom, exhilarated by the thrill of naval warfare, leapt from the starboard side, soaring across more than 4 meters of open sea to land upon the unsuspecting enemy vessel. Follow me. Up, up, up. The spider monkey, in high spirits, ensnared a zombie sailor and launched him into the fray. The nearby zombie sailor, witnessing this efficient tactic, eagerly approached. What is this? You cannot leap this distance. Do not dare to claim allegiance to the Moonlight Pirates. The spider monkey scolded, yet did not refuse. His abdomen expelled bandages to neatly wrap the zombie before he reclined again, revealing his belly, securing the package with 4 limbs before hurling it forth. Next. Who's next? The zombie sailors promptly distanced themselves. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the oarsmen below, the thriller bark drew perilously close to the pirate ship, within mere feet. The spider monkey, in his fervor, accidentally sent the previous zombie flying overboard. Those were his own subordinates. Bruce momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Feeling akin to the leader of a disreputable gang, surrounded by a motley crew, he glanced up, only to find Absalom had already vanished into the chaos of the battlefield. The prowess of this individual flourished in the tumult of combat. Moreover, the pirate ship they had seized was not a formidable force. Soon, under the relentless charge of the zombies, it crumbled. In such moments, Bruce could not entertain notions of restraint or mercy. Those principles were merely his own self-imposed limitations. He would not impose them upon others. Swift resolution was paramount. With nimble footfalls, he executed a shave, appearing upon the opposing ship's deck, seizing a pirate wielding a rocket launcher with a powerful grip. Bruce, towering over 3 meters, lifted the pirates effortlessly, tossing them towards the spider monkey. Catch him, master. You are magnificent, the spider monkey exclaimed, theatrically rolling after securing the catch. Once more, another individual to be exploited. It remains a mystery who ignited the first spark. Yet the flames swiftly engulfed the vessel, intertwining images of blood, fire, and desperate cries, rendering Bruce's breath notably labored. It was an intoxicating sensation. However, this time, Bruce felt no trace of panic. He was acutely aware of the profound darkness that had always resided within him. Even when not confronting formidable foes such as the Joker, Scarecrow, or Penguin, but rather ordinary thugs, he had entertained the notion of eliminating them without hesitation. It was the simplest and most efficient method. He had tasted the sweetness of it when he dispatched Mingo and the crew of the Silver Fox pirate ship. Yet, such acts were far from sufficient to ensnare a Dark Knight. He harbored a more obsessive, increasingly stubborn notion with age, not merely slaughter, but rather, how might he instill fear in them? Bruce abruptly seized a pirate, his gaze piercing into the other's soul, his voice a low growl. The pirate, suspended by Bruce's iron grip around his neck, found himself paralyzed with terror at the sight of the devil incarnate before him, his vision blurring in fright. Subsequently, he was cast aside to the zombie spider monkeys. The inferno blazed fiercer. Bruce stood solitary amidst the flames that encircled the deck, with pirates either thrown to the zombie monkeys or leaping into the sea. The ocean was gentler than Bruce. Some met their demise at the hands of the undead. In the distance above, Buffalo, endowed with the powers of the spin fruit, whirled through the air, hurrying over. Yet, he could only witness the pirate ship succumbing to the raging inferno. The 8th ship has sunk. Caution, the ship ahead. Moria approaches your direction. Bruce refrained from directing the phantom ship to charge at the vessels ahead. After securing the spoils from one ship, he commanded the zombie sailors to unleash their firepower, surpassing the few remaining pirate ships. In truth, while the phantom ship circled, Diamante was rapidly adjusting, transforming a long line into a pocket aimed at Bruce and his crew. This acceleration of the phantom ship once again evaded Diamante's encirclement. These adversaries appeared less formidable than expected. Absalom felt he had overestimated this group of pirates from the New World. Bruce chose not to respond to his inflated words, but instead utilized the shadows of his captives to conjure another 20 zombies. The living pirates, witnessing their fallen comrades rise once more, felt their hearts momentarily halt. The terrifying aspect of the zombie legion lay in its ability to thrive through combat. Captain, it is our turn to unleash our potential, Lucy declared, removing his hood and stepping forward. He had been waiting for the sun to descend. Whether in the role of an agent or now as a pirate, Lucci adheres to a singular truth. A worthless being has no value in life. He must reaffirm his worth. Remember to leave some alive. Bruce harbors no particular qualms about killing them, for they face a band of ruthless pirates. Under Bruce's command, the vessel Panic adeptly escaped the encirclement, executing a strategic maneuver. After a brief skirmish, Bruce advised against hastily concluding the battle. Only when 2 nearby pirate ships arrived for support did he intend to consume all 3 vessels in one fell swoop. Among them was a fruit user donning a mask, fond of explosive antics. Ultimately, he was ambushed by Absalom, the transparent man, who doused him with a water cannon in his weakened state. The CP9 crew resolved matters with even greater swiftness. Had it not been for Bruce's orders, the crew of the 3 pirate ships would have been exterminated entirely. The tiger-faced creature reveled in the spoils of war, initially expecting a fierce confrontation upon sighting the fleet. To his astonishment, after a few tactical turns, they effortlessly seized for pirate ships. Captain, shall we continue the maneuver? No, Bruce replied, shaking his head. Even in the face of irrationality, he would not engage in such a strategy for a 3rd time. It was time to prepare for the decisive battle. They would consume them all in one go. Chapter 47. A substitute Bruce could have directly charged towards Diamante's flagship, engaging in a face-to-face confrontation using the most traditional method of piracy. However, this approach would significantly increase their losses. Should a stalemate arise, they would undoubtedly face bombardment from the remaining vessels. Yet, if the battle concluded swiftly, those pirate ships would scatter, necessitating Bruce to pursue them, which was a considerable inconvenience. This reasoning served as a substantial factor in his decision. Unexpectedly, this maneuver yielded a surprising advantage. Due to the close-quarters combat, the ammunition aboard the pirate ships remained largely intact, landing fully in Bruce's possession. Of course, these were not modern firearms, but rather large quantities of bolt-action rifles akin to the Mosin-Nagant, utilizing 7.62 caliber rounds, alongside bazooka-style rocket launchers. These posed no issue for Bruce, who had already witnessed the level of weaponry in this world during his time in Marineford. Most were reminiscent of the armaments from World War I to World War II, with some even from the future. The Don Quixote family, engaged in arms trading, made the presence of such weaponry entirely understandable. However, when Bruce's motley crew of maimed and bandaged zombies donned rifles and hoisted rocket launchers, the scene transformed dramatically. "Master, do you think I look splendid like this?" The spider monkey zombie, adorned with a rocket launcher and wielding 4 rifles with its 8 arms, paraded gleefully before Bruce. "Perhaps you should focus on being an effective zombie launcher instead." Bruce holds a more favorable view of his talents in this regard. "Do not lose your focus." Absalom lowered his binoculars. Unlike the carefree attitude of the zombies, Diamante was under considerable pressure. As the leader of the enforcers, he had never encountered such a kite-flying tactic, which left him in a state of disarray after just a few feints. Tactical decisions were often made by Dover. Gladius had surprisingly lost so quickly. "Do not scatter. Advance directly. We must avenge Dover." Most of the officers were aboard Diamante's ship, which gave him a degree of confidence, yet he dared not disperse the vessels any further. This anxious mindset was entirely under the control of the old bat. The recent encounter between the two sides was finally approaching the naval battle as understood by Diamante. The ships gradually closed in from either side, cannon fire erupting incessantly. Most of the cannonballs sank into the sea. However, when an actual cannonball approached, there was no need for Bruce to intervene. CP9's Kaku and Gabra intercepted the cannonballs with their respective techniques, particularly Gabra, who, with bandages wrapped around his head and waist, had become considerably more subdued after enduring a beating. A wolf can be tamed into a dog through punishment and reward. After the initial beating, what he could consume would depend on his subsequent performance. Moria's speed had begun to wane. "Baby 5, I require your heavy firepower." "Really? Baby 5, raised from a young age as both a maid and an assassin, possesses the ability of the weapon fruit, allowing her to transform any part of her body into firearms or bladed weapons. Yet, she harbors a significant flaw in her character, an insatiable desire to be needed, making her unable to refuse when called upon. Upon hearing Diamante's summons, she first shyly cupped her face, then fixated on the nearby thriller bark. Missile form. The maid suddenly transformed into a missile, the warhead delicately grasping a thin cigarette. In an instant, she lunged toward the thriller bark, more outrageous than a missile launching with its cover. Absalom promptly readied a water cannon, his gaze filled with provocation. "Come on. So you're the one who claims to be a devil fruit user?" Baby 5, still retaining some wits, considered circling around the water column. But just as she was about to pivot, the missile maid froze midair. Under the clear moonlight, her shadow was perfectly eclipsed by Bruce's. Observing this, Absalom decisively charged forward with the water cannon. No powers would be of any use now. CP9's owl swiftly employed Soru to retrieve Baby 5. He was not a user of any abilities, thus unafraid of the seawater. The trio's coordination was exceptionally seamless. The once imposing missile maid was swiftly submerged in a water barrel. This was Absalom's proposed method for temporarily detaining the devil fruit users. The sea stone is quite difficult to procure. Why not simply substitute it with a barrel of seawater? Similarly confined within a barrel is another officer, Gladiolus. A most remarkable individual indeed. The spider monkey zombie even contributed a vocal performance. Bruce appeared contemplative. Once the concept of the soul is extended beyond mere shadows, even an ability user transformed into a missile would face restrictions. This is indeed intriguing. Moreover, how did missiles come into the equation? Suddenly, he found his rifle zombie to be rather fitting. At the Don Quixote family's side, Diamante witnessed the entire spectacle of Baby 5 being drenched by a water cannon and subsequently abducted by a large-headed doll. In an instant, he erupted in furious exclamations. "Despicable. Utterly despicable. All of us are ability users, devising such targeted tactics against us. How shall we continue to thrive?" Diamante recalled that Moria had triumphed over Doflamingo using a substance derived from sea stone powder. It is rumored that the Navy has begun to issue it to vice admirals. Although the refinement process is challenging, can it truly be more difficult than crafting handcuffs from powder? What shall we do next? Are we to engage in close combat? The speaker was Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Special Task Force. This retaliatory operation was propelled by both him and Diamante, as their loyalty to Doflamingo was unwavering. Pika appeared exceptionally robust, his shoulders broad like a meteor hammer. However, his voice was sharp and high-pitched, akin to a clamp. Thus, he spoke infrequently. Diamante clenched his teeth. This quest for vengeance was far removed from his expectations. The proportion of ability users within their family was notably high. He himself wielded the power of the flare fruit, while Pika possessed the stone fruit. The remaining officers included Mahabais with the tun fruit and Buffalo with the spin fruit. Only Lao Ji and the half-fishman Dringe were devoid of abilities. Lao Ji discerned the meaning behind Diamante's gaze and stepped forward. The young master's debt to the aged is monumental. This grudge must be avenged. Doflamingo, though often unkind in many respects, was exceptionally good to his family. This was a significant reason behind their ability to rally such a vengeful force. Diamante shared this sentiment. He understood that they might not necessarily triumph over Moria, especially since Doflamingo himself had fallen to him. He also recognized that such an aggressive advance was profoundly irrational. Yet, some matters cannot be easily assessed through reason. They must be defended with one's very life. Diamante raised his sword high. For the vengeance of Doflamingo. Chapter 48, The Battle of Vengeance. At the very least, this loyalty is commendable. Bruce's gaze was not one of disdain, but rather, he adopted a most serious demeanor. The word revenge certainly resonates deeply. This was once his aspiration, and those confined within Arkham Asylum were perpetually consumed by thoughts of him. There is a certain nostalgia for those times. A cold glimmer flickered in Bruce's eyes. He must be advanced in years now, having reached his own half-century as well as that of Moria. A significant trait of the elderly is their tendency to reminisce about the past. Yet, at this moment, his body was ablaze with fervor. It was a rare occasion to savor the thrill of piracy, an unrestrained delight in his own inner darkness. He embodied the pirate Moria. Ultimately, the likes of Diamante were merely extensions of Doflamingo's past actions. If saving Ace was influenced by Moria's memories and his yearning for the deceased, then the intent to eliminate Doflamingo stemmed purely from Bruce's own heart. He was excessively petty, so much so that killing Doflamingo was insufficient. He sought to eradicate all those loyal to him as well. The terrifying ship had already prepared a place for them. Bruce felt no urgency. Instead, he contemplated subsequent matters. Only after dealing with these adversaries could he return to the terrifying ship with peace of mind, embarking on explorations of the fog sea and experiments with the Dordor fruit. It was akin to charting a course. Even when recalling that it was he who had slain the clown, Bruce's resolve remained unchanged. Gotham required Batman. The terrifying ship collided first with the main vessel of the fighting group, both ships swaying simultaneously. Bruce stood still, yet his eyes widened suddenly. His mutated observation haki enveloped the area, every minute sound crystal clear to his ears. For him, it was a level of insight that was profound. But for the officers of the Don Quixote family, who also wielded observation haki, it was an entirely different matter. A whisper of wind brushed past, faintly carrying a few words of lament. It felt as though, from a distance, someone was burning yellow paper in a basin, the flames illuminating their face. While they murmured, "This is all for you. Spend it freely." Who? Diamante trembled, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Amidst the gunfire and chaos, someone was offering him paper money. An inexplicable dread stirred within him. On the terrifying ship, the zombies initiated the attack. A spider monkey zombie clung to the main mast. Its legs wrapped around its body, a bazooka-style rocket launcher perched on its shoulder, one hand aiming while the other pulled the trigger. "Taste this." The shell soared through the air but was detonated mid-flight by an elderly man clad in spandex, who landed on the deck amidst the smoke without altering his expression. His face was somber. "My back hurts. I'm really getting old. Just because your back hurts, there's no need to act so profound." The spider monkey zombie cursed, having expected a formidable opponent to arrive. The initial exchange of fire was characterized by firearms, with the zombies disregarding aiming and cover, simply brandishing their weapons and sustaining a few bullets to their bodies without issue. A quick counter was all that was needed. However, the block army lacked such resilience. The relentless barrage perforated their vessels with numerous holes. Not only the ordinary members, but even the cadre like Rao Ji had to seek refuge. At this moment, one of the highest-ranking members of the family, Pika, stepped forward. He remained silent, merely folding his arms, his body petrifying like a stone wall. Crashing through the sides of two ships, the ordinary members huddled behind him, occasionally firing a few shots, creating a semblance of coordinated effort. Yet this was at sea, where space was limited, and many zombies were hurled onto the Numancia Flamingo by the spider monkey, leading to a chaotic mingling of both sides, rapidly spiraling out of control. Amidst this turmoil, the effectiveness of cannons and firearms diminished, reverting to the most primal and blood-soaked form of combat, melee warfare. Blades danced with decaying corpses and severed limbs, as the clamor of battle intertwined with the low growls of the undead. "Go, raid their homeland." The spider monkey zombies swirled around the main mast, while seizing a fellow zombie still swinging a blade, tossing it onto the opposing ship. Rao Ji and the half-fishman Dringer spearheaded the assault towards the water cannon's position. Neither of them possessed special abilities. Sensing the shift in circumstances, Absalom promptly severed the water pipe and entered a translucent state, engaging both men in a skirmish. Ruchi fixed his gaze upon Pika, who had already boarded the terror. His body expanded, transforming into a hybrid beast form. His sharp claws extended longer than human fingers, with a leopard tail swaying behind him. Storm foot, leopard tail. He thrust sideways, executing a slashing attack reminiscent of a swirling leopard's tail, tearing a gash in Pika's stone wall defense. Califa touched the deck, her bubble fruit ability rendering it extraordinarily slick, causing the pirates who stepped upon it to tumble in disarray. Gabra and Kaku surrounded the elderly man in a tight embrace, taking advantage of their 2-to-1 advantage. Rao Ji puffed out his cheeks, his hand forming a shape as he unleashed his unique martial arts technique, the Elder's Fist. A strike echoing with pain collided against the werewolf's iron-like frame, overshadowing the zombie's roars. The flames of vengeance burned ever brighter. Diamante suppressed the inexplicable fear, brandishing a western sword and thrusting it into the ship's railing. The naval flag. The decks of the two parallel ships suddenly became as light as silk, billowing high amidst the undulating sea. This was a technique to alter the battlefield. However, Bruce would no longer remain an observer. His figure, like a specter, appeared instantaneously behind Diamante, grasping his neck. Yet, Diamante transformed, allowing his body to float down like silk. To slay you is the only means for Dover to find peace. As he inclined his body downwards, the long sword suddenly lunged forward with a piercing brilliance. Bruce did not confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly tilted his head to evade the strike. His acute observation, honed by Kinbunchiko Haki, rendered Diamante's movements painfully slow. In an instant, he thrust out his right hand, and the pointed fingers, at such close range, resonated with a sound akin to that of a .50 caliber Desert Eagle. The bullfighter's cloak. Diamante's soft cape abruptly hardened to a steel-like rigidity. In truth, it was indeed crafted from steel, yet his powers had transformed it to feel as supple as silk. He sneered, preparing to retaliate once more, only to find Bruce's figure had vanished from his view. Even his Kinbunchaku could not perceive the sudden absence, as a strange murmuring disrupted his Haki's perception. Acting on pure combat instinct, he swiped violently behind him. A shadow. The long sword cleaved through the air behind him, even severing a corner of the ship's structure. However, such attacks were futile against the shadow. Behind Diamante was a silhouette identical to Bruce's. The real Bruce, however, hung upside down above him, resembling a bat. Chapter 49. The Power of the Finger Gun. Diamante noticed the shadow's lips curl into an exaggerated grin. His gaze shifted upward. Above himself, a sudden jolt surged through his mind, and he hurriedly attempted to shield himself with the bullfighter's cloak. Yet, what followed one illusion was merely another ruse. Bruce had no intention of launching an attack from above. Instead, he watched as his shadow clone melded into the ground, transforming into a pool before suddenly manifesting as a sharp dagger aimed upward. The angle blade. Caught off guard, Diamante felt a long gash slice across his chest. Even with his timely use of Busashoka Haki, he stumbled back, barely catching his breath before Bruce's next assault came crashing down upon him. He was not engaging in a turn-based game. Seizing any opportunity led to a relentless flurry of attacks. Finger gun. Long before Bruce faced off against Doflamingo and Dressrosa, he had begun to merge his martial arts with the six powers. The finger gun was a product of this fusion. The short, explosive power emphasized in both Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun played a crucial role, and combined with the principle of the finger gun, it unleashed a thunderous sound akin to distant thunder in the sky during close-range bursts. As Bruce dangled above, his fist descended precisely when Diamante was unable to maintain his balance, and the force was inescapable, striking mercilessly upon Diamante's head. Diamante, Pika, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency. The leopard before him was entangled like a kitten clawing at a wall. I can withstand this. Diamante's skull bled profusely, yet his eyes widened with determination, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. Upon his head, a feathered hat was unexpectedly folded from steel, combined with the formidable defense of armament Haki, barely withstanding the forceful impact of the strikes. However, his head spun in disarray. Bruce showed no signs of ceasing his assault. In a moment of frenzied desperation, Diamante hastily retrieved a ceremonial cannon from within his cloak, unleashing a myriad of fluttering paper fragments into the sky. These delicate scraps transformed mid-air into sharp, spiked iron spheres, which swiftly morphed into an impenetrable downpour of iron rain. Death Star dust. Shadow Warrior. Bruce refrained from testing the might of the iron rain, instead executing two rapid exchanges with his own shadow, retreating from the deluge. It was evident that the members of the block army aboard Diamante's ship and the zombies were decimated by this barrage. Bruce quickly discerned Diamante's motive, to gain a moment's respite. He immediately transformed his shadow into numerous bat-like silhouettes, soaring towards Diamante beneath the cover of the Iron Rain. The iron spheres, passing through the shadows, inflicted no harm. At that moment, 2 additional pirate ships of the Block Army approached, encircling the Spirit of Fear along with the 2 that had already latched onto it, effectively surrounding it. Waves of Block Army members flooded the battlefield, gradually clarifying the previously chaotic melee. Only a mere 100 zombies found themselves at a disadvantage. This was all predicated on Bruce's careful maneuvering, having consumed the forward positions of 4 pirate ships. Otherwise, surrounded by 8 vessels, he would have easily become isolated. As the Iron Rain ceased, Bruce unleashed the Shadow Warrior technique, swapping places with the shadow that had approached Diamante. Sword Serpent. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Diamante regained some composure, and the rapier in his hand felt as light and fluid as a snake. Just as it was about to strike Bruce, it abruptly regained its steel-like density. Gale Kick. Bruce spun around, delivering a slashing counter that entwined with the serpent sword. In this close encounter, Diamante sensed his disadvantage. No wonder this fellow could hold his own against Doflamingo. In a moment of reflection, he raised his longsword. Funeral. The strike was lofted skyward, accompanied by a terrifying slash that threatened to rend the very keel of the ship. This maneuver was devoid of any additional powers, representing Diamante's complete mastery and understanding of swordsmanship. Nails were wrenched from the ship, the planks creaked ominously as they splintered, and the mast lamented its impending fracture. This was merely the initial onslaught of the funeral technique, its true target being the Spirit of Fear behind Bruce, a move aimed at cutting off the source. Shadow Convergence. Without hesitation, Bruce absorbed the shadows of everyone present into his own being. This was a shadow convergence entirely under his dominion. Without deliberately suppressing his form, Bruce's stature surged to over 10 meters, his shadow embodiment merging seamlessly with his body, resembling a cloak of inky fur, with a pair of horns added. It resembled the colossal shadows Bruce had seen in the depths of the ocean. What manner of monster is this? The shadow? No, it resembles a giant bat. Run, flee. The members of the square army scattered in disarray. Yet, Bruce's thoughts were only partially adrift. A significant portion remained fixated on the immense strike before him. He extended his arms, mirroring the stance once adopted by Diamond Jaws, as he embraced the tremendous blow. But instead of hurling it skyward, with a fierce roar, he brought it crashing down upon the ship's hull. The Diamante's Flamingo was a quintessential medium-sized sailing battleship, nearly 30 meters in length. Yet, under the force of Bruce's inverted strike, the entire keel emitted a hoarse crack as it splintered. The injury to the keel spread rapidly. Soon, the entire vessel began to fracture. In this state, Bruce's fury intensified. His eyes burned like lanterns. The principle of restraint was meant to contain the darkness within Bruce's heart. Now, that darkness revealed itself. After the strike, he abruptly spread his arms once more, launching a devastating blow toward Diamante. The bullfighting lance. The light, agile sword twisted into the shape of a bull, its formidable horns aimed directly at Bruce, who loomed like a small giant. With a thunderous crash, Bruce unleashed all his might, and the splintering would intertwine with the fiery explosion from the lower ammunition hold. Erupting in a flash, the very half of the ship that Diamante stood upon was engulfed. When the dust settled, only half a mast remained above the water's surface. The shadows absorbed into his body swiftly retreated, and Bruce's form reverted, but this time his gaze was devoid of confusion or wavering. There was no intoxication or descent into darkness. Only a calm resolve remained. Even amidst the gazes of the pirates, he stood composed, exuding an air of unhurried confidence, as though he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Compared to his battle with Doflamingo, this was indeed the case. In stark contrast, Diamante, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and the strongest figure in the family's public eye after Doflamingo's demise, had been plunged beneath the waves, his fate uncertain. Bruce's strike had crumbled half the ship. At that moment, his shadow was as dark as a battle garb, clinging to the ship near the fracture. The murky night sky and the flames of the vessel formed the perfect backdrop for Bruce. He turned, his voice a low rasp. Resistance must be met with death. Chapter 50, Victory. A weapon dropped onto the deck, clattering ominously. Fear and despair gripped the hearts of these otherwise unruly members, their eyes now filled with these emotions. It was impossible to resist. This was a monster, once invincible. The young master has perished, and the high-ranking officers who clamored for vengeance have also met their demise. What can they accomplish now? In the presence of such a formidable beast, does the number of individuals truly hold any significance? The sound of weapons being cast aside grows increasingly dense. The faith in their clan may require dozens, even hundreds of victories to fortify. Yet, to destroy him, merely 2 failures are sufficient. At the very least, Bruce has afforded them a chance to surrender. I refuse. Pika's voice pierced the air, sharp and high-pitched. So much so that it could rattle the ears of a zombie. His hands formed into hammers, recklessly pounding the deck, unable to land a single blow on Lucci. Merely venting his frustrations. What if you refuse? Weakness is the original sin. Lucci is acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. In an instant, he appeared behind Pika. After regaining his health, Lucci continuously reviewed his previous battle with the Straw Hat Boy, drawing lessons from it. He made significant strides in his martial arts training. Faced with Pika, another high-ranking officer, he appeared remarkably at ease. However, Lucci was observing Bruce's performance, assessing the capabilities of his future captain to validate his judgments. From his perspective, this warlord indeed possesses strength that surpasses his own, while the strength of Diamante, another high-ranking officer, evidently eclipses the taciturn Pika. He too has succumbed to Bruce's brutal onslaught. Consequently, there can be no delay on their side. The Six Powers, Sixth King Pistol. Lucci's hand erupted with an intense surge of power, compressing the air into a nearly tangible shockwave. It peeled away the layers of stone that armored Pika. The sea is not his domain. The castle, adorned with abundant stone, is where his reign lies. Yet, with the king he once followed absent from the castle, what purpose remains for him there? Young master, Pika mused, feeling as though he had ascended to a realm where he could witness the revolving lanterns of the past. His former companions, including Doflamingo, should be manifesting before him. Lucci mercilessly shattered his illusory reverie with a single punch, his indifferent demeanor akin to shattering a training sandbag. There were echoes of Moria in him. With two high-ranking officers fallen, the ordinary members have lost their will to fight. Even the likes of Deringer have succumbed to despair, relying on his half-fishman advantage. He leapt directly into the sea. Yet, at that moment, a cold shot rang out. I have found a splendid treasure. Absalom's silhouette materialized from the deck of the square military pirate ship, accompanied by a pitch-black sniper rifle. Seizing the chaos, he joined the zombies in plundering, evidently having discovered something valuable. With the aid of his fruit abilities, this sniper rifle is virtually unstoppable. Just as the half-fishman Deringer surfaced from the sea, the blood began to spread across the azure waters. Upon witnessing the situation, Rao-Ji swiftly feigned a flaw, allowing Kaku and the others to seize him. Of the remaining 4 ships of the block army, one was decisively destroyed by Bruce, while the other 3 were overtaken by zombies. The spider monkey zombie ascended to the heights of the mast, proclaiming loudly, "Victory! Victory!" The indisputable successor to the Pirate King's throne, the captain of the Moonlight Pirates, the great commander of the Zombie Legion, Moria, has achieved yet another magnificent triumph. Absalom's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! Has the shadow within this monkey secretly regained its memories to speak so eloquently? He felt his position was under threat, not far from this maritime conflict. A small fishing vessel lingered at a leisurely pace, having remained in place for quite some time since the battle commenced. Now, no one dared to question his might. Stussy, equipped with a telescope, observed intently. The intelligence of the Don Quixote family had originally been sold to Bruce. How could she possibly miss such a grand spectacle? Upon witnessing the oppressive shadow of Bruce gathering, she was taken aback. Fortunately, she had chosen to forge alliances. Yet, what concern was it of hers? Her role was merely to relay information. Whether to retain the Warlords of the Sea was a decision for those old geezers to make. This was Stussy's task as a member of CP0. She had not disclosed the existence of the former CP9 to the world government, as it pertained to another aspect of her identity. In a few days, she could sell the information to that old bird and still profit. She chuckled, envisioning the shock within the underworld upon learning of the complete downfall of the once mighty Joker of the Don Quixote family. However, it remained uncertain who would take a bite of this prime piece of meat in the underworld following its collapse. Moria, or the sovereigns of the New World? Power possesses an insatiable impatience for vacuums. Bruce's observation hockey did not extend far enough to detect Stussy's position, as he was preoccupied with clearing the battlefield, particularly the flagship of Diamante. If not salvaged promptly, it would sink into the depths. This task relied on the Silver Fox Pirates and the Silver Pirate Alliance. Simultaneously, both the living and the dead were involved. Bruce had not squandered lives unnecessarily. The block navy comprised over 2,000 personnel, with 500 of them rising anew under Bruce's command. Nearly 100 others could not even be assembled into complete bodies. Bruce chose not to exploit them further, instead allowing them to be placed in wooden boxes and sent to the sea, thus granting them a form of a maritime burial. Upon careful consideration, he realized that his side had sustained no casualties. "Captain, may we now discuss the matter of our remuneration?" Khalifa, bearing the hopes of the CP9 members, approached Bruce proactively. They were genuinely concerned about this issue. "Very well. Bruce did not treat them lightly. He took the time to clarify the organizational relationships within the Moonlight Pirates, deciding to categorize them into 3 distinct types. The first category comprises true partnerships, individuals whom Bruce can fully trust, akin to business partners. Currently, this category includes only 2.5 members, Absalom, Perona, and half of Hogback. The second category consists of contractual relationships, where mere self-interest serves as the bond between the parties involved. Presently, this includes CP9 and the previously cooperating Borchi. The third category encompasses individuals undergoing rehabilitation. This consists of the Silver Fox Pirates, the Silver Pirate Alliance, along with the recently captured members of the Block Army. They will remain under Bruce's supervision, continually transforming and purifying themselves until Bruce deems them fit for freedom or advancement to the second category. This offers them a glimmer of hope. In Chapter 51, titled The Captain's Ambition, Bruce also established differentiated treatment based on these 3 categories. Those in the first category possess the authority to command the Zombie Legion, aligning with the previous structure. Perona and Absalom's subordinates will naturally belong to their respective zombie legions. Conversely, for those in the second category, Bruce plans to restore their shadows. When Khalifa saw her dark silhouette under the moonlight, she felt a peculiar mix of amusement and emotion, contemplating a future spent in perpetual shadow. Thus, their remuneration will align with the second category, amounting to 3 million berries annually, supplemented by performance bonuses. Bruce rarely intervenes in the management of his organization, but he is aware that his employees are compensated on an annual salary basis. The purchasing power of 3 million berries roughly equates to $200,000, which is not a substantial sum. Hence, Bruce introduced performance bonuses as a supplement. Rather than relying on lofty ideals, he places greater faith in tangible benefits. Although Khalifa maintained her icy demeanor, her heart leapt with joy. Despite the seeming insignificance of 3 million berries, its actual purchasing power was quite favorable for an individual, significantly higher than her salary as a secretary in Water City, and far superior to that of a cleaner. As for the prospect of becoming an agent, the debt owed to the world government still loomed large, leaving no room to broach the subject of salary increases. This amount should satisfy the current appetites of Lucci and the others. Their objective was straightforward, at the very least, to repay the medical fees. What the future held was a concern for another day, and for now, Khalifa allowed herself a rare smile. Adjusting her glasses, she remarked, "Then we can consider ourselves officially on board, Captain. The name Moonlight Pirates has a lovely ring to it." "By the way," Bruce interjected, "you needn't worry about the medical expenses." "Why?" "Because I have purchased the clinic as a future stronghold." Bruce's tone was remarkably subdued. Acquiring such a modest clinic was hardly a challenge for him, even without the wealth of Gotham. Should the Block Army be inclined to part with a fraction of their vast arsenal, he would swiftly recoup his investment. Khalifa opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The faintly absurd sentiment she felt quietly transformed into genuine emotion. Regardless of the pirate's intentions, his current actions were exceptionally commendable to the abandoned CP9. Indeed, they were rare even in this world of pirates, akin to their steadfast commitment to paying medical fees through their own labor. "Is something amiss?" Khalifa inquired, adjusting her glasses while discreetly wiping the corner of her eye. "Captain, I suddenly perceive a certain inequity in your allocation of treatment." A glint of coldness sparkled in her eyes. "I propose that you introduce additional subdivisions within the second and third categories of relationships, delineating them from P4 to P9. P4 would represent formal employees. P5 would denote senior employees, and so forth, culminating at P9, the pinnacle of employment relations." Having served as the secretary to the mayor of Water City, Iceberg, during her undercover mission, Khalifa had witnessed various planning strategies employed by shipbuilding companies and departments. Drawing from the hierarchical structure of CP Organization 19, she had long contemplated these matters, though she had not intended to voice her thoughts. A promotion could unleash greater potential among employees, while a more nuanced treatment structure could stimulate their ambition. Inferior employees would envy their superior counterparts, and the latter would feel a sense of superiority over the former. There was one statement Khalifa refrained from uttering. Under this system, the captain, Moria, who held the power of life and death with a single word, would possess heightened prestige. Ordinary individuals like Owl and Pokey, she suggested, should start at P4, while someone like Lucci could be classified as P7. The specific treatment could be organized according to the pyramid principle, which succinctly states that the higher the tier, the more concentrated the authority. As Bruce observed this alluring beauty articulate her thoughts with poise, he was reminded of a professional manager in the modern metropolis. "Khalifa, would you be interested in becoming my secretary, receiving P7 treatment as you proposed?" Bruce rarely intervened directly in the management of Wayne Enterprises. Yet he understood the importance of placing the right individuals in the appropriate positions. While the pirate crew lacked the role of a secretary, he felt a distinct need for one. A slight smile graced Khalifa's lips. This was a positive affirmation, indicating that she was not confronting an unyielding block of wood. After all, if he were truly such a wooden figure, how could he possibly contemplate purchasing a clinic? This thought brought her a measure of joy. It would be my honor, Captain. When the Phantom ship returned to the port of Queen of Spring with 3 vessels from the Block Army. The nature of these relationships spread throughout the crew, albeit with some alterations in phrasing. The employees are not particularly well suited for the pirate crew. The title of senior combatant sounds rather appealing. Gabra, lacking an understanding of rank, merely noted the term senior. To think I am merely a regular combatant. How disappointing. Bruno also holds a senior title, and Kaku is the squad leader. A squad leader? That merely corresponds to the P6 rank, 1 tier above a senior combatant. What? Gabra was instantly incensed. This fellow is ranked higher than I. In the original CP9 team, he believed himself to be slightly inferior to Lucci, yet he considered Kaku an equal. Now, however, he finds himself ranked lower than the latter, which he finds utterly unacceptable. How can I advance? Gabra found himself unable to sleep. The Phantom ship would only linger in the harbor for 2 days, undergoing minor repairs and resupplying, especially since their numbers had increased. This time, there were no unforeseen disturbances. On the 3rd day, at Bruce's command, the 4 ships set sail once more towards the Azure Sea, their destination being the fearsome vessel lurking in the terrifying Triangle Sea, the headquarters of the Moonlight Pirates. Gabra continued to ponder the issue of promotion. The Phantom ship offered little in the way of entertainment. Lucci and Kaku were always training. Khalifa seemed preoccupied with writing something, and Bruno was engaged in research alongside Moria. After wandering the ship, he spotted the spider monkey zombie hanging from the mast. Although the zombie army lacked a clear hierarchy, the diminutive spider monkey, bearing a number, was regarded as a leader among the zombies. What? You inquire about the captain's ambitions. Indeed. Gabra nodded. He believed that should the captain's ambitions be realized, he might attain a status surpassing that of Lucci. As for ambitions, the spider monkey zombie descended from the mast, tilting its head in contemplation. This goal was something Moria often mentioned in the past, yet it had been seldom referenced recently. What could it be? Turning around, he saw Moria emerging from Bruno's alternate space, and a spark of inspiration struck him. The Pirate King. The Great Master aims to become the Pirate King and subsequently dominate the world. The captain has tirelessly pursued this goal. The werewolf Gabra pondered deeply. Chapter 52, Strategic Planning. Not accustomed to so many people, Absalom, holding a bottle of wine, bore a hint of inebriation. The weather in the first half of the Grand Line is not as capricious as that of the New World. Once they set sail, there was little for him to do. Coincidentally, they had discovered a wealth of fine wines aboard Diamante's ship, perfect for savoring with the sea breeze. Noticing Bruce standing alone in a sullen manner, Absalom assumed it was due to his discomfort with the presence of so many living souls aboard the ship. In contrast, on the vessels I once inhabited, there would have been revelry at this hour. The sea is monotonous, and if one does not seek amusement, it can become exceedingly tedious. However, Captain, you truly are something. Just recently you welcomed that little minx, Porgy, aboard, and now you've found yourself a secret agent secretary. Unlike me, I never engage with the same woman twice. A peculiar individual must possess an extraordinary demeanor. In this regard, Absalom exudes an unparalleled charm. I wonder what expression Perona would wear upon witnessing this. Ha ha ha. Who is Perona? Khalifa, clutching a bundle of notes, clearly sought Bruce. She is my adopted daughter. Bruce lifted his gaze, feeling the sea breeze against his face. His thoughts were, in fact, occupied with matters of the alternate dimension. He had been exploring the extraordinary space created by Bruno for several days. While it was indeed wondrous, it seemed merely a simple interstice, devoid of any multiverse implications. A rather headstrong child, a brief journey might prove beneficial. Bruce had absorbed many memories from Moria, inevitably influencing him. For instance, his feelings of affection and trust towards Absalom and Perona. He was somewhat reluctant to sever these ties. I see. No wonder you trust her so implicitly. Khalifa maintained her frosty demeanor, offering respect solely to Bruce. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had confirmed that she had made the right choice in boarding this ship. The captain was formidable, composed, and apart from his penchant for eccentric research, possessed no other peculiarities. Even his stance was predominantly neutral. Recently, a few pirates had attempted to escape, but upon being recaptured, they were merely hung out to dry for 2 days and then soaked in seawater for another. They were not executed. This was undoubtedly the utmost act of mercy. Coming from a background in espionage, Khalifa had a high threshold for darkness and a low one for mercy. Furthermore, the Moonlight Pirates had only 4 living members for an extended period. The addition of herself and others was akin to becoming original shareholders. The captain's remuneration was also generous, far superior to serving as a mere dog in the CP organization. Consequently, Khalifa began to aspire for this ship to soar higher and venture farther. What have you been busy with lately? Regarding the system, Bruce had already adopted Khalifa's suggestions, notifying all relevant parties. Yet, Khalifa had been frequently holed up in the navigation room these past few days, scribbling away. Although it bordered on overstepping, I have been contemplating the development of our pirate crew and have formulated some suggestions. Khalifa opened her notebook, which contained precisely what she intended to discuss. It detailed the current positioning of the Moonlight Pirates. In a mature organization, she would not speak lightly, but the Moonlight Pirates were different. Having suffered a significant setback, they could be treated as a newly established entity. At the very least, from many of the zombies, Khalifa had heard the same tale, after yet another failure. Lord Moria's personality had undergone a radical transformation. Much like those strategic consultants for companies, Absalom had heard of them. The corporate model had become quite prevalent on certain islands. The development and positioning of the Moonlight Pirates is a matter of the past. It is quite simple. Within the fog-laden seas, they ensnare unwitting trespassers and strip them of their shadows, transforming some into zombies. Once a formidable legion of the undead is amassed, they can commence their conquest of the world, with survival as their primary focus. Regrettably, the external world is evolving too rapidly. Indeed, I must candidly express that Khalifa, with her finger poised on the glass's frame, cast a frigid gaze. Having resolved to join the crew, she naturally must contemplate the future of this vessel. Lord Moria's previous plans were somewhat myopic, wouldn't you agree? Bruce chimed in, asserting that this was Moria's predicament, not his own. Hence their defeat by a band of novice pirates. It appears you have engaged in self-reflection. Khalifa has inquired with the veteran zombies aboard regarding various matters over the past few days. The vulnerabilities of the zombie legion are starkly apparent. Had it not been for your commendable performance on the battlefield, Lord Moria, your title among the 7 warlords would likely have been forfeited by now. Bruce nodded, aware that the world government had entertained such thoughts, now embroiled in a dilemma over whether to retain his status as a warlord. These changes stem from the influence of Bruce's displayed prowess. Khalifa's notes, in addition to outlining the current positioning of the Moonlight Pirates, also enumerate several developmental recommendations. I deem this a splendid opportunity. She caught Bruce's eye, referring to 2 points inscribed in her notes. Sabaody Archipelago, as the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, attracts numerous pirates and slave capturers, and presently, the Navy lacks the bandwidth to oversee them. If they could initiate a campaign of capture and extermination on this island, they would procure a substantial number of zombies, shadows, and bounties. The advantages of the zombie legion are also pronounced. The concept of sustaining war through war is paramount. Furthermore, in Dressrosa, Lord Moria, you undoubtedly have priority over acquiring everything there. The Don Quixote family has been entirely vanquished at Bruce's hands. Additionally, in the realm of armaments, Dressrosa occupies a significant portion of the underground arms trade, and I suggest you could glean more intelligence from the captured officers. In Khalifa's contemplation, the developmental trajectory of the zombie legion markedly diverges from Moria's original pursuit of powerful zombies, favoring instead the ordinary zombies wielding firearms. The position of the 7 warlords would also be fortified. Surely, Lord Moria holds a fondness for that title? Thankfully, Bruce refrained from disclosing his aspirations to explore the fog-laden seas and subsequently return to Gotham. The status of the 7 warlords is also a consideration of convenience. He does not desire a throng of followers wherever he may tread. These recommendations could be integrated into mid- to long-term planning. Bruce's immediate objective remains the exploration of the fog-laden seas. The Mara Mara no Mi has already disappointed him once, and should he find no leads in the fog-laden seas, he may have no choice but to venture into the new world. I comprehend. Khalifa felt a profound sense of relief upon realizing that Moria could indeed comprehend her words, especially considering her former superior had been utterly incompetent and prone to meddling. She and her companions had become scapegoats in the process. By the way, the bodies of Diamante and Pica had been retrieved. Should they be transformed into zombies directly? These 2 individuals were likely the most formidable corpses that Bruce had acquired thus far. There was no urgency at present. Chapter 53. Restlessness. Bruce's gaze was profound. The captives below were nearing a state of agitation. This was particularly true for those few who had been subdued by the water cannon. Humans are forgetful creatures. Regardless of their motives, once the shadows of war recede, various hidden agendas will inevitably surface, especially among such rebellious figures as pirates. Bruce chose not to suppress them forcefully. Rather, he immersed himself in the study of the Mara no Mi, deliberately cloaking himself from view. He allowed these emotions to flourish. I have prepared a stage for them, he mused. Instead of letting these feelings fester in the shadows, it is better to offer them a spark of hope, a flicker of visible possibility. When they reach out, they will discover despair. This was a lesson he had learned from the criminals at Arkham Asylum. Otherwise, their frequent escapes would prove exceedingly vexatious. To put it plainly, it was a matter of entrapment. Before arriving in the fog-laden seas, he intended to strip these criminals of their fangs, sever their claws, and smooth their fur. He aimed to eradicate the rebellious spirit of these pirates, transforming them into docile domestic creatures. If there were words to be spoken, this was his notion of justice, to render dark justice submissive. As Bruce's indifferent gaze fell upon her, Khalifa unexpectedly felt a twinge of sympathy for the wretches below deck. However, this fleeting empathy was soon extinguished. With a light laugh, she remarked, "I shall keep an eye on them for you." The ghost ship boasted 4 decks, with the lowest level designated for cargo, while the second and third levels served as cannon decks, their barrels protruding from either side. The sailors' living quarters lay in between. Currently, this was the realm of the captives, numbering approximately 200. Combined, the 3 pirate crews held over 1,000 captives. They posed little threat and would be distributed among the remaining 3 ships, overseen by zombies. Meanwhile, those with abilities, the officers, remained aboard the ghost ship. Under Bruce's personal supervision, the windows on the second deck were nailed shut. Every crevice was meticulously sealed to prevent any sudden intrusion of light that might snuff out a life. The inhabitants of this level had all been deprived of their shadows. Foxy mingled with Gladius and his crew. A few days had sufficed for the Silver Fox to establish rapport with the newcomers. "Are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? What other choice do we have?" Gladius replied, still soaking in a barrel of seawater, his skin wrinkled. He was captured after being ambushed by Absalom's water cannon, harboring immense resentment within. Will he spend his life submerged in this water barrel, forever living in its shadow? Gladius believed that this cunning fox was a viable partner. However, he also discerned the trepidation reflected in the creature's gaze. "Rest assured, I do not intend to confront Moria directly. Such a feat has eluded both the young master and Diamante. I merely seek a modicum of freedom." Noticing a flicker of interest in Foxy, he continued, "A pirate should embrace liberty, not merely exist as a wretched insect lurking in the shadows. Let us collaborate. We number over 1,000, while how many does Moria command? If freedom remains elusive, we at least deserve a semblance of better treatment." Gladius's eyes were icy, his words laced with incitement. In recent days, he had rallied several former comrades, planning to stage a protest on the second and third decks. Moria must be held accountable. They should not be treated as mere slaves. This shift in mentality stemmed from their numerical advantage, particularly as Bruce had largely ignored them, accelerating this transformation. Still, Gladius harbored his own thoughts. He believed that the current period aboard the thriller bark represented the best opportunity. Waiting until they reached the horror ship would render any chance futile. He was uncertain how much longer the journey would last. But the foggy sea was not far from Water City and the Spring Queen's Island. Having spent several days in this state, his impatience grew. At this moment, he locked eyes with Foxy, filled with probing intent. Although he was one of the few in the family lacking the domineering aura, Gladius possessed a keen ability to observe micro-expressions. "The demands I present are entirely reasonable," he mused, lowering his voice after a moment of contemplation. "At the very least, we, the capable ones, should be distinguished from ordinary pirates. Currently, you are no different from your subordinates." This statement seemed to resonate with Foxy. He lifted his head, asking, "What do you propose?" "Simply help me delay for a while. I have a method to compel Moria to acquiesce." Gladius, donning a mask with round lenses, maintained a stoic expression, his voice imbued with an undercurrent of resentment. "This should be feasible, yes?" Under their incitement, voices began to rise in the second deck, initially scattered, as a few individuals shifted positions to shout. Complaints about poor bedding, inadequate food, and a yearning for shadows echoed through the chamber. The aim was to amplify these minor grievances, allowing the wavering majority to glimpse a glimmer of hope. This process unfolded far more swiftly than Gladius had anticipated, perhaps due to the fact that those confined here were seasoned pirates, inherently restless. Or perhaps, the oppressive and dull environment of the cabin exacerbated their discontent. Voices erupted spontaneously, disregarding reason, merging into a cacophony that reverberated within the stifling confines of the ship, causing the planks to tremble ominously. The initial instigators, however, withdrew their heads in trepidation. Beneath the piercing gaze of Gladius, amidst the clamor, he surreptitiously drained the barrel of seawater, having previously acquired a shard of shrapnel during the melee. At last, the din elicited a response as the wooden panel covering the upper deck was lifted, revealing the sound of light, crisp footsteps. What followed was an alluring pair of long legs ensnared delicately by fishnet stockings, connected by two slender straps to a black leather jacket. Above a fair neck rested the frigid and disdainful gaze of Khalifa. If you desire us to act, you must at least return our shadows. And there must be alcohol, plenty of it. Khalifa's presence did little to quell the pirates' fervor. Rather, it ignited their desires like a spark catching fire. As the fervor began to swell, a dark silhouette descended, towering over 3 meters, its height brushing against the upper deck. In the dim light, only its crimson eyes glowed. Akin to a bucket of icy water in the depths of winter, instantly freezing desire and sowing the seeds of fear. It was Moonlight Moria. We merely wished to be treated as equals. The previously defiant pirates' voices began to wane, retreating a few steps to huddle together. Chapter 54. Mutual Destruction. What further demands do you have? Feel free to voice them. Khalifa trailed behind the shadow, her confidence surging. Is this truly happening? The pirates exchanged incredulous glances. Most had merely joined the raucous shouting, unaware that fruitful returns awaited. In an instant, the collective mindset of this ragtag group shifted. We require 2 bottles of alcohol each day. The bread must be soft. I want berries. Women, there must be women. Khalifa maintained an indifferent expression, noting the requests of those who had spoken, even inquiring about their hometowns. What purpose does that serve? To facilitate sending some berries home each year. There are those willing to join the zombie army. After all, providing you with berries does not cost us much. The zombie army. One pirate exclaimed. I never said I wanted to join the zombie army. I merely desire a bottle of alcohol, perhaps just a bowl of it. I don't want any more alcohol. Trembling in fear, he witnessed several members of CP9 entering the cabin. As he attempted to blend back into the crowd, he realized that his once boisterous comrades had collectively taken a step back. A bunch of scoundrels. I can assure you I am far more capable of surviving than those zombies. Please, believe me. The existence of the zombie army served as a natural deterrent for them. Within it could be a grotesque visage of a former companion with whom they had once shared drinks and deeds of violence. To survive, one must outmaneuver those mindless fools. The pirate understood the implication in Khalifa's gaze. Just as the memories of terror were being rekindled, a voice resonated from the depths of the cabin. Let us discuss a condition. Following the sound, the pirates jostled to carve a path. Gladius perched atop a barrel of seawater, his leather attire damp, his head jutting forward like that of a raven, hair frizzing with disarray. He patted his palm against the wooden beam of the cabin. I desire freedom. Or, we perish together. He had never harbored any expectations of this ragtag group, and he held a particular disdain for those who did not perish alongside Diamante. His elaborate rhetoric was merely a guise to mask his own intentions. Fortunately, everything unfolded smoothly. A smirk crept beneath Gladius's mask. His true reliance lay in the powers of the devil fruit. Consider this. I am the exploding man, having consumed the bomb fruit. If I were to detonate here, we would indeed meet our demise together. His gaze fixated on the shadowed figure of Moria, who had remained obscured since his arrival, silently observing the proceedings. Gladius harbored no doubts. Moria's reputation preceded him, as he was known to delegate all matters to his subordinates. Even though Moria had diminished in stature, his towering presence still commanded an imposing aura. As Gladius stepped toward the illuminated area of the oil lamp, his body began to expand. To obliterate the ship they occupied and return to the depths of the sea was his only means of threatening Moria at this moment. In truth, even his desire for freedom was but a ruse. Gladius's skin swelled like a balloon, awaiting the moment Moria emerged into the light. Young master. He truly cares for his men. Someone directed the oil lamp towards the darkness, revealing a shadowy figure. Moria. Gladius erupted in fury. He had been deceived. This was merely a shadow. How could this be a mere shadow? On his own ship, employing shadows to create illusions was excessively cautious. Where had the real Moria gone? Gladius could no longer contain his expanding form. From the outset, he had intended to perish alongside Moria. Such an opportunity would only arise once. At the very least, he intended to inflict pain. Explode. As Gladius resolved to give it his all, a dark shadow suddenly obscured his vision. The shadow box. It was the true voice of Moria. Had he been present all along? Was it because I lacked the observation hockey that I failed to detect him? Gladius felt a pang of regret for not diligently studying this dual form of hockey in the past. He was unaware that his learning would ultimately be futile. Bruce had long since suppressed his breath and emotions to a state of near silence, imperceptible even to Zifa. Then, he began to feel an odd sensation. His movements had become sluggish, not merely in action but also in thought. That fox was mimicking me. Gladiolus's expressions were as slow as if captured in a close-up. Suddenly, Moria appeared before them, his movements strikingly swift, as a shadowy box enveloped the two. Darkness surrounded them completely, while Moria held a lantern aloft. As he gently lifted it, the light illuminated the two, casting their shadows into a single entity. The expanding silhouette was gradually compressed, reflecting onto Gladiolus's form, causing his very body to retract. After 30 seconds of this dulled illumination, Gladiolus's body no longer belonged to him. Lacking observation hockey, Bruce's gaze betrayed disappointment. From the moment he spoke, his observation hockey had been fixated on Gladiolus. However, he did not witness the same terror on this man's face as he had seen on Diamante and others before. He had assumed that a newcomer to the new world, especially one in a leadership position, would naturally possess dual hockey. At this moment, Gladiolus was thankful for the mask covering his face. Otherwise, he would be engulfed in shame once more. The same reason had applied when he was ambushed by the water cannon. When did you realize? His body felt as if it were nailed to a cross, with only his eyes and mouth able to move. Moria's deft maneuvers made him feel like a mere jester. Confusion enveloped him. He pondered how long the other had been aware of his presence, having observed and waited for several days before taking action. I sensed you were going to act. Long before waiting for Diamante's arrival at the port of the Queen of Spring, Bruce had procured all the information on the cadres from Stussy. Gladiolus was included. Of course, Bruce had been keenly aware of the psychological changes this man underwent during his captivity. Gladiolus quickly grasped the situation. The opportunities he believed he had were merely the result of this man's deliberate indulgence, and perhaps even the Silver Fox, Foxy, had received prior instructions from Moria. No wonder Khalifa had displayed such an impassive demeanor earlier. They had foreseen this. What was the objective? To kill the chicken to scare the monkey? He met Bruce's cold gaze. I appreciate your effort. As the shadowy box lifted, it felt akin to the curtain rising on a stage. Gladiolus remained in his crucified pose, while the shadow beneath him began to twist and fold. Chapter 55, Fear. Fear is not merely a weapon. It is a tool to control those who cannot be controlled. The anguished cries of Gladius rendered the cramped, three-tiered deck profoundly silent, where even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. His limbs were contorted to an extreme degree. Bruce, who had diligently studied medicine and biology, was acutely aware of how to manipulate limbs and organs to amplify pain to its zenith. As an expert in interrogation, he also understood how to magnify fear. The oil lamp in his hand flickered, casting a dim light that illuminated only half of Gladius's form. The shadowy portion seemed to writhe as if enduring the savage gnawing of a beast. None of the captives here were civilians or innocents. They were pirates, brigands, and murderers, scoundrels and criminals. Yet they too were capable of fear. They trembled at pain, violence, and darkness, elements they were once adept at wielding. The sound of their wails floated like drifting dandelion seeds, sowing terror in the hearts of those who heard them. At least in this moment, they comprehended their plight and recognized the hand that held sway over them. The formidable figure of the great pirate, Moria, remained calm amidst their gazes and Gladius's agonized cries. Now embodying fear itself, the cries gradually became hoarse and subsided, leaving the cabin in a hushed stillness. All the pirates felt a tingling in their bodies, their limbs stiffening. Night had fallen. Khalifa glanced at her watch, signaling the others to line up. The owl would allocate their tasks for the night. It was during the night that the thriller bark sailed at full speed. Once the seeds of fear were sown, these pirates would be able to operate the grand vessel alongside the zombie sailors. At least, in the queue, there was no unnecessary pushing or clamor. Everyone exhibited an unusual degree of politeness. Gladius lay crumpled on the floor, clinging to the last remnants of life. Welcome to try again next time. Humans are forgetful. Bruce intended to spend more time helping them recall, hoping Gladius would endure a few more rounds of torment. After all, on this ship, he had no one special to care for. Moria-sama. Foxy stood nonchalantly to the side. Have I accomplished something this time? Am I eligible for a promotion? As one of the earliest captives, Foxy was quite perceptive. Although Bruce had already devised a countermeasure for Gladius's explosion, this fellow's timely intervention was commendable. I'll have Khalifa note it down for you. That would be splendid. Foxy beamed with delight, not even feigning his enthusiasm. Having witnessed the ranking of crew members numerous times, he understood that with an increase in numbers, a proper management system was essential. However, he had never seen a system that classified captives while also providing a pathway for advancement. Sentences at Judicial Island typically began at 100 years. After all, how else could one explain why no one escapes from impelled down? Of course, that was a matter of the past. His yearning before Gladiolus remained unspoken. Some things, when held, seem ordinary, yet, upon their permanent loss, they become treasures of immense value. For instance, sunlight and shadows. Foxy had never contemplated escape. Apart from his fear of Bruce's formidable power, The inability to walk beneath the sun also significantly dampened his spirit. Ironically, the glimmer of hope left by Bruce ignited a notion within him. Gladiolus sought to exploit them to incite unrest. Yet Foxy too desired to use this individual as a stepping stone for his own ascent. This scene did not escape the eyes of the pirates, some disdainful, others contemplative. How should they handle the officer named Baby 5? After distributing the restless pirates, Khalifa sought Bruce's counsel. As the records indicated, this officer harbored certain psychological issues, being unable to refuse requests from others, even those who had just vanquished her enemies. Bruce certainly remembered this maid. The missile woman with the weapon fruit was indeed unforgettable. "Let her accompany you," he declared, as he had no interest in bullying the afflicted. The concept of weapon fruits was intriguing, yet the focus remained on the individual. They would discuss it further upon returning to the terrifying ship, for he had numerous tasks at hand. Chief among them was the exploration of the undercurrents and the deep sea. Although he could not uncover clues to another world, it would deepen his mastery of observation hockey. The effects of his ramblings had intensified, evident from Absalom's expression. The tiger-faced monster had finally awakened his observation hockey. In practical application, the primary utility of such ramblings lay in their ability to disrupt the opponent's perception of hockey. Signs of armament hockey were also emerging. This phenomenon appeared rather common in the New World. Among the hundreds of captives he had taken, over 50 possessed it. According to their accounts, it was an invisible armor formed by harnessing the latent power within the human body. When muscle hardening reached a certain threshold, the energy generated by the respiration of muscle cells would suppress the powers of the devil fruit. Further hardening would yield a solid black form, akin to a protective membrane. Bruce had never slackened in his physical training, yet perhaps due to the unique constitution of his body, the threshold for muscle cell hardening was considerably elevated. Even until the fourth day of quelling the unrest, he remained at a mere vague sensation. Nonetheless, he had successfully crafted a desalination device. Its principle was not complex, utilizing the steam generated from heating seawater. The key lay in having a condensation apparatus to allow the vapor to reconstitute into fresh water. With this device, refrigeration and ice storage posed no challenge. However, at that moment, the fog-laden sea had arrived, requiring no lookout to herald its presence. Standing at the bow of the ship, Bruce beheld a thick fog enveloping the horizon, akin to a majestic mountain range looming before him. It was daylight, and the mist appeared white. Yet, within this pale haze, 2 or 3 enormous shadows loomed, reminiscent of figures he had glimpsed in the depths of the ocean. What could they be? They were extraordinarily large. Calm yourself. Absalom, accustomed to the fog-laden waters, maintained a serene demeanor as he instructed the zombie sailors to bring the other vessels alongside, tethering them with ropes, but without tightening them too much, merely ensuring they remained connected. The approximate location of the foggy waters could be determined by the 2 nearest islands as fixed points. However, once engulfed by the mist, these markers became ineffective. Absalom retrieved a diamond-shaped card from his pocket, pointing toward a corner of the fog. This was the life card of Hogabak. "Captain, a ship is emerging from the mist." A zombie monkey suddenly shouted from the lookout. From the fog, a white-painted oak ship abruptly broke through the haze, heading directly toward Bruce and his crew. Chapter 56. The locally. Please continue reading and save. Damn. We are about to collide. The ship, emerging from the fog, seemed to sail with the wind, its speed suddenly increasing to an unknown extent, barreling straight toward them. "Hard to port. Raise the foresail," Bruce commanded without panic. Nautical navigation was not among his areas of expertise, yet he found it not overly difficult to grasp. Now, he was even capable of directing the zombie sailors aboard the Phantom to carry out their tasks efficiently. On Diamani's ship, besides red wine and ammunition, there existed an important resource: telephone worms. It appeared that Ming had a penchant for collecting these peculiar creatures, and many of his crew's ships were also laden with them. This unique biological technology intrigued Bruce immensely, also resolving communication issues between the various vessels. The helmsman of the Phantom, a werewolf named Gabra, immediately turned the ship's wheel upon hearing Bruce's orders. Meanwhile, the other zombie sailors hurried to adjust the sails. The sails on the ship were divided into horizontal and vertical. The former sailed with the wind, while the latter was suited for slightly oblique winds. Currently, they had favorable winds, and by unfurling the vertical sails, the force of the wind would cause the entire ship to veer off course. This deviation was precisely what Bruce desired. The White Oak ship was even larger than the Phantom, boasting 6 decks, though it lacked any gun decks, featuring only scattered portholes. Unlike a pirate ship, the oak vessel that burst forth from the fog nearly grazed the Phantom's side, allowing Bruce to clearly observe the conditions aboard the opposing ship from the bow. Many items aboard were rusted and decayed, oil lamps burned dry. Yet not a single skeletal remains was in sight. The absence of any bones was somewhat unexpected. Is this the ship we once consumed? I have no recollection, Absalom mused, scratching his head. In the past decade, Moria and his legion of zombies have become the most notorious horror legend within the Misty Waters. This enigmatic sea stretches between the Water City and the Sabaody archipelago. Seasoned navigators would wisely chart a course around it. Yet, many naive souls, upon realizing their folly, find themselves ensnared within its depths. Shall we venture forth, Captain? Those capable of moonwalking may accompany me. You stay here and secure the 4 vessels, Bruce whispered. Visibility within the Misty Waters is perilously low, and without the means of iron chains to tether their ships, they risk scattering the moment they enter. In the fleeting moment of passing, Bruce discerned nothing of value aboard that ship. No bones, no shadows, but perhaps a navigation log awaited discovery. Such a document is of utmost significance in maritime ventures. Bruce himself lacked the habit of maintaining a log. The only ones skilled in moonwalking were indeed a select few from CP9. Bruce instructed a group of zombie sailors to row a small boat in pursuit. As a precautionary measure, while he, alongside Kaku, Lucci, and Bruno, directly employed their moonwalking abilities to ascend to the deck of the grand ship, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Bruno's abilities would serve as a reliable safeguard, a double assurance. As for the Oak vessel, had it finally emerged from the clutches of the Misty Waters? Yet, its speed was palpably disconcerting, compounded by the shadows they had just glimpsed. Bruce's gaze held a contemplative depth, with the ability to traverse the air as if ascending stairs. And the Oak ship having merely skimmed past, the group soon found themselves upon the deck. This was not a ship lost for nearly a decade. Kaku, with his extensive experience as a shipwright, could approximate the vessel's age by assessing the degree of decay in the planks. Nothing appeared amiss within. Lucci and Bruno emerged from the lower deck. Thanks to the powers of the door fruit, the rusty, obstructed passages posed no challenge for them. Their search was swiftly concluded. The only items of potential significance were 2 objects. Bruce proceeded to explore the ship's quarters. The captain's cabin is typically situated at the highest point of the vessel, offering a broad perspective. There, Bruce discovered the navigation log of the previous captain alongside a weathered maritime chart. It seemed they had specifically ventured into these waters. Upon examining the chart, Kaku noted markings indicating the Misty Waters, with a circle drawn deep within its confines. Yet, ultimately, they too had succumbed to its treachery. Bruce contemplated that this information might aid in his quest for navigation. From the outset, he had sensed the peculiarities of this enigmatic sea, particularly since he had awakened not far from its shores. Let us return, he decided, refraining from greedily insisting on taking the ship with them. In truth, the lower hold was already taking on water. The moment they burst forth from the Misty Waters seemed to signal a fleeting revival of the grand ship. Yet it would not be long before it succumbed to the depths. Kaku also concurred with this notion. However, as a shipwright, he pondered another entity, an extraordinary being known as a ship's spirit. It was the only plausible explanation for why the Oak vessel had suddenly emerged from the dense fog, heading directly towards them. What was the name of this ship? The Lockery. Bruce had encountered this name at the beginning of the nautical log. To ensure no detail was overlooked, he employed his observation hockey to sweep the ship several times. Eventually, he unearthed a hidden leather trunk in a compartment, containing 5 million berries and 6 gold bars. Captain, if you were to become a treasure hunter, the world would lose half of its riches, Kaku remarked in awe. Without using observation hockey here, we might never have discovered this. At least this journey wasn't in vain. Bruno nodded in agreement. Surprisingly, Lucci remained unperturbed. Having been trained from a young age in the world government's clandestine methods, he was utterly indifferent to wealth. As they returned, the Jinghan was securely tethered with thick ropes, not for towing, but to ascertain their direction. However, their speed had significantly diminished. The group resumed their journey, moving gracefully as if walking on the moon. Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the swirling, dense fog ahead, which danced like silk ribbons. While the sea breeze in this area had grown eerily still, there was little hope of harnessing the wind. Perhaps it was time to devote some effort to developing a steam engine. Bruce understood that it was the steam-powered battleships, often referred to as ironclad vessels, that had relegated sail-powered warships to the annals of history. The Navy seemed to have already equipped themselves with such technology. Yet, he still had his zombie rowers. As the 4 ships plunged into the thick fog, sunlight was completely engulfed. They felt as though they had been transported into the depths of night, with the dense mist obscuring their vision to the extent that they could only discern the ropes tied to the ship's sides. Fortunately, prior to entering the fog, Bruce had dispatched Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra to the other 3 vessels. In these conditions, the shadowless pirates would prove useful. If they were to be defeated by the zombie rowers, they might very well end up as zombies themselves. With this understanding, the pirates were diligent and did not dare to slacken their efforts. The efficiency of the 4 ships sailing simultaneously was surprisingly high. At last, we have returned. Absalom remarked with a hint of nostalgia. That fellow hogback might not even recognize the captain anymore. Chapter 57. Was our home burgled? On the 13th day since departing from Water City, we finally caught sight of the enigmatic sea shrouded in mist, the infamous Bermuda Triangle, where hundreds of ships vanish each year. We also refer to it as the Lost Sea. Although it lies along the Grand Line's essential route, no navigator would dare to designate this place as a destination. However, we are different. We have something that has been missing for 23 years, and we must retrieve it. Oh, the lost homeland. I have prepared myself for a journey with no return. Bruce glanced at the date inscribed in his logbook, which read the year 1507 of the sea-round calendar, aligning closely with Kaku's deduction. This signified that the ship had been adrift in the fog-laden waters for a staggering 13 years. Even the navigational log had succumbed to the ravages of time, rendering it somewhat indistinct and requiring a moment to decipher. Bruce remained unhurried. The silence within the foggy expanse rivaled that of the doldrums, and the eerie sound of the shipwrecks brushing against the Phantom's side became almost jarring. The only advantage was that those shadowless pirates no longer had to fear the sudden appearance of sunlight, oddly finding a semblance of safety in this treacherous realm. Guided by the life card, their navigation through the foggy waters was quite brief. The oil lamp hanging from the ship's deck required no replenishing, for the terrifying vessel loomed before them. Could this truly be called a ship? With visibility severely limited, they realized they were perilously close when the ghostly ship came into view. To Khalifa, it resembled a small island. The towering walls, higher than the mast's pinnacle, were marred by the creeping vines and moss, leaving a tapestry of weathered marks upon the bricks. The entrance to these walls gaped like a pair of formidable teeth, capable of swallowing the Phantom whole, accommodating hundreds within its maw. As if sensing Moria's approach, the great stone walls emitted the grinding of gears from within. The jaws gradually opened, the current nudging the Phantom towards the gaping mouth. Welcome home, great master. Khalifa beheld the 12 gleaming teeth, each adorned with eyes wide open and mouths agape, respectfully greeting Moria. It was truly magical. She immediately comprehended why Moria had left a legend in these waters. At least in terms of scene construction, he had indeed exerted considerable effort. This was, after all, the largest pirate ship in the world, the terrifying 3-masted ship. Absalom took great pride in this fact. Bruce merely nodded slightly. With the presence of memories, he felt an uncanny familiarity with everything here, almost a sense of returning home. The last place that evoked such feelings was his own transformed Batcave. Moria's memories, seemingly subtle and unassuming, did not undermine Bruce's dominant position. Yet they lingered obstinately in inexplicable ways. For instance, regarding Perona, this ship, and the formidable corpses from the last failed endeavor. Some fragments even consisted of memories that Moria had intentionally chosen to forget. Beyond the toothy gate lay a circular inner river resembling a moat, encircling the land and castle at its center. In his recollections, it was a darkly classical castle rivaling Wayne Manor. Now, it stood merely as a ruin. The Straw Hat crew had truly wrought havoc. A few owls followed into the gates of teeth, shaking their heads in lamentation. They reminisced about the once majestic architecture of Judicial Island. However, after the Straw Hat crew's visit, it had been reduced to ruins. The owls glossed over the intermediate events, merely mentioning 2 similar outcomes. Yet, now was the time for the underdogs to stage a comeback. The owl held a firm belief in the newly formed organization. He reasoned that 2 negatives could indeed yield a positive. Perhaps it was time to settle the score with the Straw Hat crew? Let us refrain from uttering the term underdogs again. Gabra found the word particularly grating. What does it matter? After all, everyone knows you were unceremoniously kicked aside by a lecherous chef, a werewolf indeed. Enough already. Unbeknownst to them, prior to that incident, he had also been rejected by Catherine, a waitress from the Judicial Island mess hall. She wasn't as kind-hearted as one might think, was she? Silence. Gabra's fur bristled. The werewolf cherished this sentiment, preserving it like a melting crystal orb, yet it was always dragged out into the sunlight by the owl, just as he prepared to seal the owl's lips for good. The latter's next whisper rendered Gabra mute. However, she should have perished under the Demon Slayer's decree. The werewolf's tail dragged along the ground. The long-nosed Kaku wore a somber expression and remarked, "Thus, we should first seek retribution from Spandam." The destruction of Judicial Island could only be attributed to the Straw Hat crew as a catalyst, but the true architect behind this outcome was their former CP9 commander, Spandam. Upon entering the treacherous waters of the ship, the members of CP9 returned to the Thriller bark. During this time, Bruce had often heard accounts of the Judicial Island incident from his companions. A bumbling officer who, despite his incompetence, managed to shirk blame by laying it at their feet. And there were the straw hats, the naive hat-wearer, the son of the devil, the swordsman wielding 3 blades, and the lascivious chef, each of whom held a corresponding image in his memory. For Moria, it was undoubtedly a matter of deep-seated enmity. However, for Bruce, it felt rather mundane. After all, from his perspective, he had been on the side of malevolence, yet contemplating the loss of his treasures. Perhaps it would be fitting to seize their shadows and cast them into the thriller bark for 2 years of hard labor. Ironically, the failure against Kaido lingered in Bruce's heart like an exceedingly stubborn thorn, emblematic of Moria's fear. Wait, is that a warship over there? Absalom, standing at the bow, suddenly exclaimed. For pirates, the term warship was particularly sensitive. The expressions of the members of CP-9 tightened with unease. Lucci stepped to the bow, surveying the scene. Within CP-9, he had always borne the weight of their endeavors. Having acknowledged the Moonlight Pirates, he naturally extended the same recognition here. A white dove cooed softly as it perched upon a shoulder. The waters of the inland river flowed steadily, guiding them towards the dock where their vessel lay anchored. As they approached, a gentle mist parted, revealing the outlines of a dark green camouflaged warship, its distinctive seagull emblem marred by a red cross painted across it. What on earth? Has our home been robbed? Absalom pondered, querying and answering himself. They had already endured one plundering. There was naught left to extract but corpses. Yet, this could not possibly be a naval ship. No navy would deface their own insignia. Could it be the treacherous Admiral Drake? There were still living souls aboard. In the hazy fog, only vague silhouettes were discernible. Bruce, accustomed to such obscured visibility, managed to discern a few familiar figures. They must be pirates, he surmised. A sense of recognition stirring within him. Let us draw nearer, he commanded. Aside from the eccentric trio, Moria had no allies. Yet, the familiarity incited his caution. They were in no respectable company, let alone aboard a warship. Bruce surveyed the scene, noting the menacing visages of a few individuals on the ship, idly engaged in a card game, while 2 others patrolled the deck. Such a scant crew could hardly operate a naval vessel. The oil lamps outnumbered the crew members. It was likely that most had already disembarked to the island. Bruce's resolve was swift. They would capture these intruders without granting them the chance to alert anyone. Upon hearing his orders, Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno swiftly vanished into the mist, executing their mission with the efficiency characteristic of operatives, prompt and unyielding, without question. The moonwalk technique proved remarkably useful. It became evident that creatures like Bruce were rare. Absalom's mastery of the 6 styles still rested on the fundamentals. As both parties came into clearer view, the distance between them shrank to less than 10 meters. Is that a ship? One of the patrolling pirates exclaimed, spotting a massive shadow emerging from the fog, barreling toward them. Quick, he shouted, but before his warning could take form, a leopard surged forth from the mist, and in an instant, the pirate vanished without a trace. Did anyone else hear that? A few pirates engaged in their card game sensed an unusual disturbance. Don't frighten yourself. This is merely the foggy sea. Perhaps Moria has returned? One scar-faced pirate could no longer remain seated. I shall go and investigate. As he rose to his feet, a pair of strong hands pressed him down. From the swirling fog emerged a shadowy figure of a bat, gradually revealing the imposing form of Bruce. Exuding an air of intimidation, the scar-faced pirate's heart nearly ceased to beat. Turning to glance at his comrades, who were previously engaged in a game of cards, he was taken aback to find that they too were subdued by different adversaries. Simultaneously, a ship of comparable size to a warship, the Haunting, drew near, causing the mist to scatter upon their collision. Pirates? Bruce could sense the savage and menacing aura emanating from them. Without a hint of courtesy, he hoisted the scar-faced pirate into the air. You are among those who escaped from impelled down. Bruce possessed an exceptional memory, capable of recalling even the most obscure extras from the battlefield, including the prisoners who had appeared alongside the clown buggy. He later learned that just before Blackbeard's crew stormed the prison, the Straw Hat Boy had also caused quite a ruckus within its walls. Subsequently, he had escaped with Buggy, Crocodile, Jinbei, and an eye-watering unknown creature. When the gates of justice swung open, an eerie silence enveloped both sides aboard the Navy warships. What are you doing here? Speak, he demanded, addressing the captive pirate, who was held firmly in his grasp, fear coursing through him. Yet, amidst his terror, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Having spent so long in impelled down, he had only recently emerged, and now, he was fortunate enough to be remembered by a formidable warlord. The change of leadership indeed brought about a different atmosphere. He felt a swell of emotion. We are not here to oppose you, Moria, he stammered, drawing a breath, believing that their captain's reputation could rival that of Moria's. He could not appear too weak. Following a powerful figure required a certain boldness. We merely lost our way here. Furthermore, our captain is none other than the clown Buggy. He raised the banner of his captain, attempting to instill a sense of caution in the warlord before him. However, upon uttering the name clown, Bruce's brow furrowed deeply. He had a sensitivity towards that term. As for Buggy, he had crossed paths with him during the Marineford War, but found nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet, they had arrived at Marineford, so close to the New World, only to turn back into the fog-laden seas. Out of caution regarding the clown, Bruce resolved to remain vigilant. Regardless of whether this clown was the same as that clown, it was prudent to maintain control. Attack. He silently stepped back, and his CP9 allies moved forward. Better to strike first and inquire later. Otherwise, these unpredictable pirates might resort to cunning tricks. Wait. The bravado of Buggy's crew lasted a mere 30 seconds before they began to plead for mercy, voluntarily divulging their circumstances. The CP9 agents, with their heavy-handed approach, are one reason for the current predicament, while the eagerness of my fellow companions to confess is another. A group of feeble-minded individuals. Leave some for me to speak. Damn it, we are actually here in search of treasure. It is the legendary treasure of Captain John. Be gentle, be gentle. The scar-faced pirate hastily interjected. We are all rogues who have ventured into the sea and have endured the trials of impelled down, each one more astute than the last. It is evident that should we delay our words, we would surely meet a grim fate. Our captain possesses clues to the treasure, but we have truly lost our way and somehow ended up here. Yet, some pirates attempted to raise their banners once more, repeatedly asserting that Buggy is a member of the Pirate King's crew, a formidable presence so terrifying that even Whitebeard would inquire about potential collaboration, and so on. No. How did the warship arrive? After these individuals were rendered so fearful that they lacked the courage to even meet Bruce's gaze, he finally posed the question. It was taken amidst the chaos as the War of the Summit was concluding. When did you arrive here? About 2 weeks ago, perhaps. Coincidentally, I was in the Queen of Spring City at that time. This journey directly from Marineford to the Misty Sea was more urgent than I had anticipated. And what of Captain John's treasure? Please continue. Upon mentioning this, several pirates lowered their heads in unison. This was a matter that Buggy had revealed to them only after a drunken night. Buggy's infamous reputation did not intimidate Bruce. Rather, it caused them to waver. It appears your lessons have not sufficed, Bruce murmured, and before he could take any action, one of them could no longer bear the mounting pressure. Captain John was a notorious pirate from many years ago, said to have been a member of the Rocks Pirates. The scar-faced pirate stammered. Once, he stumbled upon a staggering treasure, but when he prepared to claim it all for himself, he was betrayed by his crew, leaving only a treasure map behind. May you perish. The scar-faced pirate suddenly erupted, drawing a small knife from his waistband and thrusting it towards Bruce. Chapter 59. The castle fear does not invoke a singular transformation. Some individuals will submit directly, paralyzed by terror, while others, upon reaching a certain threshold of fear, will unleash a courage and ferocity unimaginable in their usual demeanor. It is akin to being terrified in a haunted house, yet still pursuing the specter to strike. At this moment, the scar-faced pirate embodied such ferocity. Unfortunately, he had encountered a true specter. Bruce raised 2 fingers, effortlessly pinning the assailant's south knife in place. With a mere exertion of strength, the silvery blade began to bend. His power had significantly increased since the Summit War. That 2,000-pound anchor felt almost trivial. After all, it was merely suited for a sailing battleship, incomparable to the anchors of modern vessels weighing in excess of 10,000 pounds. Where has the clown gone? The blade was bent to an extent that it pointed menacingly at the scarred-faced pirate. His lips quivering incessantly as the fierce resolve within him dissipated instantaneously after failing to deliver a decisive blow. What remained was the chilling silence following a brief tumult. His slowly raised fingers were stiff, reluctantly indicating the ancient castle, ravaged by giants, situated at the heart of the terrifying ship, Moria's residence for a decade. Quite commendably executed. Bruce refrained from further intimidation. With a mere gesture of his hand, he snatched away the shadows of several individuals, instructing Absalom, classify them as Type 3, implying they were to be treated as labor convicts. Caliphate designated them with a name, the Shadowless. These pirates, having barely escaped from impelled down, found themselves ensnared once more in the clutches of the terrifying ship. Absalom sighed, shaking his head. His zombie legion operated for a grueling 8 hours, while the Shadowless, in their desperate bid to avoid becoming zombies themselves, had to endure 9 hours of labor. The so-called terrifying ship was, in truth, an island with its own unique ecological cycle, Yet many of its foundational structures, including the castle, had suffered severe damage in the last battle. Reconstruction, repairs, production, and creation, there was an abundance of work to be undertaken. Fortunately, Bruce had no immediate plans to thrust them into the heat of labor. He left a few zombie sailors aboard the Phantom, while the rest disembarked to prepare for battle. Bruce approached the clown with utmost caution. At his command, a number of mummified zombies crawled from the earth near the dock, 50 or so, remnants from the previous conflict. Old veterans, indeed. Bruce had even armed them with firearms. I still find solace in this damp soil, he mused, as the spider monkey zombies had not trodden upon land for quite some time, prompting a fleeting moment of nostalgia. The command was entrusted to you. After assigning the tasks, Bruce transferred the command authority to Absalom. The zombies served as a safeguard. He preferred to operate solo. Within this lightless, fog-laden sea, Bruce's stealth capabilities could be maximally exploited. Not only Absalom, who had just awakened his observation hockey, but even Lucci could not discern Bruce's presence in the blink of an eye. I thought the former captain had returned, Absalom remarked. Was he like this before? Almost the same. The captain preferred delegating tasks to us, claiming it effectively honed our abilities. Absalom shook his head, noting that a pirate captain who wielded such extensive authority was rather uncommon. Upon hearing the phrase, "It's in your hands," he genuinely believed that Moria had reverted to his old ways upon returning to familiar grounds. Thankfully, Moria did not simply surrender. For Bruce, traversing the terrifying ship evoked a peculiar sense of nostalgia, akin to a wanderer returning home. The collapsed house, once intended as a dollhouse for Perona, lingered in his memory. The orderly rows of graves were originally meant to house numbered zombies. Deep within the dense forest, there had once existed a victims' association. In a fleeting moment, Bruce cast aside these illusory sentiments entirely. His inner strength would not allow him to be ensnared by such emotions. What followed was a more obsessive thought. Perhaps confining those criminals here for rehabilitation, akin to Arkham Asylum, might not be such a bad idea after all. Bruce chose not to traverse the direct path to the castle, but instead delved into the heart of the forest. After weaving through the underbrush, he arrived at the castle's edge. The walls appeared as though gnawed by dogs, with collapses scattered throughout. This was the consequence of his prior unleashing of the demon Oz. Fortunately, at the very center, the towering main spire, connected to the terrifying ship's mast, was merely marred by a hole. Torches illuminated the surroundings, and a number of pirates roamed about the castle's periphery, seemingly in search of something. Bruce recognized their faces. Those were the prisoners he had encountered in the battlefield above. Where was the Joker? His gaze fell upon the bright interior of the main tower. Hogback should also be there. A flicker of intention stirred within Bruce, and the shadows beneath his feet transformed into a swarm of bats that took flight. Ascending into the air, they reassembled, merging with Bruce's body. In mere moments, he silently infiltrated the ancient fortress. The technique of shadow exchange, though initially developed by Moria long ago, had remained rather mundane until it reached Bruce's hands, where it truly flourished. Several ebony bats settled upon the battlements, while Bruce himself had already inverted, clinging to the ceiling. The structure of the castle was as familiar to him as the back of his hand, akin to Batman infiltrating Wayne Manor. Had they not yet located Captain John's remains? The doctor remained silent, leaving them to search little by little. If unsuccessful, they would have to flee. Trouble would surely arise if Moria returned. Given the state of the terrifying ship, it was possible that Moria might not come back at all. On the other side of a wall, Bruce distinctly heard the voices of Buggy and one of his subordinates, sporting a 3-shaped hairstyle. Keep searching. Merely possessing a treasure map won't lead us to such extraordinary riches. In the art of treasure hunting, I am undoubtedly a professional. Buggy felt a twinge of anxiety. He possessed little interest in adventure or expansion, but was particularly fervent about treasure hunting. It was this very obsession that left him with a glimmer of hope. Not long after the war above concluded, he had thrown himself into the pursuit of treasure without pause. While imprisoned and impelled down, Buggy had fortuitously swindled a treasure map from the Straw Hat Boy, leading him on a quest for Captain John's long-sought treasure. Following the map's guidance deep into the fog-laden seas, Bruce listened for a while, refraining from rash action. Instead, he summoned the ethereal shadow mage to extinguish the oil lamps within the castle one by one. He had never underestimated the Joker. Alas, what has transpired in the shadows? Buggy grasped Mr. Three's arm, his expression momentarily frozen. The elements, a thick fog, an ancient castle, and the abruptly extinguished lights, were rather overwhelming. Perhaps it was merely the wind. Mr. Three maintained a serene demeanor, igniting himself with a matchstick. He was the candle man, a being forged from the wax fruit, capable of illuminating others by igniting his own form. Indeed, a gaping hole had been created. Buggy mused, stroking his chin. In the blink of an eye, Mr. 3 vanished. Truly, there must be a specter. Chapter 60, The Shadow Box. Mr. 3, are you alright? This was not Buggy's first encounter with a ghost. Having unearthed countless treasures, it was commonplace to encounter cursed spirits or the corpses of guardians. He hastily retrieved a crucifix, talismans, and an assortment of peculiar items from his pocket, tossing them about as he wielded a small knife erratically. Given Bruce's current posture, it was not unfitting to label him a specter lurking in the dark. As Mr. 3 ignited the flame, the shadow revolution commenced. Bruce extended his hand, extinguishing the candlelight while simultaneously seizing the now uncontrollable Mr. 3, striking him precisely atop his cranium, sending him into a state of disorientation. It was rather simplistic. However, the clown possessed no extraordinary strength or swiftness. What truly instilled fear was his deranged manipulation of the human psyche. Yet, this madness was not unfocused. Bruce observed Buggy in the darkness for a considerable time. The threat this clown posed diminished steadily in his mind, his perception through observation hockey revealing nothing remarkable. This was a true clown. Bruce felt a tinge of unspoken disappointment in reaching this conclusion. He had initially intended to experiment with transforming a clown. The shadow box took form as Bruce's hand extended, the shadows coalescing into a pitch-black structure that melded seamlessly with the darkness, appearing silently around Buggy. He then flicked his fingers, and a sharp shadow spike emerged from the box. Following the first, a multitude of spikes sprang forth in an instant. As Bruce's palm rotated, the internal space of the shadow box constricted continuously. This scene resembled an Iron Maiden. Yet, in the profound darkness and silence, everything remained unseen, unfolding in the realm of the unknown. By the time the crucifix in Buggy's hand was pierced by the shadow spikes, they were already perilously close to his face. There was no time for terror. He could not even discern what assailed him. In utter silence, the shadow box had completed its closure. Buggy's cries vanished entirely, leaving only the darkness, as deep as ever. Suddenly, a flickering candlelight appeared amidst the gloom. Buggy, now fragmented into countless pieces, finally beheld the specter that had launched the unexpected assault. With sharp angles, elongated fangs, and a pair of profoundly deep eyes, the creature's unnaturally cold skin harmonized eerily with the shadows. Moria, it has been a long time, spoke Buggy, his jaw nearly touching the ground, his voice quivering. The protruding eyeballs stuck to the shadowy box, and beads of cold sweat scattered across his skin. This was indeed a predicament for the master. What a dreadful situation. It was far from ideal. A band of rodents had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the house in their master's absence, gnawing at cabinets and toppling jars. Bruce was not surprised that this creature had survived. During the war, he had witnessed Hawkeye hacking at this being with countless strikes, yet it remained unscathed. Nevertheless, his tone remained indifferent. Should he wish to eliminate this jester, he certainly had the means. What do you think should be done? Buggy coughed, managing a feigned smile, while the eyeballs stuck to the shadowy box blinked in response. Rather than addressing Moria's pressing inquiry, he ventured, "Are you interested in the legendary treasure?" Moria's earlier display of authority had indeed intimidated him. In that moment of complete darkness, despite being torn into so many pieces, his will remained surprisingly lucid. The level of fright surpassed even that of Hawkeye's blade. Acting swiftly, he tossed out the notion of treasure in a desperate attempt to save his own skin, internally pleading for his fearsome subordinates to come to his aid. Buggy's hopes shattered far more rapidly than his organization's ability to stall for time with words. Following Bruce's flickering candlelight, more flames ignited, weaving through the ancient castle like a boisterous ball. "How did you escape from prison?" Lucci demanded, gripping a pirate by the throat, his gaze filled with disdain. "You managed to flee from impelled down at such a level?" The pirate, too weak to even respond, was cast aside after enduring Lucci's contemptuous glare. "So pathetic. Spare them a few lives. They may still prove useful," he added. Khalifa was already devising plans for the reconstruction of the terrifying ship. Zombies and shadowless beings were vital laborers. "And Hogback? I'm here." The surgeon with little combat prowess yelled from within a cage upon seeing the tiger-faced figures enter. "I thought you had been killed," Absalom lamented. Yet he stepped forward to free him from the cage. As a companion, Hogback's attire was astonishingly ahead of its time, clad in a purple fishnet outfit. His rotund figure was accentuated, and his sharp ears and nose stood out as he grinned, revealing two pointed fangs. "Hiss, I knew you would return." Hogback chuckled gleefully. He was a creature of little integrity, readily answering nearly any question posed by Buggy and his companions. The ancient castle offered little in the way of wares, and the whereabouts of Captain John's remains were shrouded in mystery, concealed in some obscure corner. Otherwise, Hogback would not have found himself imprisoned. "By the way, who are these individuals?" He gestured towards Khalifa and her companions, astonished. They possess shadows. Such a rarity aboard this dread vessel. Greetings, Doctor. Khalifa adjusted her spectacles, introducing herself. We are the new members of the Moonlight Pirates. New members, living beings. Hogback's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he turned his gaze towards Moria on the second floor of the main tower, feeling an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. That cursed Straw Hat Kid. After a brief mental storm, he bent down and struck the floor in frustration. Just look at the mess they've made, reducing the captain to such a state. Indeed. I share your sentiments. Absalom nodded, his expression fierce. They had indeed benefited from the war. Khalifa remained composed, well aware that Bruce was indifferent to that defeat. Gabra, ever eager for improvement, appeared contemplative. In Bruce's presence, upon witnessing his fierce subordinates, whom he had liberated from the Grand Prison, being soundly defeated, Buggy's complexion turned ashen. Shall we discuss the treasure? Bruce inquired. The shadow box had vanished, and Buggy painstakingly attempted to reassemble his form, only to discover that his shadow was lost. Can we negotiate? That depends on your performance. Though this clown is not the same as that one, Bruce treated all equally. Control was essential. Regarding the treasure, Bruce picked up a glass bracelet that had fallen to the ground, reminiscent of one of his original collections. Could this item have guided Buggy into the misty waters? Buggy's heart raced at the sight of the bracelet being lifted. Bruce, however, remained unhurried, casually tossing a brick that had fallen from the ceiling in his hand. Its age evident. It seemed he would linger here for an extended period. Chapter 61. Khalifa's Ambition. Please continue reading and collecting. After Buggy and his crew of prisoners were classified by Bruce as third class, they were enlisted in the construction efforts of the dread ship. Bruce meticulously drew up construction plans, intending to overhaul the original castle significantly. The main tower, connected to the mast, required repairs, while the main building and annex below were to be transformed into a Gothic style, adorned with numerous spires and intricate patterns. For the energetic pirates and the tireless zombies, this workload was hardly daunting. Halfway through the renovations, Bruce stood at the edge of the surrounding forest and observed. It resembled a dark version of Wayne Manor, far surpassing those noble castles in uniqueness. Khalifa stood beside him, astonished. I never expected you to have such skills. Not to mention drawing construction plans. Many pirates in this world cannot even read a few words. It is merely a renovation. Bruce evaded the issue. By the way, has there been any progress in the research of Captain John's treasure map? The body of Captain John was unearthed from a pile of ruins. Buggy has consistently claimed that the treasure map must be used in conjunction with the body to locate the ultimate treasure. Bruce instructed Hogback to mend the corpse and, in a rather audacious move, inserted Buggy's own shadow into it. No memories were erased. The two continued to fiercely contend for the glass armlet. At present, there appears to be a certain connection. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, while the captain's actions were largely for amusement. Discerning whether the two were fabricating their words amidst competition was also of paramount importance. Captain John seems convinced that he possesses something Buggy desires, allowing them to hold each other in a precarious form of leverage. Moreover, that little red-nosed gesture was quite abundant. Bruce chuckled lightly, suggesting that Foxy give him a nudge. It seems you harbor a strong aversion to pirates? Khalifa had already witnessed Bruce's methods against pirates, which, in some respects, were even more ruthless than those of CP9. Currently, those categorized as the third type aboard the thriller bark are all pirates. Indeed, they are more dedicated than the Navy. How one treats another is not determined by their identity, but rather by their actions. Bruce is not confined by titles such as pirate or Navy. He casually produced a newspaper from his pocket, whether red-nosed or among those prisoners. They all warranted such treatment. Khalifa glanced at the East Blue newspaper, surprised to discover that this fellow had bombarded several towns. Bruce is a meticulous individual. Even during his time in Marineford, he had been consciously gathering various information about this world. Upon arriving at the Queen of Springs City, Bruce further acquired numerous newspapers from previous years. He has already constructed a somewhat incomplete database of criminals in his mind. For such individuals, fear should be employed as a means of subjugation. In truth, it is not just pirates. The more news he consumes, the more Bruce grows distrustful of the powers that govern this world. He increasingly feels the necessity to establish an Arkham division, reserving the largest area for the world's aristocracy. He is reluctant to assume the power of judgment upon himself, yet finds it unavoidable to execute such judgments in this world. Compared to the judicial system of the world government, the Americans could be considered fair. I'll leave this to you. After giving his instructions, Bruce prepared to venture deeper into the forest. The Shadowless Ones and the Zombie Legion were busy constructing the castle, but he had not been idle during this time either. One aspect was his training. Conditions aboard the thriller bark were limited. The ship's anchor was the heaviest object he could find. However, the horror ship was different. Bruce commanded the 2 rows of fangs to open wide, allowing the inner river of the horror ship to flow. And then he hoisted the anchor of the warship buggy had brought upon his shoulders. The flowing seawater, combined with the weight of the warship, resembled a solitary figure bearing the burden of countless porters, laboriously dragging the vessel against the current. The mounds along the riverbank bore witness to the deep pits he created, each larger than a man. The vague sensation of hardened muscle cells grew increasingly intense, akin to the imminent rupture of a thin membrane. Furthermore, the transformation plan for the Phantom had commenced. Navigating the vast ocean under the influence of wind proved fraught with uncontrollable variables. He intended to convert the Phantom into a steam-powered battleship. Additionally, my Lord Moria, Khalifa interjected, the reconstruction is nearing completion. What shall our plans be thereafter? Treasure hunting. Of course. How could a pirate overlook legendary riches? He replied, I will not find peace until the secrets of this sea are unearthed. The affairs of another world constituted a secret deeply buried within him, prompting him to don an additional layer of disguise. Captain John's treasure, while not particularly compelling to him, served as a justification, an impetus to delve into the depths of the misty sea. The journey plan was Bruce's solitary endeavor. Yet treasure hunting could evolve into a collective pursuit for the pirate crew. In the past, he may have insisted on undertaking this task alone, believing it unnecessary to involve others. However, now he sought to provide those around him with a shared purpose. No, I refer to a longer-term strategy, Khalifa pressed, her curiosity tinged with apprehension. The matter of power was always particularly sensitive, the long-range planning of any faction inevitably intertwined with such considerations. Yet, she felt fear of the potential stagnation Moria spoke of, where the Moonlight Pirates would remain ensnared in their current state. Ambitious by nature, Khalifa yearned for power and status. Haven't you already devised a plan? She probed, her gaze fixed intently on Bruce, seeking affirmation devoid of ambiguity. Just execute it as planned, he replied, exhibiting no obsession with authority. The question momentarily left him at a loss. If he could not return to Gotham, how would he navigate existence in this world? Like Moria? Or would he once again assume the mantle of a Batman? He could not provide an answer just yet. The dense forest swiftly engulfed his figure, leaving Khalifa to exhale a sigh of relief. At the very least, the captain had tacitly approved her subsequent plans. You're too hasty, Bruno remarked, approaching with a load of timber. Khalifa's inquiries not only pertained to her own interests, but also to the collective welfare of their group. The recent actions, if taken by a more sensitive superior, could have easily sparked apprehension. This was no exaggeration. They had witnessed the intricacies and brutalities of power during their time with CP9. A single phrase, a fleeting glance, can be rife with myriad interpretations. Upon witnessing Khalifa bow her head, he initially presumed she too was engulfed in trepidation and was poised to offer her some words of comfort. However, he was taken aback as Khalifa suddenly let out a light chuckle. Indeed, we have encountered a truly remarkable officer. Bruno's expression morphed into one of intrigue. He had often witnessed Khalifa's icy smirks, yet had never beheld such a sincere smile. Curiosity compelled him to inquire further, what is your plan then? Khalifa shot him a disdainful glance, instantly reverting to her cold demeanor. How audacious of you to pry into matters beyond your purview. What business does a mere P4 have inquiring about P7? Goodness, this woman possesses 2 distinct facades. Khalifa paid no heed to Bruno's astonishment. Clutching her notebook, she remained enveloped in the fervor of trust it inspired within her. Her ambitions were not merely rooted in her own formidable strength. She had long recognized that such prowess was not her forte. Aligning herself with a powerful entity, serving as a strategist and advisor, was the most prudent course of action. This aspect synergized seamlessly with the evolution of the Moonlight Pirates. As Moria's influence and status ascended, so too would her own power. The world government's vessel was woefully inadequate. Being a foundational shareholder in the Moonlight Pirates held far greater merit. She aimed to first secure wealth, shadows, and zombies in the Sabaody archipelago, then seize Dressrosa, allowing for a year's respite. There, leveraging the mature military industry, she could rapidly expand and mechanize her zombie legion. Subsequently, she would be poised to claim more territory. Once the zombie horde began to snowball, it would become an unstoppable cataclysm. Within a maximum of 2 years, she could assist Moria in ascending to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Contemplating, pondering, she wondered what else could be added. It's quite all right, Captain. I shall manage on my own. Chapter 62, The Storm's Footprint. Curse it, Bazzi fumed. When did I ever stoop to such tasks? He stood beneath the scaffolding of the main building, his countenance exceedingly grim. A fortnight had elapsed, an entire fortnight. How could the illustrious Captain Bazzi find himself ensnared in such embarrassing labor day after day? Come on, Bazzi, get these materials up, Absalom urged. snapping Bazzi from his reverie, and then heaving a hefty load of construction materials onto Bazzi's back. No problem. Bazzi's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic grin. He had heard whispers that this fearsome figure was a trusted confidant of Moria. The substantial burden merely bent his back slightly, after which his upper body began to split apart and ascend slowly. Indeed, he was serving as an elevator for this project, so long as his feet remained grounded. His body could separate and rise, perfectly suited for transporting materials. If Shanks were to find out no, the esteemed legacy of Bazzi would be irrevocably tarnished. After watching Absalom depart, Bazzi's expression immediately shifted to one of profound dismay. He could sense the forlorn gaze of his subordinate from days gone by. No grand banquet, no treasures, and to toil for 9 exasperating hours, cursed Moria. He placed the load of building materials on the rooftop scaffolding, muttering incessantly. A group of pirates, accustomed to freedom, had never engaged in such laborious tasks. Alas, circumstances dictated otherwise. Although the thriller bark did not harbor the extreme adversities of Impelled Down, it was still plagued by zombies that could usurp one's place at any moment, hesitant to work or lagging behind. No matter. The benevolent Lord Moria would grant your soul a peaceful departure, provided your corporeal form remained to serve him. The one overseeing the tasks above was the bandaged Gladius. What did you just say? He inquired as he overheard Buggy's quiet murmuring, leaning in closer. And no, nothing. Buggy hastily shook his head, fearful of being reported, and turned into a zombie. No, I heard it. Moria is indeed cursed, Gladius said in a deep voice, adding, shall we consider a collaboration? Really? In the fog-laden seas, where neither sun nor moon could be seen, the thick darkness seemed unchanging, with tendrils of mist encroaching upon every nook of the island. Beyond the castle lay sprawling forests and graves. Bruce typically trained there, but today, someone awaited his arrival. Rob Lucci, clad in brown hunting attire and trousers, stood with one hand in his pocket. His body had fully recovered, signifying that it was time for a certain endeavor. Shall we engage in a match? Lucci asked directly, eschewing any pretense. During their encounter in the Queen of Spring's castle, he had faced an overwhelming fear that rendered him incapable of action. Despite numerous excuses, his recovery, the responsibility to CP9, and so forth, this fear lingered like a thorn in his heart. If he did not confront it, progress would be elusive. Very well, Bruce agreed, eager for a bout to invigorate his muscle fibers. As he nodded, their eyes met, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Soru. Lucci melded Soru with Jeppo, creating a sharp trajectory as he darted through the air. Stormfoot, he exclaimed, and simultaneously, 2 blue slashes collided midair. In that moment, both fighters were evenly matched in their initial moves and speed. Rising from defeat, Lucci had grown considerably since the days on Judicial Island. Half-beast form. He did not overestimate himself. Upon transforming into his half-beast state, his physique enlarged, strength surged, and his body sprouted the fur of a leopard. Yet, soon after, Lucci's brow furrowed in concern. Once again, the elusive whispers leave no trace. His observation hockey, still untested, is utterly suppressed by Bruce's transformed observation hockey, rendering him incapable of perceiving Bruce's presence in the tangible world. At any moment, an ambush could be launched by his adversary, a prospect that weighs heavily upon Lucci. He must react within an instant, or even less. 6 styles, paper drawing. Lucci's pupils constrict sharply as he relaxes his body, allowing it to mimic the essence of a paper drawing. By attuning to the air currents generated by his opponent's assault, he deftly evades the impending strike. However, upon regaining his senses, he finds a bat-like shadow lunging towards him. Merely a shadow? An iron block. In the blink of an eye, he instinctively activates the iron block technique. As Lucci's body hardens, multiple shadow blades suddenly pierce through the darkness. Clang. The shadow blades become lodged against Lucci's skin. A commendable reaction, Bruce acknowledges from the shadows. However, the paper drawing technique cannot withstand the slicing of the shadow blades. The timing of Lucci's iron block was indeed impressive. Nonetheless, he does not overlook the momentary pause brought about by employing the iron block. Shadow box, Iron Maiden. Under Bruce's manipulation, the shadow blades swiftly morph into a box shape, sprouting countless sharp spikes that ensnare Lucci completely. The shadow spikes have been modified to precisely target vital areas such as the spine and tendons, crucial for exerting force. A muffled groan emanates from within the shadow box. Yet, in a sudden surge, Lucci bursts forth from the confines of the shadow box with a razor-like agility. His physique diminishes significantly, yet he retains his hybrid form. Life returns, paper drawing combat form. This ability, gleaned from years of mastery in the 6 styles, grants him the freedom to control his internal organs and body parts at will. It is the profound essence of the Navy's 6 styles. The paper-drawing combat form compresses the body, sacrificing a degree of strength to dramatically enhance speed, and in this state, Lucci finally perceives Bruce's position. Here he comes. Lucci instantly lunges behind Bruce, launching his assault before Bruce can pivot. Finger gun, Yellow Lotus. This technique involves bending the index finger and unleashing a rapid succession of piercing strikes at breakneck speed. The force of the strikes is as fierce as a lotus flower blooming in midair. The whooshing sound of the wind generated rivals that of a rifle barrage. The intensity of the attack causes beads of sweat to form on Lucci's forehead. Not only does the explosive assault demand physical stamina, but it also exerts psychological pressure. Yet, he cannot land a hit. Despite Moria standing directly before him, the power of his finger gun dissipates into a void of darkness. It is but a shadow. All of his strikes have fallen within its depths, akin to the elemental transformation of a natural-type user. Unlike the passive elemental embodiment, Moria's performance is a pure manifestation of the Shadow Warrior's ultimate potential. It involves an instantaneous and agile manipulation of his body, enabling swift exchanges between different parts and his shadow. Beside Lucci, a shadow that perfectly mirrors Moria's silhouette began to materialize with flesh and blood, akin to raindrops cascading onto a mirrored lake. Realizing the futility of his assault, Lucci exhaled deeply and executed a series of acrobatic flips in midair, intending to create distance from Moria. However, the Shadow Sorcerer clung to him like a relentless parasite, and Bruce once more completed the exchange with his shadow. With a swift kick, he closed in on Lucci, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes as Lucci adjusted. The force of these strikes was akin to a falcon's dive. Relentless and powerful, Lucci, in a desperate attempt, hardened his body to the consistency of steel. Yet, the concept of a short burst of power, known as inch strength, emphasized brevity and explosive force. The initial kicks served merely as a build-up, and after being launched by Lucci's hardened stance, Bruce's returning leg became exceedingly heavy, as if imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. The combination of techniques, swift kicks, inch strength, and spinning strikes, merged seamlessly within Bruce's execution. What should have been a soaring strike was now confined to a mere 3 inches from his foot, erupting with overwhelming force at an exceedingly close range. Each subsequent kick landed with increasing severity, causing Lucci's body to emit the sound of snapping steel. The ground beneath him gave way with the impact, resembling a crater formed by a meteorite. At that moment, Moria's explosive power surpassed even that of Lucci in his beast form. However, being in a half-beast state granted Lucci remarkable resilience. Just as he contemplated enduring another blow, his pupils constricted sharply. He observed Moria raise his foot, shrouded in a layer of inky darkness that enveloped it like a protective sheath. The threat posed by that kick surged to unprecedented levels. It was absolutely insurmountable. He would die. In a moment of clarity, Lucci decisively abandoned his iron defense and retreated, confronting his fears head-on, a testament to the fortitude of the spirit. Yet, to perish for the sake of pride would be the height of folly. I concede. Moria's ferocious and explosive kick halted midair, the gust from his leg whiplashing against Lucci's face. Had this been a real battle, he might have already met his demise. Cold sweat trickled down Lucci's brow as he realized he had not escaped the range of that impending strike. His instincts screamed in warning. His gaze then fell upon that layer of dark armor. Armament hockey. The captain had actually mastered armament hockey. In the New World, the prevalence of dual-color hockey was rampant. Yet it remained relatively rare during the Paradise Arc. Only Absalom and Lucci himself had awakened observation hockey aboard their ship. None had yet harnessed armament hockey. The shock was accompanied by a fervent blaze in his eyes. At CP9, he was already regarded as the strongest in 800 years. However, after successive defeats against the Straw Hat Captain, the shocking events of the Marineford War, and now witnessing the disparity between himself and Moria, Lucci finally comprehended that the world government had nurtured nothing but ineptitude for the past 8 centuries. Bruce unleashed a kick into the desolate mist, then extended his hand as his shadow clone morphed into a bat, swiftly darting towards its original landing point to launch an attack, subsequently coalescing into an Iron Maiden. This was a concatenation of moves within his ideal state. A gale kick to repel, followed by the Iron Maiden to conclude, leaving no respite for his adversary. Yet, despite the terror inspired in Lucci by this combination, Bruce found himself less than satisfied. A slight furrow creased his brow. Such techniques were sufficient to contend with CP9 or the Straw Hat crew, but in his mind, he was simulating encounters with figures like Akainu or Whitebeard. How would they respond to such maneuvers? Did he truly possess an advantage in close combat, especially against those wielding hockey? Given his physical foundation, he now realized that awakening hockey had come rather late. Moreover, there was Superman. For a being of such caliber, the difference in power was akin to that between a human and an ant. Should he return to Gotham, he would inevitably confront Superman. He needed at least the capability to defend himself. Unless he reached this level, Bruce would always remain dissatisfied with himself. He felt a profound unease at the thought of Superman as his foe. Indeed, he was an invincible entity. Lucci nodded in agreement. For the captain, this was indeed insufficient. His own standards were exceedingly high, let alone those expected of someone who could lead him. Even if it nearly cost him his life, he welcomed the challenge. He was growing stronger. Had Bruce been in a different emotional state, a more volatile captain might have retaliated with a kick upon hearing such words. Once his breathing steadied, Lucci's form returned to its human shape. His chest and shoulders were drenched in crimson. In another world, this might have been critical, yet in this realm, humanity was not judged by human standards. A few days wrapped in bandages would suffice. There was no need for haste. Bruce shook his head. His body was still in a rapid growth phase, and as long as he continued to train, further development was inevitable. However, in terms of mental fortitude, he had not made significant progress recently. The shadow he encountered upon entering the misty sea, along with the shadows of the deep, instilled a profound sense of unease within him. He temporarily slowed his explorations of the mental realm. For now, that would suffice. Bruce was not inclined to rush. It had only been half a month since their return to the terrifying ship. Tensing his body too much would yield no benefits. He called upon Kaku and Pyru, and they would continue the renovations on the thriller bark, which could be completed in a few days. Kaku had experience as a shipwright, while Pyru was a master of industrial machinery. For Bruce, such work was a form of relaxation. Indeed, Lucci also possessed experience as a shipwright, and the transformation of the Phantom was no daunting task for him. After all, the shipbuilders of Water City had even constructed sea trains. However, the technology was not widely disseminated. In a corner of the inland river, Bruce built a makeshift dry dock. Once the Phantom was moored, the water level could be lowered, allowing them to commence modifications to the submerged portions. Since it was a transformation, Bruce did not dismantle everything completely. They reinforced the weaker wooden structures with iron plating and allocated nearly half the space on the bottom 3 or 4 decks for 2 boilers and 1 set of steam turbines, which would provide power in conjunction with the 3 propellers at the stern. 2 days later, the modifications were complete. Thanks to the abilities of the fruit of fusion, many components would have been impossible to fabricate otherwise. Kaku adjusted his hat's brim and sincerely remarked that while the fruit's capabilities were less than impressive in combat, in production, it was invaluable, merely consuming or allowed the user to extract finished products from their own being. However, Bailu, the user, had limited understanding and often struggled to grasp the specific components Bruce and the others desired, necessitating a physical approach to enhance conversion efficiency. Though Bailu spoke with a mouthful, his face bruised, even in calm conditions, the ship could reach a speed of 15 knots. The Phantom was not inherently a speed-oriented vessel. Achieving such velocity post-modification was quite commendable. As for the artillery deck, should it also undergo alterations? Lucci pondered while stroking the head of the pigeon perched on his shoulder. Contemplating improvements, the terrifying vessel could serve as a stronghold, while a ship like the Phantom would act as an extended limb. Bruce shook his head, asserting that unless it was rebuilt, further modifications would yield limited results. The next step was to bring over the battleship. In addition to the Phantom, they possessed 4 other vessels, 3 medium-sized sailing battleships sponsored by the Don Quixote family, and 1 warship brought by Buggy. The dry dock also required expansion. The terrifying ship was an island. Aside from the central castle, there was ample space available. Bruce's current plan included the dry dock, the castle, and the Arkham branch. But I will not partake in this. Kaku, please organize the blueprints and ensure Bailu memorizes them. All of them, Bailu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Yes, once committed to memory, the precision of the components produced will not deviate significantly. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure he complies, Kaku affirmed, clenching his fist. Throughout their time together, the members of CP9 had proven to be quite capable, and Bruce felt a sense of reassurance. He had prepared a few targeted items to be entrusted to Absalom. Make the necessary preparations. We shall set sail shortly. Over a fortnight of rest has been ample. The objective of this voyage is to delve into the depths of the fog-laden sea, seeking the long-lost homeland mentioned in the captain's log, as well as the treasure of Captain John. Bruce is eager to investigate. It is also time to rein in that jester. Chapter 64. The Victim Association. Near the castle lies a row of rudimentary wooden cabins, serving as the dwelling for the shadowless on the island. It is said that these structures were erected by those who, having lost their shadows, could only seek refuge on this island. They formed an organization known as the Victim Association. After work, Gladius and Buggy walked together, with Gladius introducing Buggy to the surroundings. Buggy is already part of the 4th batch of shadowless individuals, while Gladius is a veteran from the 3rd batch. The 1st batch belonged to the Silver Fox Pirates, and the 2nd to the Silver Pirate Alliance. Gladius had gleaned much information about the terrifying ships from those seasoned veterans. What about this association? Buggy felt a surge of excitement. He had been in contact with the masked man for 2 days and learned that he was not the only one dissatisfied with Moria, igniting a sense of camaraderie within him. There must be resistance. Gladius shook his head, indicating that they had fled. After Moria was rendered unconscious by the Straw Hat crew, they reclaimed their shadows and naturally could not remain in such a dismal place. Hence, it became the residence of the shadowless. Moria, unlike before, no longer abandoned those whose shadows he took. He now provides 3 packages: food, lodging, and work. He even had the Zombie Legion excavate a burial ground for him, alongside Absalom, the transparent man, to offer security services. Those who perform exceptionally well among the personnel are promoted to minor leaders of the shadowless, providing them with a goal for advancement. The strategy involves forming alliances while suppressing others, akin to a prison system. It is impossible to live in solitary confinement, enjoying white bread like an Arkham asylum in Gotham City. In truth, Bruce believes these efforts to be futile. Those super criminals have remained imprisoned for so long that not a single one has been rehabilitated for release. Even Two-Face, whom he had high hopes for, has also failed. Perhaps a different approach is warranted, one that involves labor. After all, this world is unlikely to see any absurd protests for human rights. Buggy contemplated this. The Straw Hat crew defeated Moria? He widened his eyes, carefully comparing the strengths of both sides. It is known that he narrowly lost to the Straw Hat crew, while Moria suffered a crushing defeat at their hands, and Doflamingo also barely lost to Moria. Therefore, it follows that he is weaker than the Straw Hat crew, yet slightly stronger than Moria and more formidable than Doflamingo. Is that how it adds up? This implies that Moria was merely bluffing? You could certainly try. Gladius has already tested the waters. Bucky shook his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattling drum. Let us not dwell on the fright he had previously experienced at the hands of Moria. The combat prowess displayed during the Marineford War was undeniably formidable. Had they perhaps discovered Moria's Achilles heel? This notion resonated with us. During their conversation, Gladiolus had already led him to a recently renovated wooden cabin. Upon pushing open the door, the flickering light of a kerosene lamp illuminated the faces of several individuals within: Foxy, who had ascended to P3, Rao G, and Gladiolus himself. We are the New Victims Association. The association harbors but a singular purpose. What is it? Bucky naturally stepped into the room, and upon hearing the tales of the previous Victims Association, he had already resolved to join. Bucky would never endure a grueling 9-hour workday, especially not one that insulted pirates. Uniting all possible forces, they aimed to reclaim their shadows and freedom. Remember, we are not seeking to confront Moria directly. Gladiolus placed a reassuring hand on Bucky's shoulder, his words imbued with sincerity. Before the beatings and betrayal, he indeed held such convictions. Bucky's eyes sparkled with interest. If the masked man had proposed resisting Moria's tyranny to rescue the shadowless and the zombies, Bucky would have promptly turned on his heel and reported them. Yet, the prospect of reclaiming his shadow and freedom was precisely what he yearned for. What must I do to join you? You have already joined us. Foxy's enigmatic demeanor persisted. We are all individuals from whom Moria has stolen freedom and shadows, but as long as there remains a spirit of resistance, every victim is a member of our association. Come, contribute every possible strength to fight for our freedom and shadows. Freedom. Bucky raised his hand, only to realize that the fingers which should have grasped a wine bowl and treasures were now calloused. His waist ached slightly, the 9-hour workdays steadily eroding his spirit. My dream is to acquire all the treasures of the world. Bucky eagerly clasped the hand that Foxy extended. If he were to lose his freedom, what sort of pirate would he be? The flickering flame of the lantern swayed gently as the oil was replenished time and again. The terrifying ship knew no daylight, nor did it experience night. Only when the spider-monkey zombie clambered atop the roof to strike a gong did they realize, it is time to work again. As Bucky exited the wooden cabin of the Victims Association, the discussions of the night had forged an unbreakable alliance among them. He shed his former gloom, his red nose now aglow with hope, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Naturally, when conversing joyously, one must indulge in a drink. The association was indeed a splendid endeavor. Well done. Khalifa, in the presence of other crew members, maintained an exceptionally cold and harsh demeanor, often clutching a notebook as if to record everyone's gains and losses. Her strength may be lacking, yet the will she embodies is formidable enough to compel Gladiolus and his companions to bow their heads in submission. Moonlight Moria, at long last. divulged all the clues pertaining to the treasure. Gladiolus had previously lured Buggy on numerous occasions. This gathering marked the final act of their grand performance. By contemplating every conceivable reason, they aimed to elicit from Buggy the method of utilizing the glass bracelet, which is, in fact, a fragment of a unique permanent pointer. The other part having been swallowed by Captain John. When united, these two components would yield the key to the treasure's location. Excellent. Califa nodded with satisfaction. Recognizing her role in this endeavor, she could ensure that each of them received due recognition, and once the next batch of shadowy figures arrived, they would be elevated to the status of official crew members. She gestured towards Silver Fox Foxy, who had already made a significant contribution in the past, with 2 commendations. He would be eligible for formal crew membership, thereby gaining his freedom. This was Califa's promise to them. Upon hearing this, Foxy beamed with joy, while Gladiolus displayed little emotion. He had little desire for freedom. Having endured the rain, he merely wished to tear apart the umbrellas of others. Now, let us allow the clown to descend into true despair. Califa adjusted her glasses, her cold demeanor exuding an air of strategic command. This was a sensation she had never experienced as a mere agent or undercover secretary. The feeling of power could only be sensed beneath Moria's willingness to relinquish it. Should the Victim Association be rebranded as the Perpetrators Association, this organization might continue to thrive. Chapter 65, Setting Sail, Seeking Continued Support and Collecting. The transformation from victim to perpetrator sent a shiver down the spines of Foxy and his companions as they beheld Califa's frigid gaze. Imagine, if a new recruit among the shadowy figures ever harbored thoughts of rebellion or sought to win allies. The Perpetrators Association masquerading as the Victim Association would seamlessly emerge before them. How ruthless this woman is. Fortunately, they were not the targets of her schemes. With this realization, they collectively exhaled in relief, and an odd sense of anticipation stirred within them. Upon returning to the castle, Bruce was equally astonished by Califa's report on the entire affair. While he had merely demonstrated a fishing operation, Califa had successfully orchestrated the capture of the shadowy thieves. Her initiative was commendable. However, regarding Califa's subsequent proposal, Bruce stroked his chin thoughtfully before shaking his head. There was no need to further torment that red-nosed fool. In essence, moderation is key. He acknowledged the existence of a deep-seated yearning for violence, a thirst for bloody vengeance, an urge to inflict the utmost suffering upon evildoers as a means to purge his inner darkness. However, to fully succumb to these desires would render him a mere jester rather than the Dark Knight. Each blow, each profound fear instilled in a criminal, manifests a transformation he has keenly observed in Gladius. Moreover, Bruce harbored no intention of birthing a true clown. His purpose in establishing the Shadow Man was to exert control and facilitate reformation, instilling fear as a necessary method, yet shattering their souls was the domain of a fool. Gladius served as a prime example, worthy of further observation. He was informed that should he assist in the successful retrieval of the treasure, he would earn his due reward. Bruce held a generally favorable view of the regulations devised by Califa. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "By the way, let Gabra handle the negotiations." Gabra? Califa responded with surprise, perplexed as to why that loquacious werewolf should be tasked with persuasion. Indeed, Bruce chuckled lightly. In certain respects, the werewolf and the red-nosed jester bear striking similarities. Both are prone to fabricating tales devoid of truth. Yet, Gabra possesses a greater ambition. Sending him should yield better results than relying on Califa. Understanding her directive, Califa departed with decisiveness. She now resembled the diligent steward of the entire Moonlight Pirates crew. The future plans, the construction of the Zombie Legion, the castle, countless responsibilities rested upon her shoulders. Yet, Califa felt no fatigue. Instead, she relished the sense of fulfillment that accompanied her endeavors. She was a born champion of toil. Conversely, Bruce gazed at her graceful silhouette and was unexpectedly overtaken by a peculiar sentiment. With Califa orchestrating, Absalom executing, Hogback maintaining the zombies, and combat led by Rosai and the Zombie Legion, with Kaku as the shipwright and the werewolf Gabra at the helm, along with Owls and Bruno as sailors. He contemplated that with such a reliable cadre of allies, he need not lift a finger to ascend to the status of Pirate King. He could entrust everything to them, simply finding a place to recline. Bruce even recalled a supersized sofa custom-made for his physique within the castle. Lounging upon it offered an exquisite sense of softness and languor. A warm cup of coffee in hand, he envisioned the zombies outside, busy with their torches. This notion had never crossed Bruce's mind before. It belonged to Moria. Time was of the essence. They needed to set sail swiftly. Bruce felt a sudden alertness. The castle was Moria's sanctuary. The longer he lingered, the more he sensed a creeping despondency, an instinctive aversion to confronting reality. A devastating defeat had caused Moria to question and deny himself, and the impact of his memories was far more profound than he had anticipated. Turning, Bruce summoned Captain John. As time progresses, even the zombies, devoid of memories, inevitably become submissive. However, Captain John, infused with the essence of the shadowy Baki, remains utterly exasperated. That fool! How could my grand scheme have failed so spectacularly? My treasure! Reluctantly, Captain John, despite his reluctance, retrieves the other part of the treasure map from his long desiccated stomach, confronting Bruce. It is a special pointer, no larger than a fingernail. When combined with the glass sphere on his wrist, the pointer, drawn by the magnetic pull contained within, begins to indicate a direction. It is no wonder that John's former crew was unable to uncover his treasure. Moria, at least allow me to witness the treasure. The fervor in John's eyes is a testament to his soul's indelible quest for riches. Very well. Bruce had already intended to bring him along. After all, this fellow is quite adept at treasure hunting. The waters of the foggy sea remain as dark as ever. On the 20th day since their return to the haunted ship, the transformed phantom ship docks once more. The zombie sailors line up orderly to enter the lower hold. The ship's unique feature, the paddle speed enhancement, is something Bruce has no intention of abandoning. Moreover, accommodating the zombie sailors is a simple affair. A mere box will suffice, requiring no provisions. This time, Bruce has brought very few living souls aboard. Crew members include Lucci, Gabra, and Bruno, while the shadows consist of Baki, Foxy, and a couple of others performing menial tasks. The legion of zombies numbers over 50, so be it. I have meticulously crafted the renovation plans for the haunted ship for the next 3 months, and Absalom will coordinate with you. There is no need to mention Dr. Hogback. He will handle the zombie modifications, while Kaku and Pyru will oversee the dock. Before departing, Bruce briefs Khalifa. As the chief steward, she must remain aboard the haunted ship. For some reason, as she listens to his lengthy instructions, Khalifa feels not disdain, but rather a sense of respect. Moria rarely speaks so extensively. How peculiar. Are you listening? Yes. Rest assured, Khalifa replies with a gentle smile. Bruce shakes his head. At the bow of the ship, Gabra and Baki engage in a surprisingly harmonious exchange. Meanwhile, the gaping maw of the haunted ship emits a respectful sound. Safe travels, great master. No longer reliant on the wind. The maneuverability of the phantom ship has ascended to an entirely new level, swiftly sailing beyond the boundaries of the haunted vessel. It is essentially an island masquerading as a pirate ship. Lucci and Bruce stand together on the ship's deck, casting lingering glances back. However, a lingering question persists in Bruce's mind. He turns to face Bruce. Captain, how did you manage to navigate this vessel from the West Sea to the Grand Line? The terrifying ship hails from the West Sea, as confirmed by many ancient zombies. Chapter 66, Solitude, a Greater Danger. You must tell us how you brought the ship to the Grand Line. Ruchi's inquiry left Bruce momentarily speechless. Entering the Grand Line from the Four Seas. Apart from traversing the doldrums, there exists but one conventional method, to ascend through the currents of Reverse Mountain. Thus, it is often referred to as the starting point of the Grand Line. Yet the question remains, can the vastness of the terrifying ship be accommodated by Reverse Mountain? This island can comfortably harbor 2 medium-sized vessels side by side. Furthermore, even if the currents of Reverse Mountain could indeed accommodate it, the sheer force required to propel the terrifying ship to the summit and then plunge it downwards is unfathomable. How could the terrifying ship withstand such a formidable surge of water without disintegrating? Bruce furrowed his brow, sifting through his memories. He recalled scenes of the terrifying ship in the West Sea, as well as within the Foggy Sea. Yet the crucial segment detailing its journey to the Grand Line was conspicuously absent, seemingly a memory that even Moria wished to bury deep within. He could not recall. The captain was under no obligation to provide an answer. Ruchi perceived the inability to remember as merely an excuse, but he could only nod in acquiescence. As a subordinate, one must not contradict their superior. Gazing ahead, thick mist intertwined and coiled around them, resembling specters brandishing claws. The eerie atmosphere penetrated to the marrow. Navigating through this maritime expanse proved more arduous than ordinary sailing. The extremely low visibility felt as if it imprisoned their very souls within this confined space. This was also why Bruce chose to bring only a handful of living souls aboard. The boundless gloom instilled a sense of walking through the underworld, with the wreckage of vessels floating upon the surface akin to the outstretched arms of the drowned. Upon colliding with the dreadnought, it felt as though they might be ensnared at any moment. How long had they been sailing? With no sun to guide them, Bruce had instructed a zombie to turn the hourglass for timekeeping. At the 37th hourglass, with Absalom absent, Ruchi assumed the role of first mate. Bruce had set the flow of 1 hourglass to equal 1 hour. Thus, 37 hourglasses indicated that they had been adrift in this foggy expanse for over a day. While this duration might seem trivial in the realm of ordinary navigation, within this sunless fog, it felt as though they had traversed months. The sensation was starkly different from that experienced upon the deck of the terrifying ship. Even Buggy, who had finally shed the shackles of an elevator operator to return to the realm of pirate adventures, appeared considerably despondent. The psychological pressure exerted by the confined environment was far greater than Bruce had anticipated. Not everyone could remain unaffected by the darkness, as he did, while still navigating the undercurrents. Regarding the realm of deep consciousness, Bruce certainly did not resort to diving into the sea once more. It sufficed to leave a barrel of seawater aboard the ship. He simply refrained from plunging into the abyss. Every 3 hourglasses, he instructed the zombies to call out, instilling a sense of time that rendered this claustrophobic experience a touch more bearable. Bruce stood upon the deck, clutching the unique permanent compass and the diamond-shaped life card that guided their direction. These were their sole means of navigating through the dense fog, at least ensuring that they were progressing straight ahead. This was of paramount importance. Like Brooke, who had lost his sense of direction and drifted aimlessly for 50 years in these fog-laden waters, only to collide with a ghost ship the previous year. Besides Captain John's compass, Bruce possessed another clue regarding the foggy sea, the logbook of the ship Loch Arley, the last vessel to have explored this treacherous expanse. After 37 hourglasses, would they encounter a ship graveyard? Bruce pondered silently. This was a location referenced in the logbook, although it did not elaborate on how they discerned their bearings. The narrative conveyed that they indeed had a definitive course, one that was far more resolute than Bruce's current circumstances. Presently, he was navigating based on Captain John's compass. Should the waters he traversed coincide with those recorded in the logbook, it would imply that the former destination of the Loch Arley aligned with the whereabouts of Captain John's treasure. The 37 hourglasses were closely aligned with the time noted in the logbook. Captain, is there a treasure chest below that needs to be salvaged? Some individuals, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, found a peculiar delight within this environment. Let us haul it up. Gabra eagerly retrieved the chest that had collided with their ship. For this werewolf, there were no tormented souls entwining with them, only the joy of unboxing. Let me see what treasures await. Boots, rubbish, the captain's leather coat, more rubbish, oh, and a handful of ancient silver coins. What a haul. He began to anticipate the next unboxing. Just as he lifted his gaze, he beheld clusters of ghostly blue phosphorescence emerging from the fog. Where's this? The ship graveyard. Beneath each blue flame floated the remnants of a vessel. Some were reduced to mere bows protruding above the surface, while others had only tall masts still visible above the waves. The seawater was an exceptionally thick darkness. Bruce recalled the logbook's entries. We felt as though we had intruded upon the realm of the deceased. The wrecks of these ships imparted a sense of death. The ships had perished, and it was truly astonishing. The phosphorescence was denser than lanterns at dusk, stretching endlessly, yet I began to anticipate, hoping that from these sunken vessels, some monstrous beings would emerge to charge at us. I am not a fervent warrior. Rather, I am acutely aware that solitude poses a far greater peril. Regrettably, there are no leads. Indeed, the two clues at hand both converge upon a singular target, my homeland and the treasure. Might there be clues that traverse the globe? Bruce has already faced disappointment with the Mara Mara Nomi Roosh approached the bow of the ship, instinctively exclaiming, I have never heard of such a place. In the records of the CP organization, it had never been mentioned either. The Devil's Triangle has predominantly gained notoriety in the past decade due to Moria's presence. After all, the Grand Line harbors numerous mysterious seas, and even the world government has yet to explore them all. Such an environment only serves to substantiate the authenticity of the treasure. Does it not? Rarely does Bruce display a smile as he beckons. Let us proceed. As captain, his resolve and determination inspire those around him. Albeit there are only a few living souls aboard. Ah, my treasure. At that moment, Buggy's emotions were exceedingly complex. The broader the prospects of this treasure, the more acute the pain in his heart became. This treasure, which ought to have belonged to him, now seemed destined for another. This blow struck him harder than any defeat by the Straw Hat Boy. Chapter 67. Undercurrents shut off the propeller and furl the sails. Let the zombies take to the oars. Encouragement aside, Bruce held no illusions about the dangers of these waters. According to the log of the Lothar, they had encountered numerous undercurrents and whirlpools in this region. Once a vessel was ensnared by a whirlpool, escape became exceedingly difficult. They had once been trapped in a whirlpool, which cost them a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, the whirlpool that ensnared them was not immense, and they managed to row their way out. Within the fog-laden sea, conditions were nearly windless. The terrifying ship lingered on the periphery. When the Straw Hat Boy ventured in, he had drifted beyond the fog's reach. Gabora, Be vigilant of the sea's surface. Though the werewolf's night vision did not rival Bruce's, it was still commendable. Rouge halted the propeller while Foxy roused the zombie rowers. The psychological state of the deceased was the least of their concerns. If there were any issues, Bruce could simply erase their memories. With the propeller ceased, the previously rippling vessel, the Terror, now slowed to a near standstill. Bruce approached the situation with utmost seriousness, crouching at the ship's prow while guiding Rouge at the helm, observing the surrounding waters alongside Gabura. Should the ship become ensnared by a whirlpool, it would spell trouble. Report every hourglass's passage. In these waters, the Lothar's experiences could not serve as a reference. Bruce was uncertain how long it would take to navigate through this treacherous sea. Understood, Master. The zombie tasked with monitoring the hourglass replied with a vacant nod. At 4 o'clock, there is an anomaly on the water's surface. Gabura's expression tightened. Beneath the eerie blue phosphorescence, the inky waters of the sea began to swirl menacingly. If the erratically drifting treasure chests and remnants of ships were akin to wandering souls, then the shipwrecks caught within these whirlpools resembled malevolent spirits, stretching out their tentacles to ensnare passing vessels, beckoning them to join their sunken ranks. According to reports from the world government, over 100 vessels vanish annually within the treacherous Devil's Triangle, a region shrouded in dense fog. Yet, Moria's terrifying ship could scarcely consume such a multitude. The vast majority simply succumbed to the mists of obscurity. Port side, half, Bruce commanded, instructing Rucci to repeat before executing the maneuver. In ordinary navigation, such repetition is intended to prevent misunderstandings, but in these tranquil yet oppressive waters, it served more to dispel the stifling atmosphere. Buggy leaned over the side of the ship to observe the surface of the sea. As they were all aboard the same vessel, the affairs of the Assailants Association had left Buggy lamenting the perils of the world. Yet the allure of treasure and freedom propelled him aboard the phantom ship. Such are the whims of an old pirate. However, in this state of intense focus, time seemed to accelerate. The phantom ship wound its way through the haunted blue expanse, and after 7 hourglasses had elapsed, the phosphorescent sea lay behind them, reduced to a distant azure glimmer. Just as Gabra and the others contemplated a moment's respite, the ship was suddenly seized by an unseen hand, violently shaking. What was happening? Was there a monster? The members of CP9, lacking substantial maritime experience, found themselves at a loss, whereas the seasoned pirate Buggy quickly deduced the truth. It was an undercurrent. Beneath the surface lurked a powerful current that, if ensnared, could capsize the entire vessel. Do not panic, Bruce bellowed, as he embodied the steadfast core of the ship. His calmness instilled stability in the others. Rowers, increase your speed. Rucci, engage a propeller. With his composed directives, the burgeoning panic was swiftly quelled. The undercurrent had emerged. Yet it did not signify the disappearance of the whirlpool. Bruce refrained from recklessly accelerating the ship to its maximum speed. The whirlpool above remained a visible peril, but the true danger lay hidden beneath the surface. He unleashed his observation hockey, employing his acute perception to meticulously sense the vessel's movements. By observing the unnatural shifts and descents, he calculated the requisite speed to escape the undercurrent's grasp. Engage another propeller. Foxy, you too row. Bringing this silver fox along was primarily motivated by the recognition of his abilities being advantageous in certain respects. As the ship surged forward, it swayed more violently under the influence of the two opposing forces. After a tumultuous tugging, the phantom ship finally ceased its oscillation, successfully extricating itself from the clutches of the undercurrent. Baki, firmly affixed to the mast, exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Encounters with such turbulent undercurrents were rare for him, yet it was precisely this danger that heightened his anticipation for the treasures that lay ahead, treasures of unimaginable richness. The thought that they should have rightfully belonged to him deepened his anguish. Once free from the treacherous currents, Bruce produced a compass to ascertain their direction. Due to the sudden acceleration, their course had deviated slightly, yet the impact was negligible. After navigating through the whirlpools and undercurrents for nearly 40 sandglass hours, they continued their voyage. The dim sea surface occasionally concealed whirlpools, though they were less frequent now, and the remnants of sunken vessels had diminished significantly. Most of the lost ships had likely perished within the confines of the whirlpool-infested waters. Bruce, Lucci, and Gabra took turns observing from the bow of the ship, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Baki, with Bruce referencing the nautical log and Baki bringing his extensive treasure-hunting experience to the table. They finally found common ground for discussion. In such murky surroundings, the absence of companionship could be quite unsettling, a sentiment Baki harbored. For Bruce, however, the darkness held no particular significance, and Lucci would occasionally join in the banter. Baki's experiences were rooted in the sea and its legends. while Lucci's knowledge stemmed from the shadows of power, the grim underbelly of the world government. Even the most exquisite treasures, when concealed for 8 centuries, would inevitably become foul. Not to mention, the world government was hardly a paragon of virtue. Bruce shook his head in disapproval. "Rocks ahead," Gabra shouted from the bow. They had been navigating these waters for over 3 days, and the sight of rocks could indicate the proximity of an island. "Be cautious," Bruce advised. To which Baki nodded in agreement, finding merit in Moria's cautious approach. He had initially thought Moria had succumbed to despair, but was pleasantly surprised by his reliability. "Rocks might be where sea sirens sing," Baki mused. "Have you ever seen one?" "Of course," came the reply. "They have pointed ears and scaly faces." Lucci interjected, No. They have fish-like ears and fangs." The two engaged in a fervent discussion about the characteristics of this mythical race, even speculating about their reproductive habits, suggesting that perhaps their secrets lay hidden beneath their scales. Chapter 68. Sea Sirens? Have they been discovered? A faint whisper emerged from the thick fog, mingling with the wisps of white mist, barely perceptible. The crew aboard the ship, including Lucci, remained oblivious, save for Bruce, in anticipation of another assault from the undercurrents. He had maintained a heightened state of observation, exhausting his mental faculties in the stillness of the sea. Though weary, the prolonged engagement of his acute senses amidst the undulating waves, feeling the vessel's interaction with the water, was not merely an exercise, it was a profound experience. Bruce subtly grasped a method to maintain the state of observation hockey, an unexpected boon indeed. After all, there were no definitive rules governing its application. In a world governed by perception, the heart's sensations reigned supreme. Bruce had already begun to feel this truth. Perhaps the voice he heard validated the words of the red-nosed individual. The mist ahead of the phantom ship swirled ominously, with dark rocks intermittently emerging from both sides, necessitating utmost caution in navigation. Bruce contemplated whether he should steer the conversation among the two, yet the talents of the werewolf and the red-nosed man surpassed his expectations. Their discussion had delved into the peculiarities of hybrids born from the union of sirens and zombies, an already existing phenomenon between demi-human races and humans. But could zombies truly be part of this equation? Among the ranks of the Don Quixote family, there was a half-fishman named Derringer, who now served in the Zombie Legion. A twitch at the corner of Bruce's mouth hinted at an impulse to cast both of them overboard. Perhaps the topic had tread too deeply into forbidden territory. As the sound of waves crashing against the rocks faintly echoed through the misty sea, the fog thickened abruptly. Moments before, the ship's lanterns had illuminated the surroundings. But now the mist had encroached upon them, reducing visibility to a mere half-meter. Even his dark vision struggled to pierce the shroud. Then, amidst the fog, a gentle humming emerged, a voice ethereal and melodious, more captivating than any song Bruce had ever heard, even with the enhancement of countless devices. The melody bore no literal meaning, yet its emotions resonated universally. It was soothing, tender, caressing the tense nerves in the darkness, coaxing every cell in his body to relax its vigilance. This was a lullaby. The ship itself seemed to sway gently in rhythm with the song. Were sirens truly present? Baki's eyelids fluttered, his body swaying precariously. This scene bore no resemblance to any entries in the nautical logs. In fact, after traversing the Whirlpool Sea, the log's reliability diminished significantly. Many later entries were vague, indicating that the crew of the Loch Harley had lingered too long in the dense fog, leading to deteriorating mental states and emerging conflicts among the crew. Perhaps they had also failed to penetrate the depths of the current waters. Bruce remained unaffected by the lullaby's enchantment. If he possessed a panel in his mind, he would have heard the chime. Yrwell has passed the check, immune to this charm effect. As for Gabra and the others, their fate was less certain. Regardless, the song could not be allowed to continue unabated. With his vision rendered futile, Bruce decided to close his eyes, relying on his observation hockey to meticulously survey the surrounding environment. The ship's swaying was no illusion. They had indeed run aground. It was not severe, for otherwise the rocking would have been considerably more pronounced. Yet, amidst the emotions, Bruce could still perceive a trace of ire resonating within the melody. Following the source of the song, his feet found themselves upon the prow of the ship. Bruce distinctly felt the pitch of the song rise a few notes. A sense of trepidation washed over him, confirming that he was indeed on the right path. With a determined step forward, he ventured beyond the confines of the vessel. Instead of plummeting into the water, he alighted upon the relatively smooth surface of the reef. His assessment proved correct. The ship's swaying was merely a consequence of their collision with the rocks. Naturally, Bruce had prepared for contingencies. Had he misstepped, he would have immediately exchanged positions with his shadow. He was now quite close to the origin of that haunting melody. The song had even begun to exhibit an unnatural quaver. As he drew closer, the melody abruptly ceased. No more games. A soft reprimand echoed through the thick fog. And with it, both the song and the white mist vanished. On the ship's deck, Lucci, slumped over the helm, suddenly opened his eyes. The fog and the song seemed but an illusion. The lanterns of the ship continued to illuminate portions of the deck, revealing no signs of anomaly. Was that a siren? Or perhaps the devil Gabra sensed malevolence in that melody, as if ensnared within a nightmare, an unsettling anxiety creeping into his heart. It was undoubtedly a demon. Grandpa Buggy shared this same foreboding sentiment. We've run aground. Lucci hastily seized the helm to adjust their course. The reinforced hull showed little sign of damage. He quickly accounted for the crew, particularly the zombies below deck. But where was the captain? Moria was missing. Grandpa Buggy wore a look of astonishment. It dawned on them that the most unlikely individual to vanish had indeed disappeared. Moria's composed and decisive demeanor throughout their journey had unwittingly instilled in them a sense of trust. With Moria's absence, the group felt as though they had lost their anchor. Their expressions darkening. Anchor the ship. The captain cannot have gone far, Lucci asserted, confident in Moria's prowess. Meanwhile, Bruce had finally caught up to the source of the sound. Sensing the other's intent to flee, he swiftly employed a shave technique, reaching out to grasp a smooth shoulder. As the mist gradually dissipated, Bruce beheld the full visage of the creature before him. The curled purple fin resembled a gown of gradient tulle, extending down to the hips before transitioning into delicate, fair skin. A vibrant red shell adorned the creature above the snow-white peak, and long, damp black hair cascaded down to the fin. Bruce's grip left an impression on the shoulder, and the creature's slightly bowed posture evoked a sense of pity. A mermaid? Judging by the fin that resembled a skirt, perhaps it was a betta mermaid. Bruce's gaze was filled with intrigue. He had never encountered such a being, primarily because Arthur had always been cautious. The mermaid gently nodded her head and struggled slightly. While undeniably beautiful, Bruce's grip did not waver in the slightest. Should he loosen his hold? She might well vanish without a trace, not merely leaping into the sea, but disappearing entirely. Are you a user of abilities? Bruce inquired again. This mermaid seemed to be one cursed by the sea, for they were currently aboard a small vessel meant for two. Her delicate, pale arms were bound to two oars, which she had just wielded with remarkable speed. Cloaked by the mist, she could vanish into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Without his observation hockey and the speed of his shave, Bruce would have certainly failed to capture her. This place could very well be her domain. The mermaid turned her head, droplets of water clinging to her fair visage, her eyes a captivating lake blue, with slightly arched brows giving her an air of elegance. Those lake blue eyes fixated on Bruce, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did you see everything?" The very act of her vigorous rowing had been witnessed. Chapter 69. Idas, seeking reeds and collections. The mermaid who cannot enter the water. Bruce nodded instinctively. If you were to appear on a talk show, your entrance would surely elicit a round of applause. This was a candid truth. If such a show existed, he would not hesitate to invest generously. The mermaid coiled her tail atop the boat, her hands, adorned with a few scales, energetically maneuvering the oars. The visual spectacle was undeniable. Her face flushed crimson as the notorious reputation of sea sirens crumbled under the gaze of this enigmatic being. She opened her mouth, letting out a couple of huffs, revealing two prominent canines in both her upper and lower jaws. You mustn't speak of this. And what is a talk show? We can discuss that later. Bruce's hand shifted from her shoulder to her neck, firmly gripping her life within his grasp. He had not forgotten how this mermaid had earlier entranced his vessel with her song and the mist. Distinctions of good and evil were irrelevant at this juncture. This matter would not be easily dismissed. However, what kind of fruitability could manifest as song and mist? Even in the illustrious compendium of devil fruits curated by the celestial dragons, Bruce found no corresponding entries. In a low, menacing tone, he commanded, "Row us back." In mere moments, the small boat had already drifted a considerable distance within this shadowy expanse of sea. Bruce had lost all sense of the phantom's presence. He added, "Do not claim ignorance of the direction." His observation hockey remained unwaveringly focused on the mermaid. It was wise to exercise caution against unknown abilities. The mermaid, filled with impotent fury, was on the verge of retorting that this excuse was baseless. Despite her indignation, she was acutely aware of the peril posed by the mysterious creature behind her. He was genuinely capable of delivering lethal force. Moreover, there exists a peculiar voice that incessantly murmurs at her ear, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Under Bruce's menacing threat, the mermaid obediently raised her hands to row the boat. Her tail fin, coiled upon the vessel, restlessly swept back and forth for a moment before Bruce restrained it. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Edie's," she replied. Though Edie's arms appeared slender, The definition of her muscles became apparent when she exerted strength, maintaining a swift paddling pace. Bruce had heard that the strength of the fish folk, the mermaids' close kin, was tenfold that of humans. Perhaps the mermaids possessed similar prowess? The distinction between the two lies in the fact that mermaids are traditionally depicted with a human upper body and a fish lower body, while fish folk are depicted as having fish heads with human limbs and features. Edie's, who had been rowing vigorously, now seemed to be toying with her efforts, her lake blue eyes darting about as if contemplating an escape. However, under Bruce's unwavering gaze, she dared not make a move. After some time, she finally caught sight of the ship, the haunting spirit. Is that enough? Edie swayed her body, pressing her tail fin against Bruce and giving a gentle push. I merely intended to teach those two a lesson. I meant no harm. No, Bruce responded, as the mermaid attempted to struggle, yet he swiftly subdued her. He hoisted the mermaid and brought her directly onto the deck of the haunting spirit. Edie's was significantly taller than the average human, nearing 3 meters even with her tail fin coiled, yet in Bruce's grasp, she felt no different from a mere small fish. Captain, the captain has returned. And what is this? You've caught a fish? One crew member exclaimed. What do you mean by fish? Edie's widened her eyes, revealing her 4 prominent fangs once again. And I was not caught by a fishing line. I was captured alive. She found it difficult to explain how a mermaid could be captured on the surface of the ocean, so she simply pouted in silence. A bit of information can aid us in understanding our surroundings, Bruce clarified. This should be a local fish. He then instructed Ruchi to recalibrate their heading. The sea which was merely a minor diversion, and their ultimate goal remained the treasure. Are you still heading forward? Edie's exclaimed in astonishment. She had yet to encounter a captain and crew so composed in this region of the sea. Most vessels that reached this point had succumbed to the intense darkness and solitude, their spirits utterly worn down. Bruce provided her with a larger seawater bucket. Thank you. Edie's politely expressed her gratitude as she placed the fish inside. However, the entire fish promptly went limp. Is there a problem? Uncle Bucky, with the calm demeanor of an old pirate, remarked, What's just a rather attractive mermaid. It's not like we've never seen one before. Treasure is our foremost priority. Edie's regarded him with disdain. The red-nosed man and the werewolf were utterly foolish. Ahead lies a mountain. How will you proceed? A mountain? Bruce stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the dense fog that obscured the light of day, revealing only the jagged rocks and the dark, churning waters surrounding the vessel. Let us create a commotion and see, he mused, suddenly stepping into the air with a graceful leap, his legs sweeping in a fluid motion. A gust of wind followed, and before him, the fog was cleaved asunder, forming a crescent-shaped strike that surged forward, slicing through the mist and plunging into the abyss. Is this truly to frighten the fish? Idas, sprawled in a barrel of seawater, gasped in terror, her mind racing with the thought that had she attempted any trickery, she might well have become sashimi by now. Gabra chuckled. Have you seen the zombie beside us? Below deck, a bandage-faced zombie was tasked with keeping time. Upon sensing the mermaid's gaze, it managed a crooked smile, though 2 muscles tore apart, exposing its skeletal visage. What's wrong? Idas trembled, having witnessed countless grim fates in these waters, but a moving corpse was a first for her. Our captain is the master of the zombie legion, a werewolf interjected, and he has recently been delving into the project of crossbreeding mermaids with zombies. Down in the hold, there are many dried fish and human remains. Are you implying the mermaid nearly wept. It was not her naivety. Rather, she recalled the prior discussion between Baki and Gabra, coupled with the menacing demeanor of the others and the formidable prowess exhibited by Moria. Indeed, Baki smirked in agreement. As for Lord Moria and the matters we inquired about, you would do well to disclose every detail. Remember to address him as the Great Master. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the hold. Though once you descend, you may never return. The werewolf and the red-nosed creature exchanged sinister smiles, their expressions more befitting the fog-laden waters than Idas herself. Enough. Let us prepare to disembark, Bruce interjected, halting their inappropriate banter. As the gust struck the darkness, a thunderous roar echoed as rocks shattered. Not far ahead, a massive boulder, neatly sheared, plummeted into the sea, sending waves crashing against the ship's hull. Meanwhile, the special pointer in Bruce's hand continued to guide them resolutely forward. Chapter 70. Hometown, why must we venture to that mountain? Idas murmured softly, only to hastily add, upon catching Bruce's scrutinizing glance, I am not questioning you, Great Master. She found herself somewhat persuaded by the werewolf and the red-nosed creature's words. Do not heed their nonsense, Bruce dismissed with a shake of his head. Zombies possess no reproductive capability. However, from a perspective of physical prowess, human zombies are indeed the least necessary. Transforming some merfolk, fishmen, and sea beasts into zombies would be a far more advantageous choice. He recalled the unique creatures of these waters, the Sea Kings. It was time for his thoughts to expand. I do not wish to become a mermaid's desiccated corpse. According to the mermaid's age, Ides is indeed entering her maturity. Yet, the foggy sea is devoid of life, and she evidently lacks a clear understanding of the complexities of the human heart. Are there others of your kind in this ocean? As Lucy and the others prepared to dock their small boat and gather lighting tools, Bruce continued to inquire about the mermaids. Ide's gaze was fraught with complexity. Is one fish insufficient? Should she not take the plunge? Recalling Bruce's recent demeanor, she suppressed this thought. A fighting fish is combative, yet not mindless. There are some fish, but no mermaids. Humans are also scarce. Ide's appearance does not quite match her timid demeanor. She is tall, with skin as white and smooth as water. Slender where necessary and ample where it should be, her lake blue eyes perpetually fixed upon others. The last time she encountered a speaking human was ages ago. They too possessed a grand vessel and lingered here for quite some time. However, they eventually departed. The humans in her memory were indeed amiable, sharing a clear purpose akin to Bruce's. Unlike other ships that had become lost in these waters, their mental states deteriorating with each passing day. Occasionally, when their shouting grew tiresome, Ides would lull them into a deep slumber with a soothing song. As for leaving, that was beyond her capability. How did you come to be here? Upon mentioning this, Ide's voice noticeably rose, laced with a barrage of mermaid curses. Bruce summarized her words. A playful mermaid had accidentally discovered a box containing a devil fruit upon the reefs, consumed it, and thus was cursed by the sea. Unable to swim back. Witnessing the faint smile on Bruce's face, the mermaid's curses grew more vehement. Which wise fool carelessly discarded that wretched, stinking fruit? Even if one were to consume it, had they not considered the consequences for the fish? By her grandmother, she cannot swim back. The landing vessel is ready, Captain. Amidst the mermaid's tirade, Lucy and the others had already lowered the small boat and found a suitable place for it to dock. The zombies were the first to ascend the reef, illuminating the surrounding darkness with their ship's lanterns, particularly the mountain ahead. As the light shone forth, the sheer cliff face revealed itself from the shadows, with zombies probing and tapping along both sides. Thankfully, it is not red, Lucy murmured softly. Indeed, considering the duration of our voyage, it would not be surprising if it were red. Bucky nodded in agreement. They had been in the foggy sea for over 4 days, and the Devil's Triangle itself lies between the Water City and the Shambadi Archipelago. Venturing deeper toward the Red Earth continent or the doldrums would not be astonishing. Can we circumvent this mountain? Bruce inquired of the local fish. The mermaid can also be moved to the rocks, with the seawater barrel serving as her current adornment. According to the werewolf and the red-nosed individual, those mermaids who have descended into the seawater barrel are destined to become mermaid zombies. I have never captured a mermaid with a photograph of her tail. Her fin now exists solely in a negative state, unable to swim or climb. Being carried in a barrel is actually quite pleasant. This mermaid has become a mere shadow of her former self. Long ago, I encountered a group of individuals who claimed to be searching for their homeland, but left disheartened upon witnessing the current state of affairs. She possesses no sense of time. What seems like a long duration could be merely a few years, or perhaps even a decade or more. However, when the homeland was mentioned, was it a large ship painted in white? Yes, indeed. You have seen them too? I have only glimpsed their vessel. Bruce shook his head. Is that so? A hint of sorrow crept across the mermaid's face. Her little boat and paddle were crafted with the assistance of that group. Before they departed, they seemed to have entrusted her with something significant. If you ever have the chance to leave, please inform the world that our homeland is called God Valley, a tranquil and serene place. As long as someone remembers, she will not fade away. Yes, that is precisely what they said. God Valley. Buggy's voice rose an octave or more. Bruce's brow furrowed in response. There was no need for Buggy to elaborate. As an old pirate, Moria certainly harbored memories of God Valley. It belonged to an era long past, before Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King. The maritime tyrant of that time was known as Rox D. Zebek, the captain of the Rox pirates. Yet, for reasons unknown, Rox, Roger, and Vice Admiral Garp converged on the obscure island of God Valley in the West Sea, triggering an intensely fierce battle. Rox was defeated, Garp emerged as a naval hero, and Roger, alongside Captain Garp, played a pivotal role in vanquishing Rox. The red-nosed individual appeared quite displeased. The world government obscured the existence of Roger's crew in their reports, merely stating that the Rox pirates intended to obliterate that nation. At that time, Buggy was merely a year old. However, following that battle, God Valley vanished from the maps. How could it possibly reappear here? Furthermore, this is the Grand Line, separated from the West Sea by the formidable Red Line. Lucci cast a glance at Bruce. The terrifying ship also originated from the West Sea. Could this truly be God Valley? The werewolf, stroking the mountain wall, wore a pensive expression, suggesting that this might mean countless strong souls, including rocks, lay buried here. Thump! Bruce felt his heart leap suddenly. An intense longing blossomed from within, growing uncontrollably. Moria's obsession with corpses, and why did you, the werewolf, think of this matter at the first instance? Bruce suppressed the yearning that tugged at his lips. As Gabra stood watch over the ship, Lucci, you take Bucky and the zombies to scout the sides. Captain, what about you? I shall ascend the mountain. Bruce tilted his head, intrigued by the mountain wall shrouded in darkness, while Captain John's distinctive pointer directed steadfastly ahead. The sheer cliff posed no challenge for him. Chapter 71. The Ascent. Please continue reading and collecting. Bruce brought along the local fish. He transformed Shadows into a great hand, lifting the water barrel and placing the uncertain mermaid on the ship, unable to ease his mind. Subsequently, he took the lead, sprinting swiftly up the cliff. With his current physical condition, this was hardly a feat. When he needed to rest, he would carve out a notch in the stone wall with a swift kick, leaving a mark. How vast was this fog, devoid of light? Bruce silently counted the time in his mind, accounting for 3 rests. He had been climbing for 2 hours, still ascending at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Even at an altitude of several thousand meters, he should soon glimpse the end or break through the enveloping fog, should he not? He plunged forward for another half hour. At the juncture of fog and cloud, he finally set foot upon the mountain's summit. The sky remained devoid of light, thick, frigid clouds obscuring any rays of illumination, and the temperature here was exceptionally cold. Crystallized ice clung to his face. Bruce exhaled, urging his blood to circulate more rapidly to prevent his body from succumbing to hypothermia. This was the technique of life restoration. Although he had little fondness for iron, he could learn it with time. Mastering life restoration was a natural progression upon the foundation of the 6 styles. Where's this place? I'd poked her head out of the water barrel. As a mermaid unable to climb mountains or dive into water, she had successfully reached the sky. At the summit, Bruce set down the oil lamp. The flickering light barely illuminated 3 inches before them. The mountain stone was smooth and cold, layered with an unharmonious black. Bruce's fingers brushed against it, eliciting an unsettling sensation reminiscent of sea stone. The summit was not expansive. After placing down the water barrel, he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the exceptionally hard black stone, there stood a half-meter-high shrine, housing a statue of a being with wings, a serpent's body, and a human head, flanked by stone walls adorned with rays symbolizing the sun. Quetzalcoatl? Bruce scrutinized further. In this light, numerous bizarre and inscrutable carvings appeared, seemingly creations of Quetzalcoatl himself. This must be the faith of the Valley of Gods. It was not surprising to find such faith, yet the Valley of Gods was not widely known globally. Save for that battle, the Great-Eyes rested her head on the edge of the water barrel. Your fish is nearly freeze-dried. Her breath now carried ice crystals. To endure the immense pressure of the deep sea, the skin pores of mermaids are far more refined and smooth than those of humans, rendering them unperturbed by the ordinary chill. However, the frigid air at this altitude evidently exceeds Ide's capacity to withstand it. What about your abilities? Bruce recalled the mermaid's initial air of sophistication, yet upon reaching his grasp, she had devolved into such a state. He lifted the mermaid from the barrel. Her frozen tail fin instinctively sought to entwine around Bruce, but he deftly ensnared it with his forearm, transforming it into a mere accessory. Ide tightened her hands, her gaze unfocused, as fog began to swirl at her command, enveloping the mountaintop in an instant. The temperature plummeted further. Her ability to manipulate fog, along with her capacity to lull others to sleep, did not resemble that of a superhuman. Rather, it was akin to a rare creature Bruce had perused in his bestiary. Perhaps this mermaid truly posed little threat? Bruce gazed for a moment, yet he felt it prudent to maintain vigilance against those with abilities. Utilizing the light of an oil lamp, he extracted Ide's shadow. He had amassed numerous shadows, all temporarily contained within his own. When the need arose, he could consolidate these shadows along with nearby ones into his being, augmenting his strength. However, as fragments of the soul, shadows would influence one another, and their absorption demanded considerable willpower and physical fortitude. Bruce had experienced this during the conflict atop the mountain. It could be regarded as a reserve of power. In his regular state, he still needed to train. Bruce was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and individuals like Whitebeard. However, this gap was not akin to the insurmountable differences between Kryptonians and Wonder Woman. It was one that could be bridged through physical training, step by step. Such a notion was difficult to fathom. In Bruce's previous understanding, to transcend the limits of ordinary humanity, one would either rely on mutation or technology. He himself was at the threshold, supplemented by a degree of technological enhancement. Yet, it seemed he no longer qualified as human. Once he had secured the mermaid as an ornament, Bruce produced a special pointer and positioned himself at the opposite side of the mountaintop, gazing downward. In the profound darkness, wisps of fog floated, reminiscent of an abyss with no discernible bottom. Ascending had been troublesome, yet descending appeared far simpler. Surely, he did not intend to leap directly into the void? Ides, her mind clouded, opened her eyes and faintly sensed Bruce's intention. Confounded, she pondered how a mere mermaid, unable to return to the sea, could possibly endure such torment. This could lead to her demise. Bruce, disregarding her protests, stepped forth and leapt straight down. Ide's exclamations had barely formed when the rushing air filled her mouth. The entire fish clung tightly to Bruce's body. Seizing the currents, Bruce plummeted rapidly in a free-fall posture. Below, the darkness appeared boundless. As he silently counted for nearly 10 minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. The valley was framed by 2 mountains. Was it the towering peaks followed by the stream? Without hesitation, a thought crossed his mind. The shadow behind him transformed into a colossal bat, its pitch-black wings unfurling majestically. Bruce had long since redefined his shadow, a malleable, semi-ethereal soul energy. The original Moria could be developed into shadow boxes, bat shadows, and dagger silhouettes, yet in Bruce's hands, the possibilities expanded infinitely. As the mist from the stream splashed against his face, the momentum of his descent ceased. The immense bat seemed to sprout from Bruce's back, its lower limbs obscured, only its body extending outward. With a gentle flap of its dark membrane, it hovered gracefully in midair. There was also a mermaid. Turning his head, Bruce noticed that she had already rolled her eyes back. Fortunately, the body entwined around him still radiated some warmth. She was not yet dead, but her demise was surely imminent. He reignited the oil lamp and surveyed his surroundings. The waterway between the 2 mountains was far broader than Bruce had anticipated, deserving the title of a great river. A stone bridge spanned the river, leading along a path of bluestone slabs, extending into a town nestled at the foot of the mountains. As Bruce drew closer, flames flickered to life within the mountain town, wisps of smoke billowing into the air. A man holding a lantern approached the town's entrance, greeting Bruce with a smile. It has been ages since we last saw an outsider. Did you happen to spot our ship on the other side of the mountain? It's called the Locarli, a longtime companion of ours. It has sunk. Is that so? What a pity, the man said, shaking his head, then extending a hand toward Bruce. I am grateful for the news. My name is Fuchsmith, the former first mate of the Locarli. If you would be so kind, I invite you to my home for a moment. Your companion seems on the verge of freezing. He gestured to the mermaid still wrapped around Bruce's back. Very well. Bruce did not decline. After descending the mountain, the mermaid's body temperature began to stabilize, though she remained unresponsive, seemingly traumatized and unwilling to descend. Her tail coiled around Bruce's wrist while her body clung tightly to his shoulder, her head resting upon the other side, an alluring ornament, albeit her shell pressed somewhat uncomfortably against him. Regrettably, this mermaid appeared mature yet possessed an immature understanding of the world. Bruce typically did not take the initiative. It was usually the women, enticed by his wealth, who approached him. Of course, he bore no responsibility for their actions. The town, compared to the past, remained desolate. Only a handful of us had returned. As Fuchs led the way, he spoke, his golden, tousled hair framing a weathered face, bearing the sun-kissed, rugged complexion common among sailors. However, there was a silver lining to this situation. He let out a chuckle. No longer burdened by the need to save for a home or land, we can reside wherever we desire. The town was tiered, with numerous stone steps leading up and down. After a while, they arrived before a grand abode, once the dwelling of priests. Now it belongs to us. Falk pushed open the door, revealing a brightly lit interior. The fireplace in the living room was still ablaze. You take a moment to rest. I shall speak with everyone. It has indeed been a long time since outsiders came. We must gather together, he said. Very well. Bruce exhibited no signs of aloofness. Instead, he wandered curiously through the house. Falk's assertion of it being a priest's residence held true. In the corridors and living room, Bruce encountered numerous artifacts associated with the feathered serpent, including statues and paintings depicting a radiant being safeguarding an island. This island boasted 2 peaks that pierced the heavens. He also spotted a maritime chart of the Western Sea, recognizing many familiar locales. After all, Mariah's birthplace was also in the Western Sea, a region notorious for its banditry. Bruce even recalled the names of 5 mafia factions that once roamed the Western Sea with impunity. After exploring the premises, Falk returned with a large entourage, torches flickering densely outside the door. In this lightless place, fire was indeed a necessity. Guests, this is our captain, bawled Charlie, And here is our navigator, Bren. Our return to our homeland is entirely thanks to his nautical expertise, Fox chattered on. Bruce displayed no impatience. Rather, he scrutinized each individual, seemingly committing their likenesses to memory. The navigation logs you left behind were immensely helpful. I had actually forgotten to bring them aboard, the captain chuckled. Your forgetfulness seems to be worsening. Bruce retorted. Indeed. Time spares no one. You all appear to be in good spirits, Bruce remarked. Yet, there are far too few of you. We once were a nation. Fox, as if a dam had broken, began to enthusiastically relay the town's initiatives encouraging population growth, claiming that in just 20 years, their numbers could double. Bruce chimed in with a few agreeable words. After spending an extended period in the darkness, even the faintest flicker of light was a welcome sight. Alas, the false could never truly replace the genuine. Amidst the clamor, Bruce discreetly slipped away from the crowd, finding solace in the shadows as he gazed at a statue. It was not surprising to see it here. The issue was that, through Bruce's observation hockey, the statue's eyes projected everything before him. The firelight, the fervent townsfolk, the radiant dwelling. That should suffice, Bruce murmured. Guest, what are you doing here alone? Came Fox's voice from behind him, the organizer's curiosity palpable. Due to Bruce's obstruction in front of the statue, he was unaware that a part of him was still missing. Suddenly, Bruce raised his hand and seized the torch from Fox's grasp, striking it directly against Fox's head. The torch passed through Fox's skull as if a hand had traversed a beam of light, leaving no trace of change. Such actions evoke a sense of discomfort within us. You, too, render me quite uneasy. Bruce's voice was low and hoarse, indifferent to the encroachment of these people. Having a multitude of projections here felt akin to hosting a gathering of jesters. He refrained from further aggression towards Fox and his companions, allowing the shadows to coalesce into the shape of a blade, slicing toward the statue shrouded in darkness. A crack resonated, and the statue in the shadows fractured. After flickering twice, Fox and the others vanished entirely, including the once bright torch. The entire town was once again enveloped in darkness, save for the flickering light emitted by the oil lamp in Bruce's hand. The house stood real, yet the warmth was merely an illusion crafted from light and shadow. And as for the people, they were even less tangible. If there was any semblance of reality amidst the darkness Bruce beheld, it lay before the towering structure, where numerous desiccated corpses lay sprawled. Some donned naval uniforms, while others were rugged pirates. Yet, the majority were civilians. A multitude of peasant corpses, clothed merely in coarse fabric, were heaped in a tower-like formation, seemingly in a display of one-upmanship or perhaps a grim tally. This was the grim reality one would expect from an island that had endured the harshest of wars. It was not merely a clash between two bands of ordinary pirates. It was a struggle between the maritime overlords of yore, the navy, and the subsequent generation of dominators. The intensity of such conflict could scarcely be less than that of the war on the summit. Was it technology or the powers of fruits at play? Bruce fixated on the shattered statue, noticing bite marks on the corpses. At that moment, the mermaid on his back also opened her eyes and softly inquired, "When did you realize?" Adis had actually awoken long before, prior to Bruce tightening his grip around her neck. The mermaid, possessing a semblance of conscience, had attempted to make subtle gestures to alert Bruce. However, upon encountering the enthusiastic Fox in this dark town, Bruce swiftly prepared to exert control over him through the Shadow Revolution. The emergence of such an exuberant townsfolk in such a peculiar place was far too crude for his belief. Yet, the shadow of the other was entirely unrestrained, akin to the shadow of a blade of grass or a tree, merely an inanimate object. How did you discover this? Mr. Fox is quite a commendable individual. The oar was a gift from him. Adis's small boat was constructed with assistance from the crew of the locally. Otherwise, she would still be stranded on that reef. As mermaids reach a certain age while living ashore, their tails bifurcate into human-like legs. Yet, it was evident that Adis had not yet reached that age. Such individuals, upon seeing her, would nonchalantly refer to her as someone else's pet. "You should come down now," Bruce admonished, not indulging her fleeting emotions. He promptly cast her down, unable to distinguish between the larger and smaller kings. Chapter 73, The Feathered Serpent. He departed to meet the deity. Where there are priests, there must be altars. And upon the altars, there are gods. This was Bruce's conclusion after a thorough exploration of the dwelling. Their god indeed exists. Furthermore, the crew of the Locarli had undeniably arrived here. The nautical charts, which starkly contrasted with the pile of idols, should be their remnants. Perhaps there was no need to proceed further. Before Bruce could take a step, a sudden brightness enveloped him. It was fire. A conflagration erupted in the town, rapidly engulfing the entire area. The flames, devoid of heat, cast an orange-yellow glow upon the faces of the townsfolk. The sounds of gunfire and cries of battle resonated simultaneously, and Bruce felt as though he had returned to the battlefield, where pirates and Navy personnel appeared in unison. Yet amidst the shadows of this chaos, several figures clad in white robes emerged. Why were the celestial dragons in this valley? Bruce pondered. This was no scene of warmth and camaraderie. The deity had sculpted a grim tableau that had indeed transpired, a scene from the town's encounter with war. Pirates? Amidst the flames, a middle-aged man with short hair suddenly turned to see Bruce's abrupt appearance. His fists were clenched tightly, hot blood still dripping, and his eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. There was no mistaking it. The man's attire and his disdainful gaze towards the celestial dragons were unmistakable. In the instant Bruce nodded, the middle-aged man's fist surged forward with ferocity. If Bruce's combat style was marked by technique, a culmination of various martial arts, then the fist before him represented sheer power, a pure and ultimate force that distorted both air and flame. This blow could undoubtedly shatter mountains. Bruce's eyes sparkled with intensity as he faced the oncoming strike, repeatedly suppressing the danger signals sent to his brain. He meticulously observed how this formidable individual wielded strength and the use of haki. Although he had mastered haki, he still lagged behind specialists like Zephyr and Garp in this regard. Such a disparity was natural. It could be remedied through learning. Bruce had never encountered Garp in his middle age, but according to Moria's memories, this man exuded an extraordinary aura compared to the despondent Garp of the Marineford War. However, as the fist made contact with Bruce's forehead, all projections vanished simultaneously. Was it that such illusions held no sway over him? Regrettably, he yearned to learn a few more techniques. Yet, it was merely an illusion conjured by light projection. Bruce felt a pang of disappointment. Had it been real, he would have grasped a clue that transcended time. Surely, there must be more than these mere tactics. He produced a peculiar pointer, directing it towards the heart of the town. Onward. The priest's abode was not far from the altar at the town's center. However, after he had walked a while, the town abruptly vanished. The sky turned a dull white, with snowflakes drifting incessantly. Upon touching the ground, they were instantly stained crimson. The same war scene unfolded, though in a different locale. Where's this? Adis still bore a perplexed expression. Bruce instantly recognized it as the battlefield where he clashed with Kaido, a confrontation that had utterly crushed the spirit of Moria. Wano country. In that fleeting moment, Bruce found it challenging to suppress the surge of memories. Images deliberately forgotten, concealed within the subconscious of Moria, surged forth under the pull of the present scene. The fallen figures filled the blank spaces of the snow. My comrades. This notion felt somewhat awkward to Bruce. The number of individuals he could trust and consider as companions was exceedingly few. Yet, these people undeniably existed in his memory. Their faces, gazes, voices, and past recollections became a boulder weighing heavily upon Bruce's shoulders. This was undoubtedly the darkest hour of Moria's life. He was engulfed in fear, trepidation, and dread. Former companions fell one after another before him. The blood-soaked mace shattered his dagger and plunged his will into the abyss. In the depths of fear, his body had turned rigid. Moria, I had thought you had found trustworthy companions. An aged voice resonated through the snowy expanse. Adis glanced over to see an elderly woman with graying hair, half of her form human and the other half serpent. Are you that deity? She glanced around, seemingly confused. The great master has not visited here for the first time, yet the woman's tone suggested familiarity with Moria. Furthermore, why did this scene, along with the figure wielding the mace, retain such control over Moria for so long? Instinctively, Adis edged closer to Moria. In her observation of the world, Moria appeared detached. Yet rarely did he exude malice. The elderly woman, however, was a different matter. Her squinting eyes evoked discomfort. It is merely a transaction. I provide them protection, and they offer me sustenance in return. It is as simple as that. Until this place was chosen as the venue for that game. Would you be interested in hearing about it? The old woman forced a smile, having selected a nation as the arena for slaughter, determining victory by the number of lives lost. I have no desire to elaborate further. Shall we discuss that familiar group of yours instead? The old woman possessed remarkable patience. The more she understood, the more vivid the images sculpted by light and shadow became. Indeed, the crew of the Lothar had discovered this place, their hometown ensnared in darkness, and had dwelt here for 2 days. Regrettably, they insisted that if no one remained, it could no longer be called home. Why depart so soon after arriving? The old woman bared her teeth, revealing 2 fetid fangs, her eyes glimmering with a greenish hue. They have left. What shall I consume now? This land was dreadfully barren. Even the cadavers had been gnawed upon extensively. Perhaps the mermaids would prove delectable. A jolt surged through Adis. The malevolence of the divine was stark and unmasked. She was on the verge of unleashing her abilities when the putrid odor wafted near, alarmingly close. Eyes can indeed deceive you. The figure of the old woman in the distance shimmered like a dissipating bubble, while the genuine presence of her was already beside Adis. Her serpentine form poised to ensnare the mermaid. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she hastily retreated, a shadowy blade slicing through the space she had just occupied, narrowly severing a portion of her tail. The serpent woman howled in agony. "You are not Moria. Who are you?" The deeply ingrained shadows reminded her of the time. Merely a decade passed, when she had witnessed Moria trembling in fear. This was not right. The disparity in their sizes was too great. "I am darkness." Chapter 74. The mouse digs a hole. Bruce harbored a genuine curiosity to hear the old wretch elaborate further, for it might aid in evoking the memories belonging to Moria. Alas, the old serpent woman was uncooperative. By now, he had grown accustomed to battling his own fears. Whether it was Kaido's looming figure or the blood of his comrades, they could only summon fragments of Moria's recollection, but they could not paralyze his body into stillness. He merely wished to extract more from the old serpent woman's probing. This ancient being was exceedingly cautious. Yet, Bruce was relentless. After delivering a strike with the shadow blade, he swiftly closed the distance again, unwilling to squander this hard-earned opportunity. The spear of air pierced through the serpent woman's form. "Human! Filthy wretch!" She cried out in pain, her emaciated body thrashing as she attempted to defend herself with her tail. With another wave of her hand, the interplay of light and shadow shifted, erasing the snow-laden landscape and the spiked club, as the surroundings prepared to transform once more. Adis gasped softly. The mist was not merely a natural ability for her to morph into vapor or display various wondrous effects. For her, it was a spatial skill. Thick white fog converged from nowhere, obscuring the light's projection, forcibly neutralizing the serpent woman's advantages. In this environment, Bruce was the one who held the upper hand. His mastery of invisibility had long become instinctual, and his observation skills allowed him to discern his opponent's movements clearly. "Who are you truly?" The serpent-like crone continued to scream incessantly. The Moria she had encountered a decade prior bore no resemblance to the cunning and composed demeanor she now beheld. Akin to that of a seasoned hunter. "Have you seen me before? You are certainly not Moria." The serpent crone, enraged to the point of mockery, found her throat suddenly ensnared by Bruce's grip. Shadows sprouted sharp spikes, encircling her. The Iron Maiden. As the crone clamored, Bruce had already completed the Iron Maiden's confinement. In the past, the crone would have struggled desperately, yet now she discovered that Bruce's vice-like grip on her throat was unyielding as iron. Her body had languished too long in this darkness, leading to severe degeneration. More crucially, her spirit had been dulled by the passage of time, a most fatal affliction. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, the Iron Maiden closed in, the multitude of spikes piercing her serpentine form. Bruce showed no semblance of mercy. Nowadays, he was accustomed to dealing with such criminals by first delivering a thorough beating before engaging in dialogue. As the Iron Maiden sealed shut, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the crone's gaunt visage. "Stop, please, I am a celestial dragon." Unable to withstand the brutal onslaught, she cried out in desperation. When Bruce's fists halted midair, she believed her status had intimidated him. However, to her astonishment, his fists were soon enveloped in a layer of impenetrable darkness, intensifying the force of his strikes. Bruce vented the pent-up fury within him. The memories of battling Kaido did not paralyze him with fear, yet those emotions were palpable. Avoidance, self-reproach, terror. Similar to the experience in that shadowy alley, darkness loomed above him, paralyzing his body with dread and with the sound of gunfire. A family portrait had been torn asunder, leaving only himself. Ultimately, such fear and hatred birthed darkness and the figure of Batman. "I am vengeance." For the first time, Bruce felt a kinship with Moria. He abhorred Moria's despondency, his evasion, his neglect of physicality, and uneven development of his abilities. Yet in the act of vengeance, he sensed a profound connection with Moria. The two identities appeared to converge, beginning to overlap. For Bruce, this marked a significant transformation, a change unattainable even by the Joker. Just before the crone breathed her last, he managed to restrain himself, gripping her neck and lifting her frail form. "Now, I shall ask, and you shall answer," Bruce intoned in a low voice. "Why are you here, and what connection do you have with the divine?" The elderly woman inhaled cautiously, her body swaying like a sack. And after a moment, she spoke. "We have chosen this nation as the venue for our hunting game. I am the representative of the Topman family. But pirates have invaded here. I discovered their false deity, a colossal serpent, and after slaying the beast, I took refuge within its carcass." She believed herself to be a goddess, while the serpent was merely a wretched offender against divinity. Much of what exists in the priest's abode was conjured by her own hand. "What is your name?" "I am Dorothy Topman." Being interrogated by a pirate is a disgrace for the world's aristocracy, Yet she had long ceased to care. To survive, Dorothy had even resorted to gnawing on corpses. What kind of game is this? A game of murder, where killing a civilian scores 1 point, as well as the slaves we release. For what purpose? What do you mean, for what purpose? Why do you engage in such actions? It is tradition. Crack. Bruce's fingers cracked under the strain of his intense emotions. He thought he had witnessed enough of the celestial dragon incidents through the news, yet he was astounded to find he had underestimated the depths of this group. How could such swine have ruled for 800 years in this world? In an instant, Bruce felt that his understanding of human history had been rendered futile, as there were no references to be found within it. Perhaps there were some similarities, but for such an extent of 800 years, he had truly never encountered. Even a jester would strive to ridicule such absurdity, wouldn't they? Bruce suppressed his rage. And then, how did Goddess Valley come from the West Sea to here? Have you truly forgotten? Dorothy, in her pain, felt a twisted sense of pleasure, a mocking smile spreading across her bruised face. She saw no fault in the tradition she mentioned. Some regarded it merely as entertainment, while others believed it was to intimidate non-allied nations. In any case, this game has persisted in this manner. Every 3 years, a non-allied nation is selected as the site for slaughter. You cannot be Moria. That coward who unearthed the Rock's treasure could never bear to forget such a treasure. Rocks, Kaido Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. They must have worked diligently to erase the existence of rocks. Do you know why? The journey from the West Sea to the Grand Line is the very origin of Goddess Valley, the birthplace of the terrifying ship. Bruce closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his dusty memories, uncovering such knowledge, a sea route. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps sensing the imminent end of her life. The old woman erupted into a frenzied laugh. So, now you understand why Rox dared to covet the throne of the world, don't you? He carved a pathway within the red line that connected the West Sea to the paradise and the New World. A feat possible only through the powers of the dark fruit. Oh, Lord M, there is a rat burrowing a great hole beneath your eyelids. I implore you to punish such a flagrant, disrespectful scoundrel. Chapter 75, Captain John's Treasure. I beseech you, please ensure that justice is served. The voice of Princess Dorothy came to a sudden halt. Bruce, no longer able to suppress his fury, indulged in his inner savagery and completely severed the neck of the serpentine old crone. The sound of her bones fracturing echoed sharply. Her struggling hands fell limply, and her withered head drooped down. She had survived in this dark place for many years, often hoping that the world government would find this place. Yet time and again, she harbored resentment towards those inept individuals for allowing her to suffer such calamity. Once, she had ascended to the highest peak, carving a statue in her own honor. But upon witnessing the boundless darkness beyond, she had retreated in terror back to the town. Over a decade ago, upon encountering the crew of the Rockery, she had eagerly wished to play the role of their deity, manipulating them to serve her. Alas, it was the first time Dorothy understood the rich flavor of these wretched beings. They were far more delectable than dried corpses and dead fish. Regrettably, Bruce casually discarded the old crone's corpse, lacking any interest in uncovering what powers this celestial dragon possessed. Execution was inevitable. He did not hesitate in this matter. He etched that name deeply into his memory. The latent recollection within Moria had also been thoroughly awakened. It was not forgotten, but rather a profound secret that Moria had concealed throughout his life, one even Perona and Absalom were unaware of. It was buried so deeply that Bruce, who had not fully embraced the memory, momentarily could not recall it. Yet, after the celestial dragon's mention, the recollections flooded back. The reason Moria returned from the Grand Line to his homeland in the West Sea was to seek the treasure left behind by Rox. The corpse of Captain John, along with the fearsome ship, were the spoils of this time. The so-called treasure was located deep within the fog-laden seas, where it connected to the Red Land continent. In the direction of the river of the Valley of the Gods, a passage penetrated the interior of the Red Land continent, linking the West Sea, the New World, and the place where Bruce currently resided, forming an artificial golden route. The special compass in his hand pointed to this very path. The surge of undercurrents and whirlpools was likely caused by the convergence of waters from several sea regions. So, this was the truth. He had witnessed the vastness of the Red Land continent, so immense that the celestial dragons had erected their magnificent sanctuaries upon it. He knew how arduous it was to breach it. However, when matched with that name, it seemed to make sense. The Rox Pirates. Not only does it boast the formidable Rox, who covets the title of King of the World, but it also includes Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Silver Axe, and the Pirate King himself. This truly constitutes an all-star lineup. Their ambitions to seize the throne of the world cannot be confined merely to the New World's waters. Following Rox, it was Captain John who inherited this fabled route. Kaido, Linlin, and Whitebeard may have knowledge of its existence but have been unable to locate it. Originally, Moria discovered the route through Captain John's clues in the West Sea. Now, Bruce, too, has managed to find this place amidst the foggy seas, guided by a peculiar compass. The crew of the Loch Harley may have relied on hints from their homeland. It is no wonder I believe that the zombie army could dominate the world. Bruce refers to Moria's original aspirations. The existence of this route is a significant source of his confidence. Death. Eads remains remarkably composed in the presence of the deceased, showing a bit more reaction to the animated dead. The mist gradually dissipates, returning the surroundings to darkness, reverting to reality. The scars of war are evident here. Houses reduced to ashes, circular craters from cannon fire, and deep, narrow fissures created by slashing strikes. This golden route now rests in Bruce's hands, though regrettably, it bears no connection to his crossing. He must ponder how to navigate his existence in this world. Perhaps he should search. This old fellow left behind quite a few items. Bruce is not in haste to investigate the route, but instead leads Eads in a search throughout the town. Having endured the ravages of war and left unattended for decades, the town is now filled with corpses. Ordinary bodies do not catch Bruce's attention. He gathers some Navy corpses clad in jackets and a few pirate corpses that linger in his memory. Perhaps due to the peculiar climate of this misty sea, these bodies remain relatively intact, and he can have Hogaback mend them later. Valuable items have all been hoarded by that old snake man. Bruce employs his observation hockey to sweep through the town, eventually uncovering a concealed cellar beneath an altar. Following the traces of a serpent's tail, he descends into the depths. The oil lamp illuminates the cellar, its light mingling with the flicker of fire, revealing the glint of silver. In the center of the cellar hang more than a dozen exquisitely adorned swords, encrusted with vibrant gems, likely brought by the celestial dragons. The remaining, less ornate weapons are scattered about, presumably merely collected by the old snake man. It is no surprise that Bruce found nothing outside. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, drawn to a cracked black dagger. This blade, formed through the long tempering of Conqueror's hockey, can be fashioned into 3 smaller knives along the fissures. Even as a black blade, such evident cracks render it unusable. Transforming it into smaller knives would suit Bruce's combat style, allowing for concealment within gloves or at the wrist. In essence, it involves invisibility, swift proximity, and shadow manipulation, after which the interrogation can commence. The Serpent Woman Elder may have a penchant for weaponry, as the armory is predominantly filled with various arms. After sheathing the black dagger, Bruce exhibited little interest in other weapons, only discovering a trio of bloodstained sea-prism stone shackles among a heap of debris. It appears he can refine some powder from them. Mr. Fox's cherished sword, Ides, was uncovered among the remnants left by the crew of the Lokerly, much to his chagrin. Little did they know that the homeland they so diligently sought had long been ensnared by another monstrous entity. A tombstone in their honor could be erected. Their nautical logs provided Bruce with considerable assistance. The mermaid nodded in agreement, appreciating this approach. As Mr. Fox had said before departing, as long as someone remembers, they shall not vanish. This holds true for their homeland and for them as well. Regrettably, Bruce lamented the absence of Lux's corpse, for Moria's obsession with collecting bodies had profoundly influenced him. Captain, just as he was consumed by regret, he beheld Gabra sprinting towards him on all fours. What is it? Have you found something? The werewolf's face radiated with uncontainable joy. Captain, we have discovered Captain John's treasure. Weren't you supposed to guard the ship? Chapter 76. Uncle Baki's heart bleeds, seeking reeds and collections. Ah, well, we encountered a minor issue. In any case, it is truly splendid to have you here. Gabra offered a feeble excuse. The ambitious werewolf was not content merely to guard the ship. He possessed the ability to see in the dark, rendering the surrounding shadows insignificant to him. However, Ides appeared somewhat perplexed, having just heard Moria mention finding treasure. Now, it seemed Lucci had also unearthed another treasure. Let us first check your side, Bruce suggested, stowing away the black dagger and scanning the armory for any overlooked significant items before following Gabra. Along the way, he seized the werewolf's shadow and then returned it to him. That is undeniably you, the werewolf remarked, his expression one of utter bewilderment. It was merely that his jaw had dislocated upon hearing the captain had slain a celestial dragon. I was mistaken, Captain. I once thought that harboring us agents would bring you endless trouble. Yet now I realize you are far more adept at inciting chaos than we are. He had not anticipated that in just a brief separation, the captain had already dispatched a celestial dragon. Bruce shot a sidelong glance at the fellow. I could just as easily claim you did it, as I have the body in my possession. Framing someone is not particularly difficult. However, should the world government discover that I have control over that route, it could lead to significant complications. Perhaps, as Caliphus suggested, it would be imperative to rapidly expand one's own influence. The mysterious veil of the fog-laden seas has, in Bruce's eyes, been largely lifted. The next clue may very well lead him to the New World. After 2 consecutive disappointments, Bruce's initial urgency has waned, though a return is inevitable. However, with a glimmer of hope, he muses that perhaps the Joker is preoccupied with his own schemes, or maybe he has turned Gotham upside down. Moreover, Bruce yearns to pursue his own vengeance in this world, to achieve Mariah's retribution. This has become his newfound purpose in this realm. Forgive me this once, great master. The werewolf suddenly became obedient. In his heart, the celestial dragons were untouchable deities. Setting that aside, he certainly had a knack for chatter. On the way there, Bruce gathered a rough understanding of the events that had transpired. Initially, Lucci and the others split into 2 teams to search the sides of the mountain. But Foxy had returned empty-handed after a lengthy search. In contrast, Bucky and Lucci encountered an unexpected landslide, which led them to a river flowing into the valley. However, from the river emerged a 3-headed sea beast, prompting a chaotic chase that ultimately revealed their lair. To their astonishment, Captain John's treasure was also hidden within. After hearing the werewolf's account, Bruce and the others arrived at the cave by the river valley. Behind a massive boulder lay a dimly lit cavern, shrouded by lush aquatic vegetation. It was surprising that they had stumbled upon it at all. Even Bruce, no matter how cautious he might be, could not possibly scan the entire mountainside with his observation hockey. Yet, standing at the cave's entrance, Bruce could clearly hear the whispers within. "Pigeon Man, what are you considering? While Mariah is away, let us join forces. With treasure and a ship at our disposal, we can coerce Mariah into returning our shadows." "I have a shadow." "And then what?" Bucky exclaimed in exasperation. "Treasure. Such wealth. Doesn't it surpass what you could gain under Mariah's command? We could even start a pirate mercenary company. And you could be my first mate, Captain." Lucci remained remarkably calm, disinterested in riches, more focused on his own strength and a singular belief: dark justice. Additionally, he felt a profound responsibility as the leader of CP9 towards his comrades. His aspirations found fulfillment under Mariah's reign. "Ah, now you want to call me Captain? I was merely jesting with you moments ago, wasn't I?" Bucky sensed an ominous premonition, an undeniable shadow looming behind him. "I hear you wish to start a company?" Bucky heard the devil's whisper, gulping nervously as cold sweat began to bead on his brow. "A jest indeed. Esteemed Master Wei, would you care to behold the treasure I have unearthed for you? It is undoubtedly a trove of unimaginable value." Bucky's heart bleeds. The treasure he has pursued since the East Sea has materialized before him in such an unexpected manner, only to be threatened by the devil before him. Has its value been assessed? Bruce's hand rested upon Bucky's shoulder, yet his inquiry was directed towards Lucci. Starting at 1 billion berries, Lucci stated succinctly, to him, the distinction between 1 billion and 2 billion was negligible. This wealth must be the culmination of Captain John's years of toil, or more precisely, the precious fortune amassed through that golden route. Bruce stroked his chin, revealing no intention of concealing the route's significance. Unlike Moria, he did not hold this route in high esteem, and if it were to be utilized, there was no reason to keep it hidden. As for the malevolence of the world government, Bruce found no outlet for his disdain. If one refrained from reform or resistance out of fear of maintaining the most basic order, that would be the height of folly. Change is never without its bloodshed. Bruce's previous principle of abstaining from killing was merely a means to restrain the darkness within. What? A route connecting 3 seas. Bucky's eyes gleamed. With his intellect, he immediately grasped the immense worth of this route. Although the West Sea was rife with bandits, the prices for liquor and provisions were remarkably low. However, Bucky soon realized he might not escape, knowing such a monumental secret held by Moria and his crew. Any attempt to flee would likely result in his transformation into a zombie. Let us transport a portion first. Bruce exhibited remarkable calmness in the face of the treasure-laden cave. Having experienced wealth before, he was not overly astonished. He employed his observation hockey to scan the surroundings, hoping to discover artifacts akin to the Black Blade. Yet alas, this cavern was merely filled with treasures. Coins and silver from various countries and epochs were being carted away by the zombies in boxes, along with weapons from the valley town, all part of Moria's collection. By the time the hold of the Phantom ship was filled, nearly half of the cave's treasures remained unclaimed. It seemed multiple trips would be necessary. Bruce, devoid of greed, commanded the vessel to return once the waterline was nearly reached. Although this expedition did not yield what Bruce truly sought, it was a windfall for the nascent Moonlight Pirates. He could easily envision Khalifa struggling to contain her excitement in the face of such a fortune. And then there was the mermaid. Bruce presented her with 2 choices, to dive into the sea or to board the ship. Eads declared, "I willingly choose to board." Chapter 77. A nail for every spittle, the terrifying ship toiled unceasingly, day and night. The construction of the castle was now complete, and the shadowy figures were busy with the shipyard's development. In days of yore, when ruthless pirates roamed the seas, indulging in pillage and plunder, they now wield hammers, wooden boards, and iron nails, laboring diligently upon scaffolding. Strangely, I find myself becoming somewhat accustomed to this way of life. Horace is one of the inmates who escaped from impelled down alongside Buggy, after spending an extended period in the second level of the Beast Prison. Returning to experience the transformations aboard the terror ship, I unexpectedly discovered a semblance of sweetness in this existence. The zombie guards are rather handsome, in fact. Absent are the bizarre beasts and inhumane wardens. Here, one can earn a loaf of white bread through honest toil. Had my affluent family back home been inclined to offer me a piece of white bread in such a manner, perhaps I would not have ventured to see it all. Their standards for living are surprisingly low. My health certainly feels markedly improved. A companion nearby murmurs that during the month aboard the terror ship, their lives have become significantly more regulated. Although engaged in manual labor, given their physical condition, they suffer no strain, with adequate sustenance, daily exercise, and rest. Surely the Navy experiences something similar? I mused that if we were to continue living in this manner, it might not be so bad after all. The fearsome-faced creature does not impose relentless labor upon them. Rather, he has the spider-monkey zombie monitor the hourglass, ensuring that when the time comes, they all cease their work together. In his words, a pirate lord's promise is as binding as a nail. If it is agreed upon to work for 9 hours, then 9 hours it shall be. If the progress falters, that is the fault of my own arrangements. You lot, once work is done, be off to devour your bread. And then do as you please. The terror ship boasts its own unique agricultural production. Common crops struggle to thrive in the absence of sunlight, yet Hogaback, in a moment of inspiration, combines zombies with various plants, ultimately cultivating black wheat that can grow upon the bodies of animal zombies. The taste of the flour, once baked into bread, is quite satisfactory. Even Bruce could not help but give a thumbs up. This effectively alleviated the food shortage aboard the terror ship. And should that prove insufficient, they could still catch sea fish for sustenance. Meanwhile, the zombie legions are tasked with the construction of the Arkham facility. Absalom interprets this as a prison, built underground for the shadowy figures, thus transforming it into a subterranean penitentiary. He took the liberty of adding some instruments of torture. At the shipyard, the shadowy figures are oblivious to the number of hours they have labored, relying entirely on the hourglass closely monitored by the spider-monkey zombie's keen eyes for timekeeping. The spider-monkey is punctual. Upon the hourglass running out, he promptly calls out, "Time's up, time's up, get off my worksite at once." Spider-monkey zombie number 437 dutifully enforces the command of the three strange beings, ensuring that these cursed shadowy figures do not work a single minute longer. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Do you not envision that by laboring a bit longer, by putting in extra hours, you might garner the attention of our esteemed master, thus elevating from P1 to P4, becoming a shadowy crew member, and subsequently winning the favor of the great master to ascend from P4 to P8, ultimately treading upon the heads of those beneath you? I assure you, such aspirations are futile. Not a single minute of overtime shall you gain. Master 437 will monitor those 9 hours with relentless scrutiny. Under his wrath, the once bustling site fell eerily silent. The shadowy figures began to gather one by one. Horace and his companions, upon hearing the words of the spider-monkey zombie, were not incensed. Rather, they stroked their chins in contemplation. Though the zombie's words were coarse, they seemed to possess a semblance of viability. In 2 weeks, the dock section would also reach completion. On the other side of the construction site, Kaku was poring over the blueprints left by Bruce, calculating the timeline. With his background in shipbuilding, he was no stranger to overseeing construction. However, in addition to the dock, Bruce had also allocated space for a runway on the vacant lot, the purpose of which remained unclear. Nonetheless, the materials were likely running low. While the terrifying ship could sustain itself in terms of food, the extensive construction of the castle, dock, and Arkham Institute would soon deplete the previously stockpiled timber and steel. Without interaction with other islands, we would swiftly revert to our former ways, reminiscent of the times when only Moria and the three freaks were present. A path of isolation, solely devoted to the development of the zombie army, has proven to be unfeasible. Are you familiar with Umit? Khalifa, arms crossed, retained her icy composure. That maritime king? Umit, like Stussy, belongs to the realm of the underground sovereigns. Khalifa nodded, acknowledging that the ship no longer required an abundance of construction personnel, coupled with the zombie army. We must effectively utilize such manpower. Whether through buying or selling, establishing a connection with this maritime king is imperative. This aspect is also outlined in her proposal, titled Terrifying Ship 20. For the great pirates, this is an essential route. Characters like Doflamingo possess vast arms factories, Kaido has the sea-prism stone industry, and the world government has confectionery. Whitebeard once held dominion over Fishman Island, the gateway to the New World. The pirates can no longer be succinctly defined. They resemble independent kingdoms in opposition to the world government. However, they currently possess substantial productive capacity, yet lack the means of production. Of course, all decisions must ultimately rest with Master Moria. Califa was astute. It has been nearly 2 weeks since Master Moria set sail, hasn't he? Yes, they have returned. Bruce and his crew took approximately 7 days to navigate from the terrifying ship to the Valley of the Gods, while the return journey took just over 5 days. With familiarity of the sea conditions, there was no longer a need to deliberately reduce speed. Welcome back, esteemed master. The 2 rows of incisors remained as enthusiastic as ever, and this time, no unexpected intruders were in sight. Compared to the fog-laden sea, the terrifying ship occupied only a minuscule portion of the vast expanse. So are we neighbors? As Idis beheld the similarly dim vessel, a thought crossed his mind. You may view it that way, for we all reside within the same shroud of mist. The werewolf mused. Bruce shook his head, keeping a distance from those 2 individuals, wary of the mermaid's potential decline in intellect. At the dock, Absalom and Califa gathered together. Captain, how fruitful was your venture? Inquired the tiger-faced creature, a grin plastered across his face. Judging by the expressions of those few aboard the ship, it was evident that this journey bore significant rewards. The revitalized captain certainly embodied the essence of a great pirate. A hint of a smile appeared on Bruce's face. He did not resent such anticipation. Furthermore, witnessing the terrifying ship adhere to his original plans instilled within him a sense of inexplicable belonging. Have the zombies come over to move the treasure, he commanded. Chapter 78. The Restoration of Life and the Gathering of Shadows. Such bountiful spoils. Not only was Absalom elated, but even the typically aloof Califa wore a face of joy. The quandaries that had previously troubled them would now be easily resolved in light of this windfall. However, Califa's expression soon turned cold again. The mermaid aboard her ship adjusted her glasses and inquired, "Is this a new shadowless individual?" Idis, devoid of a shadow, exhibited no shyness. His lake blue eyes fixated intently on all that transpired aboard the terrifying ship. "This place is significantly larger than mine. My small vessel pales in comparison. How can there be such a vast disparity in the same fog-laden sea? What does shadowless imply?" Bruce explained, "It refers to those who are meant for labor." He then turned to Califa, saying, "Let us observe her performance." He was not inclined to trust the mermaid too readily, treating her as a P3 for the time being. Ascending to P4 would elevate her to the same rank as Bruno and his crew, granting her a shadow and the status of a formal crew member. She appeared not to be a captive. Califa scrutinized the mermaid, particularly captivated by her natural beauty. The promise made to Foxy could not be postponed any longer. Perhaps influenced by Absalom's demeanor, it seemed the terrifying ship now embraced the trend of pirates operating under the principle of a spit from a pirate is worth a nail. Although there was only one shadowless individual, Califa resolved to honor her previous commitment and grant Foxy formal crew status, ensuring the process was executed with due diligence. Bruce did not oppose this. Additionally, regarding the Maritime King, it would be prudent to contact Stussy. They now held the golden route leading to the West Sea and the New World, and the Maritime King could aptly supplement their shipping deficiencies. However, for a long-term partnership, further evaluation would be essential. Bruce intended to ascertain the nature of this so-called ruler of the underground world through Stussy. Furthermore, there is no necessity for us to linger in the realm of dense fog any longer. Ultimately, they must venture forth. Yet, it is not a vessel of terror. With the existence of that golden route, the vessel of terror serves as their natural stronghold, but their tendrils must extend outward, without engaging with the outside world. Even the most abundant treasures hold no significance. As the fog-laden seas have already proven devoid of what Bruce seeks, it is imperative to consider an alternative domain. MADS. This organization undeniably leads the charge in the global scientific arena. Even Moria, who has long resided in the fog, has heard numerous tales of Vegapunk. My thoughts align with yours. Califa holds great respect for the captain who grants her autonomy. However, the emergence of the mermaid instills within her a sense of unease, particularly upon witnessing the striking resemblance in physique between the mermaid and Moria, which intensifies her apprehension. Unlike Lucci and his companions, her instincts inform her that this mermaid shares the same trajectory as herself. One leads to the path of the governor's wife. Of course, Califa has not yet contemplated such lengths. She merely chuckles lightly and suggests, by the way, that upon mastering the return of life, one could indeed freely adjust their form. What do you mean? I mean, having to look up at you so often puts a strain on my neck. Absalom and Lucci are at the docks, directing the unloading of zombies, while Bruce and Khalifa make their way towards the castle. Standing at a height of 185 meters, Khalifa is considered tall among ordinary humans. Yet beside the towering Moria, who exceeds 3 meters, she appears diminutive. She massages her fair neck, a playful smile gracing her face. This is something that Bruce has overlooked. Since his own stature diminished to just over 3 meters, it has remained constant. However, the return of life indeed allows for the free adjustment of every organ within the body. Bruce closes his eyes, concentrating as an idea sparks within him. His body swiftly expands, limbs and neck elongating. In an instant, he regains the formidable height of over 6 meters, reminiscent of the Moria of old. Is this truly the former Lord Moria? Khalifa finds herself momentarily speechless. She has heard the doctor and the tiger-faced man recount Moria as previous appearance. Yet, 6 meters, he resembles a diminutive giant. She feels as though she has lifted a stone only to strike her own foot. Fortunately, Bruce merely experiments briefly, but before retracting, he ponders a new question. Can the return of life be amalgamated with the gathering of shadows? Could the ability to return to life permit the free adjustment of the body in response to the dramatic changes induced by absorbing shadows? You should proceed to the castle and await me. Khalifa intends to report recent events and the next moves of the Moonlight Pirates to him. However, at this moment, Bruce is more eager to experiment with the newly inspired technique he has just conceived. Without further ado, he leaves Khalifa behind and strides into the dense woods adjacent to the castle. Upon finding an open expanse, he immediately began to experiment with his ideas. First, he assessed the extent of his inventory as a shadow mage. Bruce summoned his shadow doppelganger, a dark silhouette that resembled a black hole, containing the shadows he had captured over the past few months. The dense soul energy imbued his shadow clone with an unusually weighty presence. With closed eyes, Bruce sensed that he had amassed a total of 1,740 shadows, the majority contributed by the Square Legion, the principal force of the terrifying ship's shadowless beings. Following them were the prisoners under Buggy's command. After gathering the shadows, Bruce whispered softly, and one by one, the shadows detached from the shadow mage and merged into Bruce's being. As the shadows integrated, his form gradually expanded. He meticulously counted the 1,000 shadows merging into him, each representing the caliber of ordinary pirates. Yet they propelled Bruce's stature to over 10 meters tall, rendering the dim jungle only to his waist. The sheer number of shadows weighed heavily on his psyche, akin to the whispers he often experienced with his observation hockey. Now, countless murmurs echoed in his ears. As extensions of soul energy, these shadows carried the will and thoughts of their original owners. Once integrated into Bruce, those intentions flooded his mind, turning his eyes a fierce crimson. With a slight misstep, he inadvertently crushed a section of the jungle. However, he quickly steadied himself. Such distractions were manageable for him. The next step was to treat the integrated soul energy as part of his bodily faculties, enabling him to wield it freely. Then came the compression. His towering form shrank to just over 2 meters, yet he was enveloped by an exceptionally dark aura of shadows, swirling like dense fog. This was the manifestation of highly compressed soul energy. Under this immense density, Bruce felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. His eyes widened in fury, and his observation hockey enveloped the entirety of the terrifying ship. Regardless of whether one possessed observation hockey, everyone present heard the eerie and inexplicable murmurs. Revenge? Gabra, who was transporting treasure chests, scratched his head in confusion at the whispers in his ears. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Was that a gale kick? From a distance, a terrifying slash, nearly the size of the terrifying ship itself, suddenly soared into the sky. Chapter 79, Moria's Nature Quick Hide. The shadowless beings were filled with dread. The slash had pierced through the fog, allowing a sliver of sunlight to illuminate the terrifying ship. Thankfully, the sunlight was but a fleeting and narrow beam. I'd swiftly employed his abilities, and the thick mist quickly obscured the light, allowing the shadowy figures to escape unscathed. Was that the captain just now? If there were others, we would have reason to worry about our survival. It was truly terrifying. Even the CP9 members were momentarily taken aback. The owl was at a loss as to how much power to attribute to the captain. Perhaps it was best to forget this outdated framework. Should we investigate? No, Lucci shook his head. Following that decisive strike, the whispers in his ears faded as well. He was familiar with this ability. It was the captain's mutated observation hockey, though he had not anticipated its capacity to encompass such a vast area. Was he testing a certain technique? In the shadowy depths of the forest, Khalifa did not venture to the castle alone, but rather waited at the forest's edge. She had witnessed Moria's transformation and the subsequent strike. It seemed to stem from her own suggestion. Observing Moria's towering form of over 10 meters, she felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a shortcut to the pinnacle of power was being closed off to her. However, when Moria emerged from the thicket, Khalifa's spirits lifted. Bruce had reverted to a height of 1.90 meters, resembling his former self. His face had transformed from round to angular, with a stern countenance. Though his sharp teeth and distinct features remained, his skin retained its cold pallor. Khalifa's gaze faltered. She found herself hesitant to meet his eyes. Compared to the former Moria, this new iteration conformed much more closely to human aesthetic standards. What were we discussing? Bruce maintained his usual demeanor, his current state aligning more closely with his habits. After all, he was the one in control. The experiment involving the return of life and the gathering of shadows had been remarkably successful, resulting in a significant enhancement to Bruce's combat prowess. "We need a target for leaving this marine expanse, Captain," Khalifa murmured, her head bowed, concealing her thoughts. She was not overly sentimental. They conversed about recent events as they walked, and by the time they returned to the castle, Bruce had gained a general understanding of what had transpired aboard the terrifying ship during his absence, which aligned closely with his initial plans. In the dock, the castle, and the branch, what should they construct next? He stroked his chin in contemplation, reluctant to rush into a decision. Instead, he arranged for Lucci and Absalom to collaborate. They would make another trip to the Valley of Gods to retrieve all the treasures first. With that wealth, their possibilities would expand dramatically. The task of contacting Stussy was entrusted to Khalifa, facilitated by a transponder snail. Bruce had grown accustomed to delegating responsibilities to others. Upon returning to the newly constructed castle, he sensed Moria's inherent nature beginning to surface. After a decade of ingrained habits, they could rival Bruce's indomitable will. Nevertheless, Bruce is ever restless. There is a clue from MADS. Stussy once mentioned a former MADS member residing on an island in the New World. The technological advancements in this world are indeed astonishing. In moments of contemplation, Bruce also dedicated time to meticulously fashioning and sharpening the black blade he had retrieved from the Valley of the Gods, shaping it to a size that could be concealed within his arm guard, enabling him to launch it at a moment's notice. Additionally, he has been merging the techniques of life return and shadow convergence. Through numerous trials, he has ascertained that his limit for consuming shadows hovers around 1,300. Beyond this threshold, he risks losing control. The original Moria, after consuming 1,000 shadows, had already descended into chaos. Bruce could certainly merge more, but doing so would hinder his ability to execute life return. However, the power unleashed after merging 1,300 shadows is formidable. Gabra and Bruno were summoned to test their mettle, and the iron block was shattered in mere moments. Bruce restrained himself. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused harm. After a fortnight's wait, Lucci and the others finally returned with the remaining treasure. Stussy conveyed that assistance in establishing a connection with the Shipping King was promised. Yet it would be prudent for Bruce to make a personal appearance. Khalifa also brought back Stussy's correspondence. "This aligns with my intentions. As for the West Sea, I shall leave it to Lucci and his crew." Bruce nodded in agreement. With a golden trade route at their disposal, it must be utilized. The terrifying ship would be entrusted to Absalom for safeguarding, while the horror would be steered by Lucci. Meanwhile, Bruce undertook the renovation of a naval vessel previously brought over by Buggy. Is the situation in the Sabaody archipelago truly dire? Indeed. Ever since the destruction of the Navy headquarters, lawlessness has spiraled out of control in that region. Through interactions with Stussy, Khalifa has garnered significant intelligence. "Let us proceed according to your strategy. We shall procure supplies in the Sabaody archipelago and simultaneously establish contact with the Shipping King." He paused at the word procure. Cleansing the area of lawlessness parallels the endeavors of his past life. Or perhaps it could be deemed justice. Bruce was reluctant to adorn himself with grandiose labels. From a self-serving perspective, this was for the advancement of the Moonlight Pirates. Furthermore, the Arkham Institute was designed to accommodate 3,000 individuals, yet it currently housed merely over 1,000. The emptiness is palpable. The stark desolation unsettles Bruce. He feels that the ordinary pirates do not quite live up to the Institute's notorious reputation. Additionally, regarding shadows, he has recently embarked on a novel endeavor. Could he entirely erase their will, transforming them into mere soul energy to be consumed and digested? Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit possesses the ability to extract the soul energy of others, yet it cannot be applied to oneself or to corpses, a characteristic that stands in stark contrast to the shadow fruit. However, should it be possible, Bruce would have discovered a pathway to limitless growth. After contemplating this, he instructed Khalifa to paint the warship white and refrain from flying the pirate flag, presenting it instead as an ordinary merchant vessel. The Jolly Roger of the Moonlight Pirates would undoubtedly frighten away those who ought to be confined within Arkham Asylum. Bruce had no intention of plundering villages or merchant ships. Treasures held little significance for him. Khalifa, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. You will surely make quite the impression among the pirate community. She had found herself laughing more frequently of late, perhaps due to the increasingly appealing visage of her captain. By the way, Miss Stussy also relayed some news regarding Miss Perona, who is currently on Kurakan Island, the territory of another warlord, Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk. Bruce's brow furrowed deeply, his mood inexplicably darkening. It seemed he had an appointment with him. Chapter 80. I have a market sunlight. I have finally seen the sun again. At the edge of the misty seas, a large ship, painted white with white sails and devoid of any insignia, broke through the thick fog, and the dazzling sunlight momentarily rendered everyone spellbound, especially for Idas, who lay atop the deck, luxuriating in the warmth of the sun, while Bruce and his crew had spent merely a month and a half in the misty seas. She had lived there for over a decade. The sunlight could transport her back to her childhood. Her shadow had returned, and the mermaid had successfully found her place within the Moonlight Pirates, her ability to summon fog providing cover from the sun for those without shadows. Joining the Moonlight Pirates felt like a natural progression. Without Bruce, Idas would still be gnawing on algae among the rocks. Nevertheless, she had her own aspirations. I will remember Mr. Vox's hometown and ensure that more people come to know that name. All right, you've mentioned it several times over the past few days, Bruce replied, standing on the deck. People have short memories. I can only remind you a few more times. I suggest you submit an article to the World Economic News Agency. That way many will learn that a mermaid knows the precise location of God Valley. Khalifa, when addressing others, possessed not only an icy demeanor but also a sharp tongue. Of course, the world government will also be aware. Idas quickly shook her head. The world government already discriminates against mermaids, and with the news of God Valley, I cannot bear such a burden. Ah, a ship ahead. While the others were engaged in conversation, Gabra was scanning the surroundings. What incredible luck, it's a pirate ship. The corners of the werewolf's mouth curled upwards. It seemed his moment to shine had arrived. Before he could discern the flag of the ship opposite him, the pirate vessel abruptly turned its bow, seemingly intent on evading their pursuit. The werewolf raised an eyebrow in surprise. Were they attempting to flee? How could he possibly progress under such circumstances? Come back, you scoundrels. Do today's pirates no longer dare to seize even ordinary merchant ships? Chase after them, Bruce commanded. The modified warship, of course, retained its unique feature of zombie rowers, and in addition, it was considerably larger, equipped with 2 additional propellers. In terms of speed, it was incomparable to the pirate ship relying solely on the wind. Full speed ahead, Gabra bellowed, his gaze fixated on the pirate ship. He had been stifled by the foggy waters, yearning for an opportunity to unleash his prowess. A similar scene unfolded aboard the pirate ship. Captain Ironhand Molly of the Ironhand Pirates shouted from the bow, quickly, turn around and flee. Damn Navy, employing such deceptive tactics again. But you're clever, Captain. That would be me, as already seen through your ruse. Do not think we will fall for it a second time. He kicked one of his stumbling subordinates to the ground, admonishing, run, you fool. Those dogs will blow your brains out with a single shot. Captain, this warship seems somewhat different, one crewmate remarked. What is different? Ironhand Molly inquired, peering through his telescope. To his astonishment, he observed 2 rows of thick, long oars extending from either side of the colossal white vessel, churning up layers of white waves upon the tumultuous sea. Is this some kind of jest? Ironhand Molly's expression hardened. Had the Navy truly become so relentless? He sensed the ship's speed had surged by at least 10 knots, unaffected by the wind, as it charged directly toward them. Run faster, run. Ironhand Molly's complexion paled as he unceremoniously kicked one of his subordinates into the sea. Every bit of weight reduced is a blessing. My bounty is a staggering 40 million berry. Yet, regardless of his frantic efforts, the distance between the 2 ships continued to diminish. Before long, Ironhand Molly spotted a transformed werewolf standing at the prow of the opposing ship. Its mouth stretched into a menacing grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, its gaze savage as that of a beast. A pirate with a bounty of 40 million berry. Not too shabby, he mused. For an operative, intelligence was paramount. Muttering to himself, Gabra suddenly leaped from the bow of the ship, executing a moonwalk midair before landing on the pirate vessel while still 20 meters apart. If everything awaits the captain's arrival, how can I ever improve? He thought. Fire. Kill him. By the time Bruce boarded the ship, resistance from the pirate crew had already crumbled. Gabra maintained a degree of restraint, dispatching only a handful of the most obstinate foes. Ironhand Molly lay gravely wounded, while the werewolf sustained only minor injuries. The The CP9 operatives indeed demonstrated commendable combat prowess. They reported that such tactics had been employed by the Navy before, and thus would not fall for the same trick a second time. Gabra had already inquired once. Bruce nodded. His impression of the Navy was rather unfavorable. However, it remains true that one must consider actions over appearances. He had witnessed both beasts clad in human guise committing heinous acts, and creatures donning animal skins performing deeds of greater nobility than humans. Just as he was about to speak, the searching spider-monkey zombie called out while climbing, "Master, there are many people in the lower deck, like slaves." After the completion of the dock, the terrifying ship momentarily required no supervision from him, so he had decided to accompany them. Naturally, the shadowy figures could not be idle. Bruce instructed Kaku to continue the transformation of the remaining 3 vessels. Was there anything else to say? He did not rush to respond to the spider-monkey, but instead lowered his head to regard Iron Hand Molly. The pirate captain was smeared with blood, his leather captain's coat torn in multiple places, and his right hand, clad in an iron gauntlet, had been neatly severed, with blood dripping onto the deck. In response to Bruce's inquiry, Molly merely offered a bitter smile. This group of individuals, when transported to Chambord, could yield a substantial profit. Unlike the fragmented armed factions in the New World, the majority of pirates in Paradise, spanning the 4 seas, still relied on pillaging and plunder for survival. There were not endless treasures for them to seek. Humanity itself had become a form of treasure. You cannot save them. Molly could not recognize the man before him, standing at a mere height of 1.90 meters, mistaking him for some peculiar Navy officer. Pirates did not concern themselves with the plight of slaves. They were either burdens or commodities. Unable to suppress a sinister grin, he quipped, "Are you looking for an island to place them on? A secluded isle? And then one fateful night, these docile creatures will become the merchandise of another band of pirates. They may even suffer worse fates. At least I do not mistreat them." Molly saw no discernible expression on Bruce's face, yet he believed that no one would resist the allure of profit. "I have a market. We could collaborate. And after selling these individuals, we could reap a handsome profit. Of course, if you possess a kind heart, you might consider selling them to some slightly better off noble families. That would be the best fate for them." Chapter 81. I will not be responsible. Captain, Gabra turned to Bruce, feeling a slight discomfort beneath the werewolf's fearsome exterior. Yet reason reminded him that this man spoke the truth. Under their guidance, selling these slaves to somewhat better off nobles would indeed be the greatest mercy for them. "I am quite intrigued by your market." Bruce suddenly displayed a faint smile. "Where precisely is it located in the Chambord Islands?" Iron Hand Molly initially felt a rush of exhilaration in surviving, but instantly silenced himself upon realizing this was his lifeline. Bruce merely cast a glance at the werewolf. The werewolf immediately understood, taking Iron Hand Molly aside for a private conversation. The art of persuasion is indeed a skill befitting an agent. Bruce merely wiped his hands, harboring a deep disdain for this wretched world. Yet, if he could entirely transform her, could he not also effect a profound change in Gotham? He believed so. Bruce recalled the serpentine crone he encountered in the Valley of Gods, along with her mention of a game that could annihilate a nation in 3 years, and the mountains of corpses that accompanied it. "My hands are stained with an ever-growing amount of blood and darkness, but if this is for a greater good, I am willing to bear the burden." "It seems you have forgotten us, Captain." Califa was growing increasingly audacious, whispering sweetly into Bruce's ear, her breath fragrant. Bruce, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, remained unfazed. He simply murmured, "You will perish." He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his undertakings, as well as the utter lack of morals displayed by those criminals. The mask of Batman served to protect those whom Bruce Wayne held dear. As Califa drew even closer, their foreheads almost touching when he turned away, he added, "And I will not take responsibility." He had never envisioned himself as a family man. Bruce, though not proactive, did not refuse. In the brief moment of Califa's surprise, he had already followed the spider-monkey zombie down to the lower deck. EDS approached, somewhat puzzled, asking, "Am I to take responsibility?" Califa quickly regained her composure, her cold demeanor now adorned with a hint of blush. "No responsibility," she asserted. Regardless of whether one was an agent or a pirate, the notion of responsibility was a luxury Califa had never contemplated. It was not merely a thrill. There was also the trust Bruce had bestowed upon her, a superior willing to delegate authority, which had sparked some thoughts in her mind. Yet, those thoughts had remained just that, thoughts. Presently, a rare smile graced her lips as she addressed the mermaid. "You shall oversee these individuals." She referred to the surrendered members of the Iron Hand Pirates. "Very well," EDS nodded, diligently watching over the pirates. With her cerulean eyes fixed intently, she tentatively inquired, "Are you familiar with the Valley of Gods?" The slaves brought aboard the ship were far from the frail and elderly. They were predominantly attractive women and children. with a scant few men who were either robust or effeminate. The market was likely quite diverse. If the Joker were present, he might share a few darkly humorous anecdotes. Bruce, however, simply surveyed the scene without mockery or consolation, turning to the spider-monkey-zombie and stating they belonged to the shadows. As for the pirates, Bruce remained silent. "You are truly malevolent, great master," the spider-monkey-zombie exclaimed in admiration. "Look at these lifeless humans, devoid of strength, in the predator's diet. They would hardly be regarded as more than inconsequential mosquito legs. Even the malevolent master does not spare even the slenderest of mosquito legs. Listen well, you wretched living souls. From the moment you arrived, you belong to our illustrious master, Lord Moria of the Moonlight Pirates, as part of the Shadow People Syndicate. You must toil for a grueling 9 hours to earn mere bread and fish to fill your bellies. Sweet desserts are a rare indulgence. And do not think to use the excuse of illness to evade labor." The spider-monkey-zombie glared menacingly at a woman, her breath barely audible. "We possess the finest surgeon in these waters. He will restore you entirely. I mean completely healed. Is that true?" A child standing beside the woman timidly inquired. The spider-monkey-zombie suddenly leaned closer, its stitched-together monkey brain grotesque, towering legs clattering. With wide eyes, it proclaimed, "I am zombie number 437 and I never lie. Now, move your feet and discard those damned shackles that hinder your work. One by one, approach me on the other ship. The zombie army will inspect your wretched bodies for signs of decay." The child immediately hoisted the ailing woman onto his shoulder and trudged out of the cabin. The other slaves, after exchanging uncertain glances, rose to follow suit. As long as there was a shred of truth in the zombie-s words, they could still retain a semblance of dignity. They didn't even care to ponder the meaning of shadow people. In Zone 4, the human trafficking shop was managed by a retired pirate named Nide Martin. After making a round, Bruce returned, having extracted all the information from Iron Hand Mari. "Well done. Thank you for the compliment." The werewolf's tail was practically wagging with joy. A wooden plank was laid across the gunwales of the two ships, and the former slaves gradually boarded the newly named ship, the frightening Absalom. He claimed that any pirate attempting to seize this vessel would surely be terrified. Meanwhile, the pirates were bound together, weeping and pleading for mercy. "I never wanted to be a pirate. It was thrust upon me. I beg you, spare me. In my hometown, there are children who depend on me." All the slaves had boarded the ship, yet Bruce remained silent regarding this batch of pirates. Gabra began to grasp the captain's intent and whispered, "Shall I take over, Captain?" He did not understand why the formidable pirate Moria exercised such caution when it came to killing, as if wary of some lurking demon. However, for those serving under him, it was rather fortunate. At least they did not have to worry about their heads rolling at any moment. Bruce shook his head. It was always difficult to articulate the inner turmoil he faced. Yet, to embrace darkness, blood, and sin was an inevitable burden he must bear. He almost forgot that. In truth, one is also a criminal. At the moment when the two ships parted, Bruce soared into the air, his right foot executing a high spin. And then he struck down fiercely. With a swift motion, a white slash cleaved the pirate ship neatly in two, causing it to slowly sink into the depths of the sea. Chapter 82. Sabbaty Archipelago. In the Sabbaty Archipelago, Zone 40, a small pirate vessel glided gently along the river winding through the islands. The water flowed calmly, dotted with vibrant bubbles ascending from the roots of the mangrove trees, emerging from the streets or grassy patches, soaring past towering trunks akin to skyscrapers, and bursting upon meeting the clouds. It was a scene of ethereal beauty. Yet none aboard the pirate ship had the heart to appreciate it. Instead, they huddled together, still trembling from their recent ordeal. "We have narrowly escaped the calamity," one crew member sighed. The pirate captain, whose left hand was a hook, echoed the sentiment, recalling the tales of a devilish warship that had been forcibly conscripting slaves to row, suddenly accelerating to hunt down pirates in the paradise. To their dismay, they had indeed crossed paths with it. The captain lamented, relieved that the ambitions of Maxine and his crew were far grander. Including the bizarre encounter at sea, 3 pirate ships had inadvertently collided with that warship on their way to the Sabbaty Archipelago. The hook-handed captain had initially considered uniting forces against the warship, only to find the other 2 pirate vessels fleeing in disarray. Cursed pirates, utterly lacking in foresight. He cursed under his breath, yet felt fortunate that his smaller ship could turn swiftly. Upon entering the Sabbaty Archipelago, surely they would find safety? The captain chuckled to himself, for this was indeed a lawless territory beyond the reach of the navy. Even that devilish warship, his voice trailed off, interrupted by the frantic shouts of his crew. "Captain, they are in pursuit." As they sought rest, the zombie oarsmen behind showed no signs of fatigue. Their steel-infused arms moved rapidly, sparking as they churned the water, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. The warship, painted white, resembled a famished beast, ravenously anticipating its soft prey, eager to unleash its gaping maw. The captain slapped himself in a moment of panic. What am I saying? The wind that had swept through the archipelago was now diverted by the massive trunks. Failing to fill their sails, the captain abandoned the notion of having his crew row. It was futile. What they faced was no mere human adversary. He could not recall who had first spoken of the warship as one that forced slaves to row, but if he ever encountered that individual again, the captain vowed to widen his eyes to their fullest extent, ensuring they truly understood the meaning of coercion. For what they faced was nothing short of a horde of zombie beasts, their eyes glimmering with a sinister green hue. Surrender and lose half. Captain Hook raised the white flag, arriving just before the ravenous beasts from the famine could bite them. No one could defeat them before the pirate ship sank. I surrender. The famished white beasts finally halted, and Bruce stood at the ship's bow, assessing whether this pirate crew was worthy of admission to Arkham Asylum. I refused to accept that. Gabra's ferocity was palpable. Seeing Bruce's lack of opposition, he immediately leaped into the fray among the flock. Mastering the six forms, he was indeed a formidable presence in the Paradise segment. Most of the pirates they encountered were dispatched by him, leaving only a few troublesome foes for Bruce to handle. A small pirate ship, harboring no more than a dozen men, posed merely an insignificant hunt for Bruce and his crew, akin to teaching a lesson to a petty arsonist. He concluded that he would not intervene. The fifth pirate crew had been dealt with. Califa stood nearby, recording information with a keen glimmer in her eyes. She relished the sensation of being one step above the masses, believing that the greater the number of those beneath her, the better. Is there enough food? Califa remarked. There is plenty of gingerbread, but we need to replenish our water supply on the island. Our ship, the Fright, can accommodate at least 600 more souls. She found no inconvenience in the task. The gingerbread was concocted from flour produced by Hogback, and Bruce had simply renamed it. A naval warship typically has a capacity limit of 1,000. They had captured numerous pirates along the way, nearly 100 of whom had transformed into zombies, just as per their plan. She closed her densely written notebook, a rare smile of satisfaction gracing her face. However, the Fright could not venture further. Gabra grimaced. Sabaody is an archipelago formed by the mangrove trees of Yarcham, with each tree numbered to delineate regions, and rivers flowing between them. They were currently situated on the periphery, barely able to accommodate the warship. Venturing deeper would not only narrow the riverbanks, but also pose a risk of grounding. Then let us disembark. Bruce tilted his head, observing the bubbles drifting towards the treetops, only to burst. A rare smile crossed his face. Perhaps the act of combating crime had rekindled the essence of the Dark Knight within him. After all, he had set aside the identity of Batman for a decade before picking it up again for merely a few days before arriving in this world. This familiar sensation made Bruce feel as if he had rediscovered himself. Perhaps it was merely the allure of violence. Now, it was time to get to work. Their objective in the Sabaody archipelago was straightforward, to engage in the activities befitting a pirate. However, their targets were the lawless zones. My claws have just sharpened. It has been ages since I had a grand escapade. The zombie spider monkeys were equally exhilarated. This time, Gabra and Califa would serve as commanders, with the main force being the Zombie Legion, a group of the undead, fully armed and utterly unafraid of death. Bruce's only instruction to them was to discern their targets with care. Do not mistakenly slay the innocent, yet ensure that no deserving soul escapes judgment, particularly in Zone 4. Califa, perceptive as ever, emphasized this point. It was the route of the Iron Fist Mally. As usual, Bruno remained at the ship. The honest Bruno held little presence within the pirate crew, yet he was not particularly concerned by this fact. He preferred to remain in one spot, diligently attending to his tasks. At that moment, still tidying up the glasses in the galley, he poked his head out upon hearing a call, responding with a nod. However, Bruce had no intention of joining them. When someone greeted him, he naturally felt compelled to pay a visit. Indeed, he planned to act independently. Gabra and the others did not press for further details. Instead, their mouths curled into grins. This was a return to the old ways of espionage. Before long, Bruce was navigating solo among the towering trees, avoiding conventional paths. His restraint in not procuring a speedboat was commendable. The area was quite recognizable. Each colossal tree bore a corresponding number. He leaped between branches, occasionally stepping onto a bubble, his dark leather attire rendering him akin to a bat gliding through the air. His objective was Zone 66, the naval base. Chapter 83. I have a plan too at the naval base. Under the brilliant sun, soldiers were sweating on the training ground. Yet, a figure swathed in thick layers concealed himself in the shadows of the treetops, sitting in silence. His eyes seemed tightly shut, as if he harbored a particular disdain for the sporadic beams of sunlight filtering through. It was only when a foot pressed upon the grass beside him that he suddenly sensed another's presence. He spoke. Where did you acquire such stealth? What brings you here? Bruce's voice was low and husky, cutting straight to the chase. He recognized at once that the heavily wrapped figure was none other than former Admiral Zephyr. After retrieving Zephyr's shadow in Marineford, Bruce had also created a particularly lifeless zombie. Zephyr lifted his head, surprised. How did you know? I disguised the warship as an ordinary vessel, intending to lure pirate ships into an ambush, yet they all claim to have been deceived before. What do you suppose is the reason for that? For Bruce, the answer was not difficult to deduce. A few questions to those pirates would reveal who was orchestrating such schemes. Particularly around the foggy seas, it was akin to extending an invitation. After all, what is a guerrilla leader doing loitering at my doorstep? He chuckled. You are quite different from the rumors that precede you, indeed. Zephyr smiled broadly. It was true that he was the one behind it, yet he had never anticipated that Moria would engage in similar activities. I initially intended to have someone remind you, as many matters cannot be conveyed over the phone, but let us return to the main topic. He boldly lifted his hood, with the sun merely a fabric's distance away. His silhouette obscured the sunlight that shone upon Zephyr. However, at that moment, the elder wore an exceptionally nonchalant smile, entirely unlike the heaviness found in Marineford. One might even describe it as a sinister grin, complemented by a pair of sunglasses. The candidates for the 7 warlords had already been chosen. Perhaps due to the affairs concerning Doflamingo, Sengoku had spoken quite favorably of Moria. Not involving me. Bruce spoke with assuredness, shielding CP9 and brazenly opposing the world government. Remaining aboard the terror ship for an extended period. In the presence of the fog sea, it was already quite astonishing to him that the world government had tolerated it until now. Had you possessed such discernment a decade ago, you would never have faltered in Wano country. Zephyr cast a deep gaze at Bruce. He was unlike those freshly minted pirates. Utterly ignorant of Moria, Zephyr had personally experienced the era of Roger and the rise of the 4 emperors. Thus he was well acquainted with a pirate like Moria, who once stood against Kaido. He then chuckled lightly. After all, Moria was not his enemy. He continued, however, speaking of his long-pursued adversary, the pirate who severed one of his hands 8 years ago and murdered many of his students. Now he has been summoned to the 7 warlords to partake in legalized plunder. Zephyr's laughter was rife with self-mockery, not only towards the high ranks of the Navy, but also the celestial dragons. The special zombie, number 901, created from his own shadow, had revealed to him many exceedingly ugly truths. Reflecting on his life at that moment, he felt like a mere jester. Zephyr's gaze hardened, and he declared, I have a plan. You are a pirate. You should know where the greatest treasures of this sea lie. The fabled One Piece proclaimed by Roger, Captain John's treasure. The treasures of East Blue's Wano. The sea is rife with legendary riches. But if one must specify where the most abundant treasures can be found, it is Mary Geos. Bruce stated bluntly. He observed that Zephyr's eyes also harbored the flames of vengeance. This man had utterly lost hope in both the Navy and the world government. However, rather than directing his blade towards the weaker pirates, he gazed upon the pinnacle of this world. A week later, the world government would convene a new meeting of the 7 warlords there, and I intend to be present to slay Edward Weevil. I hope you can assist me. During this time, Zephyr had contemplated many matters. Upon learning that his nemesis had been recruited into the 7 warlords, his first thought was to establish a new navy. A Enyo navy with the objective of annihilating all pirates worldwide. Yet, after engaging with the special zombie number 901, he had adjusted this notion. It is not imperative to establish a new navy to seek vengeance. The Shichibukai meeting presents a prime opportunity. Thus, Zephyr proactively requested his soon-to-retire old friend Sengoku to transfer him to the Sabaody archipelago, the closest location to Marineford. At the Shichibukai meeting, he intends to eliminate the newly appointed Shichibukai. This shall be his retribution. Even if Moria does not respond, he is resolute in his course of action. However, should Moria engage, amidst the chaos, the treasures of Marineford will serve as his reward. Are you not intimidated? Slaying the newly appointed Shichibukai in Marineford. Zephyr believes this plan will leave even the emperors of the sea momentarily astounded. Bruce's gaze was profound. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Is that all? Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. Yet Bruce continued, through special zombie number 901. Is this all you perceive? He expressed a hint of disappointment. Revenge is not inherently flawed. Bruce's discontent stemmed from Zephyr's fixation on a singular target for retribution. It was akin to Batman's vendetta, reduced merely to the perpetrator in Crime Alley. Assassinating one Shichibukai will not effectuate any significant change. Pirates will persist, and malevolence will not diminish in the slightest. Listening to a pirate speak about reducing wickedness feels rather peculiar. Zephyr, however, perceived no hint of doubt in Bruce's demeanor. Rather, he felt a sense of entitlement regarding his intentions. He was entirely justified in pursuing such actions. Upon encountering the drastically altered Moria, Zifa conceived this absurd notion. As long as the celestial dragons remain unscathed, tragedies will perpetuate, and the number of pirates will only escalate. Such a radical assertion. Undoubtedly, a radical assertion. Zifa immediately unleashed his observation hockey. For Bruce, this conclusion was not difficult to reach. This applied to slaves as well. Why has Old Mo's drug trade never been eradicated? Simply because it is too close to America. The Sabaody archipelago follows the same logic. Why has this place become a lawless territory? The most rampant island for the slave trade? Because of its proximity to the Holy Land. Even if Gabra and his crew scour Area Number 4, new traffickers will inevitably emerge. Bruce had presumed he would accumulate strength for a while longer before contemplating the option of Mariawa. Nevertheless, Zifa's words ignited numerous ideas within him. I too have a plan, Bruce stated with an indifferent expression, lacking the reverence Zifa exhibited when mentioning the Holy Land. I hope it does not frighten you. Suddenly, their roles seemed to have reversed. Zifa transformed into the helper. Chapter 84, Moria's Bounty Area Number 42. After the white-painted ship, the frightening number, devoured the Hook pirate crew. It docked beneath a dense canopy of trees. The Yalchaman red trees shielded the sunlight, providing some semblance of survival for the shadowy figures aboard. Khalifa had no intention of allowing these shadowy beings to remain on the frightening number. Instead, she planned to disperse them among the ranks of the zombie army. Proceed according to the established plan. She lowered her head, her splendid long hair cascading down to her waist, and her gaze beneath the lenses was particularly frigid. When Moria was absent, Khalifa assumed the demeanor of a queen. With a gentle push of her finger against the lens, the mermaid beside her exhaled in response. The fog of wides was a spatial skill. Above the surging river waters, mist swirled and rapidly spread, obscuring the sunlight and granting the shadowy beings a realm to exist. These were a group of individuals who had only recently been disciplined. Khalifa designated them as the auxiliary to the zombie legion. After all, nearly half of them were slaves and commoners, while the remaining faction of pirates was indeed quite fierce. It was an opportune moment to hone their ferocity. Khalifa had completely mastered Bruce's tactics. She had long set her sights on the lawless territory of the Sabaody archipelago, and naturally, she had corresponding plans. I need not reiterate what was previously discussed. As she spoke, Gabra sharpened his claws beside her. Understood. The slave children who escaped from the Iron Hand pirates raised their hands. Whatever money could be picked up, those who surrendered would be lifted, and those who resisted would be dealt with decisively. Excellent. Khalifa nodded in satisfaction, noting the cleverness of the children. The zombie legion, alongside the shadowy beings, should have no issues sweeping through a slave trading establishment. While the planning may seem succinct, Khalifa had undertaken significant effort behind the scenes. Routes of advance, slave capture bases, slave trading shops, and gang strongholds were meticulously marked, with particular emphasis on a white-haired elder and a tavern, two entities that were best avoided. As for the pirates, the supernovas had long ventured into the New World, leaving behind only lesser pirates on the island. There was, however, one notable crew, the hunting dogs. And an old foe. Should we encounter the Straw Hat Boy, do not hold back. After the war at the summit, reliable intelligence indicated that the Straw Hat Boy had returned to the Sabaody archipelago. Of course, Gabra felt a surge of confidence. Bruce had bestowed upon him some shadows before departing. He now embodied the nightmarish wolf. Moria's shadows not only enhanced his own abilities, but could also empower others. Previously, the Straw Hat Boy had acquired 100 shadows from the association of victims while aboard the terrifying ship, manifesting as a knife-wielding Nightmare Luffy. However, considering the influence of the murmurs within the shadows, Bruce had only granted Gabra 50 shadows. This had resulted in the Wolfman possessing half of his fur imbued with a ghostly blue hue, necessitating the maintenance of his hybrid form to combat the lingering will within the shadows. He bared his teeth. I feel splendid now. The captain mentioned seeking debt from the Straw Hat crew. Although the captain did not specifically mention this mission to the Sabaody archipelago, it was only natural for the subordinates to anticipate their captain's intentions. The same applied to Khalifa. She harbored great dissatisfaction towards those who had once harmed Moria. Let us go. A thick white mist enveloped the towering trees, as shadows of individuals cautiously traversed the fog-laden expanse. The withered feet of zombies trod upon the emerald grass, leaving behind dark imprints. At the forefront was Khalifa, for whom the cartographic depiction of the terrain was indispensable in their planning, having procured it at a cost from Stussy. Perhaps the Queen was presently concealed somewhere on the island, observing their movements. They had agreed to reconvene at the Sabaody archipelago, with Zone 4 situated at its core. However, as they ventured deeper, the streets became increasingly scarce. Occasionally, they encountered rows of cramped bungalows, fortified by makeshift iron fences, within which a modest gang had established its stronghold. One of the underlings raised a pair of binoculars to survey the surroundings. Such dense fog! The thick mist soon enveloped their outpost, rendering the towering trees and bubbles indistinguishable, blurring the line between man and object. Yet, the sound of footsteps echoed, numerous footsteps. The underling's heart raced as he prepared to sound his copper whistle. Suddenly, a monkey face appeared, upside down, before him. Disturbing another's slumber is rather unethical, he chuckled. The master often praised him as a morally upright zombie. Following the monkey visage, a plush spider leg, thicker than a human thigh, emerged. It deftly snatched the copper whistle from the petrified gang member's hands. Are there slaves? Yes. Then let us dispose of them all. Conversations in the mist were notably succinct. Khalifa felt no restraint, her identity as an agent having long since stained her hands with blood. To inquire further would be a considerable show of respect towards Moria. If they did not kill, how would the zombie legion grow? The fog swept through like a swarm of ants, leaving each stronghold deserted. Along the way, Khalifa stumbled upon a fresh bounty poster. The first image was one she recognized all too well, Moria's likeness from the Paramount War, standing over 3 meters tall, with an indifferent gaze. The bounty stood at 530 million berries. Before becoming one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo's bounty was merely 340 million berries. He was indeed one of the few formidable pirates in the New World. Has the captain's title as a warlord been revoked? Does this imply that we shall encounter more Navy zombies in the future? The spider-monkey zombie was preoccupied with thoughts of the zombie legion, while Khalifa's expression grew icy as she clutched the bounty poster tightly. Captain, it is for us that the world government has renewed the bounty. P4's werewolf. You know what must be done, correct? Gabra bared his teeth, finding P4 rather unappealing, yet he understood the weight of what the captain bore for them. I shall ensure the captain becomes the pirate king, and then the king of the world. For the first time, the werewolf with a background in espionage had a clear objective. Meanwhile, in Zone 66, Bruce, having just concluded discussions about plans with Zephyr, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. A furrowed brow signaled the onset of something ominous. Then, let us proceed as planned. Zephyr's face twitched. He found his heart racing at the prospect of Moria's scheme. Very well, I shall indulge your madness this time. After all, the outcome may still align somewhat with my original aspirations. I had truly underestimated Moria. Zephyr's gaze had shifted from that of a mentor to one of genuine admiration. One must respect those who dare to dream and act boldly. Once Moria vanished, Zephyr promptly returned to the naval base, summoning his students and soldiers. Arm yourselves and follow me to Zone 2. Teacher, does the world government not require us to refrain from interference? Ian exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. His instructor, at such an advanced age, had become the commander of the Navy base in Sabaody Archipelago, in part due to Sengoku's support. The demands of the world government were indeed stringent. I am not here to meddle in their trivial affairs. Moria has landed on the island. We must apprehend that wretched pirate. Chapter 85. The Great Pirate Moria. Quick, gather your weapons. The fog enveloped Khalifa and her group, allowing them to advance unimpeded until they reached the heart of Zone 110, a notorious den of iniquity, where they encountered fierce resistance. Those who dared to engage in human trafficking were either gangsters or pirates. After the fog swept through, the area lay desolate, save for the sound of hurried footsteps. The eerie scene initially frightened them into retreat. However, upon confronting the zombies and shadowy figures within the mist, their courage gradually returned. Fortunately, they were merely zombies. Wait, zombies? It is a well-known fact that individuals under extreme terror can exhibit remarkable bravery. These bandits were no exception. Upon witnessing the zombies' grotesquely withered faces, they instinctively resorted to gunfire to mask their fear. Yet, they soon realized that these zombies, bearing evident stitches on their bodies, wielded firearms that were far superior to their own. This was nothing like the zombies depicted in the news. Several slow-reacting bandits had their arms shattered by gunfire, only to be consumed by the mist. In an instant, gunfire erupted both within and outside the fog. It was as if they were enveloped in the haze of war, the occasional song drifting through the air, lulling them into a stupor. They had to be especially wary of the spider-monkey zombies that appeared suddenly from above, armed with 4 guns and capable of turning a person into a sieve. Ned Martin, the loudest among them, was the manager of the failed human trafficking den. With instincts honed from years of battling pirates and the motivation of his hired thugs, he had successfully escaped the fog. I barely earn enough in a month. Why would I risk my life for the dead? It remains a mystery from where this ghastly entity has emerged, as one could negotiate for nearly anything. He bore an expression of deep frustration. The days of reckless violence were long behind him. Nate Martin had established himself on the archipelago of Shambody solely through the intricacies of human relations. Yet, the legion of zombies, accompanied by an impenetrable fog, advanced upon him silently, and the undead within the mist were utterly beyond negotiation. He sighed heavily, acknowledging that this predicament was beyond his capacity to resolve. The shop still held precious new stock that had just arrived. He needed to seek out the owner to enlist assistance. Nate was merely a shopkeeper, much like the human auction house in Zone 1, which had the formidable Don Quixote family behind it. There, too, an unseen proprietor existed. He possessed a pocket-sized telephone bug, specifically designed for contacting the elusive owner. After a few grumbles, the bug transformed into a brash visage, replete with a cigar. "What is it?" Dufeld inquired, his expression notably displeased. As one of the sovereigns of the underworld, he had not encountered news of his shop being attacked in quite some time. "Fog and zombies?" He furrowed his brow, sifting through his adversaries, yet found none that matched this ominous description. It would not do to suffer such destruction without recompense. Dufeld puffed his cigar, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of white smoke. At that moment, he was far away in the New World, involved in the emergent market following the collapse of the Don Quixote family, and could hardly divert his attention to the Shambody archipelago. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a certain individual who happened to be on the archipelago, a pragmatist who had just lost his master. As the king of loan sharks, Dufeld favored those who were grounded in reality. "Hello, Bellamy. I can certainly help you oversee the shop, but I demand double the price." Bellamy's lips curled into a wide grin, revealing a chest that bore the former emblem of the Don Quixote family, now marred by a heavy cross. He was indeed a person of practicality. Failure was failure, and success was success. Wealth was something he would always desire more of, never less. "Boss, are we on a job?" As the captain of a pirate crew, Bellamy naturally attracted a band of similarly pragmatic followers. They had originally prepared a grand gesture to pledge their allegiance to Doflamingo in the New World. However, now, the Bellamy pirates had resided in the Shambody archipelago for nearly half a month, and their expenses were mounting. A few gangs had clashed, and they were to assist a certain proprietor in overseeing the shop, a mere trifle. His crew chuckled in agreement. "Let us go." "Oh, and I'll settle the tab for the drinks next time," Bellamy jested, rapping a few times on the tavern counter. There were only a few common refreshment spots for pirates: taverns, casinos, and red light districts. Zone 2 was not far off. The massive tree behind Bellamy's group bore the number 27. However, the mist enveloped the area, allowing them to see the dense white fog swirling between the tree trunks. Not far from Region 2, it seems additional funds may be required. In Region 13, Xiaqi's bar also lay within the shroud of this fog. The proprietress, Xiaqi, with a lady's cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, exhaled a ring of smoke and remarked, "It appears that some are unwilling to remain in the paradise." Her tavern also engaged in the trade of information, possessing a deeper understanding of the living dead lurking within the mist. "Perhaps they are here seeking your disciple." At the bar, old Rayleigh, with his head bowed, reflected on the impetuousness of that young lad, Luffy, who incessantly clamored for adventures in the New World, oblivious to his own limitations. As for Ace, there was no need to elaborate. After merely a day on Sabady Archipelago, he had already ventured into the New World. It would indeed be beneficial for him to experience the disparity between himself and the great pirates. Great pirates? A stately woman at the bar, Stussy, concealed her face beneath a white sun hat, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Your evaluation of him is indeed quite high. Not long ago, Moria had been defeated by rookie pirates and faced expulsion from the Shichibukai. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a formidable pirate, recognized even as a vice-captain of the Pirate King. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to keep your disciple hidden, otherwise, the outcome may be quite dire." Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, remaining noncommittal. Bruce had not lost his way. Upon returning from Area 66 to Area 2, the Zombie Legion was nearing its conclusion. He had no intention of entering the fray. With Califa accompanying him, he felt a sense of reassurance. Just as he was about to discuss plans with her, a howl from a werewolf echoed through the dense fog. "Straw Hat Kid, prepare to meet your demise." Before Luffy stood the nightmarish wolf, triumphant from the resurrection battle. Gobber roared, the failure at Eni's lobby and the resentment towards the great captain igniting a fierce green light in the werewolf's eyes. "You have no idea the intense trials I endured in hell. During the time aboard the terrible ship, Bruce often practiced against them." "Hell." Luffy pressed his hand against his straw hat, gradually revealing a look of terror. "What sort of place is that?" Chapter 86. Not on the same level, hell, Gobber replied, tilting his head back and adopting an expression of profound mystery. It is a realm teeming with indescribable beings, a liminal space between the dead and the living. An eternal darkness that paradoxically allows one to navigate towards the path of ultimate strength. The path of ultimate strength. Luffy's eyes widened. He could not recall who this werewolf was, yet the imposing demeanor and fervent tone suggested he might truly be a formidable being returned from the depths of hell. Indeed, the werewolf nodded. He had discerned a glimmer of admiration in the Straw Hat Kid's eyes, just as the red-nosed fellow had said. This Straw Hat Kid was indeed easily deceived. He smirked mischievously, beckoning you closer to whisper something in your ear. After a moment of contemplation, the straw-hatted boy shook his head defiantly, uttering a resolute no. Though he may lack formal education, he had been deceived often enough to accumulate a modicum of experience. The words he refrained from voicing lingered in the air, as the werewolf before him, adorned with shadows of dark gray fur tinged with a hint of ethereal blue, seemed to transcend from mere beast to something extraordinary. Yet, faced with the wary gaze of the straw hat, Gabra found himself momentarily at a loss. How was it that he had been so eloquent moments ago, only to falter now? The werewolf's expression shifted to one of fierce determination, burdened by the ever-present shadow within him. It was better to resolve matters swiftly. Very well, I shall personally escort you to the depths of hell. Gabra recalled the captain's orders to ensure the Straw Hat Boy paid his debts. With the dual enhancement of shadow and beastly form, the werewolf's speed surged beyond the ordinary. The straw-hatted boy, momentarily taken aback, instinctively leaped into action as the werewolf lunged towards him. Rubber whip. He launched his rubberized leg into the air, extending it over 10 meters before retracting it with force. Iron block. Gabra braced himself defensively, swiftly countering the attack. With the shadow's boost, he found himself surprisingly matched against Luffy, exchanging blows with fervor. Meanwhile, Bruce, observing from a distance, wore a stiff expression. It wasn't resentment that marred his countenance. Rather, it was the haunting recollection of the details surrounding his defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat crew, who had repeatedly spared the invading foes. Though termed an invasion, the Straw Hat crew had, in truth, been consumed by the terrifying ship. Shortly after their arrival, Luffy had been captured before Moria and stripped of his shadow. The two principal members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Swordsman Zoro and Cook Sanji, had similarly lost their shadows. Subsequently, Moria had released their physical forms, demonstrating a complete disinterest in the living. This disregard extended to countless pirate crews who had lost their shadows over the past decade, treated like refuse cast aside carelessly. It was a level of irresponsibility that surpassed even Bruce's treatment of women. Under Moria's very nose, a victims' association had emerged, joining forces with the Straw Hats to defeat Moria and the formidable giant zombie, Oz, whom he had painstakingly awakened. The frozen giant's corpse still lingered aboard the terrifying ship. The more Bruce recalled, the more his expression tightened, as he relived these events from a first-person perspective, grappling with a sense of self-doubt over his own perceived foolishness. Yet, repayment was necessary. He bore no opposition to Gabra's actions. This was not a matter of morality, but simply a fulfillment of obligations to Moria, akin to the resurrection matches often discussed by the owl and the werewolf. Bruce required no such resurrection match, but Moria certainly did. This is Moria's unresolved anguish. However, if one wishes to capture the Straw Hat Boy, it is essential to consider an old man residing on the archipelago. Bruce's fingers lightly tapped as his observation haki suddenly detected the presence of an individual. Since the treasure-hunting expedition in the Valley of God, he had been striving to maintain a constant state of observation haki, and now he had achieved some success. Within a 30-meter radius, he could sense any disturbance in the air. Yet this time, it was not solely he who perceived the change. It seemed he had indeed underestimated you. An elderly man with long, flowing hair and a silver beard, adorned with round glasses, suddenly appeared beside Bruce. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Bruce's shoulder. With such keen observation haki and a formidable presence, your previous battle with Luffy was merely a show of restraint, was it not? Rayleigh's expression was one of rare astonishment. The hand that should have landed on Bruce's shoulder unexpectedly fell upon the shadow instead. Subsequently, the shadow transformed into a flurry of bats. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, and an indescribable aura erupted from him. He then stepped down, flattening the emerging shadow spikes beneath him. Haki, or rather, Conqueror's Haki. Bruce's eyes widened in surprise. It was his first time directly experiencing such overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, far surpassing that of Doflamingo. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Rayleigh's gaze fixed upon Bruce, who had appeared behind him, and he reconsidered his assessment of Moria. Initially, he had thought to use Moria as a sharpening stone for Luffy, but now it seemed this stone was far too hard and coarse. It could potentially shatter the blade. Now, this performance feels quite authentic. Bruce let out a rare chuckle. his deep gaze filled with an indescribable intrigue, armed with lethal intent, particularly in a world where individual power greatly eclipsed collective strength. Such murderous intent manifested more brutally and recklessly. Bruce had always managed to restrain this murderous inclination well, only feeling the urge to surpass those stronger than him, like Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and Akainu. This was his own expectation. Moreover, without restraining this old man, he could not take the Straw Hat Boy away. "Who are you?" The commotion drew the attention of Gabra and Luffy, but after a rapid whirlwind of thoughts, Luffy still could not recall any corresponding memories of Bruce. The disparity was too great. The current Moria stood at only 1.9 meters, his neck not elongated, and his head no longer resembling a green onion. Bruce merely glanced up, extending a hand, releasing dozens of shadows that merged into the werewolf's form. "You have 10 minutes. If he cannot control this number of shadows, the werewolves shall crumble beyond 10 minutes. The werewolf's tail had transformed into a fan blade, its fur glowing a deep blue, bearing sharp fangs. "Leave it to me, Captain." The youth of today truly seemed to lack respect for the elderly. Beneath Rayleigh's round lenses, a cold glimmer sparkled as he exerted pressure on his disciple, which was rather disrespectful. Nevertheless, he must now concede that Moria is no longer a rival of the same caliber as Luffy. After all, this fellow is merely an old pirate. With a mere thought, Rayleigh leaned forward gracefully, as if carried by a gentle breeze, and in the blink of an eye, appeared by Bruce's side. With his hands in his pockets, his left leg bent slightly. Chapter 87. The young man's fighting style, such swiftness, and an aura of dominance. Bruce could clearly see the armed color of hockey coiling around the old man's knee. Just as he was about to defend, that hockey suddenly burst forth. The youth's reflexes were quick, but the middle-aged man's responses were not lacking either. Rayleigh offered a rare compliment. He lowered his raised leg slowly, noticing the astonishment in Moria's eyes as he unleashed his armed color hockey. It seemed he was unfamiliar with such an application. Yet, Moria's reaction was swift. In the blink of an eye, he completed the exchange with his shadow. The old man's reflexes were indeed alarming. Bruce remarked. The power that erupted from the elder in an instant reminded him of Whitebeard and Akainu on the battlefield at Marineford. It would likely be difficult to contend with him in a conventional state. His gaze darkened as shadows suddenly swirled around him, resembling white smoke rising from a fire. Dancing upon Bruce's form, shadows gathered, a total of 1,400 shadows. Let us create a spectacle. Rayleigh, who had initially worn a relaxed expression, now wore a serious demeanor. The intensity of the aura had surged dramatically. In his contemplation, Bruce's attack had already struck. A barrage of rapid-fire finger jabs surged towards Rayleigh. As he tilted his head to evade, the shadow of a bat lunged from behind, simultaneously exchanging places with Bruce's body. In an instant, close-range assaults came from all directions. The force was so great that deep craters appeared beneath Rayleigh's feet. The entire area of the red trees trembled as if it were an earthquake. After several exchanges, fine beads of sweat began to form at Rayleigh's temples. The last time he engaged in such intense combat was against that fellow Kizaru. Murmurs, which were hardly friendly to an elder. However, in an instant, the long sword that hung at his waist was drawn. The conqueror's hockey struck Bruce's spirit like a heavy hammer. As the ground before him seemed to swell like a mountain, with the king standing atop, brandishing his sword, illuminated by the blazing sun, ready to pass judgment upon him. Guilty. The sword atop the mountain came crashing down. Bruce's eyes turned crimson, and after a brief tremor, his muscles transformed into a more formidable stance. The stars here shine brightly, and the night sky is profoundly dark. The swirling shadows enveloped Bruce, rendering him an embodiment of darkness, a manifestation of the night itself. A figure upon whom no so-called king could ever ascend. His convictions only grew firmer under pressure, unwavering in the face of any judgment. This was not Gotham City, yet it too required a searing flame to scorch those ensnared in apathy. His speed escalated dramatically as his shadowy wrist entwined with the ominous aura of armament hockey, ensnared Rayleigh's longsword in a form reminiscent of Wing Chun's sticky hands. The unwavering resolve gleamed in his eyes, akin to a fire that, once ignited, fears not the encroaching chill of the night. Rayleigh's conqueror's hockey proved ineffective against Bruce, and the more they clashed, the more unsettling the encounter became. Before him stood Moria, swiftly adapting to his techniques, continuously countering under the pressure of his swordplay. A monster, Rayleigh's strikes did indeed connect with Bruce's form. Their combat responses were nearly on the same plane, and amidst the barrage of attacks, Bruce occasionally failed to synchronize with the shadows. Yet, beyond this caution, Bruce exhibited a ferocity that was undaunted by death, a tenacity that would compel him to bite a chunk of flesh from his opponent, even if it meant sacrificing an arm. Such was the youthful approach to battle. Rayleigh's swordplay, tainted by an air of resignation, grew increasingly conservative, resulting in a stalemate in their confrontation. Meanwhile, the duel between the werewolf and Luffy drew near its conclusion. Is that the fire-headed Moria? Luffy rarely remembered names. In his second gear, Luffy's rubber machine gun fists collided incessantly with the claws of the werewolf. Indeed, the terrifying ship had been thoroughly plundered by you, and the captain had insisted that you repay your debts. Gabra sensed that when he uttered Moria's name, the Straw Hat Boy's fists suddenly softened. Captain, it seems you saved his brother, didn't you? Luffy's fighting spirit was undeniably shifting. Without comrades or friends, he struggled to find a reason to fight, to rise again. For the first time, he felt a twinge of guilt. In an instant, the werewolf seized Luffy in his grasp, his gaze faltering. Even the Conqueror's haki he had just mastered remained unutilized, his head tilting in contemplation. For a formidable warrior, mental fortitude is paramount, and at that moment, Luffy's resolve wavered. Even Rayleigh could only sigh in response. Have you had your fill of this performance? Enough. Bruce halted, observing the nearby red trees of Zone 2, half toppled. The ground resembling a battlefield ravaged by artillery, pockmarked with craters. Such commotion was sufficient. He and Rayleigh had no pressing need to determine each other's fate. Only when Luffy's spirit faltered, caught by the werewolf, did Rayleigh find himself devoid of further justification to strike. He let out a long sigh, fully aware of the reason behind his slowed swordplay. Yet, he could not alter the inexorable passage of time. How much does he owe you? 400 million berries worth of treasure. As if I hadn't asked. Rayleigh's funds barely covered his own gambling losses. However, soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment once again. His observation haki detected a significant number of individuals converging towards them, not the chaotic throng of a gang, but rather a more orderly formation. Are you performing for the Navy? He found the current Moria utterly perplexing. Bruce merely averted his gaze, offering no response. The old man was competent, yet that did not imply he was trustworthy. On the contrary, he would need to devise a contingency plan in case the adversary attempted to assault the terror ship and abduct his disciples. But those matters could wait. Bruce exchanged a knowing glance with the werewolf, prompting Gabra to swiftly vanish into the thick fog. He himself first made an appearance before the Navy, causing considerable commotion with his signature shadow magic before also slipping into the mist. The recently reinstated pirate Moria was indeed present on the island. Hurry, do not let him escape. Remember to notify headquarters. Zifa stood at the forefront of the fog, surveying the chaos before him, and turned to share a glance with Rayleigh. They belonged to the same era. Rayleigh smiled nostalgically, while Zifa remained unimpressed. Teacher? Ein's face was a mask of confusion, sensing that his mentor seemed to have known Moria's whereabouts all along. Remember, Ein, maintain the highest level of vigilance towards that group. Zifa quietly instructed his disciple, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. After the decision regarding the 7 warlords was made, the old man found himself on their list of key subjects to monitor. Chapter 88. A misstep so? Has the teacher struck some form of accord with Moria? Ein was aware that Zifa had interacted with this pirate back in Marineford. But who were those individuals? Could they be the ones responsible for the decision regarding the 7 warlords? Ein turned to gaze deeply at his mentor, his heart racing with dread. If his teacher's objective aligned with that of the pirate, particularly regarding that group, caution was paramount. The surveillance division within the Navy was one concern, and the pervasive agents of the CP organization were another. Thus, were their current maneuvers, including the commotion stirred by the pirate, merely a facade? What were they truly attempting to accomplish? Zifa chuckled lightly, his hood and sunglasses obscuring his face entirely, yet his tone was remarkably relaxed. The lawless zone, ha ha ha. If I were to find myself here, indifferent to the chaos, then they would have cause for alarm indeed. Zifa's demeanor was no secret within the Navy. Many were well acquainted with him. Individuals like him, who voluntarily transferred to the islands of Sabaody, closest to Mariwa, while remaining composed and law-abiding. Raise a question, what is his true intent? One might surmise that a more proactive approach would involve eliminating a few adversaries on the island, thus instilling a sense of security. This would serve a dual purpose, concealing ulterior motives while simultaneously eradicating the long-standing criminal elements entrenched in the Sabaody archipelago. The Navy's upper echelons are equally aware of the enmity between him and Edward Weevil. However, it is evident that they have been forsaken. Upon grasping the intricacies of this situation, Ein's resolve was rekindled. After discharging a shot into the sky, he proclaimed, the criminal factions have allied with the pirates. We must eradicate them completely. Initially, the soldiers were taken aback, but soon they erupted in cheers. Fantastic. At last, we can take action against these ruffians. While some rejoiced, others wore somber expressions. How could this be? Our brothers, they are the original crew from Navy Base 66. not all the pirate guerrillas have come. Most soldiers were recruited from the archipelago and had numerous connections to gangs and slave-catching squads. After the celestial dragons were attacked, the Navy showcased its might, suggesting that clearing the archipelago of criminal elements should be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, it could potentially sever the pirates' access from the paradise to the New World. Yet, that did not transpire. Zephyr cast a glance without uttering a word and turned to lead the charge. The formidable crusher seized a criminal attempting to escape from the dense fog, and with a sudden application of force, flesh was reduced to pulp. The ideology of restraint? Zephyr had long since abandoned that notion. From Area 1 to Area 29, the archipelago was rife with traditional criminal strongholds. Following the destruction of the Navy headquarters and the reassignment of the former Base 66 commander, these so-called lawless zones had proliferated throughout the islands. A band of lawless ruffians. Zephyr scoffed. Attack. What others dare not undertake, this old man can pursue without trepidation. Meanwhile, Area 2 had become wholly enveloped in mist. The felled human trafficking den lay at the heart of this region, resembling an upscale treehouse connected to towering red trees, with structures extending like a grand marketplace. Suddenly, a hole ruptured in the roof of the marketplace. A spider monkey zombie, carrying Khalifa and Idis, burst forth, its dislocated head twisting awkwardly. Clearly, they had endured a formidable assault. Khalifa, perched on the back of the zombie, executed a swift kick into the opening. The white blade of her strike penetrated the marketplace, but vanished into silence as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Too slow. Bellamy swiftly sprang upward. Propelled by his spring fruit powers, his legs transformed into springs, allowing him to easily evade the oncoming strike. He wore a wild grin, surrounded by zombies, women, and mermaids. The variety was indeed rich, yet your abilities are woefully inadequate. The weak must submissively yield to the strong. Bellamy, having paid the loan shark king double the price, could not stand idly by as his master's establishment faced destruction. Instead, I shall offer you an opportunity. Bellamy, known as Hyena, was inherently arrogant. After emerging from the grand marketplace, he pursued relentlessly. Join my ranks. A spring-like physique, with but a single pivot, can launch endlessly. The pointed whip. Khalifa, her face stern, dismissed the provocation, wielding her spiked whip with the force of a spear. In a sharp clash, it met Bellamy's emerging fist. Remarkable. From a great spring, a smaller one can emerge. Our champions are indeed extraordinary. Yet how does this small spring feel as soft as cotton? The spider monkey zombie, with 8 legs, leaped swiftly, his mouth never ceasing, his mocking tone reddening Bellamy's face. His gaze fixated on this spider monkey. A hybrid creature, even in death, remains grotesque. Bellamy's eyes hardened, his jumping speed escalating several levels, surpassing the dynamic visual acuity of the human eye, as if he had vanished. The greatness of the zombie lord requires no further elaboration. Yet, if your prowess was merely at this level during your lifetime, how could you dare to proclaim the strong and the weak? The esteemed 437 would surely have met his demise in the foam. The spider monkey zombie faltered in its steps, but its tongue would not concede defeat. As it spoke, a bubble burst in midair. Truth be told, the spring man's strength was indeed formidable, suddenly joining the fray with a large entourage, catching Khalifa and her companions off guard. They could only retreat while fighting, initially believing they could handle it alone. Khalifa's expression remained icy as her fingers clenched tightly. The mermaid eyes clung to the spider monkey zombie's fur, striving to avoid being thrown off. Bellamy, having taken up the pirate's mantle, had heard a plethora of trash talk. Yet the spider monkey zombie's sharp and mocking tone was particularly scathing. Die, all of you perish. The vast kinetic energy, transformed from elastic potential, was on the verge of reaching its peak. This was the moment of his most potent attack. Just as he prepared to strike, a figure suddenly appeared before him, ensconced in a swirling shadow, revealing only its crimson eyes and long horns. Am I still in rapid motion? Bellamy's mind struggled to comprehend how this figure could manifest so vividly before him. The red trees, bubbles, and green fields of daylight all blurred into a mosaic, leaving only the figure before him strikingly clear. He slowly raised his fist, and with a thunderous crash, it appeared to Khalifa and the others as if a colossal bat had suddenly materialized, plunging down like a falling star and creating a profound crater. Bruce emerged from the depths of the pit, shaking off his shoulders, and muttered, I slipped. It seems I may have killed someone. Chapter 89. Freedom comes at a price. Bruce was not merely feigning his predicament. After a brief encounter with Rayleigh, the shadows he harbored had exceeded their limits, reaching a staggering total of 1,600. He was unable to execute a return to life with any semblance of composure, effectively finding himself in a state of partial loss of control. However, Bruce's loss of control was distinct from Moria's incessant unraveling. His was characterized by an inability to accurately gauge the force of his strikes. He had struck too hard. Lowering his gaze, he confirmed that the pirate before him had ceased to breathe. His chest caved in towards his back. Let us make him a zombie, he thought. It would be a waste otherwise, and he felt no remorse for this act. Casually, he infused 2 shadows into the fallen body, and Bellamy rose once more, albeit with a slight tilt to his waist. Great Master, please be sure to entrust this pirate zombie to your humble commander, 437. The spider monkey zombie leaped into the pit, animatedly speaking with fervor. Revenge has been served in a timely fashion. The monkey's face bore the remnants of Bellamy's earlier assault. With uneven contours, though such things mattered little to a zombie. Yet, it was hardly dignified. It was my oversight, Califor admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. Perhaps Bruce's earlier successes had led her to underestimate this band of pirates. She had dispatched the werewolf without hesitation. Califa had performed admirably. Bruce extended his observation hockey. Discerning that the larger gang strongholds within Zone 2 had been thoroughly swept by the zombies, while the shadows in the rear had gathered numerous corpses. Nodding, he remarked, "You have done exceedingly well. To manage such a throng is no small feat." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he sent forth hundreds of shadows, merging them into the still intact corpses. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he erased their existing memories entirely. Arm them. The Navy is on our tail. The next battle will unfold at our leisure. The Navy? Califor exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. The captain's bounty was just issued, and now the Navy is so proactive? Yet, judging by the captain's demeanor, he seemed unperturbed. What of Stussy? He will come looking for us. Bruce felt no urgency regarding this matter. His focus remained on the plan with Zephyr. The thick fog of Eads had begun to dissipate slightly. Bruce merely adjusted his breathing before turning and plunging into the grand marketplace. Under the veil of observation hockey, the cadre of the Bellamy pirate crew was utterly devoid of concealment, engaged in a battle of wits and strength with the zombies. They turned only to find a massive hand descending upon them. Subsequently, the world faded to darkness. In a mere 10 minutes, the pirate presence within the grand marketplace was entirely eradicated by Bruce. Several perished at the hands of the zombies, only to rise once more upon turning their heads. The rest, stripped of their shadows, were taken captive, lining up obediently. From this day forth, you shall wholly belong to the illustrious Master Moria. Aside from the pirates, the slave trade shop was predominantly filled with captives. A zombie spider monkey boisterously taunted a half-blood giant slave. Hey big guy, aren't you going to resist? Boris, a hybrid of fishman and giant, stood nearly 9 meters tall, adorned with shimmering silver scales reminiscent of pomfret, glistening splendidly under the sun. A prized possession of the establishment. In response to the spider monkey's provocation, Boris merely gestured to the explosive collar around his neck, numbly falling back into line. Perhaps due to the timely assistance from the Bellamy pirate crew, the slave traders had not yet triggered the explosives. Suddenly, Boris felt a shadow bat flit down and nestle upon his collar, deftly twisting within the keyhole. The collar shattered into 2 pieces and fell away. Not only for the giant. Wherever the shadow bats flew, collars dropped one after another. In this regard, the semi-ethereal shadows proved remarkably effective. Boris lifted his head, casting a disbelieving gaze towards the silent figure standing before him. 2 choices lay before them. Bruce's voice, though husky, commanded the attention of all present. Surrender your shadows as the price for freedom, and you shall not survive beneath the sun. Alternatively, join the terrifying ship and become shadowless. I shall return your freedom and shadows in 2 years. Freedom, he asserted, has its price. To demand freedom without sacrifice invites scorn. Bruce did not wish for them to see him as a savior, hence he presented 2 options. Of course, the pirates had no choice, like Foxy before them. They would be consigned to the Arkham Institute aboard the terrifying ship. Boris made his choice through action. He extended a finger, gingerly tracing the flesh wounds left by the collar. Tears, the size of apples, involuntarily brimmed in his eyes. With a thud, the giant knelt, pleading, "Please, allow me to follow you, my benefactor." Having attained freedom in both life and dignity, he dared not covet the freedom of sunlight. Through the perception granted by Kinbunchika Haki, Bruce could distinctly sense the immense emotional turmoil within Boris, a despair thick as the red earth of the continent, forged through countless beatings, torment, and subjugation. Yet, in an instant, that despair crumbled. Shadows, the shadows of bats, at that moment, radiated warmth akin to sunlight gracing the skin. Bruce gazed intently, nodding slightly. Very well. The darker the place, the brighter the stars shine. At last, he had found a semblance of that familiar feeling from Gotham. It was a sense of belonging, coupled with hope. Among the slaves, 340 chose to remain, while 60 opted to depart. An additional 456 zombies emerged, along with 110 automatic rifles and handguns. Khalifa swiftly completed the cleanup and tally. The shadow of the Navy had already begun to materialize at the fringes, yet the captain appeared entirely unperturbed. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she chose to place her trust in him. Trust in a person is not solely based on their words, but also on their actions and demeanor. Bruce, without a doubt, had earned such trust. A sense of ease radiated from Khalifa behind her glasses. Next, let us sweep through each area, ensuring to leave some for the Navy. Bruce felt not a trace of sympathy for the slave-hunting crews and gangs entrenched in the heart of Sabaody Archipelago. Khalifa, in contrast, chuckled lightly. Who would have imagined that a group of Navy officers pursuing a band of pirates would ultimately bring misfortune upon the local powers? Captain, how shall we deal with this fellow? The werewolf presented the tightly bound Luffy as if offering a treasure. The opportunity for advancement had arrived. Do you truly believe he is the Fire Onion? Luffy still felt otherwise. From demeanor to appearance, he bore no resemblance. Bruce merely cast a glance and remarked flatly, "He will suffice as a faceless pawn. By the way, we can temporarily seize their ship to settle debts." With Moria's influence diminished, the Straw Hat lad becomes inconsequential. At least in Bruce's eyes, he held little interest in this pirate, who could not be deemed entirely virtuous nor wholly villainous. Chapter 90, Red Harbor, Marineford. The 5 elders at the pinnacle of global power were listening to the report from the Admiral of the Navy. The 7 warlords had been confirmed, and the new Navy headquarters would leave the selection of the next admiral to the next in line. Sengoku stood upright, though his temples were already graying. His resignation had been accepted. However, disputes remained regarding the choice of his successor. No issues on Zephyr's end, I presume? He is currently engaged in extensive captures of pirates and gangs in the Sabaody Archipelago. Then, there are no problems. The bald elder, wielding a long sword, scoffed. Compared to the decisions of the world government, an old man half buried in the ground held little weight. The world government inherently perceived no justice or evil. The balance of various forces across the seas aligned best with the interests of the ruling class. The 7 warlords were established for this very balance, including the clandestine dealings between the world government and Dressrosa, as well as Wano, serving as a means of equilibrium. One wonders who will occupy the vacant position in Dressrosa. In the Sabaody Archipelago, Ned Martin was diligently on his way. The night in the archipelago was dreamlike, with transparent bubbles ascending into the air, reflecting the vibrant neon lights of the soap bubble park in a cascade of colors. Each bubble hung in the night sky like luminous orbs. However, the manager of the slave trading shop had little inclination to appreciate such sights. This is undeniably targeted. Pirates and the Navy are not to be trusted. Ned Martin muttered darkly, as the enforcers sent by his elusive boss dealt with Moria, capturing not only his own loyal associates, but also many others. He had no choice but to flee. After a day and night of evasion, he had darted through several locations, encountering not only pirates but also, at times, the Navy, even finding himself amidst a horde of zombies. What a stroke of misfortune, as both factions turned their attention to him. To be pursued by both the living and the dead is a most unfortunate fate. Now he had no choice but to rely on the Hunter Gang. At least they were the leaders in regions 16 to 19, and considering their connection to the world aristocracy, they should not be intimidated by those ruffians. Old Ned had extensive connections. The places he fled to were notorious for their underworld activities. While this might cast a shadow of suspicion upon him, seasoned pirates have always adhered to the creed of better a comrade than an enemy. You shall not capture me. He pushed open the door to a raucous casino. Before the burly tattooed men could react, he shouted, "Members of the Hunter Gang, we must unite. Pirates, no, the Navy, regardless, someone is coming to hunt us down." Not far from old Ned, Gabra lingered in the background. Once could be coincidence, twice could be an accident, but after 3 or 4 encounters, Gabra recognized the breadth of this old pirate's connections. With a chuckle, he mused, "It seems we shall be acquiring another batch of shadowy figures." The increasing power of the Moonlight Pirates brightened his prospects, aligning him with Khalifa's ambitions. It was a curious blend of piracy, both uncharacteristically and characteristically so. Patience was essential. Khalifa raised her hand, preventing the zombie horde from advancing, opting instead to regroup. Their captain had instructed them to savor the moment. She did not inquire further. A true agent knows to act rather than question. Let them stew in their anxiety for the night. Gabra surmised that the captain must be up to something significant, and the Navy seemed to share an unspoken understanding with them. They even managed to acquire a substantial amount of sugar and gunpowder, though he wondered what purpose they served, as those supplies were not particularly scarce on the archipelago. Sugar? Khalifa's pupils constricted, and she commanded, Prepare to transport a portion of the shadowy figures onto the warship and ready some smaller boats. We must be poised to assist the captain at a moment's notice. Beyond that old man, were there any other factions on Sabaody Archipelago that warranted such caution from the captain? Khalifa thought not. Even an assault on the Navy base no. 66 would require no preparation. Moria and the zombie horde would suffice. Yet here, they were perilously close to Red Port, which leads to Mariawa. The night, illuminated by neon lights, sped by, and as dawn approached, mist enveloped the archipelago. Area 35, the closest to Red Port, was where crews awaited their permits to Mariawa. Lingering in the inns of that district, as the morning mist enveloped the surroundings, a small vessel silently set sail towards Red Port. Aboard the craft were but two figures, cloaked in thick hoods and capes that concealed their identities, yet the naval soldiers of Red Port paid them no heed. With a mere gesture, they permitted the boat to dock at the harbor. The port, nestled against the crimson landmass, was flanked by red cliffs that stretched endlessly into the morning fog, creating an illusion of infinity. Bruce and Zephyr disembarked in succession, and before them awaited a bubble gondola resembling a passenger vehicle. This area still fell within the reach of the roots of the Yarkaman red trees, which the world government had ingeniously exploited, utilizing the buoyant properties of the bubbles produced by these trees to create a gondola that could ascend vertically to the red earth above. Inside the gondola, only the two of them occupied the space. After a period of vertical ascent, the mist was left behind, and though still distant, they felt as if they were suspended among the clouds. It was this profound chasm that forged such an extraordinary world. Bruce gazed contemplatively at the fog below, while Zephyr bowed his head, seeking refuge from the sunlight that was about to emerge. Suddenly, he inquired, "I have always been perplexed. What is your true purpose in all of this?" He could not fathom why Moria, a pirate, appeared to be more zealous than himself. A seasoned naval officer burdened with the blood feud of his former trainees, relentlessly seeking vengeance against Edward VII. What grave animosity could Moria harbor that allowed him to calmly assert a desire to alter the perceptions of the celestial dragons? When one seeks to change a belief or halt a certain behavior, what measures are taken? Is it to apprehend and administer a beating? The former chief instructor of the Navy possessed considerable experience in this regard. After such actions, how would they regard you? With fear. Zephyr, with a heavy fist, seldom encountered fear, and therein lay the crux. Bruce lifted his gaze as the sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the gondola. In a husky voice, he confessed, "I harbor a disdain for slavery." During the War of the Summit, Bruce found himself without a stance. He had no affection for either the Navy or the pirates, feeling no allegiance to either side, even to this day. Yet now, he found himself consumed by a profound aversion towards the celestial dragons, the world government, and the existence of slavery. After witnessing the God Valley and the Sabaody Archipelago, Bruce finally comprehended why he had rediscovered that feeling he once had in Gotham. They too required a dark night. To alter such entrenched beliefs, one must trace the source and instill fear in them. For this necessity, Bruce was willing to embrace the darkness. Chapter 91. When shall we detonate the Holy Land? Charlot's Saint awaited their arrival. Upon the gondola's arrival at the station, an agent was already present, poised to receive them. Zephyr lacked the authority to so casually bring these two significant individuals to Mariawa. Yet the celestial dragons can. To be precise, it is the particularly designated zombie number 901. Bruce crafted the first zombie in this realm, utilizing the shadow of Zephyr and the remains of a celestial dragon. Esteemed guests, right this way. The agent, with utmost reverence, ushered the two individuals into the carriage, for St. Charlos had repeatedly emphasized their significance. Although the Red Harbor is a considerable distance from the Holy Land, Zephyr could not help but mutter upon entering the city. A bunch of scum. On the exceedingly spacious white stone pathway of the Holy Land, several celestial dragons were seen mounted upon the backs of human slaves, who were on all fours, seemingly competing in their crawling speed, brandishing whips in their hands to strike them occasionally. As Bruce turned his head, his gaze fortuitously met that of those wretched beings, who resembled dogs. There was no trace of hatred, resentment, or indignation in their eyes, only a profound numbness, a despair so absolute that it rendered them utterly indifferent. The entire city exuded this atmosphere of numbness and despair, which Bruce's observation hockey could perceive. Beneath the white stone path of the Holy Land, throngs of human slaves were laboriously pushing the ground forward. I have indeed arrived at the right place. After a long while, Bruce finally heard the resounding howl of the bat echoing in his mind, causing his body to tense once again. The Joker would revel in such a place, and Batman would equally find his existence justified by its existence, just as Gotham simultaneously birthed both of them. If that fellow were here, he would undoubtedly devise a grand explosion, wouldn't he? Bruce could not help but immerse himself in the Joker-esque perspective. Even he had to concede that in places where oppression is more severe, the Joker's extreme ideology attracts more followers. He could comprehend this, yet he had no intention of emulating the Joker. Zephyr regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Had I known you a decade earlier, I would have endeavored to recruit you into the Navy. It seemed he perceived in Moria, the pirate, a steadfast belief in justice that surpassed even that of the Marine Admiral, a conviction that was never vocalized but was enacted through deeds. He appeared neither as an old pirate nor a Marine. Noticing Bruce's silence, Zephyr shook his head. Why must he define this individual in terms of Navy and pirate? The Rosward family held a prominent position outside, yet within the Holy Land, they were somewhat marginalized. St. Charlos's residence was situated on the periphery of the Holy Land. When the carriage came to a halt, St. Charlos was already awaiting at the entrance. However, he merely displayed a slight smile, lacking any semblance of respect. Even this faint smile was sufficient to surprise the nearby agents, for celestial dragons consider themselves an entirely distinct race from humanity, regarding even a mere display of nostrils as a courtesy. Once they entered the courtyard and dismissed the servants, St. Charlos's expression grew increasingly impatient. You have arrived far too late, far too late. His tone was entirely reminiscent of Zephyr's. Particularly, zombie number 901 has merged with the shadow of Zephyr, while retaining his memories. This signifies that the 901 before us embodies Zephyr's true nature, characterized by an intense aversion to evil. With a serious expression, 901 clenched his fists tightly. On the first day in the Holy Land, I believed that only a fraction of the celestial dragons deserved condemnation. By the second day, I concluded that all celestial dragons were worthy of disdain, and by the third day, I deemed this accursed place should be utterly annihilated. It is hard to fathom that Charles, with his typical nonchalance, could at this moment exhibit such anger, veins bulging in his forehead. Even Zephyr could not help but be taken aback. Is this the transformation that Moria spoke of, that one must witness firsthand? It seems their communication over the snail phone had been exceedingly restrained. The world government and the Navy revel in eavesdropping. Particularly the scientific defense war god among the five elders, Jagor Lucius Satan. However, in the next moment, Zephyr reassessed the extremity of his own nature. After calming down, Zombie No. 901 quietly inquired. I have prepared all the explosives. When shall we blow this place apart? Zephyr, is this truly my nature? The 70-year-old man wore a face of skepticism. At the same time, he released his observation hockey to prevent any agents from overhearing. First, we must ignite the flames. We need to set this place ablaze. What? Zephyr turned his head, incredulous as he gazed at Bruce. Have you already devised your plans? Bruce had prepared numerous strategies, varying in intensity from low to high. However, upon reaching the Holy Land, amidst the unfolding scenes, he was left with only the most extreme option. In chaotic times, one must employ severe measures. In the face of persistent ailments, one must resort to potent remedies. Must it be like Fisher Tiger? Zombie number 901 inquired further. 13 years ago, that fishman adventurer ascended the Red Soil continent unarmed, liberating thousands of slaves from various races. Although he later perished under the Navy's pursuit, he became a symbol of liberation in the eyes of the world. Bruce pondered. It could be, but it is not sufficient. Arson as liberation may incite the wrath of the world government and the celestial dragons, yet it must also instill fear within them. Before the 7 Warlords Conference, I shall transform certain celestial dragons into zombies. Mere liberation of slaves will not instill dread in the celestial dragons. It will only embolden them further. If there exists a means to genuinely unsettle the entire celestial dragon populace, it would be to target those of pure bloodlines. Bruce planned to have multiple celestial dragons self-immolate in the Pango Hall at the center of the Holy Land during the 7 Warlords Conference, under the guise of eliminating pirates. This would serve as their initial strike. I can already envision the expressions of those scoundrels, infuriated, fearful, and bewildered. Zombie number 901 wore a sinister grin, resembling a jester, which prompted Bruce to take a second glance. However, as the first zombie he created in this world, he possesses absolute control over number 901. Is it not also the opportune moment for me to take action? Amidst the chaos of the celestial dragon's self-immolation and the ensuing public panic, I shall launch an assault on the 7 warlords and the pirates, masquerading as the former chief instructor of the Navy. Zephyr could hardly hope for a better opportunity. Perhaps only Moria's shadow fruit ability could conjure such a scene. I will instruct the agents to strike against the other 7 warlords. Number 901 added. Bruce, being a former warlord himself, is acutely aware of the delicate relationship between these reformed pirates and the world government. The pirates, the Navy, and the world government. Just a slight push would cause the facade of harmony to be torn asunder. Bruce did not bring any of his subordinates, for the world government had already prepared the tools he required. The admiral stationed at the Holy Land would pose a considerable challenge. Chapter 92. It is all darkness. The admiral stationed at Marineford is Kizuru. Akainu and Akiji are currently embroiled in a covert struggle for the position of fleet admiral. And given the shifting dynamics among the four emperors, they are presently guarding the new world. Besides the admiral, attention must also be paid to the two vice-admirals who are currently at Marineford. Bruce furrowed his brow in contemplation, utilizing the cover of the special zombie number 901. He and Zephyr would temporarily reside here. There are still 6 days until the convening of the 7 Warlords meeting. This time is a gift to Bruce. Beyond the Navy, the armed forces at Marineford also comprise CP agents and the city guards. He possesses a city defense map granted by St. Charlos. And with Zephyr's knowledge of the Navy's defensive capabilities, a model is gradually forming in Bruce's mind. Khalifa once mentioned a more enigmatic group within the CP organization known as CP0, revered as the shield of the celestial dragons. It would be prudent to probe this in advance. Although St. Charlos's residence is described as marginal, its opulence is undeniably extravagant. The sight of large blocks of white marble and the intricate patterns on the brown carpet, reportedly a tribute from the Rosward family's original nation, is striking. Esteemed guest, your banquet has arrived, announced a sharply dressed butler, accompanied by 6 servants pushing 3 dining carts. The round table appeared particularly crowded, due to Bruce's specific instructions. The food presented was predominantly meat-based. Since his resurrection, his appetite has been steadily increasing. After the 3 carts were emptied, another 3 were brought in, barely satisfying him to a 6/10 fullness. The nearby maid's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you find it here? The maid, momentarily taken aback, realized the esteemed guest was inquiring about her opinion. She quickly bowed and replied, "It is quite satisfactory, especially in the past 6 months. Previously, during their time on Sabati Archipelago, St. Charlos was prone to violence, often lashing out or even resorting to gunfire when displeased. Not only the slaves and servants, but even the protective agents had been replaced repeatedly. Upon returning to the Holy Land, his temperament remarkably improved, to the extent that he even set free all 18 of his wives, much to the disbelief of old Rosward. However, the audacity to transform the celestial dragons into zombies was an unprecedented act that had not occurred in the past 800 years, nor had anyone contemplated such a direction. Future circumstances may not bode well. Bruce meticulously cleared the food, murmuring softly as he wiped his mouth. Should his plans unfold favorably, the Holy Land might witness a cataclysmic transformation, prompting the world government to resort to more draconian measures against the remaining individuals. For the maid, this would undoubtedly spell no improvement. With wide eyes, she confessed that she had yet to ponder the future, which felt rather distant to her. Presently, she was merely grateful for a slight improvement in her circumstances. As night descended, the peculiar zombie No. 901 presented another list, a compilation of solitary celestial dragons observed during this period, each one more reprehensible than the last. The list was extensive. Bruce only selected a portion. Zombie number 901 had fully embraced a radical misanthropy after spending half a year living among the celestial dragons, naturally contemplating the annihilation of the world and even devising plausible schemes. His gaze upon his own form resembled that of someone regarding a pitiful clown. Having devoted a significant portion of his life to the ideals of justice, he was confronted with the grotesque reality of such despicable creatures lurking behind the scenes. It was truly tragic. The expression in his eyes even caused Zephyr to question his own existence. Charlemagne's Saint, Pluming Saint, and Beetlejuice Palace, all were accounted for. Both male and female, quite appropriately. By the way, have you heard of the name him? Just before departing, Bruce inquired of 901. During their time in the Valley of the Gods, the celestial dragon he had slain incessantly invoked the name of Lord M, demanding divine retribution. Zombie No. 901 furrowed his brow, lacking any recollection of Charleroi Saint. Much of his knowledge was derived from indirect inquiries during this period. This name does not appear among the 5 elders. I can inquire further if you wish. No need. Bruce shook his head. Zombie number 901 still held considerable utility, and he preferred not to expose himself over a mere name. It would be wiser to conduct the interrogation personally. The moonlight wove between the grand mansions and castles, the quiet main street resonating with the soft clattering of silver armor as the city guards patrolled. Bruce's figure melded seamlessly into the night. The shadow of a bat glided above a troop of silver-armored soldiers, and soon after, Bruce alternated his form with that of the bat's shadow. This method of stealthy movement rendered his whereabouts increasingly elusive, akin to a cloud drifting unnoticed across the night sky. Yet, The faint wails echoing from various corners of the city and the pervasive atmosphere of despair caused his brow to furrow deeply. If Gotham is merely a cake adorned with a few scattered mold spots, then Mary Joa is akin to a cake that has succumbed entirely to decay, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Bruce perceives no glimmer of goodness. It is all unrelenting darkness. His first objective is Charlemagne, a celestial dragon fond of firearms. Upon entering the celestial dragon's castle, Bruce discovers a shooting range at its center where 4 targets dangle: an aquatic creature, a human, a long-armed tribe member, and a fur tribe individual. The first 3 are evidently lifeless, while the fur tribe member clings to life by a thread. With a mane reminiscent of a lion and skin akin to beast hide, he is now smeared with blood. Bruce refrains from acting impulsively, instead unleashing his observation hockey. On the ramparts, a squad of city guards patrols, while operatives and servants roam the first and second floors of the castle. The signatures of these individuals are easily discernible. The target resides on the 3rd floor, accompanied by 4 operatives or slaves, their essence appearing somewhat modeled in his perception. Under Bruce's meticulous training, his observation hockey has far surpassed his armament hockey, reaching a level that even Zephyr would commend. The trials of the dark tides and the deep sea have contributed, but his relentless dedication to training is paramount. Maintaining his observation hockey in a constant state is akin to bearing the weight of his own spirit at all times, yielding significant results. Do you desire freedom? Bruce patiently awaits a moment when the city guards change shifts, and with a swift motion, he appears before the fur tribe member. Just moments ago, the fur tribe individual, barely conscious, suddenly lifts his head, his beastly eyes locking onto Bruce's form. Without a hint of hesitation, he twitches his lips, revealing a canine tooth that has been partially shattered. In a faint whisper, he asks, "What do you need me to do?" Faced with the choice between death and a glimmer of hope, he unflinchingly opts for hope. Keep an eye on Charlemagne. Do not let anyone discover your anomalies. By the way, what is your name? Bruce raises his hand, bestowing 2 shadows upon the fur tribe member. Gareth. This infusion of additional soul energy pulls Gareth back from the brink of death. Chapter 93. This is entrusted to you. Keep watch over the celestial dragon. Do not let anyone detect abnormalities. Gareth recognizes each word, yet when strung together, they leave him utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, the mere presence of hope is sufficient. Lowering his head, Gareth slows his breath to an almost imperceptible rhythm. In the 4 months since his capture, he has seen no sign of hope. The entanglement of the world government, the Navy, and various gangs, pirates, and slave-capturing teams has ensnared him in a suffocating net, where even the act of breathing requires his captor's consent. Now, he faintly glimpses a thread of hope. Gareth glances around. Among the 4 targets in the shooting range, he alone has survived. Meanwhile, Bruce has ascended to the 3rd floor of the castle. The bedroom of Charles Mark Saint is situated here. Regrettably, there are too few mermaids. The few he managed to procure have all perished under his play. After observing for a while, he propped his chin up, furrowing his brow in a discontented manner. It would be far more enjoyable to visit the Eastern Sea. It seems that several of its affiliated nations have once again transformed into a dump. This time, he must ensure they leave it for his own amusement. Charles Mark Saint relished the cacophony of cannon fire, the sensation of wretched humanity scattering in terror. The hunting game is still more than a year away. Why can it not occur annually? This is one of the rare diversions that provides him with exhilaration, despite the fact that a mishap occurred many years prior. Yet, traditions must not be forgotten. Why have you ceased? While he was lost in thought, the shouts before him abruptly faded away. The bodies of the agents and the fishmen stood rigid as if encased in ice, their eyes darting about. Charles Mark Saint, visibly displeased, drew a pistol from his waist, uninterested in any explanations. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his own body became immobile. What is happening? He sensed someone behind him. Unable to turn his head, he glimpsed a black boot in the reflection from the window, trampling over his shadow. The shadow revolution. To manipulate shadows is to control the body. Not only beneath Bruce's feet, but the immense shadow of a bat commanded the shadows of everyone in the room. 2 agents, bare and vulnerable, suddenly pulled their weapons and thrust them into their own mouths amidst expressions of extreme resistance and terror. Then, bang. It's an adult's room. Shall we take a look? One of the agents muttered, disregarding the warning entirely. The patrolling city guards were similarly indifferent, having grown accustomed to the sound of gunfire. There were 2 shots fired, yet 3 individuals had pressed the barrels into their mouths. Charles Mark Saint was paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat, tears streaming down his face, as he felt his own fingers poised to pull the trigger. The blood of the 2 agents pooled at his feet, the cold muzzle of the gun forcing his eyelids to flutter incessantly. Everything transpired too swiftly. In one moment, he held others' fates in his hands. In the next, his own life hung in the balance of another's decision. No, I have not yet had my fill of enjoyment. Were it not for the fact that his body was no longer under his command, Charles Mark Saint would likely have collapsed in utter despair. However, at that moment, the figure behind him finally spoke. Do you know who I am? Without the need for additional measures. The precedent of the two agents had already instilled an utmost terror within this celestial dragon. Only then did Charles Mark Saint regain control over his mouth. He longed to utter a barrage of curses, to call for the agents outside to rush in and safeguard him. But all such desires were stifled before the dark muzzle before him. Lord him, he stammered, his voice trembling, not daring to elevate his volume in the slightest. The frigid muzzle emerged from his mouth, pressed against his own temple. Never before had anyone dared to point a gun at themselves, especially in a sacred place such as this. Charlemagne's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice scarcely above a whisper. Yes, the sovereign of the world's throne, the magnificent creator. The empty throne displayed by the world government indeed harbored a true ruler behind it. No wonder it resembled the aftermath of a gang's triumphant rampage over the world. Understanding dawned. Bruce's voice was hoarse and barely discernible. His palm rested against Charlemagne's nape, applying a gentle push, causing Charlemagne's eyes to lose focus. Yet his body remained under the shadow's control. Bruce struggled to restrain himself from taking a life, fully aware of the methods of murder. In this regard, he was even more adept than the Joker. This was merely the first, a sacrificial offering in the battle against the darkness of this world, but certainly not the last. The world had changed, and the means at one's disposal were entirely different. Depriving a life and then reanimating the corpse into a zombie sounded like something out of an evil villain's playbook. Yet, Bruce was convinced that all his actions were in alignment with his values and even felt that Charlemagne's demise was too swift. The world was undeniably grotesque. As for the few gender-ambiguous slaves, Bruce refrained from any actions or revealing anything to them. Unlike the Lion Man, the fear of these slaves was ingrained in their very bones. Merely hearing the word resistance would send them trembling. The night passed swiftly. The shadow that had infiltrated Charlemagne's corpse was stripped of its memories. Bruce took time to acclimate this zombie to its new body, naming it Special Zombie Number 902. Dawn broke with a faint glow. Several maids adeptly entered the room to clean, while a few agents dragged the unfortunate colleagues away. As a specially cultivated organization of the world government, their fates were entirely dictated by the celestial dragons they served. The cause of death was recorded as suicide. The Lion Man, Gareth, was only taken down from the target after the sun had risen. The master wishes to see you. It was only natural for the heir of the creator to meet his private property. Gareth, flanked by 3 agents, ascended to the 3rd floor of the castle, entering a freshly cleaned room that had been intentionally scented with incense. Once the door closed, only the Lion Man and Charlemagne, who had been staring blankly out the window, remained. Since last night, zombie number 902 had exhibited minimal movement and speech. A zombie devoid of memories possessed only the instincts retained in its body, seeking to conceal itself through silence. Gareth knelt on the floor, waiting for some time until Charlemagne approached him. The next matters will be entrusted to you. The tone is strikingly reminiscent of the shadow from last night. Gareth's pupils dilated in an instant, his heart resonating like thunder, overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Hope, indeed, has emerged. Chapter 94. The Foundation of Zephyr Mother. Is the Holy Land enjoyable? Somewhere along the Grand Line, a vessel resembling the Moby Dick navigated the waves with a steady course. Edward Weevil sat at the prow of the ship, towering nearly 7 meters tall. Yet his proportions were more extreme than even Moria's, making him appear as a mere mass of flesh at the ship's bow. His face was adorned with a slender, crescent-shaped white mustache. Though not particularly astute, he would drool while speaking. Nonetheless, he was exceedingly obedient to his mother's commands. Miss Bakine, an emaciated and diminutive old woman clad in a leopard print coat, chuckled coldly at her son's inquiry. Enjoyable? Of course it is. With the 7 Warlords title recognized by the world government, you shall rightfully become the heir to Whitebeard's legacy. And the inheritance of the Whitebeard pirates should rightfully belong to us. During Whitebeard's lifetime, Bakine dared not utter a word, scurrying about with Weevil in tow, indifferent to the old man's health. However, once Whitebeard passed, she eagerly emerged to claim his pirate legacy, managing to seize considerable territories in the process. I want to avenge Dad, Weevil mumbled, showing little interest in inheritance. Though somewhat dim-witted, he was fiercely devoted to his parents. Bakine shook her head, insisting, then it is all the more crucial that you heed your mother's words. I care only for the inheritance. A brief appearance at Marineford, and we shall be free to act. What do you mean by a brief appearance? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply obey your mother, and above all, ensure my safety. Bakine had never set foot in the so-called Holy Land and felt a sense of trepidation towards the world government stronghold. Yet, there was no alternative. It was a requirement of the world government. When Ace was a 7 warlord, he was quite enthusiastic about such meetings, attending each one without fail. Understood, mother. Weevil's nose dribbled. Within the basement of the Holy Land Mary Geos, muffled thuds echoed, akin to 2 fists colliding repeatedly. At times, the sounds resembled the crisp clang of metal striking stone. The maid could not imagine the scene unfolding in the basement. But such noises were far more pleasant than the previous cries of anguish. Have you taken in some peculiar slaves, Armas? Questioned the curious Charlia Palace, raising her nose as she peered down the corridor. Rumor had it that her elder brother had let go of numerous wives and a collection of slaves over the past 6 months, an unfathomable act among the celestial dragons. Previously, Charlius would capture any beautiful woman he encountered, treating them as mere possessions, indistinguishable from clothing in his eyes. However, the changes have been so profound that their father, Rodsword, believes that the shadows cast in the Sabaody archipelago have awakened some peculiar tendencies. He specifically summoned her to witness this. Upon hearing the sound, Charler's palace grew even more suspicious. You need not concern yourself with this. The zombie number 901 was reluctant to allow this celestial dragon woman to perceive any more, and after exchanging a few words, began to urge her to leave. It was relatively simple to play the role of Charlos. One could act thoughtlessly. Humph. Charler raised her brows, and were it not for the shared bloodline, she would have little desire to intervene. Were it not for my father instructing me to bring you a new toy, I would not have come at all. If you do not wish to keep it, then it shall belong to me. She dragged an iron chain, which clinked softly against the stone floor. At one end of the chain was a towering figure clad in a black coat adorned with a crosshair design, accompanied by long trousers with white spots. His paw-like hands pressed against the ground, moving like a beast as he was dragged by the chain. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How had he come to this state? The number 901 was aware that Kuma had long undergone transformation experiments by the world government, with pacifists using him as a basis for their research. His presence here indicated that the experiments had concluded, and Kuma, as the prototype, had been discarded. How delightful. The number 901 feigned great interest. A few more like him would be even better. He believed that Moria would surely find this intriguing. Charler felt a tinge of reluctance. This was a newly acquired toy, and had it not been for Rodsword's concern that his son might lose interest in slaves, it would not have been sent over. Bruce was multitasking, engaging in combat with Zephyr while also eavesdropping on the commotion above. It would be a tremendous waste to overlook such a capable instructor as Zephyr. Armament hockey? You learned that technique from Rayleigh, did you? Especially regarding the mastery of armament hockey. Zephyr was an unparalleled master in this domain, and he now wished for Moria to become stronger. He generously imparted all his knowledge regarding armament hockey, including flow release, internal destruction, and hardening, without reservation. With Bruce's keen intellect, he had already grasped the fundamentals within less than an hour. That day, Zephyr reminisced about the days he taught the 6 forms. Reflecting on his own early learning experiences, Zephyr raised his head proudly and declared, "You still have much to practice." He had joined the Navy at 18, only began learning the 6 forms at 28, and did not attain proficiency until he was 32, spending an additional 2 years mastering the hardening of armament hockey, gradually acquiring skills such as flow release and internal destruction through years of combat experience. Such details were not to be disclosed. This was a matter of pride for the Navy of the old era. Bruce saw through the facade but chose to remain silent. He indeed felt the need to hone his skills further. Having encountered more formidable powers, he constantly sensed vast potential for growth within himself. What was the situation with the Tyrant Bear? The basement was no deeper than 5 meters, and with both of them proficient in observation hockey. Bruce was certain he could sense it, and he believed Zephyr could as well. That fellow, Zephyr, shook his head, his expression reflecting more frustration at the lack of progress than anything else. He had a good rapport with the Navy's scientific division and was privy to certain internal matters. Once, he had single-handedly transformed a nation's regime, earning the title of the One-Man Revolution. Although Zephyr disapproved of his pirate identity, he acknowledged the significance of his actions. However, later, in an effort to cure a girl's illness, he willingly joined Dr. Vegapunk's research project, with the world government also playing a role in this. Bruce lowered his head. It was no wonder. He had previously noticed the diminishing humanity in Bartholomew Kuma's eyes. Now, after the experiment's conclusion, he had likely been abandoned by the world government. Do you wish to exploit him? Zephyr's words implied that Bruce was some sort of villain. Well, in his eyes, the seasoned pirate Moria indeed appeared to be a nefarious character. We shall see. Tonight, I will eliminate the final target, and then it shall be your turn to shine. In 5 days, Bruce had created 5 celestial dragon zombies. Tonight marked the culmination of his efforts. Chapter 95. Even the celestial dragons dare not move. What kind of sovereign is that? The last one. Moria needed just one more zombie, which meant that by dawn tomorrow, he would finally confront the enemy he had pursued for 8 long years, who would bear that loathsome smile before him. How would he seize this opportunity? Zephyr's head sank down, enveloped by a shroud of gloom and sorrow. Time had failed to erase his pain. Just the thought of it brought forth the tragedies of his time aboard the training ship. The youthful faces, once brimming with potential, were meant to thrive under his protection. Yet their limitless futures were abruptly severed beneath the blade of a cruel fate. A grim smile suddenly crossed Zephyr's somber face. Indeed, he must seize this opportunity. After spending 5 days in the Holy Land, he had finally come to a realization. The special zombie, number 901, created by Moria, indeed possessed his own inherent nature. One prone to extremism. A pent-up anger simmered within him. He was no longer content with seeking vengeance solely against Edward Weevil. Now, he yearned to obliterate this wretched place. I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Even if it means burning myself out, so be it. Extremism? Just look at the corpses of slaves transported out of Marineford daily and the new slaves brought in. Observe the grotesque ugliness and chilling despair lurking beneath the Holy Land's polished facade. This is not extremism at all. Zephyr suddenly exhaled, unleashing the armed hockey that coiled around his wrist, striking the basement wall with a force that left a deep dent. Justice, indeed, is the greatest farce. In the past, I held profound misconceptions about you. Even after that incident, I regarded you, Moria, as nothing more than a pirate, a criminal to be wary of. Yet now, my hand rests upon your shoulder, and I have come to acknowledge you. In Zephyr's eyes, there are but a handful of individuals bold enough to turn celestial dragons into zombies. Whitebeard is one. Yet he was preoccupied with his own family and met an untimely demise. Kaido is unfit. Though he appears fearless, he is exceedingly shrewd, waving the banner of seeking death, yet never genuinely pursuing self-destruction. Charlotte Linlin indeed harbors lofty ambitions, undeniable in her resolve, yet, like Whitebeard, she remains but a warlord, ultimately inconsequential. As for Garp, he has always been one to merely bellow curses. Who can ascertain his current strength? And then there is red-haired Shanks, the Revolutionary Army's dragon, and the fleeing Golden Lion. Presently, only you and I possess such audacity upon these seas. Zephyr catalogued them all, deeming them a collection of weaklings. To not even dare challenge the celestial dragons. What sort of sovereign are they? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, dispelling the shadows of hatred. His heart brimming with anticipation for the impending retribution. At 71, he was in the prime of his vigor and audacity. Bruce shook his head, untouched by the fervor. Such darkness possesses a formidable resilience. He understood that he was yet incapable of entirely reversing the tide, of thoroughly cleansing the world government and navy, of dismantling and reconstructing the old order. Slavery would continue to persist. However, what Bruce sought was to shatter that paralyzing despair. Fisher Tiger was a tale from over a decade ago. This era demands a new symbol, akin to the citizens of Gotham's yearning for Batman. At the very least, Bruce believed they needed it. Yet our resilience shall be even greater. Rarely did Bruce experience a sense of belonging. At last, the resonant voice of the bat had found a sanctuary. He had also discovered his purpose in this world. As night fell, Zephyr and Bruce departed simultaneously. Bruce was on a quest to fulfill his final goal, while Zephyr set out to seek out some of the students he once favored. Their sense of justice was not a jest, nor did Zephyr wish for them to become one. As for Bartholomew Kuma, until he could ascertain whether there remained any hidden doors within him, Bruce would not employ him lightly. Nevertheless, the experiments he harbored were of utmost utility to Bruce, allowing him to glimpse the forefront of technological advancements in this world, offering numerous insights to learn and emulate. Perhaps his own vessel could undergo further modifications and upgrades. The two parted ways beneath the shroud of night. This evening, the crescent moon struggled against the encroaching black mist, rendering the sanctum beneath the night sky exceptionally dim. The ultimate objective was deliberately left by Bruce, and the rationale was quite straightforward. It was the most challenging. He sensed numerous potent auras near the residence of the celestial dragons, and their attire was particularly conspicuous, while regular agents donned black suits. The two agents stationed beside the esteemed celestial dragon wore white suits and masks. They were likely the CP0, the fabled shield of the celestial dragons, as mentioned by Khalifa. Assessing their strength was crucial for Bruce's forthcoming strategy. Each residence of the celestial dragons exhibited distinct characteristics, predominantly resembling castles or manors, yet each bore its unique flair, reflective of their original nation styles. For instance, the Don Quixote family, once the royal lineage of the Dressrosa kingdom, transformed into the celestial dragons upon relocating to the Holy Land, their royalty morphing into the Liku family. Bruce had studied such literature and could discern from the decorative motifs on the eaves and walls that the current estate belonged to the Shepherd family. Of course, it was not the residence of the ruling Gorosei, as Bruce was not reckless to that extent. He positioned himself atop the estate's roof, extending a hand while two shadowy bats flapped their wings, gliding down the ventilation shaft. Yet, mere seconds after descending, the shadows dissipated. A masked CP0 agent glanced upward, as if gazing at the moonlight, seemingly sensing something amiss. This estate belonged to Michel Saint of the Shepherd family, a celestial dragon renowned for his vigilance. According to intelligence gathered from number 901, the slave revolt that transpired over a decade ago originated from Michel Saint's abode. The shadow bats could only vanish. And aside from that, no other entry points were left within the house. Bruce, standing on the rooftop, appeared unsurprised. He had scouted the location days prior and had made adequate preparations. Suddenly, an agent within the estate approached a tightly shut window and quietly pushed it open halfway. "What are you doing?" The white-masked CP0 materialized behind him like a specter. "I apologize. I just felt a bit stifled." The agent hurriedly closed the window, an action he typically would not take, yet upon reaching the window, his body involuntarily pushed it open halfway. Fortunately, the CP0 merely scrutinized him for a moment, checked the window's seal, and did not pursue the matter further. However, shadows abounded within the house at night. Seizing the opportunity, a complete shadow swiftly infiltrated, merging with a small shadow bat lurking beneath the agent's feet, forming the silhouette of Moria. Chapter 96, CP0, Seeking Initial Subscriptions. The shadow entered. That was Bruce's entry. This celestial dragon residence was far more fortified than the several estates he had previously visited. Merely in the corridor, two squads of agents were patrolling back and forth. His shadow extended from the end of the corridor on the second floor. Chapter 97, Zombie Number. Direct, decisive, and ruthless. The agent with compound eyes was taken aback. Before him stood a figure with a clear wound on the shoulder, evidently sustained from a falcon strike. The adversary had traded injury for injury, using himself as bait to ensnare his colleague. The falcon was a user of the bird fruit, possessing the abilities of a peregrine falcon, with remarkable speed and flight. Chapter 98, Dawn. Has it come to an end? The master bedroom lacked the opulent and debauched scenes that Bruce had previously encountered among the celestial dragons. Instead, a gleaming, snow-white longsword lay before him. Michel Saint was merely a middle-aged man, devoid of ostentatious robes, and instead donned a slightly fitted leather garment. Chapter 99, Unforgivable Sin. These celestial dragons exhibited something peculiar. Cavendish vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but as soon as the camera turned towards him, he promptly dismissed it from his mind. The three newly appointed warlords of the sea were undoubtedly big news. The president of the World Economic News Agency would surely pay a handsome price for such information. Chapter 100, Freedom or Death. You may only choose one. Revenge was undoubtedly a must. However, the current Zephyr had begun to entertain more thoughts. Just as Moria had earlier stated, as long as this order, based on the celestial dragons, continued to operate, tragedies like his own would perpetually recur. At that moment, a flash of light soared through the air with remarkable speed. Chapter 101, Resistance itself holds meaning. Kizaru raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "What a peculiar notion. A pirate discussing world expectations with a Navy officer is quite laughable. If you hadn't drawn attention to yourself, perhaps this matter would have passed unnoticed." Kizaru's words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Chapter 102, The Shadow of the Eclipse. The team of city guards that Bruce had earlier transformed into zombies was closest to Panga City. This grand castle soared hundreds of meters higher than the typical mansion of the celestial dragons, with its towering dome piercing the clouds. And its square walls comprised bricks that towered over any human. Soldiers were stationed at each of the four corner towers. Chapter 103, Torches, Sugar, and Bone Horses. The figure of the shining man had vanished. How ironic. Kizaru endeavored to steady his breath, simultaneously retrieving a small knife from his waist to extract a bullet lodged in his shoulder. It was a sea stone bullet, caught amidst Zephyr's chaotic barrage. Confession of guilt. This work cannot continue. I am guilty, my brothers. My performance has been poor, resulting in an early exit, and after 4 days of being on the shelves, I have lost 4 days' worth of subscriptions. I barely have over 5,000 subscriptions, and the situation regarding subscriptions is even more dismal. Another reason lies with myself. As many readers who have followed me from the Clown series have pointed out, there are minor climaxes but no major ones, and the moments of excitement feel superficial. My own feeling is that it is simply uninteresting. It lacks joy. Perhaps it is a reflection of my own inadequacies. I find it quite challenging to write, having made numerous mistakes in the initial stages. The criticism directed at undercurrents and deep sea compelled me to revise the outlines, resulting in subsequent plots that feel both rushed and disjointed. I express my sincere apologies to those readers who have graciously accommodated me and continue to subscribe. I am truly remorseful.